Abraham Lincoln, the Practical Mystic, by Francis Grierson, with an introduction by John Drinkwater, John Lane, Fives Net. Mr. Grierson states that Abraham Lincoln was the greatest practical mystic the world has known for 1900 years, thus unnecessarily challenging comparisons with Saint Teresa and others. His book, both as an effort to sustain this thesis and as a book to read, is something of a disappointment. Some of his earlier works, notably The Beautiful Valley of Shadows, are closely thought and admirably written, the best, have never had in full the credit they deserve. The present volume is little more than a small scrapbook of other people's impressions and anecdotes of Lincoln, sprinkled with Mr. Grierson's not very profound comments and assertions to the effect that we are now at the end of a dispensation and are emerging into the mystical dawn of a new day, that Lincoln was a very great and a very good man, we know, and that he lived in the light of conscience. Of such we can never be told too much, and the book might well serve as an introduction to more elaborate biographies, but we cannot say that Mr. Grierson adds anything to our knowledge. He tells us of Lincoln's sense of duty, his dedication to the service of his kind, his premonitions. One of the most memorable mystical demonstrations ever recorded in any epoch occurred in the little town of Salem, Illinois, in August 1837, when Lincoln was only 23 years of age, and some of his deepest thoughts on the mysteries of life and death were never voiced by this man, who never spoke, unless he deemed it imperative to speak. The New York Times says this, or that the Spectator says so-and-so. Lincoln was a unique manifestation of the supreme mind. Like Moses, the American people were at that time practical democratic seers, without whom the greatest practical mystic could not have existed. These passages are not cheering. There is an introduction by Mr. John Drinkwater, who says something, and says it clearly. Men and Manners in Parliament, by Sir Henry Lucy Fisher, on Win 10's 6D Net. Sir Henry Lucy's reprint of his notes on the Disraeli Parliament of 1874 will find a place in that World Museum, where a bottle containing the Bruce's spider stands next on the shelf to the original kettle, which inflamed the young imagination of George Stephenson. They were published serially in How Distant It All Seems, The Gentleman's Magazine, and a set of bound volumes of that venerable periodical found its way by the steam packet, no doubt, to the young Republic of the United States. There, in the beautiful New World calm of the Chancellor Green Library at Princeton, the old printed words in their quaint black letters met the young eye of Woodrow Wilson, a smart student of his seniors Chatham, Burke, and Brougham, of the more recent writings of Lord Macaulay, then recently dead, and of the positively burning message of the still more topical Mr. Bagehot. But it was Sir Henry Lucy, not yet dubbed a knight, who produced, if we may believe the official biographer and Sir Henry Dawson influence on his broadening thought, the debt was very gracefully acknowledged by the President long afterwards, in a letter which pays tribute to the interest you stirred many years ago in the action of public affairs in Great Britain. He added that he would always think of Sir Henry as one of his instructors. The whole story is one more example of the ineradicable romanticism of the New World, which led Henry James to the belief that great leaders in England conversed intelligently, if not always quite intelligibly, and drew Whistler to dramatize the Thames. One sees the American undergraduate hanging, spellbound, over Sir Henry Lucy's parliamentary notes, and rising from the table with bright eyes and burning cheeks to mutter, as he walked out among the chipmunks and prairie foxes, "I too will hold assemblies in the grip of my eloquence, like the Right Honorable George Sclaterbooth in me. Mr. Knatchbull Hugeson shall have his transatlantic counterpart," and one is inclined to wonder, as one rambles through the pages of what the President, remembering his constitutional obligations to the American language, described as the syndicated London letter, which of these amiable pages of political gossip it was that finally tilted the young Wilson on to that inclined plane which led to Washington and the Galerie des Glaces. Was it the picture of Mr. Disraeli on the Treasury bench, impassive arms, folded forelock, well in evidence, or the more vivacious scenes in which Mr. Bright, Mr. Gladstone, and Mr. Lowe chased one another across the mid-Victorian stage? No one, except Mr. Wilson, can say, but the anecdote lends point to the reissue of Sir Henry's notes, which always possess a high interest for political historians, apart from the addition which the story makes to their intrinsic value. The Life and Letters of Lady Dorothy Neville, by Ralph Neville, Methuen 18's Net. This is a most disappointing book. Of Lady Dorothy's charm and intelligence, we have had evidence in the 2 volumes published in her lifetime and edited by Mr. Neville. She certainly deserved a biography which should preserve for posterity a true portrait of one who typified what was best and most likable in a state of society that became historical even in her lifetime. Unfortunately, Mr. Neville has been content to give us merely gleanings of his mother's notebooks and postbag. He makes no effort at all at formal biography, keeps no sequence, and betrays no sense of proportion. The writing of the book is slack and formless, as for instance in such sentences as the following. No one probably knew more about the inner social history of her time than Lady Cork, a very clever woman who, long after she had ceased to be able to leave her couch, owing to her numerous visitors, kept herself excellently posted as to everything of interest which was on foot at the time of the Druce case. Being a confirmed invalid, her evidence, which would have completely put any claimant out of court, was taken on commission. The book is full of writing as careless as this, and is in consequence very trying to read. All one can do is to search through the volume for amusing stories of the world Lady Dorothy Neville adorned, and to make some guess at the character of the woman who could number among her friends Lord Clanricarde, Father Darling, Lord Beaconsfield, Mr. Chamberlain, Lord Lytton, and Mr. John Burns. The second task is difficult. One knows her better from that glowing portrait by Wattswich. We wish Mr. Neville had reproduced them from any of her letters given here. She was not a good letter writer, though better than some of her correspondents. She had both generosity and an aptitude for mischief, stout prejudices, but a lovable curiosity which prevented her being their slave. Her Toryism was of the young England variety, and never stopped her from making friends where she could. Her wit seems to have been a wit of personality rather than of mind, almost a spiritual glow, which is rarely apparent in the printed page of her family life. We are told practically nothing, not even the date of Mr. Reginald Neville's death is given. Many of the anecdotes in the book are old, but we have not met this before. Lady Pollington, Lady Dorothy Neville's sister, adored dancing, her love of which may be realized when it is stated that the night before her only son was born, she was at Lady Salisbury's dance in Arlington Street till 1:30, and her son was born at 3. New to us also is the story of the petition presented to the United States Congress by some zealots who entertained strong religious objections against the use of oil. Mr. Neville does not assign its precise date, but gives it as an instance of mid-Victorian bigotry. The signatories to this remarkable document prayed that a stop might be put to the irreverent and irreligious proceedings of various citizens in drawing petroleum from the bosom of the earth, thus checking the designs of the Almighty, who they said had undoubtedly stored it there with a view to the last day when all things shall be destroyed. Mr. Neville tells us one thing about his mother, which possibly reveals her character and the temper of her time more truly than anything else in the book. It seems to belong to the England of General Gordon and Lady Burton. Lady Dorothy practiced illumination, presumably as taught in the once popular Owen Jones volume. One of the works she executed was Hood's Song of the Shirt. Another was the Service for the Burial of the Dead, which she finished and signed in 1848, when 22 years of age. A curious instance of the strange mixture of seriousness and vivacity which went to form a highly original mind. Politics and Economics. Industry and Trade by Alfred Marshall Macmillan, 18's Net. Dr. Marshall's well-known Principles of Economics was published as long ago as 1890. For many years, he continued to work at the volume, with which he designed to follow that but weak health, as well as heavy professional duties, and much time devoted to the public service, made his progress slow. It is only now, therefore, after an interval of nearly 30 years, that he has been able to complete the present book. And even so, his scheme is not yet complete, for there is still a companion volume to come which will deal with influences on the conditions of man's life and work exerted by the resources available for employment, by money and credit, by international trade, and by social endeavor. Industry and Trade is a monument of lucidity and carefulness. Every student of economics will read it with interest. Even though it does not appear to throw much new light on the problems, it discusses. Dr. Marshall traces out for us, in a general way, the technical evolution of industry, both in this country and elsewhere. We have an analysis of the conditions which produced in turn the industrial leadership of Britain, of France, of Germany, of the United States. We have a minute discussion of the dominant tendencies of business organizations, the expansion of the unit, the application of scientific method, the problems of joint stock companies, of banking, of marketing. And finally, the question of monopolies is examined. American and German experience of trusts and cartels, the great movement towards aggregation, federation, and cooperation in British trade. Dr. Marshall writes throughout in a spirit of large and rather fatherly benevolence, here reproving some antisocial practices of trade unionism. They're gently censuring abuses of power by a trust. It is admirable, of course. But there are times when his elaborate avoidance of partisanship and his cautious noncommittal attitude leave the reader a little perplexed. Dr. Marshall tells us that his aim has been to present as accurate a picture as he can without advocating any particular conclusions. This is very well in a general way, but where an economic problem becomes an ethical problem, a conclusion may not be an altogether bad thing. There are 2 chapters devoted to a consideration of scientific management, in which the author has certainly achieved an almost superhuman impartiality. He thinks, as everyone does, that there is much that is valuable in the application of efficiency methods in industry. He does not think that the worker need be unduly strained by scientific management. He is apparently doubtful about the danger of monotony that it introduces. Finally, he suggests that though it be true that scientific management diminishes the need of the operative for resource and judgment in small matters, it may help him to estimate the characters of those who bear large responsibilities, unless and until he can do that democratic control of industry will be full of hazards. True, but some bolder critics will turn back a few pages and refer to a quotation given of some of Mr. F. W. Taylor's principles. All possible brainwork should be removed from the shop and centered in the planning department, leaving for the foreman and gang bosses work strictly executive. In its nature, each man must adapt his methods to the many new standards and grow accustomed to receiving and obeying directions covering details large and small which in the past have been left to his individual judgment. Will a manipulation of human beings on these lines really make ideal democratic controllers of industry, leaving the desirability or undesirability of such control out of the question? It will certainly be argued that Mr. Taylor's is not the way to get it. However, Dr. Marshall admits that American methods of scientific management will need to be somewhat modified before they can obtain a very wide acceptance in British industry. He does not discuss how they are being modified in their application in this country, where a good many experiments are actually being made. In general, the book presents us with a pretty bright picture of capitalist industry. There is much that needs to be altered, yet progress, we are reminded, has been great. Education has spread the standard of comfort of the working class, has risen enormously, and both competition and combination in Anglo-Saxon countries generally have been more inclined to construction than to destruction. Emulation has often given an incitement to exertion stronger than that which was derived from the desire for gain. We are not to be led away, therefore, by large socialistic schemes of reform. Collectivism would be unfavorable to the best solution of men for the most responsible work in industry. National guilds look only at the surface difficulties of business and promise to lead us into nothing but chaos. Inflation by J. Shield Nicholson. Roman 1000 A.Sc. Roman 500 Roman 100 Roman 500 FBA, Professor of Political Economy in the University of Edinburgh, King 3's 6D Net. Until the other day, we all thought we were threatened with national bankruptcy, and a great many people think so still, despite the recent rapid conversion to optimism of the government. And the House of Commons Professor Nicholson, we are sure, is not one of those who are impressed by the change. His interesting and outspoken little book may be summed up in 2 sentences. The principal cause of the disorder of the body politic is the abuse of paper money, and our present need is to get back to a sound monetary system and to get rid of the mirage of inflation. He does not believe in the theory that an internal debt makes no difference, that it is merely a transference from one set of pockets to another, and he does not think that the burden of the debt can be removed either by a capital levy or by a continuance of inflation, which, as he gloomily observes, is a popular remedy, both with the industrial and commercial classes. If that continues, its evils will continue: high profits, high wages, higher prices, and a general scarcity. The great practical difficulty is to stop the rise in prices. It may be done partly by greater output and lower profits, partly by reduced public expenditure, but above all by a reduction in the volume of paper currency. For that, Professor Nicholson observes, moral courage is needed, and also hard thinking. Irish Impressions by G.K. Chesterton Collins, 7s 6d net. These are the notes of a visit to Ireland during the dark days when a last effort was made to undo the blunders that had wrecked the great promise of Irish recruitment. Mr. Chesterton, in lamenting the fact that a large section of the Irish population remained neutral in the war, blames both sides. The case against England and the British government is familiar, but he argues however badly Ireland may have been treated in the past, and however the Irish situation was mishandled in the early days of the war, the Sinn Feiners are still to be blamed. They were as men who should have abstained from Marathon because of a quarrel with some archon, or refused to fight Attila. Because of a grievance against Tias, all civilization was at stake. That being so, even the claims of nationality should have been, if necessary, postponed, though, in fact, they would have been actually assisted had Ireland made the plunge. Mr. Chesterton states with characteristic force the existence of a definite Irish nationality, a thing to be perceived in any Irish home. As a practical politician, he believes that the extreme demand for separation can still, though time presses effaced, if Dominion home rule is offered. The bargaining peasant lives in the fighting rebel, and when even the last home rule scheme was postponed, a genuine disappointment was to be seen throughout Ireland. This is his central case. He argues it characteristically, that is to say, his method of exposition, by means of rapid generalizations, digressions, witticisms, allusions, will fascinate those who believe there is great sagacity behind his fireworks and irritate or bore those who habitually dislike him. In making out case for Ireland, he also makes out a case for a rural, a Catholic, and a distributive civilization. Everywhere there are quotable sayings. He speaks of the brilliant bitterness of Dublin and the stagnant optimism of Belfast. Modern industrial society, he says, is fond of problems, and therefore not at all fond of solutions. Arguing that on the outbreak of war England abjured her pro-Teutonist delusions, he says the Sinn Feiners fatally played with the thing they had always denounced. That is why the Easter Rising was really a black and insane blunder. It was not because it involved the Irish in a military defeat. It was because it lost the Irish a great controversial victory. The rebel deliberately let the tyrant out of a trap, out of the grinning jaws of the gigantic trap of a joke. Imperialism, he observes, is not an insanity of patriotism. It is merely an illusion of cosmopolitanism. Such epigrams, and there is always something in theme all over the book, but in two places where he is talking of the war and of Kettle's death, and where he celebrates the Christian virtues of charity and humility, he reaches an eloquence almost comparable to that of the magnificent passage at the close of his short History of England. That passage deserves to go into all anthologies of English prose henceforth compiled. The Handmaiden of the Navy by G.S. Dorley Williams, Norgate 6s net. There are still two books which ought to be written about the war. One is a real novel of the adventures and sufferings of the merchant service, and the other is a historical account of the partnership between the Navy and the merchant service, and that marvelous convoy organization which unobtrusively won the war. Mr. Dorley ought to help with the latter, but we hope he will not attempt the former. These stories, collected under a cumbrous and not too accurate title, are a painstaking but disappointing attempt to deal with both. Mr. Dorley has not the literary gifts necessary to do complete justice to the human side of his subject, though he faithfully pictures the very real camaraderie which the convoy established between the naval officer and the mercantile marine. All his sailors are of the hardy type made familiar by Bartimaeus, and the press his troopships plough their way across the leagues of ocean towards the great little island home. The sinking of a ship is another foul victory for the wretched Hun. It is a pity, because Mr. Dorley has clearly had a wide experience, and gives the fullest account we have yet seen of the intricacies and anxieties of convoy organization and escort work, though the convoy of his stories is a primitive affair. Compared with the perfected form of 1918, he is technically accurate and very thorough, and does not shrink from explaining such complexities as the methods of zigzagging, and he has an eye for the humorous sides of submarine warfare, but his accounts of exciting moments frankly do not excite, and the merchant captain who says "tut-tut" swallowing a lump in his throat does not move us, as perhaps he should. Yet it is an interesting little book, and until the theme receives the treatment it deserves, we hope it will be read. Poland and the Poles by a Bruce Boswell Methuen, 12/6 net. This is a useful and interesting book. It is, as Mr. Boswell says in his preface, a series of essays. In these essays, he deals with the Polish people, their national characteristics, their country history, literature, music, and art, their industry and commerce, and their future Poland, which has for centuries exercised a fascination. The romantic mind always makes good reading, and Mr. Boswell communicates his enthusiasm. He is perhaps not altogether untouched by that partisanship, which seems almost inevitably to fall upon the foreigner, who becomes intimately associated with any nation. The truth is that all the peoples of the earth have so many good qualities that it is impossible for anyone who is brought into contact with any one of them not to feel for it occasionally as a lover or a child. Mr. Boswell certainly feels for Poland as a lover, and his book is none the worse for that. At first, however, we thought that he was to prove one of those whose love of a particular nation engenders hate of other nations. Indeed, we hardly think that he is altogether fair to Russians, Jews, and others, but his prejudices are mild compared to those of most historians, and despite his frank bias towards the Polish outlook, when he comes to deal with so vexed a question as that of the Ukraine, he displays a praiseworthy impartiality. Sport. Success in Athletics, and How to Obtain It by F. A Roman 1000 Webster T. J. Price Jenkins, and R. Vivian Mostyn Sidgwick Jackson 10/6 net. Every man is more or less an athlete, and training begins in the cradle and ends with the grave. At least it should do. Unfortunately, many people of our generation were brought up in the languid atmosphere of Victorianism, where ill health was tolerated, almost worshipped. In due time we went to school. If it was summer, we played cricket; if winter, we played football; if spring, we ran races and jumped jumps and threw hammers. But as for any real education in physical culture or athletics, we had none. Every young athlete should read Success in Athletics, for in it he will find very simple and very excellent advice as to how to train for every branch of field sport. The elements of success upon which stress is laid are as follows. First, to choose a branch of athletics suitable to the build of the individual. Second, to build up the necessary muscles by training at home and in the gymnasium long before practices are carried out on the track. Third, to study the scientific side of the particular sport chosen, so as to acquire a perfect style and to economize energy to the utmost extent. The book begins very properly with a tribute of respect to athletes who have fallen in the war. Then chapters follow on running, jumping, hurdling, and throwing weights of all descriptions. There are also chapters on diet, massage, and clothing, and an appendix on leg exercises. The book is illustrated with admirable photographs, but it is a pity that these are not placed more in accordance with the text. The chapter on hurdling is among the best. The hurdler must be tall, fairly slim, and well split up, which being interpreted means that his height must be contained in his legs rather than in his body. He must build up the strength of his legs by special exercises such as high kicking, the splits, and skipping. And there is yet another admirable exercise. The athlete in a sitting position puts himself into the attitude of a hurdler. Topping a hurdle, the left leg is stretched straight out, the right leg is at right angles to it, the knee is bent, and the inside of the leg is resting on the ground. The exercise consists in raising the body so that only the left heel and the inner side of the right calf are resting on the ground. It is a most painful and excellent exercise. We are glad to see that in the chapter on diet, athletes are warned against an excess of meat. One good meat meal A day is all that is recommended meat besides its nourishment, contains many poisonous substances, which are with difficulty eliminated from the system. Many a good athlete has been wasted through inattention to this fact. The chapter on massage is to our mind inadequate. In the last chapter, the following passage occurs. It is felt that a new epoch of athleticism in Great Britain is about to commence, that an entirely new breed of athletes will arise or be recruited from the ranks of those who through 4.5 years of war have learned the true meaning of discipline and the importance of close attention to the least little detail of instruction. Now, we all feel that something good must come after all this suffering, and Slaughter the Briton has proved that he is possessed of true greatness. How can this greatness be turned to full account? Let us give up once for all this idea of record-breaking and producing freaks who can jump an inch higher than any other man or throw a hammer a foot farther at best. That is a very low ideal, and such overspecialization produces ugliness and unhealthiness. The only kind of athlete that we want to contemplate is the all-round athlete who can run fast and far, jump high and broad, and have sufficient strength for heavy events. An instance of what we mean occurs in this book. The pictures of E. Flaxman show a magnificent athlete of about 11 stone. Such a man would have to compete in heavy events with mountains of flesh weighing 20 stone. Hence, all Flaxman's symmetry and grace and style are wasted, and the mountain wins the points for his side. This is all wrong. We should abandon the practice of selecting one athlete for one event. We should have teams composed of all-round athletes, each of whom competes in all events. These athletes will not break records, but they will be super athletes, such as a great nation should aim at producing. When we have got rid of this odious specialization, it will be time to aim still higher and produce not only the all-round athlete, but the all-round man made up of mind, character, and muscle, all developed to the utmost extent. Philosophy. An Invisible Kingdom by W. S. Lilly Chapman Hall, 15s net. The late Mr. Lilly was a Roman Catholic journalist who combined attachment to his faith with adherence to a benevolent paternalism. In politics, this posthumous volume, edited by Dr. William Barry, is partly concerned with political and sociological problems, though there are 2 essays on memory and sleep, which do little but review current opinion on those 2 functions. The political essays suffer from their date. Although fond of appeals to history, Mr. Lilly discusses the affairs of the moment from the angle of the moment. There is much talk of universality, but very little application. Indeed, at times, one doubts if he could have seen the precise significance of his opinions. For instance, he was a determined opponent of democracy and quotes with approval Mill's statement that equal voting is in principle wrong, and he proceeds to state a doctrine of political justice which does not differ in principle from that stated by Trotsky. Where Mr. Lilly and Trotsky would differ is, of course, on the question into whose hands political power was to be put. Also, one finds it difficult to understand how a Roman Catholic can agree as Mr. Lilly does with Ibsen's creed. The minority is always right. Here are Mr. Lilly's words. If there is one lesson written more legibly than another in the annals of the world, it is that majorities are almost always wrong, but that is the prerogative of minoritas, nay, it may even be of a minority of one. That is the verdict of history. It holds good of all ages. Mr. Lilly might contend that he is not bound to square his opinions with St. Augustine's securus judicat orbis terrarum, but how can his statement be reconciled with the practice of his church? All general councils, which decide Catholic dogma, have come to their decisions by taking a vote and accepting the verdict of the majority. This has been so from the Council of Jerusalem to the Vatican Council. Are we to believe that only in matters ecclesiastical the minority is wrong? Mr. Lilly was also rather apt to substitute mere statement for argument. Thus, in discussing the modern position of women, he writes, "Of course, reason itself declares that on the physical and psychical inequality of the sexes, and on the willing obedience of the weaker, the happiness of both depends. It is the lesson which Shakespeare has worked out with consummate art in The Taming of the Shrew. It is evident that whatever may be thought by a modern man or woman about the equality of the sexes, no satisfactory argument can be based on the premise that women's physical and psychical inferiority is an axiom. In his discussion on socialism and on trades unions, Mr. Lilly displays. The same incapacity to understand his opponent's starting point, he has plenty of sense and a desire for fairness, which makes him quote Aquina's declaration on riches that they are only lawful if they are possessed justly and used in a proper manner for the owner and other sand apply it to modern fortunes. His last essay is on Newman and is rather inadequate as it appears to have been written without reference to Mr. Wilfred Ward's life. It is too early to write about that excessively human, lovable spirit in the artificial language of the official hagiographer. There are, however, sentences which arouse interest. We do not remember seeing it stated before that late in life. Newman perused translations of the Critiques of the Pure and the Practical Reason pen in hand. That was his usual way and made some notes on them. It would be interesting to see these notes. Emerson and His Philosophy by J. Arthur Hill, W. Rider 3's 6D Net. This brief essay on Emerson is marked by enthusiasm and shows evidence of a wide acquaintance with Emerson's works, but is otherwise unremarkable. Mr. Hill gives a brief biography of his hero and then discusses him in relation to his views on religion science, with chapters on Emerson's style, poetry, and criticism. His last chapter is a brief resume of English traits and representative men, treating those very readable books as if they were essays in some unknown language. Mr. Hill's own opinions hardly inspire one with confidence in his capacity to interpret emotions. Beautiful language, true poetry, often contains little truth and not much passion. We feel that the poetry is in the beauty of the images evoked, or in the sheer unanalyzable charm of the words. As sounds, or more generally both, combine, the more thought there is in poetry, the less poetical it is. There is much virtue in inverted commas, and no doubt thought is absent from the Antigone, the Divina Commedia, Hamlet, Paradise Lost, Tintern Abbey, and The Ring, and The Book. But we cannot follow Mr. Hill in his contention that these poems lack truth or passion, nor indeed can we remember any poem of which his remark would be true. Mr. Hill's observations on Emerson's style and his biographical portions of the essay are not quite so off the mark. Few readers will accept his very high estimate of Emerson, and he fails to remove our suspicion that the great American writer, who was never known to laugh, was at times perilously near being an ordinary prig. As to Emerson's influence on his contemporaries and successors, it is generally underestimated. The essays in particular are always a delight to youth and are read with avidity by boys at the most impressionable age. A great deal of modern individualism, of modern defiance, which is often put down to the discredit of Ibsen or Nietzsche or Blake, is really due to Emerson. He was the first eminent man to preach disobedience as an ethical duty. His conscience was always uneasy if he caught himself conforming, and this uneasiness, which a more vigorous man in a more natural society would have recognized as an emotional mood, Emerson distorted into a kind of counsel of perfection. Whoso would be a man must be a nonconformist, he proclaims exaltedly, not seeing that this sentiment has, as a generalization, already been contradicted by his birth and his marriage, and is to be finally quashed by his death. Science. A treatise on gyroscopic and rotational motion by Andrew Gray, FRS Macmillan, 42's net. It was quite time that we had in English a standard treatise on gyroscopic motion. Space is of course devoted to the subject in various well-known textbooks on rigid dynamics, and there are one or two good little books of an elementary nature, such as Perry's Spinning Tops and Crabtree's Spinning Tops and Gyroscopic Motion. But hitherto the man in search of detailed information on problems concerning tops in the widest sense has had to go to Klein and Sommerfeld's theory des Kreisels if he could not find what he wanted in Sir George Greenhill's report. That Professor Gray should be the man to supply our want is only fitting. At the University of Glasgow, where he succeeded to the chair of natural philosophy left vacant by Lord Kelvin's death, an interest in gyroscopic motion is traditional, and Professor Gray inherited a collection of apparatus for experiment in this field, which he has extended by many ingenious and convenient forms of gyroscope described in the book. Before us, his own researches on the general dynamics of gyroscopic systems have added clearness to that branch of applied mathematics, and his son, is an expert in the design and application of practical gyrostats, a judicious combination of experimental and theoretical treatment forms the great attraction of Professor Gray's book. The problems of gyroscopic motion range from the behavior of the schoolboy's top to that of this great top, the Earth, and include a great number of engineering applications. The torpedo is kept in its course by a gyroscope. The gyroscopic compass, which makes no use of magnetic properties, has rendered possible the navigation of a submerged submarine. Schlick invented a gyroscopic apparatus, which has been tried successfully in small ships for keeping a vessel from rolling in a rough sea. With Brennan's monorail, the car is kept upright by means of a gyroscopic device, and many other ingenious uses have been made of the seemingly paradoxical properties of spinning tops. The gyroscopic compass is unfortunately not treated in Professor Gray's book, nor is there any account of other naval and military applications of the gyroscope, since the author, finding that the official secrecy necessarily imposed at the time of writing would prevent him giving anything but a fragmentary account, has preferred to reserve his discussion of these appliances to a promised second volume. Very little is said of the monorail. In fact, Brennan's name is not mentioned, which is less explicable. Many practical applications of gyroscopic theory to such problems as the drift of projectiles, golf balls, and boomerangs, the last named treated necessarily in a very general manner, come up for consideration, and the Diabolo, child of a passing craze, is resurrected to provide an example of the effect of equality of the principal moments of inertia on the stability of rotation of a body under no forces. Most attention is, however, given to the first two subjects mentioned above, the top spinning on a flat surface and the Earth spinning through space, which are of course the classical problems in rotational dynamics. It need scarcely be said that Sir George Greenhill's work is abundantly cited. In the present work, my aim has been to refer as far as possible each gyrostatic problem directly to first principles, and to derive the solutions by steps which could be interpreted at every stage of the progress, says the author in his preface, and he has followed this aim with considerable success. It is, of course, impossible to treat many of the problems of rotational dynamics without mathematical analysis of some complexity, and a knowledge of elliptic functions and such-like weapons of the applied mathematician lies perhaps outside the scope of the average engineer and inventor. Professor Gray, who deplores the present ignorance of inventors in the matter of gyroscopic motion, has kept the needs of this class before him, and has taken care to arrange his matter so that those who cannot always follow the mathematical exposition given can at least gain a clear knowledge of the results. The first chapter, which contains no mathematical symbols, forms an excellent introduction to the subject, and is quite elementary. And elsewhere in the book, when practical problems such as the drift of a projectile are being discussed, the nature of the investigation is stated as simply as may be. Throughout, the inquiry is illustrated as far as possible by experiment and diagram. Les Anglais enseignent la mécanique comme une science expérimentale sur le continent en l'expose taugers, plus au moins comme une science déductive, et a priori si sont les Anglais qui ont raison cela va sans dire. In these words, the late Henry Poincare, the greatest mathematician of his generation, praised the British tradition of teaching dynamics as an experimental subject, which is so well maintained in this book. Some specialists, no doubt, will find minor omissions in their subject, but on the whole, with the exceptions already noted, the book is very complete. It is printed with the well-known elegance in all that pertains to mathematical symbols of the firm of Robert MacLehose, and the general production is very good. We do not understand, however, why the illustrations in the first chapter are nearly all reproduced a second time further on in the book, especially as they are mostly photographs of apparatus, which do not necessitate frequent reference. And the question that has to be asked so often with English books: is the index so defective? Everyday Efficiency, a Practical Guide to Efficient Living by Forbes Lindsay W. Ryder, Son, 4's 6D Net. It is stated in the preface that the material of this practical guide to efficient living has been used extensively as a correspondence course, so that anyone who is thinking of paying pounds to be taught by post how to be efficient can save most of his money. All the most notable authorities on efficiency Ike Marvel Buddha, Arnold Bennett, Walter, Dill Scott Prentice Mulford, Yoritomo Tashi, and Baudelaire to what the last-named said, is added what he might have said ere quoted. Many varieties of type and a liberal use of capital letters add to the strenuousness of the book. There is much about ideals ultimate and other ideals, and much about money, much about character formation, and much about vocational efficiency. We attribute our own inefficiency largely to the fact that we cannot whistle, for this seemingly trivial accomplishment is of far-reaching use. Whistle and wear a smile for 15 minutes, and you will most assuredly begin to feel cheerful. Sing and whistle as you dress, but again, we have not done the essential thing, which is we are told to read the lessons of the course again and again, and to devote close thought to them. Alas, we fell a victim to waning will, a fault early handled in the book, and although somewhat comforted to learn that it is a common form of weakness, we could not bring ourselves to adopt the cure, which is when a resolution is formed, record it definitely in your file under the head of ideals. Aspirations, tasks, duties, or other appropriate designation. The appropriate designation for the reading of this book is undoubtedly task. The author, who has also written books entitled Efficiency and The Psychology of a Sale, is a man who has evidently obeyed his own great precept: don't admit any limit to your attainment and capacity. His intense self-respect will prevent him feeling hurt on learning that a smile is the only aid to efficiency which we have derived from his book. Anaphylaxis and Anti-Anaphylaxis by Dr. Abasredka, English edition by S. Roodhouse Gloin Heinemann 6's net. Medical research bears so directly on the well-being of every one of us that it is astonishing that more people do not take an interest in it. The existing indifference may be attributed partly to the lack of good popular books describing recent advances in an easily comprehensible way, partly to the nomenclature adopted by the medical profession, which is apt to frighten the layman into imagining that the exotic polysyllables in question can be used only for phenomena of unimaginable complexity and obscurity. Complex they always are, of course, with the complexity of all natural manifestations, but very often the main lines of the problems which have arisen and the methods of attack can be stated in plain language. The book before us, which deals with the profoundly interesting subject of anaphylaxis, is not avowedly written for the enlightenment of the public, yet it is in most parts accessible to anybody with a slight knowledge of medicine, and not being a popular book, it has the advantage of being free from the erroneous generalizations so often introduced in presenting a branch of science to the lay reader. The subject is described as one still in the course of development, and is not given that false air of completion so dear to the popularizer. The phenomena of anaphylaxis are among the most striking in medical science, and have only recently been investigated, for although isolated cases of what we should now call anaphylaxis had been previously noted, Richet was the first to show the significance and extent of the subject in his memoir of 1902, in which he established many of the most important points. The essence of anaphylaxis is that the injection into an animal of a small quantity of one of certain substances which, in some cases, are and in others are not poisons with a poison, the dose must of course be less than the fatal one, puts the animal in a particular sensitive state, so that a very small second injection produces fatal results of a very violent and well-marked character. Some time must elapse after the first injection for the sensitive state to establish itself, and the second injection must be of exactly the same nature as the first, this latter fact constituting the so-called specificity of the anaphylactic effect. This specificity has been applied for identifying blood of a doubtful source, since an animal which has been sensitized with an injection of blood from a given species is sensitive only to blood of the same species. Further, the blood of an animal in the sensitive state can be used to render another animal sensitive, a result known as passive anaphylaxis. The important bearing of anaphylaxis on clinical practice is obvious, with therapeutic sera accidents have been fairly common in the past. Grave effects following a second injection. This is a pure anaphylactic phenomenon. Much research has been done to find out methods of preventing the anaphylactic shock, and the most important advances in the field of anti-anaphylaxis are due to Dr. Abasredka. His book naturally devotes much space to this aspect of the study and gives details of the successful technique which he has developed, he worked mainly on guinea pigs, having obtained extreme regularity of reaction with these animals. His most important result, both from the theoretical and the practical standpoint, is that vaccination against anaphylaxis can be produced by a system of gradually increasing doses, starting with the injection of a very small amount of the substance in question. This has led to a routine for serum injection by graduated doses, which has been successful. Averting serum sickness, Besredka's interpretation of his results is against Richet's theory that the second injection combines with a substance, the toxinin present in the serum, as a consequence of the first injection, and so produces a poison, the apotoxin. He considers rather that the reaction of the injected substance, the antigen with the substance already formed, which he calls sensibility in itself, produces the fatal result by disturbing the equilibrium of certain nerve cells. Where the combination takes place by graduating the doses, the reaction is watered down into a series of slight shocks, so that the great shock produced by a single injection is spread over a comparatively large time and becomes innocuous. He finds an analogy between the effect and the mixing of water and sulfuric acid. If the water is poured in quickly, there is an explosive action, but if it is added gradually, the combination takes place without violence. In our opinion, the anaphylactic poison does not exist. There are a great number of interesting experiments cited in the book, which we cannot mention here. The translator has done his work well. Although we do not like some of his importations from the French, it should not be impossible to find expression more English than titter of toxicity and fulminating cases. He has added an excellent chapter on recent work on anaphylaxis. We are glad to see at last a short work in English on the subject, which is one of the most fascinating fields in modern medicine. Somebody should translate and bring up to date Richet's excellent little book. It is a pity that the nomenclature of the subject cannot be made uniform. The new teaching series of practical textbooks. Applied Botany by G.S. Roman 1000 Ellis. Foundations of Engineering by W.H. Spikes. Chemistry from the Industrial Standpoint by P. Roman 100 Roman 50 Thorn. Harder Stoughton 4s, 6D net each. This new series is rather pompously announced as striving to build up the new humanism on the basis of the student's immediate economic interest and environment, which implies a considerable modification of the accepted meaning of humanism. We translate this as meaning that it is intended to give the reader some idea of the various sciences and arts as they find application in industry and commerce. This is a worthy object, and on the whole the books are simple and interesting expositions of the utilitarian aspect of the sciences in question. There is perhaps inevitably a tendency to hurry over fundamental difficulties, which will not, we think, leave an intelligent student satisfied. For instance, to say that a force is whatever changes motion without further explanation may well puzzle the reader who knows that he can push against a heavy stone without producing any apparent motion. However, there is a distinct place for books of this general character, which do good work by showing to a wide audience the peaceful achievements of science and its practical aspects. They act as a counterblast to the deadening tradition of rule of thumb. The industrial chemistry is particularly comprehensive and has an excellent set of original diagrams of industrial plant. The series is well printed and well illustrated, and for present times moderately priced. It deserves wide recognition. Projective Vector Algebra by Roman 50 Silberstein G. Bell Sons, 7/6D net. It is not often that a book appears describing an essential advance in pure mathematics, which is intelligible to the man of moderate attainments. In that sciencebi moderate attainments, we mean such knowledge of mathematics as is picked up in 1 or 2 years at a university. Dr. Silberstein, who is well known in this country for his original work, especially in connection with the theory of relativity, has in his projective vector algebra developed his latest researches in geometry in a form which is attractive and free from pedantic formalities, and has throughout aimed at simplicity of expression, in contrast to certain modern mathematicians who endeavor to lend importance to minor conventional problems by a bewildering display of definitions and theorems. The essential novelty of the book, from which the whole theme is developed, is the generalized definition of the addition of vectors, which does not need any construction of parallel lines, but depends solely on a straight line construction, making use of the points, where the vectors cut an arbitrary fixed straight line. Dr. Silberstein's definition is a generalization of the Euclidean one to which it reduces if the arbitrary line just mentioned is moved away to infinity, and if the space is Euclidean, the knowledge of geometry which is demanded is little more than the usual postulates of projective geometry and Desargues' theorem. From his definition, the author proceeds to prove the associative law, and then, after dealing with the equality of non-coinitial vectors, gives many interesting uses of the generalized vector algebra. The proof of Pascal's theorem gives a striking example of the power and simplicity of the new method, and the whole treatment of conics will delight the student of projective geometry altogether. The book is a very original and striking contribution to a fascinating branch of mathematics. Book production notes by J. H. Mason. The important work done by the private presses of the last 25 years will probably be found to be in its results more far-reaching than that done in any other artistic craft, for in addition to giving the world monumental editions of chosen works, such as the Kelmscott Chaucer, the Dove's Bible, and the Ashendene Dante, they have set up the right standards in type lettering, margins, spacing, paper illustration, and binding. Even in binding, they have set a standard that can be widely applied for the linen back and paper sides that were good enough for a Kelmscott press book, set an example of wholesome plainness that has done a great deal to improve the task of publisher and public. The publisher of this generation is in strong reaction, as a rule, against the cloth-gilt extra of his father and grandfather. The Artistic Crafts series, edited by Professor W. R. Lethaby, is a notable example of such a plain, useful cover. One of the earliest, the first I think of this series, was that dealing with bookbinding, and doubtless this was largely the cause of the series starting right. In the matter of covers, one regrets that there wasn't a printer available to have influenced the choice of type and dimensions of the Pagith series that is satisfactory in both respects, has not yet been published. Type paper proportions of printed page and margins, and finally the cover are the chief matters to be considered in producing a satisfactory book, and all of these cost no more, with the exception of paper when right, than when they are unsatisfactory. Even in the matter of paper, there is a wide range of choice in normal times at every price above the very cheapest. One generally sees the best attempts at book production in small volumes of verse. Some of them are very attractive and show that care and thought have been spent in producing them, yet as a rule they show some weakness, some lapse, to which the amateur is liable. The Little Book of Verse Arcades, Ambo by Lily Dougal and Gilbert Sheldon, published by Blackwell of Oxford, is an instance. A pleasant type based on that of Jensen, the Venetian printer, pleasing both in design and weight. The thin lines are not in strong contrast to the thicks predisposes us in favor of the book at first glance. The normal margins are good without being excessive, but they are spoilt on most openings by the dropped beginnings of each poem, thus on pages 22-23, instead of the tail margins being 3/4 of an inch more than the head margins, the normal they are practically equal. The result is that the type appears uncomfortably low on the page, yet the good Venetian capital lines would have given an excellent line to the top of the page. The 3-line initials are not in keeping with the capitals of the text, for their thin strokes are in too great a contrast with their thick strokes. Moreover, they are of a different shape. Note the T in the text, and compare with the initial on page 22, the little black ornament in the headlines, and the arrangement of the title page and the label are also unsatisfactory. The presswork is good, the inking of the type being full and even, and does the good design of the type full justice. Another book with pleasant margins, perhaps a little more at the head, would have been an improvementis. Max Beerbohm's 7 Men, published by W. M. Heinemann. Miss Dane's legend is roughly uniform with it to secure a good forge margin without unduly shortening the line. The book is half an inch wider than the ordinary crown octavo. This gives a squarer format, which is much preferable to the ordinary octavo. Such a format, too, gives the binder, in case the book is thought worth a leather binding, a chance to make a good design for the sides. Ordinary octavo precludes certain good designs. I cannot commend the modern type which has been chosen for this book, but I will discuss modern type on some other occasion. A Letter from America. New York, November 1919. American life, as it now is, would seem to make original literary production almost impossible. Energy here cannot work distinctively. It is forced at its very birth into one or the other prepared channel. No one who has not lived in this country can have any conception of the unrelenting and unremitting drive that would subdue and does subdue all thought, all feeling to mediocrity. It is a drive of vast circumference. No single activity, whether political or artistic or religious, can escape it. Religion, indeed, it has destroyed. There is no religion in America. The experiences of religion can only be felt by the man who has realized himself as an individual terribly separate and distinct from all others, an individual whose soul has awful significance as a thing in itself, a thing eternally unmatched, forever recognizable by God. Such conceptions cannot breathe the American air. Neither terror nor mystery have room within the borders of this skeptical and destructive continent. The implacable rule prevails that the soul may have no adventures of its own. Adventures indeed there are, and many. You can go in for anything you lick, everybody dose, provided that you go in for it in groups. You may present yourself for the smearing of a particular brush. You may band yourself with those who have received a similar treatment. You may become a society man, a church worker, a Bolshevik revolutionary, a philanderer, a writer of verse, libre, a realistic sex novelist, a cubist, or a futurist. But whatever you become, you will always know precisely where you are, and precisely what will come of your being there. Every square inch of your region will be defined, and the conventionalities of every cult are essentially identical. The set phrases of the man about town or the church worker have the same ring as the set phrases of the littérateur. The raisers of the standards of artistic or political revolt will expound their theories in just the same way, except for the mere words, as the businessman will expound his. The various samples of modern American free verse resemble one another quite as closely, keep quite as deliberately clear of individual distinction as do the articles in the magazines of culture or the jokes in the comic sections of the Sunday papers. Their own conventions weigh no less heavily on the unconventional than the most hidebound provincials do on him. Even the wicked know what is expected of them, and they know less than the virtuous answer public expectation, conventional or unconventional, virtuous or wicked. All enact their ordered and calculable roles according to schedule. There can be nothing unexpected anywhere, nothing that can startle or embarrass or discomfort or strike wonder. Can we say then that literature, like wickedness and virtue, like religion and, of course, education, does not and cannot exist at all in America? Is it really true that nothing at this moment can be expected from the land of Edgar Allan Poe and Walt Whitman has America? No authentic poet now writing, no novelist even granting that American conditions are intolerable to the man of artistic impulse, and that most artists must be paralyzed by them or forced to a sterile cleverness. Must there not be some at least who will react violently and at least interestingly, and with a certain distinction against the pressure of their period? How about Mr. Theodore Dreiser and Mr. Edgar Lee, masters? What of the novels of Mr. Joseph Hergesheimer? Is not Mr. Dreiser at least original? Have not critics of well-reputed judgment written strongly moved of his deep original mysticism, that mysticism which penetrates the rough, chaotic surface of American life and lays bare its primitive foundations? Has not the genius of Mr. Dreiser been credited with the impetus of a huge cosmic plow? Yes, and in America, one can understand an enthusiasm for Mr. Dreiser, but only in America. This writer has courage that is undeniable, the courage to look with the naked eye at as much of American life as he can bring within his heavily blinkered vision. It is not a slight thing to have achieved so direct a gaze in a country where sentimental make-believe triumphs more amazingly and more comically than in any other country under the sun. On this account, we can forgive Mr. Dreiser his unequaled incapacity for artistic selection, his unvarying preference for making 50 or 100 sentences do the work of one. We can forgive him the dullness of his aesthetic nerve, his mountainously heaped banalities of phrase, his grinding tediousness, his incoherence, clumsiness that produces the distressing effect of some obtruded physical deformity, At least he has done something. He has given us a sense of the Middle West that is almost as depressing, almost as spiritually devastating as any that actual contact with the Middle West itself can produce. He is a realist, and it is an extraordinary feat of heroism to be a realist in America. But if Mr. Dreiser had written in any European country, he could not have been read. The tremendous strain that he imposes on his readers is only tolerable because they feel that he is doing something, or with the throaty groans and gastric rumbles of an elderly Hercules badly out of condition, trying to do something that no one else has found the nerve or the stomach to attempt. It will be asked if Mr. Edgar Lee Masters has not also the distinction of having dared to tell the truth in a land where whenever truth shows itself, public opinion is instantly on the alert to suppress. It does not the author of the Spoon River anthology expose powerfully and memorably the vices of the respectable provincial bourgeois, the pillars of society? But again, the question may be raised: did the Spoon River anthology enjoy its vogue on account of its power and distinction as a work of art, or on account of the unusualness that lay in the subjection of American material to treatment of the kind Guy de Maupassant had long since the same idea as Mr. Edgar Lee Masters, and de Maupassant executed it with genius? If a European coming after de Maupassant, after Ibsen, had written such an anthology from, say, the Potteries with so much less than de Maupassant's or Ibsen's power, would his work have made any noticeable impression? Time will show. Indeed, it has done much to show already how much less formidable Mr. Masters' power is, and how unfortunate that, induced by the success of Spoon River, Mr. Masters should have committed himself to other verserheimed verse schoolboy exercises, limping after models odios, in expression commonplace, in thought. Mr. Masters writes in America, there is nothing to keep him back. Mr. Dreiser, it is true, has never done anything quite so deplorable as the later verse of Mr. Masters. The tendencies of the author of the Titan and the Genius go another way. Intrigued by the fantasies of pseudoscientific speculation, he has of late taken to writing queerly and embarrassingly juvenile plays and stories about energies that form the subject matter of physics. He makes ponderous Teutonic play with electrons and the like, or stung by the crass persecution of American Puritanism, he writes grimly and solemnly and staidly about lust turning pornographer out of a quaint and harassed sense of moral duty, or it may be merely out of obstinate combativeness under impulse to retaliation. Mr. Dreiser is at least a phenomenon of psychological interest. There are no poets who are in any way observable, but there is Mr. Joseph Hergesheimer, whose novels have been highly commended on both sides of the Atlantic. Indeed, his style, self-conscious, though it has an unquestionable claim to serious regard, his honesty in characterization, his vigor, his sense of the running sap of human existence, his energy in narrative, all mark him out. We can hardly, after our later experience of them, expect any new values, any development from Mr. Dreiser or from Mr. Masters. We can justifiably expect a good deal more from Mr. Hergesheimer than we have yet had, for he has only begun The Three Black Pennies and Java. Head point the way perhaps to much more considerable novels. Mr. Hergesheimer, far less unsurely than any other American writer of today, gives us hope for the future of American literature. To anyone familiar with the conditions of American life, it is amazing that he should have been able to write so well, to advance so far under so heavy a handicap. But of course, no conditions of life are all-powerful. The individual will in the end escape from under the blight and the burden of any general mass. Whatsoever partial evasions herald complete release in 10 years' time, maybe in 20, will be very different letters to be written from America. News there is little. Mr. Nicholas Vachel Lindsay, the one American writer of verse who shows signs of genius, is projecting a visit to England, and Mr. Hugh Walpole, Lord Dunsany, and Mr. Drinkwater are touring the country, as so many of their British colleagues have done before. Mr. Walpole's addresses are very popular. Mr. Drinkwater has been more than once to Springfield, the shrine of Abraham Lincoln, in whom he now has a sort of property, and Lord Dunsany has been lecturing to a large audience at the Olean Hall in this city. His reception was marred by excited interruptions from patriotic Irishwomen who wanted to know why he had ignored the grievances of his country. In a despairing way, he repeated again, And again, I am a poet, not a politician. R.E. Roman 100. Learned societies, etc. The Society of Antiquaries. The influence of the war is plainly seen in the Society's program for the coming session, and the prospect of exploring the ancient seats of civilization hitherto under Turkish rule will give general satisfaction. The Latin monastic buildings of the Church of the Holy Sepulchre will be described and illustrated, and a mosaic pavement found at Gerrar during the advance in Palestine will be discussed in Mesopotamia. Official excavations have been carried out at Ur of the Chaldees, Abu Sharain, and El Obid, a Sumerian figure, has been found dating from the pre-Semitic period, and a marble slab of about 1200 A. Roman 500, carved with a double-headed eagle, has found its way to the British Museum from the neighborhood of Diyarbakir. The heraldry of Cyprus and recent excavations in that island are other items from abroad, but discoveries at home will not be neglected. The megalithic monument, known as Wayland's Smithy, caricatured by Scott in Kenilworth, was thoroughly examined last summer. A report is promised on excavations at Templeborough, a Roman camp between Sheffield and Rotherham, and a small ivory carving of the later Anglo-Saxon period from St. Cross will take rank as a rarity of peculiar charm. It reached Winchester Museum unprotected among a miscellaneous collection of fossils. The Philological Society. The Society was just preparing to recover from the loss it suffered by the death of Dr. Furnivall. When the war broke out, the officials had to do their best to keep the Society going whilst many members were away. A tentative, unofficial revival of the annual report was made official and permanent, but several winter meetings were suppressed on grounds of war economy. The question of a proposed official phonetic transcription came before the Council, which also considered that of adhesiones, a section to the British Association in 1917. The 75th anniversary of the Society's foundation was celebrated. Recent publications include The Tale of the Armament of Igor, a Roman 500, translated from the Russian by Leonard A. Magnus, an address on Jacob Grimm, and a paper by Sir James Wilson K. Roman 100, S. Roman 1, on the dialect of the New Forest in Hampshire, as spoken in the village of Burley. The president this year is Sir Israel Garlanks, and the secretary Mr. Leonard Roman 100 Wharton, of 31 Greville Road, NW. 6 forthcoming meetings at University College will be held on December 5th, January 9th, and February 6th. The subjects being existing parts of speech distinctions have no topical basis. Mr. H. O. Coleman, a Middle English topic Sir Roman 1 Garlanks, and the perception of sound Dr. W. Perrott. New members are wanted. The subscription is £1. The Society for the Protection of Ancient Buildings. We are hearing at the present moment a good deal about the enabling bill, and considerable interest has been evinced at the large majority which approved its second reading. This is not without its bearing on a matter in which the Society for the Protection of Ancient Buildings feels very strongly. Roman 1e, that the laity should not only have a voice in church legislation, but that where church buildings, which may legitimately be looked on as national possessions of the highest value, are concerned, the public has a right to know of improvements or additions which may be in contemplation, and to express its approval or disapproval of any such scheme. 2 cases which have come to the notice of the Society within the last 2 months have brought this subject again to the fore. In the present condition of things, the dean and chapter of a cathedral can exercise an arbitrary ruling over the structure under its charge, which none can gainsay. In certain cases, doubtless, no great harm may result even from the arbitrary decision of a small body of men who may or may not have any architectural or archaeological knowledge. But the past bears many glaring instances in which succeeding generations have had good reason to deplore that in a preceding age a dean and chapter has held undisputed sway and worked its way. What is needed is that it should be made illegal to add to or alter a cathedral, in fact, to do anything beyond ordinary works of upkeep, which do not involve removing stones or timbers from the structure without the permission of either the advisory board set up under the Ancient Monuments Act 1913, or if the church would prefer it, some advisory board on which the opinion of such societies as the Society of Antiquaries, the Royal Institute of British Architects, and this society would be represented equally with the dignitaries of the Church. This is a case about which the public should express its opinion so strongly that a revision of the existing system would inevitably follow. The Egypt Exploration Fund. The Egypt Exploration Fund is arranging a series of lectures to be given in the rooms of the Royal Society Burlington House by the kind permission of the President and Council. The lectures are primarily for the benefit of its own members and subscribers, but others will be admitted by tickets, which can be obtained gratis by application to the Secretary of the Egypt Exploration Fund, 13 Tavistock Square, W Roman 100. The first of these lectures was delivered on Friday, November 21st at 8 p. Roman 1000. The chair was taken by Professor Percy G. Newberry, and the lecture entitled The Egyptian Origin of the Alphabet was given by Mr. T. Eric Peat, who urged the view that both the North Semitic and South Semitic alphabets from which together the Greek alphabet was derived were derived in their turn from a common source, which was taken on the acrophonic principle from Egyptian hieroglyphics. This argument is largely based on the inscriptions discovered in 1905 at Serebit al-Qadim in the Sinai Peninsula by an expedition of the Egypt Exploration Fund. The fund has recently published a pamphlet dealing with its aims and accomplishments, in which it is pointed out that Egyptology today demands more precise and scientific methods than were formerly employed, and that as Egypt is now a protectorate of the British Empire, the responsibility for safeguarding the records of its history must be accepted by this country in a fuller measure than heretofore. The Royal Numismatic Society. At a meeting of the Royal Numismatic Society on November 20th, Mr. Harold Mattingly read a paper on the Republican origins of the Roman imperial coinage. His main contention was that the imperial coinage was the direct successor not of the Republican Mint of Rome, but of the coinage of the imperator in the provinces as issued from about 83 B Roman 100 onwards. He traced the history of military coinages under the Republic and brought evidence to show that it was not till about the time of Sulla that the imperator himself exercised the right of striking coins. He then showed how out of this provincial coinage the coinage of the triumvirs naturally developed, and again, from that coinage of Augustus chose to found his system on this basis, in view of the failure of the triumvirs following in the steps of Julius Caesar to establish a personal coinage at the Republican Mint of Rome. The Geologists' Association. This association celebrated its 60th anniversary on December 7, 1918, when a lecture was delivered by Major Sir Douglas Mawson in the Architectural Theatre, University College, Gower Street, W Roman 100, on the glaciation of Antarctica. During 1919, several important papers have been read, including the annual address by the President Mr. J. F. N. Green B.A. FGS on the volcanicity of the Lake District, and a paper on old age and extinction in fossils by Dr. W. Roman 500. Lang. 3 parts of the proceedings for 1919 have already been published, containing a full report of Dr. Lang's paper, another paper by the same authority on the evolution of ammonites, and the presidential address by the past President Mr. George Barrow FGS on some future work for the Geologists' Association, which is an interesting and exhaustive study of the post-Eocene deposits of clays, sands, and gravels older than the River Terrace. Deposits. The proceedings also contain accounts of the excursions made to certain places of geological interest. During the year at Easter, an excursion was conducted to the Bristol district by Professor S. H. Reynolds and Mr. J. W. Toucher, and at Whitsuntide the association visited the Isle of Wight under the guidance of Mr. G. W. Colnut, and Mr. R. W. Hooley. Llangollen was selected as the district for the long excursion in August, and about 40 members spent a week in the study of the Ordovician, Silurian, and Carboniferous systems of the neighborhood. Mr. Roman 50, J. Wills Roman 1000 A. FGS was the conductor. Excursions were also made to Sevenoaks, Farnham, Berkhamsted, Codicote, Herts, St. George's Hill, Weybridge, Box Hill, Headley Heath, and Epsom. The first meeting of the winter session was held at University College on November 7th, which was followed by a conversazione. Many exhibits were made of fossils, and flint implements, Mr. Llewellyn Treacher showed a fine specimen, one of the largest known, of a flattened pear-shaped late Shellian implement, 12 inches long. Recently found in the Maidenhead gravels, a slab of shale studded with graptolites from the Terranon of Peebleshire was exhibited by Mr. R.J.A. Eckford, and Mr. J. Francis showed many fine examples of Jurassic ammonites and belemnites illustrating chambers, septisifuncles, and sutures. Bibliographies of modern authors. George Saintsbury. This list is a selection. A Primer of French Literature, Clarendon Press, 1866, 4th edition, revised 1912. John Dryden Macmillan, 1878, English Men of Letters series. A Short History of the Life and Writings of Le Sage, privately printed London, 1881. A Short History of French Literature, Clarendon Press, 1882, current edition 1917. French Lyrics, Kegan Paul, 1882, Parchment Library. Marlborough, Long, 1885, English Worthies. A History of Elizabethan Literature, Macmillan, 1887, 9th edition, 1907. The material in this volume deals with the larger Elizabethan period from Wyatt and Surrey to the Restoration. Manchester, A History of the Town Longmans, 1887. Essays in English Literature, 17,801,860, Percival, 1890. The Earl of Derby Dent, 1890, Prime Ministers of Queen Victoria. Essays on French Novelists, Percival, 1891. Miscellaneous Essays, Percival, 1892, 2nd edition, Rivington, 1895. The Cookery of the Partridge, 1893, Watson's Fur and Feather series. The Cookery of the Grouse, 1894, Watson's Fur and Feather series. Corrected Impressions Essays on Victorian Writers, Heinemann, 1895. Essays in English Literature, 17,801,862 series, Dent, 1895. Inaugural Address at Edinburgh University, October 15, 1895, Blackwood, 1895. Sir Walter Scott, A Biographical Sketch, Walter Scott, Co. 1896, Famous Scott Series. A History of 19th Century Literature, 17,801,895, Macmillan, 1896. The Flourishing of Romance and the Rise of Allegory, Blackwood, 1897, Periods of European Literature. A Short History of English Literature, Macmillan, 1898. Matthew Arnold, 1899, Modern English Writers. History of Criticism and Literary Taste in Europe, from the earliest texts to the present day, 3 volumes, Blackwood, 1904. The Earlier Renaissance, Blackwood, 1901, Periods of European Literature. A History of English Prosody from the 12th century to the present day, 2 volumes, Macmillan, 1906. The Later 19th Century, Blackwood, 1907, Periods of European Literature. Historical Manual of English Prosody, Macmillan, 1910. The Historical Character of the English Lyric, 1912, from Proceedings of the British Academy. A History of English Prose, Rhythm, Macmillan, 1912. The English Novel, Dent, 1913, Channels of English Literature. A First Book of English Literature, 1914. The Peace of the Augustans, A Survey of 18th Century Literature as a Place of Rest and Refreshment, G. Bell, 1916. A History of the French Novel, to the Close of the 19th Century, Macmillan, Vol. Roman, 1, 1917, Vol. Roman 2, 1919. Loci Critici, Passages illustrative of critical theory and practice, from Aristotle downwards, selections, part translation and arrangement, Ginn, 1903. Caroline Poets, Clarendon Press, 2 volumes, the complete works of certain minor Caroline poets, with reproductions of first edition title pages, etc., and introductions to 13 poets, a 3rd volume, is in preparation 1905. Chamberlain's Farinida Eres works and other rarities are here to be found. Thomas Love Peacock, Maid Marian, and Crotchet Castle Melincourt, Grill Grange, Headlong Hall, and Nightmare Abbey Misfortunes of Elphin and Rhododaft. He has also edited various series, the works of Dryden Fielding Goldsmith, Herrick Montaigne, Racine, Donne Poems, Longfellow, Shadwell, Thackeray, Richardson, Smollett, Sterne, Swift, and numerous collected or selected works of English and French authors. He has written prefatory memoirs to Pride and Prejudice Merope, a calendar of verse Gil Blas, J.B.B. Nichols' Words and Days, Scott's Lives of the Novelists, Stale's Corinne, and various separate works of Thackeray, and he contributed many chapters to the Cambridge History of English Literature. James Elroy Flecker. Verse. The collected poems of J. E. Flecker, edited with an introduction by J. Roman 100 Squire Secker, 1916. Contains several poems not published before Flecker's death. Selected Poems Secker, 1918. The Bridge of Fire, Elkin Matthews, 1908. In the Vigo Cabinet Series. 36 Poems, Adelphi Press, 1910. 42 Poems, Dent, 1911. A reissue of the last, with additions. The Golden Journey to Samarkand, Goshen, 1913. This book, which contains Flecker's Parnassian preface, was subsequently taken over by Martin Secker. The Old Ship's Poetry, Bookshop, 1915. Published just after Flecker's death. The Burial in England, 1915. God Save the King, 1915. Each of these was privately printed in a very small edition by Clement K. Shorter. Prose. The Last Generation, New Age Press, 1908. A Short Satire. The Grecians, A Dialogue on Education, Dent, 1910. The Scholar's Italian, Grammar and Introduction to the Latin Origin of Italian Roman 500 Nut, 1911. The King of Alcester, A Novel, Goshen, 1914. Now published by Allen Unwin. Drama. The Poetic Drama. The question, is there or is there not a future for poetic drama? That is to say, drama wholly or principally in verses, very much like the question, is there a future for sport? There are times when everybody seems to be talking about sport times, when even bookworms begin to play ping-pong. There are other periods zone, thinks of the novels of George Eliot, and Thackeray. The world seems to have been without sport, and in the England of Jane Austen and the Bronx contemporaries of Chopin, the sportswoman composer, the horsey musician, revealed in the pages of Miss Ethel Smythe's recent memoirs, is a figure less conceivable than the PHNix, but through the darkest of ages sport has persisted often as nothing more than the eccentricity of a few cranks who, in the eyes of the world about them, have neglected serious affairs idly to knock about a ball. It was characteristic of a utilitarian age that sport and the poetic drama should have been abandoned together for what the unhappy people of that time caught in an unimaginative and rigid scientific theory thought to be real life. The spirit of the age was like the sudden seriousness that seizes a young man when he first realizes that he has great ability and that he must improve the universe. It is a state of mind that rests upon the conviction that one knows everything and that what ought to be done is always as plain as a pikestaff. Once the bottom is knocked out of that omniscient self-confidence, the whole policy and fabric of the time crumbles to pieces. And that is exactly what happened towards the beginning of the 20th century, when the scientists, like the decent fellows they are, began to realize that the great clarity and understanding which had fallen upon the middle of the 19th century was in reality a thick fog, but the old mental attitude persisted well into the present century, and is by no means yet dead, owing to the way in which it brought the young intellectuals into practical affairs, and set them studying economics and political policy, chiefly under the influence of that great spiritual survival of the 19th century, Mr. Bernard Shaw, who happened by a freak of nature, which suggests the comic chuckle of an all-seeing God, to have a passion for writing place. That utilitarian influence continued to pervade the drama when it had almost faded from the rest of literature. Mr. Shaw's plays are really a sort of inverted smile self-help, and might well be called plays for paralyzing the puny emotions, all emotions being puny to Mr. Shaw and Mr. Samuel Smiles. Compared with the necessity of getting on with the job, with Mr. Smiles the job is one's own career, with Mr. Shaw the career of the universe. That is the only difference. The young intelligentsia of today, having almost all of them become materialists under the influence I have just mentioned, have at last, however, begun to realize that the universe is not only not going to have the career planned for it by Mr. Shaw or any other group of thinkers, but also that to plan a career for the universe is like planning an occupation for the sun. To imagine that in a daylight-saving bill you have set the course of the sun is to imagine exactly what this social political school of realists has imagined in its program for the universe. Naturally, when one knows what the world ought to be, and knows one has the power to produce that ideal, one has no time to spare for sport or for letting one's feelings interfere with one's business. Supermen like self-made men have no time for sentiment. It is here that we find the link which might escape the superficial glance between Samuel Smiles and Nietzsche, who has had such an influence on the Shavian school. It explains also why this school was so largely pacifist during the war, for really its intellectual sympathies were with the Prussians, whose philosophically justification was that they alone had the right conception of an efficient world, and that it was their task, in fact their duty, to bring this conception forcibly into being. Such ideas always bring in their train a morality wholly opposed to sport and to poetry, a morality whose essence is the duty of preaching to the unenlightened. The drama became suddenly useful as a vehicle for intellectual propaganda. The intellectual drama. The young intellectuals began to go to the theater for the pleasure of hearing their theories preached at a public unable to answer back or easily to walk out, but dumbly conscious that it had paid its money to be entertained, and was having its head punched. It is no wonder that the drama suddenly became so popular with the intelligentsia. Here was an end to crying in the wilderness, to preaching your world panacea in dull tracts and essays. They had hit upon a method of getting the man in the street, actually, to pay to be instructed in the true doctrine, thinking that he was going to see the drama of the modern Shakespeare, or of one who was greater than Shakespeare. This, of course, was hailed as a great dramatic revival, and in so far as it brought the intellectuals back to the theater, which they had deserted, it was a revival. That is to say, it was a revival of the intellectuals, not of the theater. You do not revive the drama by pouring into it a mass of sociological or philosophical theories any more than you could be said to have revived poetry by suddenly writing verses about machines. One of the chief objects of art is to keep alive in our minds the realization of the extraordinary depth and complexity of life. All the greatest dramatists do this. That is why people write books called The Problem of Hamlet. But the characteristic of this modern school of realists is not only that they are propagandists, that is to say expounders of a certain point of view, but that they really believe that they understand the world with that amazing certainty which is the hallmark of the materialistic mind, the mind to which everything presents a hard, distinct superficies. They have no doubts about anything, and they display a set of characters who, to use a horrible but expressive phrase, are all there. These characters are worthy inhabitants of the world, as it appears to their creators, a world whose stupidity and wrongheadedness is so extraordinarily obvious, a world in which it is always so patent. What ought to be done, that when one lives in it for the space of 2 or 3 hours during the play's performance, one feels like a higher mathematician with a child's problem out of Euclid. This outrageous simplification and externalizing of life is an intellectual mania fatal to great drama. It is the antithesis of poetry, just as we have seen war become the antithesis of sport, thereby offending the soundest instincts of the English people, who, though they could find no arguments against the Prussian intellectual logic, yet felt dumbly but intensely that this simplification of war to something which shut out all ethics and all play made war damnable and finally unendurable. We find now the war is over, that this drama, whether written to get slums abolished, to expose prostitution, to draw attention to our prison laws, to expound socialism, to influence our marriage customs, to kill conventions, to explain strikes, or merely to be witty at the stupidity of mankind, is no longer in demand. There will always be a place for comedy however bitter savage. And Lovelace and all the subjects named are traditional and excellent for the comic dramatist, but a comedy which is cold at heart, a comedy in which there is no love, occupies a very insignificant position in dramatic literature. At this moment, the stage is mainly held by the stage play, which is little more than the bare bones of drama, the actor's device for entertaining an audience resembling conjuring and the displays of acrobats. This kind of thing will always be more plentiful than poetic drama, for the simple reason that it is easier to obtain and easier to appreciate. Mr. Suttrow's The Choice, as well as The Voice from the Minaret, by Mr. Robert Hitchens, and Mr. Arnold Bennett's Sacred and Profane Love, belong to this category. I find them often much more entertaining than the drama of ideas, which today lives on the first ghost of its former self, in such a play as Mr. Maltby's A Temporary Gentleman, which has naturally won the approval of no less a person than Mr. William Archer. Mr. Archer has lately had the courage to declare that he has no use for the poetic drama of the Elizabethans. Shakespeare accepted this. Is not surprising. Mr. Archer has been the champion of the school of modern English dramatists gathered around Ibsen and Mr. Shaw. It is natural to most Scotsmen to prefer argument to poetry, and Mr. Archer's animadversions on the Elizabethans only reveal Mr. Archer's limitations. But he will find that whereas a quarter of a century ago what he wanted to say was exactly what the young men and women wanted to hear, now nobody has the slightest interest in discussing social problems on the stage, and A Doll's House and Man and Superman are more absolutely dead than Tennyson's Becket. It is amazing to feel the change. I was at Oxford a short time ago, and I found that the forthcoming performances by the newly formed Ph.Nick Society of Webster's Duchess of Malfi and other Elizabethan plays aroused the same interest and excitement there as I had felt myself. It is evident that the last wave of Victorian materialism is rapidly ebbing. The age of drains is past. This does not mean that we shall sink back into the diphtheric state from which the Victorians rescued us. It is simply that after 2 or 3 decades, during which the young intellectuals have been annually sucked into a frenzied enthusiasm for social reform, there has come a reaction in which we have suddenly had quite another vision of life, a vision far more profound and closer to reality than the one concentrated in the famous saying, "What is the matter with the poor? Is there poverty?" which has been the social slogan of the last decade. Materialism and poetry. It is important to stress this connection of the drama with life, because if we are going to have, as I believe, poetic drama in the near future, it will be because it is the best dramatic form for expressing what we feel, and as the demand must come in the first place from the intellectual, since in them alone are the common desires sufficiently conscious, it was impossible to get a flowering of poetic drama until the intelligentsia had recovered from the epidemic of materialism and had begun to feel the need of something more satisfying than glittering theories of reforming mankind by pure economics. The leaders of materialistic thought have always been uncomfortable about art, and have never been completely honest in their uneasiness as to its practical value. They have explained it on the ground that art develops and trains the senses. Pictures train the eye, music trains the ear, drama presumably trains both. To knock the bottom out of this ridiculous nonsense, one has only to ask, what drama would you give a man in order to train him to pick up pins in the dark? Is it any wonder that the leaders of this precious substitute for thought could not appreciate Shakespeare? And is it any wonder that under their influence, poetic drama has been extinct? The deadening influence of this utilitarian materialism has not only been felt in drama, it has been present in the whole life of the community, but the masses have been less subject to it than the intelligentsia. That is why the masses on the whole have stayed away from the intellectual theater and have patronized the purely sporting, purely poetic, utterly useless revue, musical comedy, and farce, and their instinct has been sound as it is when they ignore the offer from the same quarter of a social millennium to be obtained merely by the exercise of logic. But the result has been a wider cleavage between the people and the intelligentsia than has ever existed before, and most of the dissatisfaction with the present state of the theater is due to this fact. It is a curious thing, but Mr. Herbert Trench, in his fine play Napoleon, which was produced last month at the Stage Society, and made a strong impression, occasionally touches on the very idea I have been setting forth. His Napoleon is a type of the materialistic intellectual who has a routine plan for the universe, and he harps continually on order as if order were something simple, something he had invented to enable the universe to run smoothly. Your tidework taught you poetry, I seek order, he says to Wickham, and it sounds like Mr. Shaw or some intellectual dramatist speaking. I will quote one passage from the central scene between Napoleon and Wickham, which really puts the case against the intellectuals. Wickham, because you have no love, you have no eyes. Your naked energy, working lovelessly, be it balanced like a planet, is not wise. How we have suffered from you, ghosts of Caesar, suffered through concentrations of our hope, age after age, about your glittering figures, that have polarized and crystallized and chained. Awake Rome left our tribes one great bequest, her law that's in our blood, absorbed forever. But is then Europe's manna-fountained forest, bubbling with 10,000 springs of life-cleansed nations, colored by the ruddy soils from whence they spring. Is this multicolored, insuppressible world to be controlled from one center, not again? To be twice Romaned, never. The grass will lift you as it lifts the stone. Mr. Trench's play is a beginning. If we had what is an elementary requirement of civilization, a national theater, we would certainly see Mr. Trench's play there, and I should not be in the least surprised to find it a popular success. The public will never demand Mr. Trench's play, but then the public never demanded compulsory education, much as it needed it, I have little doubt, but that what the public needs in the theater today is poetic drama. The PHNix Society produced Webster's The Duchess of Malfi on November 23rd. The performance will be noticed next month. The date of the production of Dryden's Marriage à la Mode has not yet been fixed. A series of French classical matinees is being given by Emilgina Palerm at the Duke of York's Theatre on Tuesdays and Wednesdays at 2. The plays will be produced as at La Comédie Française with original music by Lully and other old masters. The list of plays is as follows: Le Bourgeois Gentilhomme, Molière Le Malade, Imaginaire, Molière Les Perseus Ridicules, Molière Le Barbier de Seville, Beaumarchais Les Romanesques, Rostand Le Voyage de Mr. Perrichin Lalich. Dramatic literature. Ben Jonson's Every Man in His Humor, edited by Percy Simpson, Clarendon Press, 6s. This is a pioneer volume to a complete edition of Ben Jonson's works, projected by Professor Roman 100 H. Herford and Mr. Percy Simpson, and its excellence is such that it is fervently to be hoped that we shall not have to wait long for the companion volumes. When these appear, nothing more will be needed, and it will be possible for the ordinary person to read Jonson without floundering hopelessly among the maze of queries which the text at present available raises, and which its paucity of notes does nothing to explain. Mr. Simpson's admirable introduction deals with the quarto and folio texts, the date of the play's revision, and the general question of the portraiture of humors. It contains some excellent criticism of Jonson's revisions, and Mr. Simpson comes to the conclusion that Jonson began preparing the folio edition in 1612, and his reasons are on the whole convincing. There are 60 pages of notes. Sacred and Profane Love by Arnold Bennett, Chatto Windus 3s, 6d. A writer of Mr. Arnold Bennett's eminence and great sagacity would be the last person to expect us to take this play seriously as a contribution to dramatic literature. Although it is a play of modern life in the most colloquial prose, it has less reality than the wildest and most phantasmagoric drama of the Elizabethans. We may not expect Mr. Arnold Bennett to create for us an imaginative world of his own in which there is an inner and satisfying truth, but we look to him to mirror in his own peculiarly brilliant fashion a part of contemporary life with that precision which has so often delighted us. There is nothing in this play that could not actually have happened, but it is impossible to believe in it as it is happening. Mr. Bennett has not visualized his people intensely enough. They are mere puppets borne along by the machinery of the play. This machinery is from the theatrical point of view effective, and it leaves the creation of the illusion of life to the flesh and blood of the actors. so that on the stage the play may have an effect which it can never have. When read, the play, of course, has absolutely nothing to do with sacred or profane love. No hint of the tremendous reality of love, in any sense, appears between its covers. W. J. Turner. The Fine Arts. Group Making and Group Breaking. There is a distemper prevalent amongst artists of today. I refer to the mania for group forming. We are told by grave scientists that we carry in us the germs of various diseases. The latent microbe is in our system, apt to be shaken into active life. By some unforeseen circumstance, artists, it would appear, have the germ of group making inborn in their systems, less quiescent than other microbes. It awaits the often trivial cause for its activity, in some cases too much fame, in other cases the gall of unnoticed mediocrity. Given then one or other of these causes, a series of events is set in motion. Mr. Magalp gathers round him various fellow brushmen of whose work he approves, and if he is wise and is conversant with the recipe of group making, he will exclude from the number anyone who will be likely to offer serious rivalry to his own position. He may also luckily procure someone who can make play with the quill as well as the brush to boost him and his band of worthies with the public. A manifesto is next issued, in which the faithful band begs to be entirely dissociated from any form of art movement prior to its own, and its members present themselves purged from original influences, risen like several phnixes from the fire. They offer, so to say, a firm breakwater to the untiring waves of mediocrity. Good. After a few exhibitions of their united work, the brothers may be considered established, and perhaps not unnoticed by the critics, but now mark the subtlety of the evil genius which haunts artistic circles. The group begins to think of self-aggrandizement. Let us have other members, let us enlarge, let us in fact become, fatal word, representative. But these good men do not really mean representative. Their exact intentions are rather to increase their numbers by a process of eclecticism. Alas, the most carefully selected members may develop different ideas after their election. What trouble might not be averted if we could see the mental condition, as it were, of every chicken's egg through the shell? To emphasize this point, however carefully you choose your cabbage, there may always be a slug in it. So in this little band, which has now become a group, there are already forces of unrest. As the papers say, the stages of dissolution from this point are very rapid. The undesirables multiply. They question the authority of our original worthies. They manage to introduce other undesirables, and on all sides there is mutual suspicion and distrust of each other's motives. I fear he intends to swamp us with the work of his followers, or he intends to try and get control of the group, is whispered round. Then the rot sets in. One member, for convenience, refuses to show in the same room as B, as if the mere presence of the latter's work would corrode the gilt on his frames. Another disagrees with the gallery. A third has been maliciously hung. Worse follows, for one of our original friends secedes and forms another group, drawing others away with him. Fresh manifestos are issued, and all original ideas revised. We shall burst upon the public, and so on to capo. I'll find the public. What do they think of it? All does it interest them? Do our friends, the artists, fancy that their petty strife is watched with eager anxiety? Surely to the public this formation and dissolution of groups must be as puzzling as were the military categories of the war. A layman, having once become accustomed to one artistic movement, has his attention diverted to another. On refixing his attention to the first, he finds it split up into other formations. He is as a man watching a parade of soldiers. He sees each battalion form and reform, wheel and turn, flaunting the while their separate banners. As they march, a bewildering kinetic display. Samuel Butler used to wonder why curates could not be hatched fully fledged in surplice and gown without the troublesome prelude of ordination. Could not artists be allocated at birth in a system of unchangeable groups? Now all this lamentable state of affairs is largely due to cliquishness, and in a lesser degree to an inherent distrust of each other, which all artists seem to possess. There is also another contention which hampers them in their deeper divans. One man regards the exhibition of pictures as a purely business concern, whereby he hopes to sell his work. Another man imagines it to be an opportunity of displaying, for the education of the uncultured, the results of his own deep inspiration. The possible difference in their position may be that the former has to live by what work he sells, the latter has very likely a private income. If, for the sake of convenience, we introduce our alphabetical friends again, B will despise A for what appear to him to be mercenary feelings, while A holds B in contempt for amateurishness. Of the two, I prefer as idea, because once he has carried out his painting, his next idea, a very sensible one too, is to sell it, while B affects indifference and thinks A has been calculating his possible assets between his brush strokes. This idea is neither just nor relevant. What can be done for us, or we all want to sell our pictures? What need is there for pretense, and why are we at the mercy only of a few members of the intelligentsia? After all, I suppose group forming is in a sense a protective instinct against the dealer. Though the results are so inadequate, what then is the alternative to group making the remedy for group breaking? At the back of my mind, I have visions for the future, a huge emporium for pictures run on businesslike lines, and on a scale which will put Mr. Gatti's warehouse scheme completely in the shade. Here each artist may have his work shown in his turn, not one or two isolated pictures disseminated among the exhibits of 50 other artists, but each man's work hung in a group, that all may see his development, note his improvement, and criticize his faults. Why not a Selfridge emporium for the pictorial arts? Woodcuts, Madame fourth floor orders for drawings and paintings and sculpture might be received, and commissions for decorations undertaken in any possible style. Then imagine the satisfaction of procuring a Lewis or a Nevinson in the bargain basement. And the sales, things were cheap, as little Titch says, especially after the failure of the spring shows. Mr. Nevinson's exhibition at the Leicester Galleries. I do not imagine that Sisyphus in Hades ever wantonly let his stone roll down to the bottom of the hill after his laborious ascent. Yet this is what Mr. Nevinson appears to have done in his passage up the incline of artistic endeavor. The simile is perhaps not quite applicable, because to be just his work has seldom shown outward evidence of great stress. Perhaps it were better if it had. He seems to have reached with extraordinary ease a position in contemporary art, which was entitled to our respect. We are grieved, then, rather than angry, to see his descent from that position. If this is his piecework, then give me his war pictures, I suppose. We are all conscious that reconstruction is very slow in realizing our anticipations. The business of changing from war to peace makes this inevitable, but Mr. Nevinson seems to have rushed over hurriedly from one to the other. I think he has not considered reconstruction enough, for his outlook at present is chaotic and rather vulgar. This might be excused on the ground that he was pulling the public's leg. But the diversion is worn rather threadbare now. There are a few exceptions in the show, and moreover, his coloring remains good, even shows improvement, and no one can deny his skill. See, he cries, how versatile I am. I have catered for all sorts of people, yes. But what sort of people? No, we would speak more in sorrow than in anger. As Ruskin addressed Millet in his decline, if Mr. Nevinson were to paint nothing but apricots for 4 years, etc., but we feel sure his relapse is only temporary. The London Group. The 11th exhibition at the Mansard Gallery does not differ greatly from previous exhibitions. Probably most people have ceased to expect any great surprise, pleasant or otherwise, though there may be still a few who mount by lift to the gallery, with the feeling rather of an airman approaching some planetary terra incognita. I was assured the other day by a candid friend that your London Group was as dull as the Academy. This uncomfortable sort of person must give us a moment's heart-searching. But I think nevertheless that the London Group still holds its own pretty well amongst art exhibitions of today. These hopeful feelings uppermost, let us examine the works displayed for our notice. The absence of Charles Ginner's work is to be regretted, and the rather alarming tendency of some artists to fasten on the characteristics of other artists' work and mold them rather obviously to their own use is more marked this year than formerly. I feel sure that several of the members will have to try and throw these ingenious people off their trail, for it is disconcerting to the highest degree to find the plagiarist outdoing the original worker at his own job. One would have thought that Mr. Gertler's apple painting was the last word in that line, but some people appear to differ, and you will find many feeble echoes of these rare fruit, and many paintings, also of the chipped corner variety, ad nauseum. I do not really know to whom most sympathy should be extended to Mr. Gertler for his apples to Mr. Fry, who is very hotly pursued by admirers, or to the landscape painters, who I think might almost seek the assistance of the patent law. Mr. Baumberg has returned in great force, and his Barges No. 31 is indeed an earnest of further excellence. All his paintings have distinction. Mr. Dickey has presented us with a very fine effort in his Kentish Town, a careful and refined painting, very beautiful in color. Mr. Gertler's paintings at the Goupil Gallery are more interesting than his exhibit here. No. 36 Still Life, by Mr. Correa, is a painting of note despite its cold flatness of texture. The exhibition deserves more detailed criticism than space permits. There is great character in the two paintings of Caledonian Market by Therese Lesor, whose exhibition at the Elder Gallery is now open. Mr. Duncan Grant's pleasant farmyard painting should not go unmentioned, and there is other good work by a P. Allinson, Mrs. Bashford, Keith Baines, Ethelbert White, and Bernard Meninsky. Artistic publications: The Life of John Thompson of Duddingston by R. W. Napier, FRSA, Oliver Boyd Price, 42s. This is a vast book. Besides the usual foreword and introduction, there are 6 chapters in which Mr. Napier most anxiously assures us that Thompson's evangelical labors and lack of artistic training in no way interfere with the exercise of his genius. This seems a little unnecessary, for we are quite ready to take him on his merits. Then comes the biography proper, and there are also 5 indices, a 3-part appendix, and 6 separate catalogues of his work, besides numerous illustrations, etc. All this immense labor and care over an artist who I think was not a very significant figure among British painters. Perhaps he was overshadowed by his contemporaries Turner and Constable. He was not free, it appears, from the landscape tradition of Claude and Poussin, which he applied to his own Scottish scenery, and there would also seem to be a strong influence of Richard Wilson in his work. For all this, I think we may call him a great little man, and Mr. Napier's book will be most valuable to the student of the history of British art. John Nash. Music. The Beauchamp Opera. The season of opera in English at Covent Garden, which opened at the beginning of November, offers a program of unusual interest. Tristan and Prince Igor are its oldest classics. Mozart, so it is rumored, is being held in reserve for a special season of his own. The list contains hardly a single work that is not either a masterpiece or at least a novelty. Wagner is represented only by Tristan and Parsifal, Verdi by Otello and Falstaff, except for a few Puccini operas on Saturdays. The commonplace popular operas that are obliged to form the backbone of every continental opera house's repertory have been struck out altogether. It is certainly to London's credit that for so uncompromising a choice, the response of the public has been enthusiastic. As long as Sir Thomas Beecham was fighting the battle of English opera with dogged persistence and unstinted expenditure of material in the face of apathy and indifference, and possibly the hostility of vested interests as well, there was a very general feeling that his courage and high idealism should not be hampered by a too searching criticism of his performances. The Beauchamp Opera has by now become an established institution, and it is inevitable now that it has taken possession of Covent Garden that it should be considered in a more impartial spirit. It need not fear comparison with the imported opera of the summer season. It has made its own high standards, but it follows that its performances must be judged in general by the standards of its highest individual achievements. The present season has so far been something of a disappointment. Several of the operas to be seen have been given over and over again in the provinces, if not in London. In the case of an absolutely new opera, insufficiency of rehearsal may be pardoned, but it is not a sign of good management when the performance of stock classics is allowed to become slack. And indifferent Sir Thomas has not been seen very often at the conductor's desk, and this is the more to be regretted since he has a most remarkable genius for pulling through a performance which in other hands would be always trembling on the verge of disintegration. he has very little sympathy with singers. It seems he always tends to regard the orchestra as the main thing and the singers as mere adjuncts to it, so that an opera under his beat might easily become a symphony with voices ad libitum. Unless, as for instance in Traviata, the composer has understood voices and written for them in such a way that nothing could ever dominate them. Mr. Goossens follows in the steps of his master, but with less genius. The performance of Falstaff was instructive on this problem. Compared with that in the other Verdi operas, the treatment of the orchestra is so complex as to make it almost symphonic in character. None the less it is an opera in which the voices must lead, and the band accompany, for if this is not done the work at once becomes patchy and formless. It requires, in fact, that the singers should have a strong symphonic sense, should feel themselves all parts of a continuous vocal ensemble, which must be kept going not by the conductor, but by their own cooperative efforts. The orchestra can then accompany, and it must also play its part with a sense of vocal expression and individual personality. This is the real difficulty of Falstaff, as it was the singers had little or no feeling for ensemble. I use the word in a large sense, meaning not merely the passages where several voices are singing simultaneously, but all those in which the phrase of one voice is answered directly or even at some bars' distance by another. Mr. Goossens did his best to hold the singers to a steady beat, but he allowed the orchestra to get very much out of hand. Mr. Percy Pitt has probably suffered too much from the old conventional Covent Garden routine. He lets the singers do more or less what they like, and allows the orchestra to play Wagner and Rimsky-Korsakov, as if their music were no more interesting than that of Bellini and Donizetti. The one salvation of the opera season will be Mr. Albert Coates, who, even considered merely as a concert conductor, is in a different category from any of our English conductors. He adds to this a real knowledge and understanding of the stage, and a personality which has the quality of being able to get the best possible work out of every single person under his control. That quality is as rare as it is important. The stage management of the season has been on the whole good. Falstaff went with plenty of activity and comic business. If with nothing else, indeed, there seems to be a pretty general tendency to romping, which might well be put under restraint. Romping may pass with some audiences as a substitute for acting, but it can never, even in English opera, quite take the place of singing. Singers, it must be frankly admitted, are the weak point of the Beecham Company. Covent Garden, partly by its own acoustic properties, partly by its traditions, which no one who enters the house can quite forget, shows up vocal deficiency. Only too severely. Sir Thomas Beecham possesses only one really first-class operatic artist, Mr. Frederick Ranelagh. He is a real actor, equally at home in comedy or tragedy, and always a real singer. It is because he is a real singer, singing all the time, that one never misses a single word that he says. He is a musician with a large understanding of the deeper things of music. His Falstaff forms a continuous line as King Mark. He makes what with most singers is a tedious recitative into a perfect song of rare beauty. Mr. Frederick Austin is a good second, but whereas Mr. Ranelagh is a singer who is also a musician, Mr. Austin is a musician who also sings. Of the other male singers, there is not much to be said. Some have voices, some can sing, a few can act and throw their words out at the best they may, in certain cases, do remarkably good work in one or two special parts. Among the ladies, the most interesting is Miss Sylvia Nellies. At present, she is little more than a singer. As a singer, she goes on steadily improving in accomplishment of technique, in diction, and in quality of tone. Indeed, there can be little doubt that if she continues at her present rate of progress, she will, from about 1970 onwards, be annually enrapturing the Albert Hall with Home Sweet Home. As an actress, she has a good deal to learn, but with her intelligence and undoubted capacity for hard work, there is no reason why she should not develop in this direction. Sir Thomas Beecham has hitherto confined her almost exclusively to coloratura parts. It would be well to give her a chance in some part that required bright and vivacious acting rather than vocal agility. Miss Agnes Nichols has worked so hard to become an operatic actress that one regrets bitterly the non-existence of the Beecham Company in the days when she made her first appearance. As it is, she has obviously sung too often in oratorio. That is the great fault of English singing. It has only two styles apart from the ballad concert style, oratorio or Gilbertans Sullivan, neither of these will take a singer through Falstaff. Miss Nichols did not happen to be in her best vocal form that evening, but her acting was surprisingly good indeed. She was the only character on the stage, except Mr. Ranelagh and sometimes Mr. Percy Hemming as Ford, who gave one a real impression of a Shakespearean character. Miss Rosna Buckman has also improved, but is very unequal in different styles. As Isolde, she sang with a firmer sense of rhythm than before. And if she did not act very convincingly, at least look it in a black dress with a long white veil and a small crown, a figure of so queenly a dignity that it was not surprising to see Mr. Mullings as Tristan keeping a respectful distance even in the most passionate moments. Stravinsky's The Nightingale was the nearest approach to a novelty that has yet appeared. Evidently, it had been very inadequately rehearsed. The performance fell far below the level of the Russian production at Drury Lane in 1914. Miss Nelly's as the Nightingale seemed to be the only singer who was certain of the notes to be sung, and almost the only singer who was taking the opera seriously. Stravinsky's music is a good deal less bewildering now than it was 5 years ago. The first act has a good deal of beauty, so has the third. The second seemed merely bizarre, but the performance did not do the composer much justice. A modern opera of such intricate difficulty ought to be staged properly and conscientiously, or not at all. There has not yet been time since the end of the war for foreign artists to visit England in the large numbers, which were inevitable 5 or 6 years ago. Yet even though the givers of concerts are at the moment almost exclusively natives of this country or foreigners who have definitely made England their home, the scarcity of concert halls is being very acutely felt. Almost every day there are 3 concerts at the Olean and Wigmore halls, and when operas begin at 7 or earlier, music lovers have often to choose between their first act or their dinner. What is to happen when traveling conditions become easier and the annual foreign invasion reaches its full tide? A new and very attractive series of Sunday evening concerts has been inaugurated at the Lyric Theatre, Hammersmith, under the direction of Mr. Arthur Bliss. The programs have been generally of a simple and informal character, with a liberal admixture of 17th and 18th century music, either for chamber combinations or for what may be called a chamber orchestra. Designed originally to supply the artistic needs of the Hammersmith neighborhood, these concerts have, as a matter of fact, attracted a great many of the habitual frequenters of the more central concertrooms. Mr. Bliss intends to continue his concerts after Christmas and has announced for performance several works, both modern and ancient, which are of exceptional interest. The Patrons Fund, originally founded by Sir Ernest Palmer, has resumed its concert-giving activities, but on new and much improved lines. Instead of giving performances of new English works at public concerts, the programs of which contain nothing else but the music of unknown or almost unknown composers, it is proposed to hold a series of semi-private rehearsals in the hall of the Royal College of Music, at which the works selected are tried over and properly studied as far as is possible within the limits of a single morning. The first of these rehearsals took place on November 13th, and it was very generally agreed that the new system was an undoubted improvement on the old one. Could not help feeling that the atmosphere was both more friendly and more genuinely critical. There is undoubtedly a very strong feeling among all lovers of music in this country that the young British composer deserves far more encouragement than he gets, although it must be admitted that the young British composer is actually getting a great deal more than he did 20 or 30 years ago. Rehearsals of this kind are also of great educational value to the representatives of the press, for in the struggle for publicity, it is not always the most serious and genuinely original composers who receive the most attention in this period of violent and natural reaction against the overcharged emotionalism of the last generation. Edward J. Dent. Select list of publications. Lord. A brief description of the Holy Sepulchre, Jerusalem, by George Jeffrey, FSA, Cambridge University Press, 10s, 6d. Small Country Houses of Today, 2nd series, by Lawrence Weaver, Country Life, 25s. The Caliphs, Design by Wyndham Lewis, The Egoist, 3s. Rabia Heraldry, by Alan Marquand, Princeton University Press, London Milford 42s. Modern woodcuts and lithographs by British and French artists, edited by Geoffrey Home, with commentary by Malcolm Roman 100 Salomon, The Studio 10s 6D. Bellis Letters. Avowals by George Moore Werner, Laurie 42s. Outspoken Essays by W. M. Ralph, in G. Roman 100 Roman 5 Dean of St. Paul's Longman 6s. The Philosophy of Conflict by Havelock Ellis 2nd Series, Constable 6s 6D. Irish Books and Irish People by Stephen Gwynn, Dublin Talbot Press, London Fisher, Unwin 5s. Romances of Old Japan by Madame Yukio Ozaki, Simpkin Marshall 30s. The Embroidery of Quiet and Other Essays by Roman 1000 Hardy Skeffington 4s. Patrick H. Pierce Storyteller by James Hayes, Dublin Talbot Press 2s. Society for Pure English Tract No. 1 Preliminary Announcement. List of members October 1919. 1s. Tract No. 2 on English Homophones by Robert Bridges 2s, 6D Clarendon Press. Shakespeare and the Welsh by Frederick J. Harries Fisher, Unwin 15s. Literary Studies by Charles Whibley Macmillan, 8s 6D. Moments of Genius by Arthur Lynch Philip Allen 10s 6D. Selections from a Roman 100 Swinburne, edited by Edmund Goss Roman 100b, and those J. Wise Heinemann 6s. Some Soldier Poets by T. Sturge Moore Grant Richards, 7s 6D. Buchanan, the Sacred Bard of the Scottish Highlands by Lachlan McBean Simpkin Marshall 5s. What is Man and Other Essays by Mark Twain Chatto Windus 7s. Unhappy Faroff, Things by Lord Dunsany Elkin Matthews 5s. Don's Sermons, Selected Passages with an Essay by Logan Pearsall Smith Clarendon Press 6s. Thoughts in Middle Life by Godfrey Locker Lampson Humphreys 3s 6D. Things Seen in London by H. Blake Seeley Service 3s. 7 Spiritual Songs of Shakespeare's Time Words and Music by Thomas Campion Roman 1000 Roman 515,671,620, Cambridge University Press, 1s 6D. An Essay on Comedy and the Uses of the Comic Spirit by George Meredith Constable 6s. Book Auction Records edited by Frank Carslake Vall, 16 Part Roman 4 Carslake Hempstead, N.W. Biography and Memoirs. Sir Victor Horsley by Stephen Paget Constable 21s. Impressions That Remained Memoirs by Ethel Smythe in 2 volumes Longmans 28s. Mid-Victorian Memories by Matilda Betham Edwards, Murray 10s 6D. Memories of a Marine by Major General Sir George Aston K. Roman 100 B. Murray 12s 6D. Ben Jonson by G. Gregory Smith, English Men of Letters Series, Macmillan 3s. The Story of General Pershing by Everett T. Tomlinson Appleton 6s 6D. A Second Chronicle of Jails by Darrell Figges Dublin Talbot Press, 1s 6D. Miss Eden's Letters, edited by her great-niece Violet Dickinson Macmillan, 18s. Patron and Place Hunter Bub Dodington by Lloyd Sanders John Lane 16s. 50 Years in the Royal Navy by Admiral Sir Percy Scott Bart Murray S. John Redmond's Last Years by Stephen Gwynn Arnold 16s. A Childhood in Brittany 80 Years Ago by Anne Douglas Sedgwick Arnold 10s 6D. Classical. The Ajax of Sophocles, translated by R. Roman 100 Trevelyan, Allen Unwin 3s 6D. The Agamemnon of Shylus, translated by Rushworth Kennard Davis Oxford Blackwell, 4s 6D. The Ichneutae of Sophocles, edited with a translation by Richard Johnson Walker Burns, Oates 3s. Drama. The Spoiled Buddha, a play in 2 acts, by Helen Waddell Dublin Talbot Press London Fisher, Unwin 1s. Sacred and Profane, Love, a play in 4 acts, founded upon the novel of the same name by Arnold Bennett Chatto Windus 3s 6D. Red Owen by Dermot O'Brien Dublin Talbot Press 2s. The Fight for Freedom, a play in 4 acts by Douglas Goldring, Daniel 3's 6D. Fiction. The Mask by John Curnows, Methuen 6's. Night and Day by Virginia Woolf Duckworth 9's. A Damsel in Distress by P.G. Wodehouse, Herbert Jenkins 6's. Allegra by Roman 50, Alan Harker Murray 7's. All Roads Lead to Calvary by Jerome Hutchinson 6's 9D. An Awfully Big Adventure by Bartimaeus Cassell 7's. The World of Wonderful Reality by E. Temple Thurston Hodder Stoughton 7's. The Power of a Lie by Johann Boger Hodder Stoughton 7's. The Plough by Mary Fulton Duckworth 7's. A Servant of Reality by Phyllis Bottom Hodder Stoughton 6's. Catherine Doyle by Anthony Roman 1000 Ludovisi Hutchinson 6's 9D. Tales That Were Told by Sumas MacManus Fisher Unwin 6's. The Whale and the Grasshopper by Sumas O'Brien Dublin Talbot Press London Fisher Unwin 6's. 7 Men by Max Beerbohm Heinemann 7's. Responsibility by James E. Agate Grant Richards 7's. Robin Linnet by E. F. Benson Hutchinson 6's 9D. Mrs. Marden by Robert Hitchens Cassell 7's. Abbotscourt by John Eiskopf Chaddo Winder 7's. The Purple Jar by Mrs. Alfred Sidgwick Hutchinson 6's 9D. Tales of a Cruel Country by Gerald Cumberland Grant Richards 7's. True Love by Alan Monkhouse Collins 7's. The Two-Stringed Fiddle by G. E. Mitten Murray 7's. Beringer of Bandir by Sidney Roman 100 Grier Blackwood 6's. The Builders by Ellen Glasgow Murray 7's. The Lost Diary by Horace Bleakley Evelyn Nash 7's. The Sun in Splendor by Bernard Turner Melrose 7's. The Old Indispensables by Edward Shanks Secker 7's. The Outlaw by Maurice Hewlett Constable 6's. Legend by Clements Dane Heinemann 6's. The Human Circus by J. Mills Witham Collins 7's. The Quietness of Dick by R. E. Verned Collins 7's. Star of India by Alice Perrin Cassell 7's. Two Men Being the First Part of a Romance of Two Worlds by Alfred Ollivant Allen Unwin 7's. The Treasure of the Isle of Mist by W. W. Tarn with 6 illustrations by Sumald MacDonald Philip Allen 6's. The Face of the World by Johann Boger, translated from the Norwegian by Jesse Muirhodder Stoughton 7's. The Edge of Doom by H. F. Provost Battersby John Lane 7's. Requiem by R. Alatini Secker 7's. Keith's Dark Tower by Alina H. Porter Constable 6's. Children of No Man's Land by G. B. Stern Duckworth 7's. Old People and the Things That Pass by Louis Couperus, translated by Alexander Teixeira de Matos, with a preface by Stephen McKenna Thornton Butterworth 7's. Light by Henry Barbas, translated from the French by Fitzwater Ray Dent 6's 9D. The Golden Bark and the Weaver's Grave by Sumas O'Kelly Dublin Talbot Press London Fisher Unwin 3's 6D. Cathy Rossiter by Mrs. Victor Rickard Hodder Stoughton 7's. Falling Waters by Winifred Graham Hutchinson 6's 9D. Sisters by Kathleen Norris Murray 7's. History. The Riddle of the Ruthvens and Other Studies by William Ruffhead Edinburgh, W. Green Sun 25's. The Religious Policy of the Bavarian Government During the Napoleonic Period by Chester Penn Higby P. S. King 12's. The Royal Government in Virginia 1624 to 1775 by Percy Scott Flippin P. S. King 12's. The Study of Ecclesiastical History Today, an Inaugural Address by James Pounder Whitney Dixie Professor of Ecclesiastical History in the University of Cambridge Cambridge University Press, 2's 6D. The Making of Modern Wales by W. Llewellyn Williams K. Roman 100 Macmillan 6's. The Making of Modern England by Gilbert Slater Constable 7's 6D. The Rise of South Africa by G. E. Corey Vol Roman 3 Longmans 25s. 50 Years of Europe, 18,701,919, by Charles Downer Hazen Bell 14s. The Making of America, by F. Roman 100 de Sumacrast, P. S. King 6s. The Parish Guilds of Medieval England, by H. F. Westlake, S.B. Roman 100 K 15s. The Empire of the Amorites, by Albert T. Clay New Haven Yale University Press, London Milford 10s, 6d. Law. The Relation of Custom to Law, by Gilbert T. Sadler Sweet Maxwell, S6d. Naval and Military. Salonica and After, by H. Collinson Owen Hodder Stoughton 10s, 6d. Some Tommies, by Maurice Decorah, translated from the French, by Alpha Wilson Stanley Paul 6s. The Struggle in the Air, 19,140,1918, by Major Charles Roman 100 Turner, Arnold 15s. British Campaigns in Africa and the Pacific, 19,140,1918, by Edmund Dane Hodder Stoughton 7s, 6d. The American Air Service, by Arthur Sweetser Appleton 10s, 6d. The Dover Patrol, 19,151,917, by Admiral Sir Reginald Bacon K. Roman 100 B, 2 volumes, Hutchinson 34s. The Navy Everywhere, by Conrad Cotto Constable 10s, 6d. A Sealer's Log, by William Lang Methuen 6s. Submarine Warfare of Today, by Charles W. Domville Fife, Sealy Service 7s, 6d. The Last 4 Months, by Major General Sir F. Morris K. Roman 100 Roman 1000 G, Cassell 7s, 6d. A Shepherd Among Wolves, Wartime Letters, of Cardinal Mercier Faith Press 6s. My Memoirs, by Grand Admiral von Tirpitz, 2 volumes, Hurst Blackett 28s. The Tank Corps, by Major Clough Williams Ellis Roman 1000 Roman 100, and a Williams Ellis Country Life 10s, 6d. Merchantmen at Arms, by David W. Bone Drawings, by Muirhead Bone Chatto, Windus 25s. Poetry. The Complete Poems of Francis Ledwidge, with introductions by Lord Daunceny Herbert Jenkins, 7s, 6d. Collected Poems of Thomas Hardy Macmillan, 8s, 6d. The Death of Man and Other Poems, by R. Roman 100 Trevelyan, Allen Unwin 3s, 6d. Songs in Cities and Gardens, by Helen Granville Barker, Chatto Windus 5s. Camelot, by Benjamin Gilbert Brooks, Adventures All Series Oxford Blackwell, 2s, 6d. The Splendid Days, by May Wedderburn Cannon Oxford Blackwell, 3s, 6d. Mad Moments, by Egbert Sanford Monsell 3s. New Poems, by Ilo Aneurin Williams, Methuen 3s, 6d. Curtains, by Roman 100 H.B. Kitchen Oxford Blackwell, 1s, 6d. Some Greek Masterpieces in Dramatic and Bucolic Poetry, Thought into English Verse, by William Stebbing Fisher, Unwin 7s, 6d. Arcade's Ambo Verses, by Lily Dougal and Gilbert Sheldon Oxford Blackwell, 3s, 6d. Jesus of the Scars and Other Poems, by Edward Shillito Hodder Stoughton. Hurricane and Other Poems, by Richard Church Selwyn Blount 2s, 6d. Reflections in Verse, by Roman 5t, Pemberton Roman 1000 Roman, 100 Grant Richards 3s, 6d. Black Marigolds, being a rendering into English of the Panchasika of Choras, by E. Powys Mathers Oxford Blackwell, 1s, 6d. Gleanings, by Roman 500 F, Brundritt Grant Richards, 3s, 6d. Profiles from China, by Eunice Tietjens, New York Albert A. Knopf 1. Carmina Rapta, by Griffith Fairfax Elkin Matthews 2s, 6d. Politics, Economics, etc. In the World War, by Count Ottokar Chernin Cassel, 25s. Pisa Rate Premium and Bonus, by J. E. Prosser Williams Norgate 6s. British War Administration, by John A. Fairley Oxford University Press, 5s. Europe in the Melting Pot, by R. W. Seaton Watson Macmillan, 4s, 6d. Millions from Waste Frederick, a Talbot Fisher, Unwin 21s. From Liberty to Brest-Litovsk, by Ariadna Tiakova Williams, Mrs. Harold Williams, Macmillan 16s. The Origin of Government, by Hugh Taylor Oxford Blackwell, 10s, 6d. The Next Step, by Alfred Ollivant Allen Unwin 4s, 6d. Poland the Unknown, translated from the French, of K. Walisewski Heinemann 10s, 6d. Parliament and Revolution, by J. Ramsay MacDonald National Labour Press, 1s, 6d. Modern China, by C. Gung Cheng Oxford Clarendon Press, London Milford 6s, 6d. Home Rule Through Federal Devolution, by Frederick W. Pym Fisher, Unwin 1s. The Peace Conference, by Dr. E. J. Dillon Hutchinson, 21s. Poland and the Poles, by a Bruce Boswell Methuen, 12s, 6d. The Covenant Explained with an Introduction, by Professor Gilbert Murray, for the League of Nations, Union Educational Publishing, Co. 1s. 17th Century Life in the Country Parish, by Alina Trotter Cambridge University Press 10s. Inflation by J. Shield Nicholson, P.S. King 3s, 6d. Irish Impressions, by G. K. Chesterton Collins, 7s, 6d. The Government of India, by J. Ramsay MacDonald Swarthmore Press 10s, 6d. Behind the Scenes at the Peace Conference, by Vernon Bartlett Allen Unwin 5s. The Meaning of Socialism, by J. Bruce Glacier, with an introduction by J. A. Hobson National Labour Press, 3s, 6d. Past and Future of the Right of National Self-Determination, by Dr. Erno Whitman, Amsterdam, Van Holkema Weerndorf. The Politics of the Proletariat, by Malcolm Quinn Allen Unwin 5s. Anglo-American Relations, 18,611,865, by Brougham Villiers and W. H. Chesson Fisher, Unwin 7s, 6d. Before and Now, by Austin Harrison, John Lane 6s, 6d. An Irishman Looks at His World, by George A. Birmingham Hodder Stoughton 6s. The Linguistic Survey of India and the Census of 1911, by Sir George Grierson Calcutta Government of India Press 1s. Religion and Philosophy. Christ and Woman's Power, by Edith Picton Turberville, O.B. Morgan Scott 3s, 6d. Materials for the Study of the Apostolic Gnosis Part Roman 1, by Thomas Simeon Lee Vicar, of S. Austell, and Frederick Bligbond, Oxford Blackwell 10s, 6d. The Divinity of Christ, by the Rev. Vernon F. Storr Longmans 2s. The Pastoral Epistles of S. Paul the Greek Text, with commentary, by the Rev. A. E. Hillard Rivington's 10s. Modern Science and Materialism, by Hugh Elliott Longmans 7s, 6d. Prophecy and Authority, by Kemper Fullerton Macmillan 6s, 6d. Both Sides of the Hedge, by Sidney Smith Alenson 5s. A Soldier to the Church, by W. P. Young Stud Christ Movement 3s, 6d. The Counter-Reformation in the Church of England, by Spencer Jones, Skeffington 2s, 6d. The Faith of Isaiah, by Alex R. Gordon J. Clark Co. 6s. The Making of Humanity, by Robert Briffault Allen Unwin 12s, 6d. Broad Church Theology, by W. J. Sparrow Simpson, Robert Scott 3s, 6d. An Invisible Kingdom, by W. M. Samuel Lilly Chapman Hall 15s. Science. Birds in Town and Village, by W. H. Hudson Dent 10s, 6d. The Book of a Naturalist, by W. H. Hudson Hodder Stoughton 12s. The Mind of a Woman, by a T. Schofield Methuen 3s. Iron Bacteria, by David Ellis Roman 500 SC, Methuen 10s, 6d. Accounts Rendered of Work Done and Things Seen, by J. Y. Buchanan Cambridge University Press 20s. Elements of Vector Algebra, by Roman 50, Silberstein Longmans 5s. A Naturalist's Sketchbook, by Archibald Thorburn Longmans 6s. A Geographical Dictionary of British Ornithology, by W. H. Mullins H. Kirk Swan, and the Rev. F. Roman 100 R. Jourdain Part, Roman 1 Witherby 6s. Travel. Round the World in Any Number of Days, by Morris Baring, Chatto Windus 6s. The Romantic Roussillon in the Pyrenees by Isabel Savory Fisher, Unwin 25s. The London Mercury. Editor J. Roman, 100 Squire, Assistant Editor Edward Shanks. Vol. I know 3, January 1920. Editorial notes. The first whole year of peace has ended, and it is natural to throw a backward look upon its literary production. It is certain that to the historian it will be a year in which various tendencies continued to act. It is possible that his eye in long retrospect will observe in it the sudden appearance of new literary developments and important personalities. But it is as a rule only in long retrospect that such portents are recognized as such, and though we think that during the year certain movements which have been for some years in existence have been continued, that there are drifts which are easier to perceive than to analyze, we cannot persuade ourselves that 1919 added more than the normal amount to the existing volume of good English literature. It was in fact as a literary year very much like one of the war years. Perhaps it should properly be regarded itself as a war year. The principal physical factor which in our present relation operated during the war was the absence on service of the great majority of those young men who would have been beginning to write. These were, with rare exceptions, precluded by sheer force of outer circumstances from literary enterprises of a sustained kind. And as most of those who survived have left the army within the last year, we could scarcely expect so soon as this to find them producing large and ambitious books. It may also reasonably be argued that the war atmosphere still prevails. Peace has commined. It has not yet come universally or conclusively, not suddenly, but with the slowness of a northern dawn. Problems from which even the most self-sufficing mind cannot escape harass the intellect and weigh on the spirit of the civilized world. We are not yet in a position to estimate post-war literature, for we have not yet got post-war literature. Decorative break. The opinions of intelligent men may differ to some extent as to which were the most remarkable novels of 1919. That they were very few is, we conceive, a matter of general agreement of the older novelists. Mr. Conrad produced In the Era of Gold, a work begun long ago, and recently completed a book which, though not among his masterpieces, was worthy of him. Mr. Wells, In the Undying Fire, a modernization of the Book of Job, wrote an imaginative and exciting and an eloquent book. It was much better shaped and trimmed than has lately been usual with his books, and for the first time since he abandoned scientific romance, he concentrated entirely on doing what he can do better than other people, instead of trying to do what he cannot do. The other elder novelists did nothing that was unexpected and little that was good, and their successors have not appeared. A Fielding or a Dickens is a rare product, but we see no young novelists of whom it can be predicted with any assurance that 10 years hence they will occupy places such as are now occupied by Mr. Wells and Mr. Bennett. It seems certain that they will not be found amongst that pre-war group whose merits Henry James examined with such generous consideration, whose defects he indicated with such delicate diffidence in a famous article which betrayed rather than stated his alarm, even his pity for the English novel. There have been a few books which have attracted attention by their qualities of construction and detail, or by touches of original genius, but of most of their authors we could not be sure that they will become even habitual, much less great novelists. The book, which more than any other appeared to us to be notable both for its workmanship and for its imaginative power, was Mr. Joseph Hergesheimer's Java Head. And Mr. Hergesheimer is an American. It was not so good a book. We think Java Head was the earlier written as The Three Black Pennies, but the two books are certainly the work of a born novelist, Miss Roma Wilson, whose Martin Schuler 1918 was a vivid, vigorous, and original book. Published another, and a dull novel, If All These Young Men, the subject and setting of which offered less scope to her peculiar gifts, but she is clearly capable of doing something surprising. Miss Dane's Legend was a remarkable technical achievement, and Mr. Kernos, The Mask, Miss Macaulay's Fantasia, What Not, and Mr. Brett Young's The Young Physician were all in their degrees notable for a poetic quality. Decorative break. Mr. Beerbohm's Seven Men could scarcely be classed with novels. It was Mr. Beerbohm's best book, than which those who appreciate him could pay no higher compliment. But Mr. Beerbohm is an artist who stands outside contemporary movements, literary and other, and one of whose charms arises from that very detachment. W.N.P. Barbellion's Journal of a Disappointed Man was a full and poignant record, which will probably continue to be read in a narrow circle, as Marie Bashkirtseff's memoirs are read. His posthumous essays Enjoying Life are even more convincing evidence of what their author might have done had he not been stricken by disease. Amongst works of critical and miscellaneous literature, those which will continue to be enjoyed or in some case soused are Mr. Festing 259 Jonas Life of Samuel Butler, Professor Gregory Smith's Ben Jonson, Mr. Goss's Diversions of a Man of Letters, the late George Wyndham's essays in romantic literature, certain books on the old drama Swinburne's, the contemporaries of Shakespeare, and Mr. J. Roman 1000 Robertson's Study of Hamlet especially, and Miss Ethel Smythe's Impressions that Remain. This last is one of the best autobiographies that have appeared in our time, and Dr. Smythe, during a long and active life as a composer, has been nursing a rich and racy English style. Decorative break. The department it is difficult in making such a summary to avoid the language of the catalogue in which life has been healthiest, has certainly been poetry. Several of the best and most promising of our living poets published no book in 1919, but what is incontestably a revival has continued. Several poets of established reputation have done better work than ever before. Mr. Hardy has published little, but his collected poems, now published, establish once, and for Aland, old as he is, he belongs as a poet to this generation his right to a place among the great poets. Mr. Masefield's Reynard the Fox is as certainly his finest book as Mr. Herbert Trench's play Napoleon. Whatever its defects on the stage is Mr. Trench's, there is the largeness about this long and ambitious piece that there was about some of his earlier and shorter poems, and supremely in his Requiem of Archangels. Mr. Binion's The 4 Years was a collection of the verses its author had written concerning the war. It contained several poems made beautiful by the straightforward utterance of a noble and suffering spirit. Mr. Yeats' The Wild Swans at Cool, it would be affectation to describe as equal in interest to his earlier volumes, but there were 1 or 2 lyrics in it which would adorn any anthology of English verse, and in Mr. Kipling's The Years Between there were also flashes of genius from Mr. Yeats and Mr. Kipling. However, we do not now expect the unexpected. It is in the hands of the young that the immediate future of our literature lies. The most notable volumes by young poets have been, we are tempted to add, Mr. Whaley's more translations from the Chinese, Mr. Brett Young's poems, and Mr. John Freeman's Memories of Childhood, but in periodicals and anthologies there has appeared much new and genuine work. A great deal is to be found in the 4th volume of Georgian Poetry, which was reviewed in our last number. Mr. de la Mare's latest poems show that his thought is steadily deepening, whilst he is losing none of that delicacy of music and beauty of phrase that made his early lyrics as lovely as any in the language, and both Mr. Sassoon and Mr. Nichols have done work which makes their future a matter for profound curiosity. Scattered about in other volumes, there have been many single good poems, and it is the characteristic of a prolific lyrical age that a few good things are written by many men. We would mention as especially interesting in that it is one of the few long successful narrative poems of recent years. Mr. Aldous Huxley's Leda, the myth was difficult and dangerous, the versification often ungainly, but the poem contained passages of great strength and beauty. We may add finally Captain Scott Moncrief's fine translation of the Song of Roland. Decorative break. We use the term a lyrical age. Opinions may and do differ as to the number and quality of good short poems that have been written in the last 10 years, but that the prevalent tendency amongst the most intelligent young men is to write poems and short poems cannot be disputed. The paucity of good novels, and especially good novels by young writers, is not entirely to be ascribed to the fact that during the war, many of those who might written and may write good novels were not in a position to write books at all. The deflation, temporary perhaps, of the novel has been proceeding for some years. The absence of even tolerable new novelists has been too nearly complete to be attributable to the peculiar war conditions. The novel of psychology, the novel of minute observation, the propagandist novel are still produced in quantities, but the best literary brains are not going into them. The drift towards poetry was noticeable before the war accelerated it. It is not a mere matter of change of fashion of a form being worked out, and becoming tedious though we do, in fact, believe that the next revival of the novel will see a new development of the novel. It is a matter of a change in attitude towards life, a return on the broader emotions, a desire to acknowledge and praise the things men love and find beautiful rather than to labor at analysis and at speculation. Not to mention sophistry, it is mostly lyric poetry that men are writing, and it is one of the results of the war which has intensified our awareness of the old familiar things around us, which were in a sense threatened for all, and the loss of which was imminently before millions of individuals, that much of it is poetry of the English landscape, and especially of the English landscape as a historic thing. Decorative break. Long poetical works, large essays in the poetic drama, are complacently manufactured by mediocre writers in most literary epochs, but it is commonly remarked that in this age men of genius, and particularly young men in whom genius is suspected, are mostly content with short pieces. It is rash to theorize about such things as the wind has a way of blowing where it listeth no. One can desire that men should systematically force themselves to literary undertakings which are uncongenial, and towards which they feel no inner impulse. If a man agree with that poet wocutely conscious, it may be of the nature of his own talent said that no good poem should or could be longer than a couple of 100 lines, he will serve no useful purpose by manufacturing large patchworks in cold blood. The presumption that any long work is better than any short one by the same hand is made by those we are referring to intelligent men who do not go to poetry for the quintessence of poetry. The thing peculiar to it is from those that we hear most insistently the demand for works on the large scale, and the complaint that modern writers mostly insist. These are the stock, if unjust, and inaccurate phrases on writing sonnets to their mistresses, eyebrows, and carving peachstones. Decorative break. The fact remains that by the common consent of mankind lyrics, alone even the lyrics of a Heine, a Herrick, or a Burns will not give a man rank with the greatest poetic artists. It may be that in Poe's sense, a work of thousands of lines, which maintains the highest level of poetry, is impossible, that what Professor Quiller Couch calls the capital difficulty of verse is insuperable, but this does not invalidate the claim of the Iliad or Paradise Lost to be considered greater than Lycidas or the songs of Meleager. That they share in some measure the defects of the Purple Island and Farinida does not prevent the Fairy Queen and Faust being the greatest of their respective authors' works. From a poet, as from another, we want something beyond Jules' 5-foot long. Loveliest impressions of the most beautiful particular scenes, reflections of moods, verbal chamber, music, momentary vision, sensibility, song by the common consent of mankind. The greatest things in the world are those works, which while full of beautiful details, and informed with the poetic spirit, are molded to a larger conception, and attempt a larger picture of the universe, of the destiny of man, or of the moving life of the world. We can therefore to some extent sympathize with those, however broody and disgruntled, who, when they meet a volume of new and exquisite lyrics, complain that the author has not written an epic or a tragedy. Is it likely that the present imaginative revival, assuming it to exist, will produce tragedies or epics or works on the scale of such? Decorative break. To us it is difficult to believe that it will not, unless the nervous unrest, the absence of leisure, and of the inclination so to employ leisure, are worse even than we suppose them to be. We see in much of the work of the younger men a vigor, a passion, a catholicity of interest, a zest for all life, that nothing but the most ambitious tasks could satisfy. But when we ask of what nature such works are likely to be, we cannot answer. This one observation may be made: the demand for long poems is commonly coupled with a demand for doctrine. The poets are to add to scientific knowledge, or to contribute new notions towards political or moral development. They are to dogmatize, to enlighten, to direct. Well, poets have done such things, but not all poets have considered it their business to be religious teachers, political liberators, or contentious intellectuals. The question, what did Shakespeare stand for, is disputed to this day. They have read many theories into him, but got very few out of him. That he admired fidelity, hated cruelty, believed in honor, and loved his country might be postulated of him, but the truths he stated there were old truths, and he stated them only incidentally. He did not write his plays with the primary object of illustrating principles above all principles invented by himself. Milton has been called the poet of Puritanism, and Shelley the poet of liberalism. But there is no ism for Shakespeare, and a very, very small one for Keats. The very persons who most insistently demand ismatic poetry are most contemptuous of the didactic, informative, and disputatious parts of the works of the late Lord Tennyson, who began as a pure Keatsian poet, non omnia possumus omnes, and over and above this, it is most important to remember that poets, like other men, are affected by the intellectual conditions of their own times. If there is a clear tendency, some of the poets will be caught up in it, but the men are very rare who generate their own spiritual revelations in some secluded corner of an antipathetic world. Wordsworth and Shelley were what is called philosophically poets, but their age was the age of Rousseau and Godwin, of the libertarian movements that were part cause and part effect of the French Revolution. If the human spirit is moving in one definite direction at this moment, we can only say that we do not know what that is. A generation of thorough and often conscienceless skepticism, followed by a breakdown of civilization, has produced a mental and moral chaos, a welter of doubt, amid which numbers of the doubters make random and mutually contradictory affirmations. Something concrete will, if the race is to live, emerge. But we are not yet in a position to see it, nor are we, as mere holders up of the mirror of nature, in a position as yet to see the vast events in our own material world. For the great philosophically poem, we have probably still many years to wait. For the epic of the German War, we may have a century to wait. For a great drama, we may, arguably owing to the peculiar conditions of the theater, have to wait for a generally accepted scale of values, which does not at present exist. But the imaginative temper is abroad, and the next generation may be a great era in English literature. Literary intelligence. The announcement of a new and especially sumptuous edition of the works of Mr. Thomas Hardy, to be known as the Mellstock, reminds us that there are other authors to whom the same process might be applied with equal benefit to themselves and to their readers. The collected edition presents a writer's career in an orderly shape and in proper perspective. It first permits a sober and probable judgment to be passed on his achievement. We understand that the works of Mr. Joseph Conrad will shortly be collected and issued as a whole, and this will certainly reveal in a definite manner what is now vaguely felt as to his greatness. We believe also that a definitive issue of the writings of Mr. Max Beerbohm is in contemplation. It is to be hoped that it will be found possible to include the full list of his drawings in some shape not too incompatible with the rest of the volumes. The collected poems of Mr. Walter de la Mare have been announced as in preparation, and this will, we think, mark a definite stage in the career of a poet whose real value is not yet fully appreciated. But there are authors concerning whom no announcement is made who might be added to the list with advantage. What might be called selected collected editions of Mr. Belloc and Mr. Chesterton would very likely secure for these writers a much higher place in contemporary literature than current opinion is always ready to give them. Decorative break. Mr. Chesterton will shortly start for the Holy Land. He intends to write a book about it. The book may and probably will be his best for obvious reasons. It is commonly remarked, even by those who think him one of the greatest natural geniuses, and at bottom one of the wisest men of our time, that he has never yet written the books of which he is capable. His best books, such as The Ballad of the White Horse and A Short History of England, are for all their fine qualities too slight to give his powers full room for display. As a rule, though he cannot be accused of a lack of energy, he has seemed never to put into a whole book that last effort which is necessary if a work is to be completely satisfactory. He has bothered too little content to waste his imaginative largesse on hastily written romances and polemical articles. How good the flying in might have been had a little more trouble been taken with it in Palestine, away from politics and journalism, with a new and romantic landscape around him, in the home of our religion, and on the fields of the Crusades. He may provide the last answer to those who do not see an artist in him. Decorative break. Mr. Percy Lubbock's edition of Henry James' letters will it is expected be published in the spring. Mr. Edmund Goss, with the letters, as a starting point, has written his Memories of James. These will be published in 2 installments in the London Mercury. Decorative break. It is 5 years since James Elroy Flecker died, and over 3 since his collected poems were published. Some of his other literary remains will probably appear this year. There will be a collected volume of prose studies and critical articles, and another volume containing his play, Hassan, which is awaiting production by Mr. Basil Dean. Some of those who have read this play say that it is the best tragedy since Shakespeare. The claim is not so large a one as it may appear at first sight. There are Ford and Webster, there is Venice Preserved, and there is The Cenci, which last is not a great acting play, though it has magnificent scenes in it, and contains sublime poetry. He who reflects on the history of the English drama since the age of Elizabeth and James, I will be surprised at the paucity of plays of permanent interest, other than comedies, that have been produced. Decorative break. Monsieur Yves Delage has presented before the Académie des Sciences a most interesting note by Monsieur Roman V. Gallop on microorganisms. In paper, it was of course known that paper-making materials of all kinds abounded with these low forms of life, but it was generally assumed that they were destroyed by the chemicals and heat employed during the processes of manufacture. Monsieur Gallop's exhaustive experiments prove that this is not the case, and moreover, the microorganisms retain their vitality even in printing paper, apparently irrespective of the lapse of time. Ovoid bacilli were found both free in the mass and in the fibers of papers of all ages. The method of examination employed was the following. The paper was reduced to fragments and steeped in sterilized distilled water, being frequently stirred. The paper was then dried and again steeped for several hours in sterilized water saturated with ether. After once more drying, cultures were taken from the paper. 18th century paper thus treated gave positive results within 24 hours. Microscopic examination, revealing large numbers of rod-like organisms, as well as ovoid diplobacilli, a leaf from a printed book of 1496, gave a quantity of large micrococci, those from the mass being endowed movement and those from the fiber remaining immobile, though preserving the faculty of multiplication. Old Chinese manuscripts and Egyptian papyri dating back 10 centuries gave similar results. It is to be noted that exposure to light and air does not appear to have the slightest influence on these organisms. Although the bibliophile is more particularly concerned in problems relating to foxmarks and the ravages of the borer insect, nevertheless, these experiments are of great interest. These investigations, if carried further, may well furnish some explanation of the processes leading to the aging of paper. From such a vantage point, the technologist might possibly go forward to discover a palliative against the decay of documents, and printed paper pessimists would probably consider this a doubtful blessing, but on the whole, it would prove a great boon. Poetry. A glimpse from the train. At 9 in the morning, there passed a church. At 10, there passed me by the sea. At 12, a town of smoke and smirch. At 2, a forest of oak and birch. And then, on a platform she. Her I could see, though she saw not me. I queried, get out to her, do I dare? But I kept my seat in my search for a plea. And the wheels moved on. Oh, could it but be that I had alighted there? Thomas Hardy. Tarantella. Do you remember an inn? Miranda. Do you remember an inn? And the tedding and the spreading of the straw for a bedding, and the fleas that tease in the high Pyrenees, and the wine that tasted of the tar, and the cheers and the jeers of the young muleteers, under the dark of the vine veranda. Do you remember an inn, Miranda? Do you remember an inn? And the cheers and the jeers of the young muleteers, who hadn't got a penny, and who weren't paying any, and the hammer at the doors, and the din, and the hip-hop-hap of the clap, of the hands to the twirl and the swirl, of the girl gone chancing, glancing, dancing, backing and advancing, snapping of the clapper to the spin, out and in, and the ting-tong-tang of the guitar. Do you remember an inn? Miranda. Do you remember an inn? Nevermore. Miranda. Nevermore. Only the high peaks hoar, and Aragon a torrent at the doors. No sound. In the walls of the halls where falls the tread of the feet of the dead to the ground. No sound. Only the boom of the far waterfall like doom. H. Belloc. Lines written in Gallipoli 8. 8. The author of this poem, a Fellow of All Souls, went out to Gallipoli in the Royal Naval Division with Charles Lister, Rupert Brooke, and Denys Brown. He was afterwards killed in France. I saw a man this morning who did not wish to die. I ask and cannot answer. If otherwise wish Roman one fair broke the day this morning. Against the Dardanelles, the breeze blew soft, the morn's cheeks were cold as cold sea shells, but other shells are wading across the Gene Sea. Shrapnel and high explosive shells and hells for me. Oh, hell of ships and cities, hell of men like me. Fatal second, Helen, why must I follow thee? Achilles came to Troyland, and I to Chersonese. He turned from wrath to battle, and I from 3 days' peace. Was it so hard, Achilles, so very hard to die? Thou knowest, and I know not. So much the happier, Roman one. I will go back this morning from Imbros over the sea. Stand in the trench, Achilles, flame-capped, and shout for me. Patrick Josteward. November. As I walk the misty hill, all is languid, fogged, and still. Not a note of any bird, nor any motion's hint is heard, save from soaking thickets round, trickle or water's rushing sound, and from ghostly trees the drip of runnel dews or whispering slip of leaves which, in a body launch, listlessly from the stagnant branch, to strew the marl already strown, with litter sodden as its own. A room like blight hangs on the briars, and from the clammy ground suspires a sweet, frail, sick, autumnal scent of stale frost, furring weeds long spent, and wafted on like one who sleeps. A feeble vapor hangs or creeps, exhaling on the fungus mold. A breath of age, fatigue, and cold, oozed from the bracken's desolate track, by dark rains havoced and drenched black. A fog about the coppice drifts, or slowly thickens up and lifts into the moist, despondent air. Mist, grief, and stillness everywhere. And in me too there is no sound, save welling as of tears profound, where in me cloud, grief, stillness reign, and an intolerable pain begins. Rolled on as in a flood there come memories of childhood, boyhood, home, and that which sudden pangs me most, thought of the first beloved, long lost, too easy lost, my cold lips frame tremulously the familiar name, unheard of her upon my breath. Elizabeth, Elizabeth. No voice answers on the hill. All is shrouded, sad, and still. Stillness fogged breaks and fog on high. Only in me the waters cry, who mourn the hours now slipped forever. Hours of boding joy and fever, when we loved by chance beguiled. I a boy and you a child. Child but with an angel's air. Astonished, eager, unaware. Or elfin wandering with grace, foreign to any fireside race, and with a gaiety unknown, in the light feet and hair backblown, and with a sadness yet more strain, in meagre cheeks which knew to chain, or faint or fired, more swift than sight, and forlorn hands and lips pressed white, and fragile voice and head downcast, to hide tears lifted at the last, to speed with one pale smile the wise glance of the grey immortal eyes. How strange it was that we should dare compound a miracle so rare, as twixt this pace and time's next pace, each to discern th elected's face, yet stranger that the high sweet fire, in hearts nigh foreign to desire, could burn sigh weep and burn again, as it never has since then. Most strange of all that we so young dared learn but would not speak love's tongue. Love pledged but in the reveries of our sad and dreaming eyes. Now upon such journey bound me, grief disquiet and stillness round me, as bids me where I cannot tell, turn I and sigh unseen farewell. Breathe the name as soft as mist, lips which nor kissed her nor were kissed, and I gain a sigh of death. Elizabeth, Elizabeth. No voice answers but the mist glows for a moment amethyst, ere the hid sun dissolves away, and dimness, growing dimmer grey, hides all until I nothing see but the blind walls enclosing me, and no sound and no motion hear but the vague water throbbing near, sole voice upon the darkening hill, where all is blank and dead and still. Robert Nichols. Draft for a first and last song. Deep in the harvest of the night, the sickle of the moon is sweeping. We have sowed, O my desire, now is the time for reaping. Turn not your face, O heart, give not your love to aught of heaven or the stars above. These dauntless robbers purloined long ago the crown of chaos, the belt of Kai Khosrow. And what have we to search for in the skies? Who have the blue pavilion of your eyes? Or what need the gold gates flung apart, having the crimson portals of your heart? So shall it be when some day by and by you mount the glittering ramparts of the sky. Loud to the wheeling heavens you shall boast, O sun and moon and Pleiades at the most. You are worth a wisp of barley or of straw, unseen, unheeded, on love's thrashing floor. And God, the praises that your angels sing are all celestial but can never bring the simple wonder of a mortal's doubt upon those faces upturned and devout, that every blessing of your work recall, nor ever need to ask what means it all. Be peace, the hour is passing here or there. The curtain swings to lay life's secret bare. Ah, when the dawn of ending breaks around, be it that in love's garden I am found. To immortality I leave but this, your head reclining in a swoon of bliss, your hand uplifted to pour out the wine, the minstrels singing this one song of mine. Coleridge Kennard. A country mood. Take now a country mood. Resolve, distill it. 9-acre swaying alive. June flowers that fill it. Spicy sweetbriar bush. The uneasy wren. Fluttering from ash to birch. And back again. Milkwort on its low stem. Spread hawthorn tree. Sunlight patching the wood. A hivebound bee. Girls riding nim-nim-nim. Ladies trot-trot. Gentlemen hard at gallop. Shouting steam-hard. Now over the rough turf. Bridles go jingle. And there's a well-loved pool by Fox's dingle, where sweetheart, my brown mare, Old Glory's daughter, may loll her leathern tongue in snow-cool water. Robert Graves. Sirocco. Out of that high pavilion, where the sick wind-harassed sun, in the whiteness of the day, ghostly shone and stole away, parched with the utter thirst of unnumbered Libyan sands. Thou cloud-gathering spirit burst out of arid Africa to the tideless sea and smote on our pale, moon-cooled lands the hot breath of a lion's throat, and that furnace-heated breath blew into my placid dreams the heart of fire from whence it came, haunt of beauty and of death, where the forest breaks in flame, of flaunting blossom where the flood of life pulses hot and stark, where a winged death breeds in mud, and tumult of tree-shadowed streams, black waters desolately hurled through the uttermost lost dark, secret places of the world. There, O swift and terrible, being wast thou born and thence, like a demon loosed from hell, stripped with rending wings the dense, echoing forests till there bode, plumes of trees like tattered cloud, were tossed and torn and cried aloud, as the wood were racked with pain. Thence thou freedst thy wings, and soon, from the moaning stricken plain, in wild eagle soarings rose, to melt the sun-defeating snows of the mountains of the moon, to dull their glaciers with fierce breath, to slip the avalanche's rain, to set the laughing torrents free, on the tented desert beneath, where men of thirst must wither and die, while the vultures stare in the sun's eye, where slowly sifting sands are strown on broken cities whose bleaching bones whiten in moonlight stone on stone. Over their pitiful dust thy blast passed in columns of whirling sand, leapt the desert and swept the strand of the cool and quiet sea, gathering mighty shapes and proud phantoms of monstrous wave-borne cloud, and northward drove this panoply, till the sky seemed charging on the land. Yet in that plumed helm the most of thy hot power was cooled or lost, so that it came to me at length, faint and tepid and shorn of strength, to shiver an olive grove that heaves a myriad moonlight-colored leaves, and in the stonepine's dome set free a murmur of the middle sea, a puff of warm air in the night, so spent by its impetuous flight, it scarce invades my pillared closes, to waft their fragrance from the sweet buds of my lemon-colored roses, or strew blown petals at my feet, to kiss my cheek with a warm sigh, and in the tired darkness die. Francis Brett Young, Anna Capri, The Creatures, by Walter de la Mare. It was the ebbing light of evening that recalled me out of my story to a consciousness of my whereabouts. I dropped my little red book to my knee and glanced out of the narrow and begrimed oblong window. We were skirting the eastern coast of cliffs, to the very edge of which a ploughman, stumbling along behind his two great horses, was driving the last of his dark furrows in a cleft far down between the rocks. A cold and idle sea was soundlessly laying its frigid garlands of foam. I stared over the flat stretch of waters, then turned my head and looked with a kind of suddenness into the face of my one fellow traveler. He had entered the carriage all but unheeded, yet not altogether unresented, at the last country station. His features were a little obscure in the fading daylight that hung between our four narrow walls, but apparently his eyes had been fixed on my face for some little time. He narrowed his lids at this unexpected confrontation, jerked back his head, and cast a glance out of his murky glass at the bit of greenish-bright moon that was struggling into its full brilliance above the dun, swelling uplands. "It's a queer experience, railway traveling," he began abruptly, in a low, almost deprecating voice, drawing his hand across his eyes. "One is cast into a passing privacy with a fellow stranger, and then is gone." It was as if he had been patiently awaiting the attention of a chosen listener. I nodded, looking at him, that privacy too. He ejaculated all that my eyes turned towards the window again. Bare-thorned black January hedge, inhospitable salt coast, flat waste of northern water. Our engineer driver promptly shut off his steam, and we slid almost noiselessly out of sight of sky and sea into a cutting. "It's a desolate country," I ventured to remark. "Oh yes, desolate," he echoed a little wearily, "but what always frets me is the way we have of arrogating to ourselves the offices of judge, jury, and counsel, all in one. For my part, I never forget its futility, the presumption it leads nowhere. We drive in into all this silence, this thigh's forsaken us, this dream of a world between her lights of day and night time. Consciousness, what itching monkeys men are." He recovered himself, swallowed his indignation with an obvious gulp, as if he continued in more chastened tones, "If that other gate were not forever ajar into God knows what of peace and mystery." He stooped forward, lean, darkened, objurgatory. "Don't we make our world isn't that our blessed, our betrayed responsibility?" I nodded and ensconced myself like a dog in straw in that basest of all responses to a rare, even if eccentric, candor caution. "Well," he continued a little weariedly, "that's the indictment. Small wonder if it will need a trumpet to blare us into that last family prayers. Then perhaps a few solitaries, just a few, will creep out of their holes and fastnesses and draw mercy from the merciful on the cities of the plain. The buried talent will shine none the worse for the long, long looming of its napery spun from dream and desire." Years ago, in 15 perhaps, I chanced on the queerest specimen of this order of the talented much. The same country too. Thiesh swept his glance out over a now invisible seathise, is a kind of dwarf replica of it, more naked, smoother, more sudden and precipitous, more forsaken, moody. Alone the trees are shorn there, as if with monstrous shears, by the winter gales, the air's salt. It is a country of stones and emerald meadows of green, meandering aimless lanes of farms, set in their cliffs and valleys like rough time-bedimmed jewels, as if by some angel of humanity wandering between dark and daybreak. I was younger then in body. The youth of the mind is for men of an age years maybe, and mine, even then, even at that, I was sickened of crowds, of that unimaginable London swarming wilderness of mankind, in which a poor lost thirsty dog from otherwhere tastes first the full meaning of that idle word, forsaken. Forsaken by whom is the question I ask myself now. Visitors to my particular paradise were few thinas, if, my dear sir, we were not all of us visitors, visitants, revenants on earth, panting for time in which to tell and share our secrets, roving in search of the marks that shall prove our quest not vain, not unprecedented, not a treachery, but let that be. I would start off morning after morning, bread and cheese in pocket, from the bare old house I lodged in, bound for that unforeseen nowhere, for which the heart, the fantasy aches. Lingering hot noondays would find me stretched in a state half comatose, yet vigilant, on the close-flowered turf of the fields or cliffs, on the sun-baked sands and rocks, soaking in the scene and life around me like some pilgrim chameleon. It was in hope to lose my way that I would set out. How shall a man find his way unless he lose it now? And then I succeeded. That country is large, and its land and sea marks easily cheat the stranger. I was still of an age, you see, when my small door was ajar, and I planted a solid foot to keep it from shutting. But how could I know what I was after one just shakes the tree of life, and the rare fruits come tumbling down to rot for the most part in the lush grasses? What was most haunting and provocative in that faraway country was its fleeting resemblance to the country of dream. You stand, you sit, or lie prone on its bud-starred heights, and look down. The green, dispersed, treeless landscape spreads beneath you with its hollows and mounded slopes, clustering farmstead and scatter of village, all motionless under the vast wash of sun and blue, like the drop scene of some enchanted playhouse centuries old. So too, the visionary bird-haunted headlands, veiled faintly in a mist of unreality above their broken stones, and the enormous saucer of the sea. You cannot guess there what you may not chance upon, or whom bells clash, boom, and quarrel hollowly on the edge of darkness. In those breakers voices waver across the fainter winds. The birds cry in a tongue unknown, yet not unfamiliar. The sky is the hawk's, and the stars there. One is on the edge of life, of the unforeseen, whereas our citizen, not our desiccated, jaded minds, ever continually pressing and edging further and further away from freedom, the vast unknown, the infinite presence picking a fool's journey from sensual fact to fact at the tail of that heath, called reason, I suggest that in that solitude the spirit within us realizes that it treads the outskirts of a region long since called the imagination. I assert we have strayed, and in our blindness abandoned. My stranger paused in his frenzy, glanced out at me from his obscure corner. As if he had intended to astonish me with some violent heresy, we puffed out slowly, laboriously, from a halt, at which, in the gathering dark and moonshine, we had for some while been at a standstill. Never was wedding guest more desperately at the mercy of ancient mariner. Well, one day, he went on, lifting his voice a little, to master the resounding heartbeats of our steam engine. On late afternoon, in my goalless wanderings, I had climbed to the summit of a steep grass-grown car track, winding up dustily between dense, untended hedges. Even then, I might have missed the house to which it led for hairpin fashion. The track here abruptly turned back on itself, and only a far fainter footpath led on over the hillcrest. I might, I say, have missed the house and its inmates, if I had not heard the musical sound of what seemed like the twangling of a harp. This thin-drawn, sweet, tuneless warbling welled over the close green grass of the height, as if out of space. Truth cannot say whether it was of that air or of my own fantasy, nor did I ever discover what instrument, whether of man or aerial, had released a strain so pure, and yet so bodiless. I pushed on and found myself in command of a gorse-strewn height, a stretch of country that lay a few hundred paces across the steep and sudden valley. In between, in a V-shaped entry to the left and sunwards, lay an azure and lazy tongue of the sea, and as my eye slid softly thence and upwards, and along the sharp green horizon line, against the glass-clear turquoise of space, it caught the flinty glitter of a square chimney. I pushed on, and presently found myself at the gate of a farmyard. There was but one stromo upon its staddles. A few fowls were sunning themselves in their dust baths, white and pied. Doves preened and cooed on the roof of an outbuilding as golden with its lichens, as if the western sun had scattered its dust for centuries upon the large slate slabs. Just that life and the whispering of the wind. Nothing more, yet even at one swift glimpse, I seemed to have trespassed upon a peace that had endured for ages, to have crossed the viewless border that divides time from eternity. I leaned resting over the gate, and could have remained there for hours, lapsing ever more profoundly into the blessed quietude that had stolen over my thoughts. A bent-up woman appeared at the dark entry of a stone shed opposite to me, and shading her eyes, paused in prolonged scrutiny of the stranger. At that I entered the gate, and explaining that I had lost my way and was tired and thirsty, asked for some milk. She made no reply, but after peering up at me with something between suspicion and apprehension on her weather-beaten old face, led me towards the house, which lay to the left on the slope of the valley, hidden from me till then by plumy bushes of tamarisk. It was a low grave house, grey-chimneyed, its stone walls traversed by a deep shadow cast by the declining sun, its dark windows rounded and uncurtained, its door wide open to the porch. She entered the house, and I paused upon the threshold. A deep, unmoving quiet lay within, like that of water in a cave renewed by the tide. Above a table hung a wreath of wild flowers. To the right was a heavy oak settle upon the flags. A beam of sunlight pierced the air of the staircase from an upper window. Presently a dark, long-faced, gaunt man appeared from within, contemplating me as he advanced, out of eyes that seemed not so much to fix the intruder as to encircle his image, as the sea contains the distant speck of a ship on its wide blue bosom of water. They might have been the eyes of the blind, the windows of a house in dream, to which the inmate must make something of a pilgrimage to look out upon actuality. Then he smiled, and the long dark features, melancholy yet serene, took light upon them as might a bluff of rock beneath a thin passing wash of sunshine. With a gesture he welcomed me into the large dark-flagged kitchen, cool as a cellar, airy as a belfry, its sweet air traversed by a long oblong of light out of the west. The wide shelves of the painted dresser were laden with crockery. A wreath of freshly gathered flowers hung over the chimney-piece. As we entered, a twittering cloud of small birds, robins, hedge sparrows, chaffinches, fluttered up a few inches from floor and sill and windows and once more with tiny stare-dark eyes, observing me, soundlessly alighted. I could hear the infinitesimal tic-tac of their tiny claws upon the slate. My gaze drifted out of the window into the garden, beyond a cavern of clearer crystal and color than that which astounded the eyes of young Aladdin. Apart from the twisted garland of wild flowers, the shining metal of range and copper candlestick, and the bright-scoured crockery, there was no adornment. room except a rough frame hanging from a nail in the wall, and enclosing what appeared to be a faint patterned fragment of blue silk or fine linen. The chairs and table were old and heavy, a low light, warbling an occasional skir of wing, a haze-like drone of bee, and fly 279. These were the only sounds that edged a quiet intensified in its profundity by the remote stirrings of the sea. The house was stilled, as by a charm, yet thought within me asked no questions. Speculation was asleep in its kennel. I sat down to the milk, and bread, the honey and fruit, which the old woman laid out upon the table, and her master seated himself opposite to me now in a low, sibilant whisperer tongue, which they seemed to understand, addressing himself to the birds, and now, as if with an effort, raising those strange gray-green eyes of his to bestow a quiet remark upon me, he asked, rather in courtesy than with any active interest, a few questions referring to the world, its business and transport. Sir, beautiful worlders, an astronomer in the small hours, might murmur a few words to the chancescent guest of his solitude concerning the secrets of Uranus or Saturn. There is another and inexplorable side to the moon, yet he said enough for me to gather that he too was of that small tribe of the aloof and wild, to which our cracked old word forsaken might be applied, hermits, claymated fakirs, and such like, the snowy birds that play and cry amid mid-oceanic surges, the living of an oasis of the wilderness, which share a reality only distantly dreamed of by the time-driven, thought-corroded congregations of man. Yet so narrow and hazardous, I somehow realized, was the brink of fellow-being, shall I call it, which we shared, he and I, that again and again fantasy within me seemed to hover over that precipice. Night knows, as fear it was he, it seemed, with that still embrassive contemplation of his, with that faraway, yet reassuring smile that kept my poise, my balance, no, some voice within him seemed to utter, you are safe, the bounds are fixed, though hallucination chaunt its decoy, you shall not irretrievably pass over, eat and drink, and presently return to life. And I listened, and like that of a drowsy child in its cradle, my consciousness sank deeper and deeper, stilled, pacified into the dream, amid which, as it seemed, this soundless house of stone now reared its walls. I had all but finished my meal when I heard footsteps approaching on the flags, without the murmur of other voices, distinguishably shrill, yet guttural even at a distance. And in spite of the dense stones and beams of the house, which had blunted their timbre, had already reached me. Now the feet halted. I turned my head cautiously, even perhaps apprehensively, and confronted two figures in the door. I cannot now guess the age of my entertainer. These children, for children they were in face and gesture and effect, though as to form and stature, apparently in their last teens. These children were far more problematical. I say form and stature, yet obviously they were dwarfish. Their heads were sunken between their shoulders, their hair thick, their eyes disconcertingly deep-set. They were ungainly, their features peculiarly irregular, as if two races from the ends of the earth had in them intermingled their blood and strangeness, as if rather animal and angel had connived in their creation. But if some inward light lay on the still eyes, on the gaunt, sorrowful, quixotic countenance, that now was fully and intensely bent on mine, emphatically, that light was theirs also. He spoke to them. They answered in English, my own language, without a doubt, but an English slurred, broken, and unintelligible to me, yet clear as bell, haunting, penetrating, pining, as voice of Nyx or siren. My ears drank in the sound, as an Arab parched with desert sand falls on his dried belly and gulps in mouthfuls of crystal water. The birds hopped nearer, as if beneath the rod of an enchanter. A sweet continuous clamor arose from their small throats. The exquisite colors of plume and bosom burned, greened, melted in the level sunray, in the darker air beyond. A kind of mournful gaiety, a lamentable felicity, such as rings in the cadences of an old folk song, welled into my heart. I was come back to the borders of Eden bode, and outwearied, gazing out of dream into dream, homesick, forsaken. Well, years have gone by, muttered my fellow traveler deprecatingly, but I have not forgotten that Eden's primeval trees and shade. They led me out, these bizarre companions, a he and a she, if I may put it as crudely as my apprehension of them. Put it to me then, through a broad door they conducted Maeve. One who leads may be said to be conducted into their garden, a full mile long between undiscerned walls. It sloped and narrowed towards a sea, at whose dark unfoamed blue, even at this distance, my eyes dazzled. Yet how can one call that a garden, which reveals no ghost of a sign of human arrangement, of human slavery of spade or hoe. Great boulders shouldered up tessellated, embossed powdered with 1,000 various mosses, and lichens between a flowering greenery of weeds, wind-stunted clear-emerald lichen-tufted trees smoothed and crisped the inflowing airs of the ocean with their leaves and spines sibilating a scarce-suitable music scanty rank and uncultivated fruits hung close their vivid-colored cheeks to the gnarled branches. It was the harborage of birds, the small embowering parlor of their house of life. Under an evening sky pure and lustrous as a waterdrop, it cried hospital to the wanderers of the universe. As I look back in ever-thinning nebulous remembrance on my two companions, hear their voices gutturally sweet and shrill catch again, their being so to speak, I realize that there was a kind of Orientalism in their effect. Their instant courtesy was not Western. The smiles that greeted me whenever I turned my head to look back at them were infinitely friendly, yet infinitely remote, so ungainly, so far from our notions of beauty and symmetry, with their bodies and faces, those heads thrust heavily between their shoulders, their disproportioned, yet graceful arms, and hands that the children in some of our English villages might be moved to stone them, while their elders looked on and laughed. Dusk was drawing near. Soon night would come, the colors of the sunset sucking its extremest dye from every leaf and blade and petal touched my consciousness, even then, with a vague fleeting alarm. I remember I asked these strange and happy beings, repeating my question twice or thrice, as we neared the surfy entry of the valley upon whose sands a tiny stream emptied its fresh waters. I asked them if it was they who had planted this multitude of flowers, many of a kind utterly unknown to me, an alien to a country inexhaustibly rich. We wait, I think they cried, and it was as if their cry woke echo from the green-walled valleys of the mind, into which I had strayed. Shall I confess that tears came into my eyes as I gazed hungrily around me on the harvest of their patience? Never was actuality so close to dream. It was not only an unknown country slipped in between these placid hills, upon which I had chanced in my ramblings. I had entered for a few brief moments a strange region of consciousness. I was treading, thus accompanied amid a world of welcoming and fearless life, friendly to meth paths of man's imagination, the kingdom from which thought and curiosity vexed scrutiny, and lust a lust, it may be, for nothing more impious than the actual had prehistorically proved the insensate means of his banishment. Reality consciousness. Had he for the time being unwittingly, unhappily missed his way, would he be led back at length to that garden wherein cockatrice and basilisk bask harmlessly at peace? I speculate now in that queer, yes, and possibly sinister company. Sinister only because it was alien to me. I did not speculate in their garden. The familiar was become the strangeth strange that lurks in the inmost heart, unburdens its riches in trance, flings its light and gilding upon love, gives heavenly savor to the intemperate bowl of passion, and is the secret of our incommunicable pity. What is yet queerer, these beings were evidently glad of my company. They stumped after me, as might yellow men after some occidental quadruped, never before seen, in merry collusion of nods and wreathed smiles at this, perhaps unprecedented intrusion. I stood for a moment looking out over the placid surface of the sea. A ship in sail hung phantom-like on the horizon. I pined to call my discovery to its seamen. The tide gushed, broke, spent itself on the bare boulders. I was suddenly cold and alone, and gladly turned back into the garden, my companions instinctively separating to let me pass between them. I breathed in the rare, almost exotic heat, the tenuous, honeyed, almond-laden air of its flowers and bird-skull, mandrake, plover, wagtail, finch, robin, which, as I half-angrily, half-sadly realized, fluttered up in momentary dismay only at my presence, the embodied specter of their enemy. Man, then who were these? I lost early that morning as I trudged inland at night. The dark came warm and starry. I was tired, dejected, exhausted beyond words. That night I slept in a barn and was awakened soon after daybreak by the crowing of cocks. I went out dazed and blinking into the sunlight-bathed face, hands in a brook nearby, and came to a village before a soul was stirring. So I sat under a thrift-cushioned, thorn-crowned wall in a meadow, and once more drowsed off and fell asleep. When again I awoke, it was 10 o'clock. The church clock in its tower knelled out its strokes, and I went into an inn for food. A corpulent blonde woman, kindly and hospitable, with a face comfortably resembling her own sow's, that yuffed and nosed in at the open door, as I sat on my stool, served me with what I called for I described not, without some vanishing shame, as if it were a treachery farm, its whereabouts. Her small blue eyes pigged at me with a fleeting expression, which I failed to translate. The name of the farm, it appeared, was Treverra's. And did you see any of the creatures, she asked me, in a voice not entirely her own. The creatures. I sat back for an instant, and stared at her, then realized that creature was the name of my host, and Maria, and Christus, though here her dialect may have deceived me, the names of my two gardeners. She spun an absurd story, so far as I could tack it together, and make it coherent, superstitious stuff, about this man, who had wandered in upon the shocked and curious inhabitants of the district, and made his home at Treverras, a stranger, and pilgrim, a foreigner, it seemed, of few words, dubious manners, and both uninformative. Then there was something. She placed her two fat hands, one of them wedding-gringed, on the zinc of the bar counter, and peered over at me as if I were a delectable wash. Then there was something about a woman from the sea, in a blue gown, and either dumb, inarticulate, or mistress of only a foreign tongue. She must have lived in sin. Moreover, those pig's eyes seemed to yearn, since the children were simple naturals as God intends in such matters. It was useless. One's stomach may sometimes reject the cold, sanative, aerated water of the next morning, and my ridiculous intoxication had left me dry, but not yet quite sober. Anyhow, this, she told me, that my blue woman, as fair as flax, had died, and was buried in the neighboring churchyard, the nearest, to though miles distant from Treverras. She repeatedly assured me, as if I might otherwise doubt so sophisticated a fact, that I should find her grave there, her stone. So indeed I did, far away from the elect, and in a shadow-ridden northwest corner of the sleepy cropless acre, a slab scarcely rounded of granite, with but a name bitten out of the dark, rough surface, femina creature. On Blake as a prophet, by a Cluttenbrock. Men have always lost their heads over prophets, and prophets have often lost their heads over themselves. The word itself expresses a common misunderstanding. The prophet is not a tipster. If he has any power of foretelling, it is only a part of his wisdom. He is a man in whom the universal man speaks, not the lower or generic or animal universal, but that higher universal to which individuals and societies sometimes attain. You may, of course, disbelieve in it altogether, in which case the prophet is to you merely one who talks nonsense, but he himself is aware of it when it speaks in him, and it makes him vehement, hasty, impatient, both of his own medium of language and of all opposition or failure to understand it, is to him an absolute which forces him to utter that true always and everywhere, but he has to express it in human language, a medium relative to human wants and human conditions, so his expression is always imperfect and cannot be understood except with the goodwill of the hearer. This goodwill he demands not from egotism, but because he is uttering the universal, and the refusal of it exasperates him. I have piped to you, and you have not. Dansetti's always the cry of the prophet argument he hates, and the dialectic of Don's, because his universal is not to be proved. Its convincing power is in itself. It is the truth which, like beauty, is believed when seen, and if you will not believe it, that is, because you refuse to see or hear it, you are like the deaf adder that stoppeth its ears, and you are refusing to see your own truth, as well as his. You are refusing to find yourself in the universal. Who are you, says Whitman, that wanted a book to encourage you in your nonsense? Your nonsense is your private opposition to the universal, the obstacle which you set up in yourself to your own wisdom and happiness. And with this, the prophet has no patience. He will make no terms with it. He will not attempt a worldly lucidity, or even the contrivance of the artist. It is not he who speaks, but the universal that speaks in him, often beautifully, but careless even of beauty, finding what human words it can. And men must not look this Gifthorse in the mouth, must not criticize him, for it is not he who speaks as an individual, but me, Father, that speaketh in me. So many men, whether they stone the prophet or accept him, misunderstand him always after they have stoned or ignored him. They worship him as a magician in the past. He was to them one who foretold the future. Now, they find an equal value in all that he says. And does any words of his have a biblical authority? And he is the one genuine prophet, compared with whom all others are impostors. They do not know that the chief reason for believing prophets is that they all say the same thing, that this universal of theirs is a real universal, quod semper quod ubique quod ab omnibus. When they assert that their particular prophet has a monopoly of the truth, they are depriving him of his chief authority, turning his universal into a particular. And this they do because they will not be at the pains to seek the universal in his works. It must be recognized by its own quality, and every man must recognize it for himself. But they, flinching from the effort of recognition, seek a gospel made authentic by the name of its author. The prophet has said it, and it must be true. Unfortunately, the prophet himself often shares this infirmity and believes that he is always a prophet. He becomes a disciple of himself and sets himself above criticism, not from mere egotism and conceit so much as because he too flinches from the task of discerning his own universal. The prophetic vehemence becomes a habit with him, and he despises the artist's patience and contrivance. He may even believe that he is a prophet because he himself does not clearly understand what he says. He may mistake the automatism which lies in wait for everyone who constantly practices any art for the universal speaking in him and imperiously snatching at language to express itself. Now Blake was artist as well as prophet, a great artist in two arts, but everything conspired to make him confuse the functions of artist and prophet, which indeed are easily confused. A man is helped to understand himself by the understanding of others, and Blake had no one to understand him as artist or as prophet. His masters were in the past, his own achievements belonged to the future. He lacked that contemporary education which is best worth having. There was no one even for him to talk to, but only a few listeners who were not sure that he was sane. As artist, he was a prophet in the literal sense. He did what men were going to do as well as what they had done long ago. Naturally, he believed that as artist he was always right, while Reynolds and the other popular ones of his own time were always wrong. He had a blood feud with them and was in love with his own work. He believed that the universal which sometimes possessed him always, because his writing and his drawing were unlike those of other men of his time. So he made a myth about himself to express his lack of criticism, namely, that his works were dictated to him by an angel. They were not his, and it was not his business to improve or judge them. In his own time he was neglected, but now he is subject to the other kind of misunderstanding. He has disciples who are as uncritical of his works as he was, for whom he is always prophet, never artist, or rather an infallible artist. Because a prophet, they tell us, that if we enjoy his poems as poems or his pictures as pictures, we have not found the key to them. With the key of his symbolism, we can enter a sanctuary beyond beauty, in which the secrets of the universe are revealed. But they cannot tell us what these secrets are any more than Blake could, and I would rather believe that he told us all he could by the methods proper to a writer, and that the faults of the artist are not the virtues of the prophet, that where in verse that begins beautifully, he becomes incoherent, uses catchwords not to be understood, except by reference to other writings. And often not then, he is himself confusing the artist with the prophet, and making the mistake of his disciples. If you are in danger of believing in the magic of Blake, of treating him as our pious grandparents treated the Hebrew prophets, you may recover your senses by considering his other art, for in that the difference between his artistic failures and successes is plain. I myself believe that Blake was the greatest master of design among all modern artists, that for the shaping imagination you must go back to Tintoret to find his equal. But whereas in poetry he freed himself easily from all influences foreign to his own character and genius, in his other art he was free only intermittently and blindly. There are two kinds of drawing, which I will call rhythmical and constructional, although, of course, there is rhythm in all good constructional drawing, and some construction in all good rhythmical drawing. But the difference is one of kind. It is the difference between Cimabue and Michelangelo. Cimabue expresses himself mainly in rhythm, to which the descriptive shapes of things are subordinate. Is enough if you can recognize them. Michelangelo's line itself constructs. It tells us how things are made and insists upon their functions. It is the line natural to an age eager for consecutive thought. It is as it were an arguing line. Now Blake was by nature, by conviction, by habit, a rhythmical draftsman. And all his best work is rhythmical rather than constructive. He is not arguing with us. He is telling us in line as in words. It is enough for him if we can recognize his shapes for what they are. He expresses his real content in the sway of lines as if it were a dance or a gesture. And he is most at his ease when his shapes are like flames blown in the wind, almost transformed by his own emotion. And yet he was not often at his ease in drawing for all his life. He was like Fuseli, haunted by the ghost of Michelangelo, whose actual works he had never seen. Even he was subdued by the prestige of a master, whose method was poison to his genius. In poetry, he could be inspired by the past art of his own country, and in his earliest poems alone does he speak for a few words in the language of his time, and Bus fired my vocal rage. But his drawings are infested by formal taken second-hand from Michelangelo. It is only now and then in the decorations to books which he printed himself, in the magnificent woodcuts for Thornton's pastorals, in some of the Dante illustrations, that he quite frees himself from a pretense of constructional drawing. If you would excel in that, you must study the particular fact passionately. You must get your construction from the fact, not from your own mind. But Blake, like so many imitators of Michelangelo, did not study the fact. He gives us a pretense of constructional drawing, informal, often struggling to be rhythmical and failing. Because they are formal of construction there, he is like St. Paul, who sometimes spoils matter. That should be prophetic, with a pretense of Greek dialectic, who makes a bad argument for the resurrection out of an image. Even in his most famous design, the morning stars of the Book of Job, the rhythm of the wings and garments is cramped by the drawing, anatomical, without freshness of the bodies. Compare this with the last drawing, but one of the series where rhythm is master of all, and you will see how Blake, even in his great maturity, only practiced his true method by accident, and when there was no association to mislead him, the nude was a snare to him, and seldom could he find a method of his own for it. Often he was merely an inferior Fuseli, and bits of Fuseli obtrude even in his finer works. Nothing could be more tiresome than the drawing of some of his faces, and no one could for a moment suppose that there was any prophetic infallibility in these failures. They are as dull as late Roman sculpture or the efforts of Reynolds in the grand style. But if Blake is not infallible as a draftsman, he is not infallible at all, for he himself would sometimes claim infallibility in all his works. By the common infirmity of prophets, when they ceased to be prophetic, he assumed a status different from that of the artist, and so was induced to set down whatever came into his mind, as if an angel were dictating to him, or he had command of the pencil of the Holy Ghost. But the artist and the prophet are both what they are by effort, not by status. If they rely on status, they become bores or charlatans, and that is true of all human beings, of Blake no less than of Habakkuk. If ever he seems to have written nonsense, then we must take it to be nonsense. Until we find sense in it, we must pay no heed if we are told that the seeming nonsense is symbolism. Even in his finest poems, we must not assume a clearer purpose than we find. Take, for instance, the third verse of the Tiger. And what shoulder and what art could twist the sinews of thy heart? And when thy heart began to beat, what dread hand and what dread feet? We may persuade ourselves that there is some peculiar virtue in the two broken questions of the last line, but the original draft of the poem 9 proves that Blake did not at first mean them to be broken questions at all. They were continued in the next stanza. 9. The original draft is given in the excellent Oxford edition of Blake's poetical works, published by Mr. Milford and edited by Mr. John Sampson, at the price, in 1913, of 1/6d net. In spite of the price, it is the most complete edition of the poems, and contains all the shorter prophetic books, including the French Revolution, with extracts from the longer ones. Could fetch it from the furnace deep, and in thy horrid ribs dare steep, in the well of sanguine woe, etc. Blake, seeing what was obvious, that this did not promise well, and was leading nowhere, gave it up, and changed the punctuation of the preceding stanza, which had run simply what dread hand, and what dread feet, its present form, so as to finish off the stanza to the eye, if not to the mind. It is a masterful way out of a difficulty, but it takes the risk that we shall ask what the dread hand and feet are there to do. The original draft tells us to fetch the tiger's heart from the furnace deep, but in the poem, as we know it, we may guess for ourselves, and there is no answer. This is not the dark sublimity of the prophet, but the willfulness of the poet who, having hit upon a fine-sounding line, prefers it to sense. There is also another reading, which may come from Blake himself. What dread hand forged thy dread feet? It is not prophetic, but it does make sense. It does not matter much, for the rhythm of the poem carries one through obscurities of detail, but the broken questions are not an added beauty or sublimity, they are merely Blake's way out of a difficulty that may beset any poet. So I come gradually and cautiously to the prophetic books themselves, and to my contention that they too are to be judged, like the works of the Hebrew prophets, as literature. Since they were written for men to read, we must make a reasonable allowance. For all mystics, they try to say what is very hard to say, what they have seen as in a glass darkly. If you think them worth reading at all, you believe that they are concerned with a reality men do not perceive. Naturally and immediately with the senses, a reality that we are aware of, if at all, only by hints and whispers. There are no commonly accepted sense-data for this reality, upon which we can reason as we can reason about the movements of the stars. Men are most fully aware of it when they are in an exalted state of Minda state, which expresses itself in images rather than in syllogisms. You may say, of course, that this state of mind is purely subjective, and therefore only of artistic value, but the mystic himself denies that. He believes that he is aware of a reality not himself, though himself is a part of it, and aware of it not by the normal use of the senses, but by a more immediate perception of the spirit. He knows it perhaps through sense perceptions, but by means of a faculty beyond them. He knows it with the whole of himself, that self which is not often enough of a unity to attain to this kind of knowledge. This you too must believe, or at least not refuse to believe, if you are to take him seriously. But the mystic, even if he does speak to us of an independent reality, speaks with a personal expression of his own, like the artist Layatz has put it better than anyone. It is the way of heaven not to speak, but it knows how to obtain an answer. When he says heaven, he implies an independent reality, but men make other men aware of it by the answer they give to it, and this answer is personal to them. So a man must convince us of his experience of this heaven, this reality, not perceived by the senses, by his own expression of it, his own answer. He must say what moves us by the ordinary means of expression. He must not pretend that he has a secret to tell us, which we can understand only if he will play his game with his counters, his symbols and allegories. If he has seen heaven, then it knows how to obtain an answer from him, exoteric in its power, if esoteric in its meaning, and leading men into its meaning. By its power, the power is in the answer, if the meaning is in the heaven he has seen, and that heaven is to be known by its fruits. You must, of course, read a mystic with attention, but you should be able to gather his meaning as you read it is to be found in each sentence, and in the whole of each work, not by reference to some other work. For it is the mark of a bad writer not to be able to say what he has to say in the sentence. He is writing to give us always jam yesterday or jam tomorrow, but never jam today. Yet that is what the Blake fanatics offer us in the prophetic books. You cannot understand this unless you know that the key to it is in that you must grasp Blake's system if you are to profit by him. They are like the Gnostics, for whom nothing in the Gospels meant what it seemed to mean. They alone could give you the key to Christ's inner meaning. Master Eckhart says that the eternal birth which God the Father bore and bears unceasingly in eternity is now born in time, and in human nature. St. Augustine says this birth is always happening. But if it happen not in me, what does it profit me? What matters is that it shall happen in me. So what matters for the mystic and his readers is that the eternal truth shall happen and be expressed in him in his actual words. We must not be told that we can find it by turning from one work to another, and by piecing them all together. He must utter it sentence by sentence, and it must happen in his sentences with pain and labor perhaps, but still here and now, and in these very words. In Blake's prophetic books sometimes it happens, and sometimes it does not, and often Blake, by his very method, seems to prevent it from happening. He has the weakness of many mystics, the desire for a vast geometrical system, equivalent to the reality. He believes himself to be aware of such a system. If once a man will abandon his mind to it, can unroll itself almost automatically like a fugue. But many fugues are empty of content. They persuade the composer that he is saying something with the mechanical inevitability of their form, and they may also persuade the hearer. It is the very mechanism that prevents him from saying anything and the hearer from seeing its emptiness, we do not yet understand that automatism of the mind, which can produce form without content, so easily the automatism of improvisation in many arts, which you find in some cubist pictures in much music, and in prophetic books of all ages, especially in the Bible. Blake himself speaks of it with seeming inconsistency in his preface to Jerusalem. When this verse was first dictated to me, I considered a monotonous cadence like that used by Milton and Shakespeare, and all writers of English blank verse derived from the modern bondage of rhyming to be a necessary and indispensable part of verse. But I soon found that in the mouth of a true orator such monotony was not only awkward, but as much a bondage as rhyme itself. I therefore have produced a variety. Every line both of cadences and number of syllables, every word, and every letter is studied and put into its fit place. You may ask how there could be this choice and study where the verse was dictated, but Blake means no doubt to describe a process of writing half conscious and half unconscious, as a composer might choose to write a fugue, and then let it write itself. We may use Sheridan's words of this method: easy writing makes damned hard reading, and Jerusalem is not easy to. Yet it contains great passages and ideas, of which Messrs. McLagan and Russell give a very clear account in their edition of it. Like all the great mystics, Blake was a foreteller of the discoveries of modern psychology. He knew the evils of suppression. Sooner murder an infant in its cradle than nurse unacted desirous. And his story, in so far as there is one, is the story of the human mind in its effort to reach unity not by suppression, but by sublimation. Yet it seems to me that his ideas often lost their way in the myth which he made about them. It is like allegorical painting, in which there is a conflict between the allegory and the people and things represented, and a sacrifice of one conflicting element to the other. In Blake's story, you have to remember that the characters are not men and women, but different parts or faculties of the human mind. This requires a kind of double attention, fatal in itself, to the experience of a work of art, a double attention like that sometimes demanded by symphonic poems, in which you have to remember the story while you are listening to the music. If you are writing about the faculties of the human mind, it must be best both for yourself and for your readers to call them by their names and to see them as themselves. So will you think most clearly, and so will the reader understand most easily. The subject matter of Jerusalem is really philosophy and psychology, and it is better expressed in the prose sentences of the marriage of heaven and hell than in myth. This should be read first by those who wish to understand Blake's ideas. Like Nietzsche, he went beyond good and evil. Good, according to the religious, he says, is the passive that obeys reason. Evil is the active that springs from energy. But for Blake himself, the conflict between this active and passive is the real evil. It is what makes men prefer dreams to reality. By the marriage of heaven and hell, he means the reconciliation of reason and energy, and the destruction of the delusive dreamer's sense of a sin which yet allures. He who desires, but acts not, breeds pestilence. If the fool would persist in his folly, he would become wise. The pride of the peacock is the glory of God. Exuberance is beauty. Energy is eternal delight. Those who restrain desire, he says, do so because theirs is weak enough to be restrained, and the restrainer or reason usurps its place and governs the unwilling. To Blake, Christ means the harmonious man in whom desire is master, and uses reason as an instrument. From this follows his belief, which is the belief underlying all religion, that true, supreme, and harmonious desire is for reality, and that from it alone can reality be discovered. Everything possible to be believed is an image of the truth. But of course, belief to Blake means real belief, belief of the whole self, belief that is acted upon, not the acceptance of anything on authority. I asked, does a firm persuasion that a thing is so make it so? He replied, all poets believe that it does, and in ages of imagination this firm persuasion removed mountains, but many are not capable of a firm persuasion of anything. Firm persuasion is that unity of the self which for Blake, as for all mystics, is salvation. Blake is united to Christianity by his mystical doctrine of forgiveness. That is what makes him one of the great designers or creators of Christianity, those who know what Christ himself meant, in whom his passion is born anew, and to whom his theology is natural truth. This doctrine expresses itself in Blake's poetry. Without symbol we need no key to understand it, and whenever it possesses him, it lifts him to its own height and clearness. The evil of unforgivingness to him is in the remembrance of sin, which keeps the sin itself alive. To record the sin for a reproach, to let the sun go down. In a remembrance of the sin is a woe and a horror. A brooder of an evil day, and a sun rising in blood. Come then, O Lamb of God, and take away the remembrance of sin. That is so whether a man remembers the sin of others or his own, and he who remembers the sin of others will remember his own. The sense of sin comes of the conflict between reason and desire. What we have to do is to end that conflict and attain to supreme desire and firm persuasion. Thinking of the conflict only perpetuates it. The religion of Jesus was for Blake. Freedom from the past, and we attain to it by forgetting the sins of others. Then we can forgive and forget our own past selves. Hence his doctrine that Jesus, the child of desire, was born in the forgiveness of sin. And the most beautiful passage in Jerusalem is the forgiveness of Mary by Joseph, and her song that follows, O forgiveness and pity and compassion. If I were pure, I should never have known thee. If I were unpolluted, I should never have glorified thy holiness or rejoiced in thy great salvation. There is the same doctrine in the last section of the everlasting gospel, and it runs all through the songs of innocence and experience. God himself, for Blake, as for Christ, is by the very logic of the idea God, he who pities and forgives, he who blots out the past. The divine energy pours itself out in pity and forgiveness, making life and growth and beauty out of sin itself, justifying even evil, since, by the forgiving and forgetting of it, it is changed into a good more subtle, more entrancing, more assured of an infinite increase than any pure good that needs no change or forgiveness. In his expressions of this doctrine, Blake rises above all our poets by reason of the richness of his mastered content. He is simpler and deeper, more passionate and more philosophically, and attains in art to that harmony which he foretells in life. When I think of it, I am in danger myself of seeing in him the one prophet, the one poet, the infallible. I am sure at least that he will seem greater through all the new discoveries and enlarged experience of posterity. Shelley and his publishers. With some new letters. By Roger Ing Pens. Shelley's transactions with his publishers were numerous. The books of no great English poet, and certainly none whose literary career at the most extended for not more than 13 years, can have borne the names of so many separate firms. Until he placed his poems in the hands of the Aliers, almost every book was issued by a new publisher. Every one of his works was a failure, and only one went into a second edition. His wide fame as a poet was entirely posthumous, although none of Shelley's publishers was sufficiently interested to repeat the experience of issuing a second book by him. He was not discouraged by this want of sympathy. He continued until the end to write and to print his works at his own expense, and if possible to find publishers for them. In the absence of a publisher, he issued them himself. He began and ended by verse writing, but in the interval his work was varied enough, comprising novels, drama, philosophy, satire, religious polemics, and politics. In recalling some facts connected with Shelley's literary enterprises, a curious repetition of names and incidents will be noticeable. There were two separate publishers of the name of Stockdale, with whom he treated, one in Pall Mall and the other in Dublin. There was an Eton, and an Eton, the former a printer in Dublin, and the latter the publisher of the third part of Paine's Age of Reason, on behalf of whom Shelley wrote his letter to Lord Ellenborough. Stockdale of Pall Mall and Munday of Oxford both listened with astonishment to his unrestrained conversation on matters of religion, and endeavored to lead him into an orthodox frame of mind. His boyish appearance and engaging enthusiasm undoubtedly made a strong appeal to them. There was a prolonged similarity in the fate of some of his early productions. Practically, the whole edition of the Victor and Cassirer volume was destroyed at the author's request, and the Necessity of Atheism and the Letter to Lord Ellenborough shared a like fate, though without Shelley's consent. In the year 1809, Shelley and his cousin Tom Medwin wrote a poem in the style of Scott's narrative verse on the Wandering Jew. It was sent to Scott's publisher Ballantyne of Edinburgh, who replied that it was better suited to the character and liberal feelings of the English than the bigoted spirit which the writer declared yet pervades many cultivated minds in this country. Even Walter Scott is assailed on all hands at present by our Scotch spiritual and evangelical magazines and institutions for having promulgated atheistical doctrines with the Lady of the Lake. This astonishing statement was evidently an excuse for declining the Wandering Jew which found no publisher during Shelley's lifetime. He was, however, at that date, busily occupied with his novel Zastruzzi, which he offered to Longmans. He may have been drawn to that firm as the publishers of a romance, which he is said to have admired, and indeed to have imitated in Zastruzzi entitled Zafloya, or The Moor by Mrs. Byron, or Charlotte Dacre, better known by her pseudonym Rosa Malilder. Although rejected by Longmans, Zastruzzi was published, while Shelley was still at Eton, by another Paternoster Row firm, Wilkie and Robinson. We are told that the young author received 40 or 50 for the book, apparently the only money he ever earned by his pen, which sum he spent in providing a farewell banquet to 12 of his schoolfellows. There is a tradition that Shelley's grandfather, Sir Bysshe, paid for the printing at Horsham of some of the boy's earliest writings, but apparently none of these efforts has survived. Local printing offices seem to have had an attraction for Shelley. We shall see later that he printed books at Dublin Barnstaple, Oxford Leghorn, and Pisa. Shelley's selection of Worthing rather than Horsham for his next venture may have been determined by his desire for secrecy. He made a selection of 17 poems by himself and his sister Elizabeth, with the title of Original Poetry by Victor and Cassier, and put it into the hands of Roman 100 and W. Phillips of Worthing. A daughter of the printer, an intelligent, brisk young woman, was the active member of the firm, with whom Shelley was on very good terms. Shelley took great interest in the technical side of the business, and spent hours in the printing office learning typesetting. Some months later, when at Oxford he had occasion to find a printer for his pamphlet, The Necessity of Atheism, he again resorted to Messrs. Phillips, who both printed and added their names to the tract. When Shelley got into trouble in connection with The Necessity, his father's solicitors drafted a letter warning the printers of an impending prosecution, recommending them not to proceed with the printing of any manuscripts that they might have by Shelley. Apparently, the letter was never sent, and no prosecution was instituted against the printers, as Monday, the Oxford bookseller, who had been an unwilling agent in selling the pamphlet, sent a similar warning to them. Before the printing of the Original Poetry of Victor and Cassier was completed, Shelley called on J. Stockdale, a publisher in Pall Mall, and persuaded him to publish the volume. Stockdale was a man with a doubtful past, who had issued a good deal of verse on commission for obscure versiwriters. Besides the scandalous memoirs of Harriet Wilson in later years, he described in Stockdale's budget a curious publication, which is to be seen in the British Museum, how he received 1480 copies of the Original Poetry, and how he discovered, after some of them had been sent out to the press, that the volume contained a poem by Roman 1000 G. Lewis. On inviting Shelley to explain this circumstance, the poet expressed the warmest resentment at the imposition practiced upon him by the coadjutor, and instructed Stockdale to destroy all the remaining copies. Only 3 or 4 are now known to have survived. The meantime, Stockdale had undertaken to revive and publish Shelley's second novel, St. Irvyne, or the Rosicrucian. The author's expectation to get at least 60 for this romance from Robinson, the publisher of Zastruzzi, was not realized, as the terms arranged with Stockdale were that the book should be published at the author's expense. The publisher mournfully recorded the fact some years later that the romance did not sell, and that he was never paid for the printer's bill. While St. Irvyne was going through the press, Shelley used to call at Stockdale's shop. The publisher became alarmed at the tone of Shelley's conversation, and in the hope that his intentions would be well received, he communicated his suspicions to Shelley's father, Mr. Timothy Shelley. However, only snubbed Stockdale for his pains. Shelley was furious at the interference, and all hopes of obtaining a settlement of his bill vanished. When Mr. Timothy Shelley took his son up to Oxford in October 1810, he called with him at the shop of Munday Slatter, the booksellers, where he advised him to get his supplies of books and stationery. Then turning to the bookseller, he said, "My son here has a literary turn. He is already an author, and do pray indulge him in his printing freaks." A month later, Shelley took some of his verses to Munday, who agreed to publish them. His friend Hogg saw the proofs, and, ridiculing their intended sincerity, suggested that with some corrections they would make burlesque poetry. Shelley somewhat reluctantly agreed, and the verses were altered to fit the title of the posthumous verses of Margaret Nicholson, edited by her nephew John Fitzvictor. The lady in question was a mad washerwoman who had attempted the life of George Roman III in 1786, and was in 1810 still an inmate of Bedlam, though nominally dead. as far as the world was concerned. The fictitious nephew Fitzvictor was apparently a son of the victor who had but recently collaborated with the peccant Cassier, when Shelley informed the bookseller that he had changed his mind about publishing, and showed him the altered versus Monday, was so pleased with the idea that he offered to publish the book on his own account, promising secrecy, and as many gratis copies as might be required. The book was issued as a bold quarto, and it became the fashion, says Hogg, among gownsmen to be seen reading it. High Street, as a mark of nice discernment, of a delicate and fastidious taste in poetry, and the very criterion of a choice spirit. Shelley was frequently in Monday Slatter's shop, where he was in the habit of talking on his favorite subjects. The booksellers, like Stockdale, became uneasy at the tone of his conversation, and endeavored to reason with him. Failing to make any impression, they persuaded him to meet a Mr. Hobbes, for whom they afterwards published a poetical work called The Widower. Mr. Hobbes undertook to analyze Shelley's arguments and endeavored to refute them philosophically, but Shelley was not convinced. He declined to reply in writing to Mr. Hobbes' arguments, and declared that he would rather meet any or all of the dignitaries of the church than one philosopher. If Mr. Hobbes' arguments were no better than his verses, Shelley was fully justified in his objections. Mr. Slatter, who has left a record of these facts, tells us that when some months later Shelley strewed the windows and counters of Monday's shop with copies of The Necessity of Atheism, which he had caused to be printed by his Worthing friends, the Phillips, he instructed their shopman to sell the pamphlet as fast as he could at a charge of 6d each. The result was magical. Mr. Walker, Fellow of New College, dropped into the shop and examined the tract, and drew the bookseller's attention to its dangerous tendency. They resolved to destroy the copies, and promptly made a bonfire of them in the back kitchen. Shelley's expulsion from the university followed in due course. Shelley's activities in Dublin in February and March 1812 made it necessary for him to employ a printer or printers for his two pamphlets, an address to the Irish people and proposals for an association of philanthropists, but neither of these tracts bore the name of a publisher, and there are no details forthcoming of the circumstances connected with their production. Shelley, however, placed a collection of his poems in the hands of a firm of Dublin printers, Messrs. R. and J. Stockdale, but they refused to proceed with the book until they were paid, and it was never issued. The manuscript was recovered after Shelley left Dublin and remained unprinted for 70 years, until Professor Dowden included some selections from it in his Life of Shelley. I can find no record of when or how Shelley first met Thomas Hookham, but his earliest published letter to him, July 29, 1812, was evidently preceded by others that have not been preserved. Hookham's library was an old established business in Old Bond Street, and about the year 1811, Thomas Hookham the younger and his brother Edward started publishing on their own account at their father's address. They issued the second edition of Peacock's The Genius of the Thames, and The Philosophy of Melancholy, and Hogg's novel Memories of Prince Alexei Hamatov, of which Shelley subsequently wrote a review. Shelley sent Thomas Hookham copies of his letter to Lord Ellenborough, which he had printed at Barnstaple, but the tract shared the same fate as The Necessity of Atheism, and was destroyed by the printer as a dangerous publication. One copy was preserved by Hookham, the only one now known to exist. It is in the Bodleian Library. In March 1813, when Shelley was in Dublin for the second time, he sent Hookham the manuscript of Queen Mab, and added that he was preparing the notes to be printed with the poem, which was to be long, philosophical, and anti-Christian. Do not, he said, let the title page be printed before the body of the poems. I have a motto to introduce from Shakespeare, and a preface. I shall expect no success. Let only 250 copies be printed in a small neat quarto on fine paper, and so as to catch the aristocrats. They will not read it, but their sons and daughters may. Nothing further seems to be known about the printing of the poem. It was issued as a small octavo, with a title 295 page, bearing the name of Shelley as author as well as printer, and the address of his father-in-law, 23 Chapel Street, Grosvenor Square. The late Mr. Edward Hookham, Thomas Hookham's nephew, stated that Queen Mab was the cause of Shelley's quarrel with Hookham. A coolness was certainly evident between the poet and the publisher after Shelley came to London in 1813. Queen Mab may have been placed in the printer's hands before Hookham saw the notes, and when he saw them, he probably declined to go on with the book or allow it to bear his name. But Shelley's connection with Hookham, which previous to this rupture had been friendly, was not entirely severed, for Hookham's imprint with Ollier's appears on the History of a 6 Weeks Tour 1817. Thomas Hookham was a cultivated and well-read man, and the author of an anonymous little record of foreign travel, which he undertook during the same year as Shelley's visit to the continent, and published as a walk through Switzerland in September 1816. He is said to have written the Shelley Memorials, which is described on the title page as by Lady Shelley, the wife of Shelley's son Thomas. Hookham's brother Edward was the friend and correspondent of Thomas Love Peacock, whose letters to him have been lately printed. The Vindication of Natural Diet, Shelley's vegetarian tract, was reprinted in 1813 from one of the notes to Queen Mab. As the text of the pamphlet differs in some respects from that as given with the poem, it is evident that Shelley was responsible for the reprint, which was issued by J. Callow, a medical bookseller in Soho. Nothing, however, is known of the circumstances connected with the publication of this tract, and there are no references to it in Shelley's published correspondence. John Murray was not one of Shelley's publishers, but he had some correspondence in 1816 with the great Cam of Albemarle Street. In his first letter, he described himself as a total stranger, and offered Murray the publication of Alastor, of which he had printed 250 copies at his own expense. The offer was declined, and the book was subsequently published by two firms, Baldwin Craddock Joy of Paternoster Row and Carpenter Son of Old Bond Street, in the summer of that year. Shelley was in Switzerland with Byron, who requested him to correct and see through the press the third canto of Childe Harold and the Prisoner of Chillon. Shelley brought the MS of the Child with him to England, and when he saw Murray, he reminded him that he wished to see the proofs from a later letter. It appears that Murray announced the poems without sending the proofs to Shelley, who at once wrote urging him to carry out Byron's request. The names of the Olliers, Shelley's last publishers, first appear on the title page of his Hermit of Marlowe pamphlet, a proposal for putting reform to the vote throughout the kingdom, 1817. This tract must have been one of the first publications of Charles and James Ollier to bear their imprint, for they commenced business at 3 Welbeck Street, Cavendish Square, in the year 1817. The Ollier family was of French descent, but they had been settled in the west of England. For many years, Charles Ollier, Shelley's correspondent in his negotiations with the firm, was born at Bath in 1788, came up to London, and entered banking house at an early age. He showed a liking for literature and developed a taste for collecting and reading old books. He subsequently became an author and the friend of authors, among whom was Leigh Hunt, who probably introduced him to Shelley. Ollier and Hunt were both devoted to the theatre and to music. Hunt addressed his verses, A Thought on Music, suggested by a private concert, May 13, 1815, to Ollier, who published some volumes of Hunt's poetry. One of the earliest of the Ollier's publications was Keats' first volume of poems, 1817. The book unhappily was not well received, and Keats, who attributed its want of success to the neglect of his publishers, took his next volume, Endymion, to another firm. The Olliers published, besides Lamb's works, in 2 volumes, 1818, and Ollier's own stories, Altherm and His Wife, and in Escilla, all of which are mentioned in the letters printed below. Shelley followed up his pamphlet with a more ambitious venture, namely Leian and Cythna, which he printed at his own expense, and arranged for it to be published jointly by Sherwood Neby Jones and the Olliers before the book was published. But after some copies had been sent out, Ollier discovered in the poem certain passages which he regarded as too frank for circulation, at least by his hands. Shelley agreed, though not without some vigorous protests, to tone down the offending expressions, and the book was issued with the names of the Olliers alone, as The Revolt of Islam. The correspondence relating to this and other matters has been published, but the following letters to Ollier have not, so far as I am aware, been printed, except portions of the first and last. Ollier apparently kept all the letters that he received from Shelley, but when Mrs. Shelley asked for the use of them, he declined on the score that they were valuable to him, and he had been offered no money. To conclude these remarks on Ollier, it may be mentioned that he also published for Shelley the Cenci second edition, 1821, Rosalind, and Helen, 1819, Prometheus Unbound 1820, Epipsychidion 1821, and Hellas 1822, he also issued a publication called Ollier's Literary Miscellany 1820, to which Peacock contributed an essay on poetry. This prompted Shelley to write as a reply his eloquent defense of poetry, which was intended for a later issue. But the first was the only number issued. The Olliers abandoned publishing in 1822. The year of Shelley's death. Their want of success was attributed to a lack of business capacity on the part of the partners and insufficient capital. To Charles Ollier, Great Marlowe, March 14, 1817. Dear Sir, be so kind as to let the books I ordered so far as you have completed them to be sent together with my prints immediately be the Marlowe coach. Mr. Hunt has, I believe, commissioned you to get me a proof impression of a print done from a drawing by Harlow of Lord Byron. I said that it should be framed in oak, but I have changed my mind and wish it to be finished in black. How does the pamphlet sell? Dear Sir, yours very truly, P.B. Shelley. Send in addition Ma's Gardening Calendar. Marlowe, April 23, 1817. Mr. Shelley requests Messrs. Ollier will have the goodness to send the books and the little pictures as soon as they can. In great haste. Bagni di Lucca, June 28, 1818. Dear Sir, I write simply to request you to pay £10 on my account to a person who will call on you, and on no account to mention my name. If you have no money of mine, still pay it at all events, and cash the enclosed at the bank. Ever most truly yours, P.B. Shelley. The person will bring a note without date signed a B. It is of so great consequence that this note should be paid that I hope, if there is any mistake with Brooks, you will pay it for me, and if you have none of mine in your hands, that you will rely on my sending it you by return of post. Postmark F.P. Osep, 1/1818. Dear Sir, oblige me by honoring a draft of 20 that will be presented to you signed a B. If there should be any mistake with the bankers, it shall be rectified by return of post, but I earnestly entreat you to pay the draft. Of course, these letters are put to my account. Sir, yours very truly, Percy B. Shelley. I had just sealed my other letter when I discovered the necessity of writing again. Probably August 20 to 24, 1819. Dear Sir, yesterday evening came your parcel, which seems to have been above a year on its voyage. Be good enough to write soon instantly about my books, etc., and how the eclogue sells, and whether you wish to 298 continue to publish for me. I have no inclination to change, unless you wish it, as your neglect might give me reason to suppose. I have only had time to look at Lamb's works, but Altherm and Endymion are both before me. 10 Rosalind and Helen. I have 2 works of some length, one of a very popular character, ready for the press. Be good enough to pay for me £7 to Mr. Hunt. With best wishes for your literary and all other success. I am yours truly, P.B. Shelley. Pray send a copy of my poem or anything which I may hereafter publish to Mr. Keats, with my best regards. 11 Shelley had cancelled here. If I should say when I have read it that I admire Endymion, he probably accept my thanks for Altherm and his wife. I have no doubt that the pleasure in store for me this evening will make me desire the company of their cousin Ines Silla. Postmark May 30, 1820. Pray tell me, are there any differences between you and Mr. Hunt, and if so, do they regard the advance either made or proposed to be made to him on my quitting England? You know I pledged myself to you to see all right on that subject, and if any dispute should have arisen without giving me an opportunity of arranging it, I have reason to think myself slighted. I imagine you cannot mistake the motives which suggest this question. Mrs. Shelley is now transcribing for me the little poems to be printed at the end of Prometheus. They will be sent in a post or 2. Pisa, April 30, 1820. Dear Sir, I observe that an edition of the Censa is advertised as published in Paris by Galignani, this though a piracy both upon the author and the publisher is a proof of an expectation of a certain demand for sale that probably will soon exhaust the small edition I sent you in. Your reprint you will be guided, of course, by the apparent demand. I send a list of errata, the incorrectness of the forms of typography, etc., which are considerably numerous. You will be so obliging as to attend to yourself. I cannot describe the trouble I had with the Italian printer. 12. This edition was never published. I request you to give me an immediate answer to the questions of my last letters. Raynell, the printer, has sent in his account for the 6 weeks tour, which of course I counted upon to pay from the profits, and I therefore suspend my answer until I receive yours and Hookham's accounts. I do not particularly care about an account item by item. I only wish to possess a general idea of our mutual situations in regard to profit and loss, and this will be afforded by your reply to my late letters, which I reiterate my request that you will be good enough to attend to. Mr. and Mrs. Gisborne, my particular friends, are now on the point of leaving Italy. They will call on you, and any politeness in your power to them I shall regard as a particular favor to myself. Be kind enough to present them with copies of whatever I have published. They only propose to stay in England a few weeks. I beg you to send me all the abuse. Dear Sir, your obliged, faithful servant, Percy B. Shelley. Address Pisa. I have just heard from Mr. Hunt, who tells me that you propose publishing Peter Bell. This I have no objection to, provided my name is entirely suppressed. Not that I am not ready to answer to anything that it contains, but that I think it a trifle unworthy of me seriously to acknowledge. Naples, February 29, 1818. Postmark FPO, Mr. 2018-19. Dear Sir, pray let me hear from you, addressed to Rome, on the several subjects of my last letter, and especially to inform me of the name of the ship and the mode of address by which my box was sent. As yet I have no tidings of it. Your obliged servant, Percy B. Shelley. If you do not write within 3 months after the receipt of this address, as before, Mr. Gisborne, Livorno. Pisa, June 16, 1821. Dear Sir, I am requested to propose to you for publication a work of which the accompanying sheets are a specimen on the terms stated in the enclosed paper, that is, that you should defray the expenses of printing, etc., and divide the profits with the author. Should you object to this arrangement, be kind enough to tell me on what terms, short of the author's entire risk, you would be inclined to engage in it. 13. This work, a commentary by Taff on Dante, was printed like Adonais at Pisa by a printer who used the types of Didot. The celebrated French typefounder Byron interested himself in the book, and it was subsequently published by John Murray. Professor Dowden printed the middle paragraph of this letter. The more considerable portion of this work will consist of the comment. I have read with much attention this portion, as well as the verses up to the 8th canto, and I do not hesitate to assure you that the lights which the annotator's labors have thrown on the obscurer parts of the text are such as all foreigners and most Italians would derive an immense additional knowledge of Dante. From they elucidate a great number of the most interesting facts connected with Dante's history of his times, and everywhere bear the mark of a most elegant and accomplished mind. I know you will not take my opinion on poetry, because I thought my own verses very good, and you find that the public declare them to be unreadable. Show this to Mr. Proctor, who is far better qualified to judge than I am. There are certainly passages of great strength and conciseness. Indeed, the author has sacrificed everything to represent his original. Truly, in this latter point, pray observe the great beauty of the typography. They are the same types as my elegy on Keats is printed from. You cannot do me a greater favor than in making some satisfactory arrangement with the author. Of course, I cannot expect, nor do I wish, that you should undertake anything that should not fairly promise to promote your own interest, but pray allow my recommendation to overbalance. If your determination should be in equilibrium, I feel persuaded that I am recommending a most excellent work, and one without which the history and the spirit of the age of Dante, as relates to him, will never be understood by the English students of that astonishing poet. Dear Sir, you're obliged and observed. Percy B. Shelley. Pisa, June 16, 1821. Photography and Art. By Howard Herne. Ever since Plato reluctantly condemned art on the ground that it was mere imitation of superficial outward appearances, the problem of art has been disputed on this basis. Plato did not allow the artist any initiative except to imitate, and his conception of ideal beauty had no connection with the activities of the poet, painter, and sculptor. It was not concerned with aesthetic beauty, but with intellectual and moral fitness and perfection. Aristotle gave a slightly different interpretation to the work of the artist, defining it as a description of the possible as contrasted with history, which determines what has actually happened. Plotinus introduced the element of the ideal. The artist does not so much imitate natural reality as externalize an archetype existing in his mind or soul. Plotinus partly identified art with Plato's ideal beauty. These three alternative views constitute the starting point for the three chief divergent explanations of art, which have been developed during the last 2,000 years in modern terminology. They would be designated as theories of art, respectively as reproduction, as imagination, as idealization. The extent of their mutual discrepancy varies according to the exact meaning attached to the last two conceptions, imagination and idealization. For instance, if the latter ultimately amounts to selecting certain particularly attractive real forms and events, it is virtually merely an eclectic process of reproduction. Imagination, again, may be regarded simply as a composite memory. Samuel Butler said imagination is mainly memory, but there is a small percentage of creation of something out of nothing with it. It is only in so far as imagination is creative that it is different in kind from reproduction, from perception and history. And if idealization is not a selection of given realities, but a making articulate of an inner vision, it also is a kind of imagination only. It is confined to the pleasantly beautiful, the attractive. The importance of all three definitions tends to be diminished when, as is often the case with modern theories, the chief emphasis is laid on the feeling or emotional element. In art, natural objects and real events can presumably excite emotion as much as imaginative creations, and this fact appears to lend a new value to the act of reproduction. The center of interest is transferred from the knowledge content to the feeling of the subject, and the knowledge content, the consciousness of the object, is regarded simply as a cause which brings about that for which art exists, viz. Emotion. The aim of reproduction is no longer intrinsic, but falls outside in the resultant subjective feeling. But this means a somewhat arbitrary distinction between the emotion and the representation in actual concrete experience. The two are so closely linked together that they appear almost identical. The emotion inheres in the representation. It cannot therefore be regarded as an instance of cause and effect. It is not analogous to the process of a pin and the ensuing prick, where the cause, the pin, is quite distinct from and independent of the feeling of pain. Mere associations of ideas are, on the other hand, nearer to the cause and effect sequence. A certain scent recalls a whole chapter of one's past history. Mr. Bosanquet's portmanteau reminds him of Florence. For this reason, a tendency is apparent to connect emotion more definitely with imaginative and idealistic art. Mere reproduction is cold and bald, and only evokes an emotion by a fortuitous association of ideas, whereas the genuine product expresses or contains the emotion, and in doing so it is thought that it inevitably alters the natural or historical fact, distorting, transmuting it. 14.3 Lectures on Aesthetics, p. 49. The applicability of these various theories appears on the surface, at any rate, to differ according to the different arts. No one can be a thoroughgoing realist with regard to music, which is so indisputably a self-contained, independent construction. It may be debatable whether music expresses experiences which are not of music, but music certainly does not imitate or reproduce them unless they are in the first place sounds. And for the most part, they are not. The problem, therefore, is not whether music reproduces, but whether it expresses anything except itself. Literature, again, can only directly imitate conversations between people. For the rest, it can only reproduce indirectly, either by symbolizing or expressing the symbol, is purely arbitrary. It is entirely a referring to something other than itself. Letters of the alphabet have become symbolical. The expression, on the other hand, contains something of the object expressed. It carries a world in itself, and of its own. Literature is admittedly expression, and here the problem takes the form of a contrast between history and fiction, whether at bottom literature only expresses historical fact, realism, or imagined fact, the possible. Painting and sculpture are, for the aesthetic theorist, in many ways the most complex of the arts. As has been pointed out, neither music nor literature can be said to reproduce directly, if they reproduce at all, because they employ a different medium, namely sounds and words. But painting and sculpture apparently employ as a medium the very objects to be reproduced or expressed, viz. Colors and lines. In literature, the word refers to a reality that seemingly is not itself a word in painting the picture, and the reality can apparently be matched, so that here literally the picture imitates reality. Outside and around us are already colors and forms, but there are no words and only the crudest sounds, and so painting is easily regarded as par excellence the imitative or reproductive art, and of all arts to have the easiest and most direct criterion, resemblance to external reality. Roman 2. These are the premises with which the realists and the romanticists, cubists, futurists, etc. start. They all assume, rather naively, the existence of an immediately perceived natural reality, of given colors and forms. Their divergence is in their views as to the activity of the artist. In respect of this natural reality, the realist considers that the painter's function is to transcribe it, to copy it onto canvas. He may select certain aspects which appeal to him. In fact, he paints a particular scene exactly because that scene gives him more pleasure than others, but his creativeness is limited to this selection of given scenes and to their skillful and accurate reproduction. The opponents of this view, and they include the majority of persons who have any serious acquaintance with painting, maintain that the essential element in a picture is not its resemblance to something else, but its intrinsic interest, and this being the case so long as the painting contains and conveys an emotion that is inherent in its line and color, it does not matter if there is not a literal resemblance to real objects. In fact, it is thought that the very effort to express a subjective mood, centering round an external situation, to project one's own imaginative life into that which itself has no life, inevitably results in a certain distortion of the natural reality. In a deliberate emphasizing of certain features, the line vibrates with feeling, the color is grouped and blended so as to conform to the emotion of the individual mood, irrespective of whether out there the artist can actually see such an arrangement. The photograph has tended strongly to confirm this theory. Back in the 80s, J.A. Simmons wrote, "The artist cannot avoid modifying his imitation of the chosen object by the impression of his own subjective quality. Human art is unable to reproduce nature, except upon such terms as these. It cannot draw as accurately as the sun does by means of the photographic camera. Art will never match the infinite variety and subtlety of nature. No drawing or painting will equal the primary beauties of the living model, yet art has qualities derived from the intellectual, selective, imaginative faculties of man, which more than justify its existence." Walter Pater went a step further and asserted that art constantly aspires towards the condition of music, for while in all other works of art it is possible to distinguish the matter from the form, and the understanding can always make this distinction, yet it is the constant aim of art to obliterate it. The cubist and futurist art theories are a logical development of certain implications contained in arguments such as these. They are an attempt to make pictorial and plastic art identical with what music is supposed to be, to get rid altogether of the irrelevant incubus of representation. They are quite distinct from the explanation, often advanced for the primitive, simplificatory character of post-impressionist art. The latter retains and is not a bit afraid of a representative content. It merely advocates a revolt from tradition and from the inclusion of facts which we know to be there in the objects depicted without actually seeing or perceiving them. Its purpose is not a musical elaboration of our vision, but a clarification, purging of it of all derivative and merely intellectual elements. Hence the stress laid on the art and vision of the child and the primitive. There is no doubt, however, that the explanations offered of the art of Gauguin, Van Gogh, and Cézanne gradually led to the Cubist theory, it was felt that not only were these artists breaking away from tradition in order to attain clearness and directness of vision, but that their vision was expressive rather than representative. Primitive art, like the art of children, consists not so much in an attempt to represent what the eye perceives as to put a line round a mental conception of the object. Like the work of the primitive artist, the pictures children draw are often extraordinarily expressive. 15. Catalogue Post-Impressionist Exhibition, Grafton Galleries, 191,011 pp. 11-12. It should be noted that the early post-impressionists were artists first and theorists afterwards, and they did not themselves produce the theories which attempt to explain their art. The later men, on the other hand, appear to have consummated a remarkable marriage of philosophical reflection and artistic expression. Their art is the conscious execution of their argument. There is no a priori objection to this luminous rationality. The only essential is that the argument should be correct. Therefore, while one cannot condemn the art of Van Gogh, Gauguin, and Cézanne on the ground that the explanatory theories subsequently put forward are fallacious, a great many of the Cubist experiments live or fall with their theory. While Cubism and Futurism had a similar origin, they very soon parted ways, and each followed the light of its own peculiar interpretation. The difference of opinion concerned not the departure from verisimilitude to persons and natural objects about which both were in agreement, but the content and character of the expression. The Futurists wanted, so to speak, program music, the Cubists pure music, without any taint of worldly and literary associations. It is curious that these two movements, which started so near together, should diverge to either extreme. Cubism to enshrine itself in a pure inhuman emotion, which possesses an absolutely divine in its selfness, but is totally unrelated to the rest of life, and can therefore only be ejaculated about, and Futurism to introduce brutally life into art, to combat the old ideal aesthetic, static, decorative, effeminate, precious, cynical, that loathed action. Cubism is fugitive, mystical, averse to science, and the world of raw human passion. Futurism is explosive with mundane energy. It is not merely a theory of art, literature, music. It is a new orientation embracing the whole of life on every question. In Parliament, in communal councils, and in the marketplaces, men are divided into lovers of the past, pacifistes, and futurists. Yet it is not so much the whole of life that the futurists wish to express as that part of it which is peculiarly modern, its movement, its flux, its dynamism. Any theory of a disruptive, hurly-burly aspect is grist to the mill of Futurism. With what acclamation will Professor Einstein's relativism be greeted, except that space should be angular rather than gracefully curved? And it is again curious how the extremes tend to meet. The Futurists state nous aspirons à la création d'un type inhumain en qui seront abolie la douleur. Morale, la bonté, la tendresse et l'amour. Man must become metallic, mechanical, and dynamical. Mr. Clive Bell aspires, if only in art, after an inhuman emotion crystallized in abstract plastic form, in intricate relations of masses, a sort of divine mathematical matter. 16. Neue Futuristi, Milan, 1917. 17. Le Futurisme by Maxinti and others, 1911. Recently, an interesting controversy has taken place in the Burlington magazine between Mr. Roger Fry and Mr. Roman 500 S. Mackall on the question of representative and abstract or purely decorative form. Mr. Mackall stands for the older school of J.A. Symonds. Mr. Roger Fry would assimilate pictorial art to music and deprive it altogether of a world outside itself. Both are in agreement as to art being non-photographic, and as to the existence parallel with or prior to visual emotional art of a photographic visual consciousness. Art, they both admit, is not reproductive. To reproduce is the function of photography and of the photographic side of our minds. Art is temperamental, the expression in line and color of emotion, but while Mr. Mackall thinks that the emotion lies mainly in the rhythm of the objects represented, Mr. Fry considers that we are wrong in concerning ourselves either with the ideas and sentiments of the artist or with his interpretation of objects, we must appreciate and judge a drawing solely according to the degree of beauty, the lines set up among themselves. Mr. Mackall shrewdly points out that Mr. Fry and his school always lay great emphasis on mass, volume, plasticity, etc., which are definitely characters of objects and therefore representative. It is possible, however, to go further. Even a line and a color are natural objects, and if we are able to find enjoyment in simple arrangements of lines and colors, why should we not find equal enjoyment in trees and clouds and hills? And people stated thus, these are generalities, but so are lines and colors in a picture, however, or a decoration. They are endowed with individual life, with a unique tone and significance. In order to be absolutely logical, neither Mr. Roger Fry nor Mr. Clive Bell should attempt to describe or explain a picture at all. It is a world in a watertight compartment, entirely severed and shut off from the ordinary world. It either throws us into an ecstasy or it does not, but these ecstasies are so many discrete units, and if they differ, we cannot articulate the difference. We ought not, for instance, to describe early Italian art as ascetically religious, Botticelli as pagan and lyrical, Hogarth as satirical, for this would be ascribing to art a content extracted from life. It would be turning art into literature. Even literature, however, at its best, is devoid of meaning. In great poetry, writes Mr. Clive Bell, it is the formal music that makes the miracle. The poet expresses in verbal form an emotion, but distantly related to the words set down, and he quotes Shakespeare's poetry as an instance of this great meaningless word music. This surely is the reductio ad absurdum of the whole theory. Mr. Clive Bell defines art as significant form. At first sight it would appear as though the delimitations set up by the reduction of art to abstract form were swept away by the admission of significance, which might include in its range the whole world. But the significance is indescribable, except in terms of form itself. Hence, there is a certain justification in Mr. Mackall's contention that Mr. Clive Bell really means insignificant form. In his reply, Mr. Bell falls back on the conception of emotion. The significance is emotional. It is not only incommunicable, except by means of the actual work of art, but is also totally unrelated to life in general. It is an intelligible and self-contained department of its own, and does not require the liaison work of the critical guide and commentator. The fact is that, in their most legitimate preoccupation of ensuring that the work of art shall be a world in itself, a unity whose essential significance and content does not lie outside itself, in a world of which it is merely a superfluous copy, but is firmly grasped and held in its imaginative synthesis, so that the content is identical with the form. Messrs. Roger Fry, Clive Bell, and co. have gone absolutely to the other extreme and deprived the work of art of all content and significance. They have rendered it a discrete unit, instead of an individual unit. Now there is only one mental activity which deals with discrete units, and that is mathematics. Hence we can detect a gradual assimilation in their critical terminology to the language of mathematics and physics. The mysticism of art is becoming the mysticism of planes, angles, cubes, surfaces, and relations of lines and masses. But Mr. Clive Bell has another and equally legitimate preoccupation. He has observed that he experiences the same kind of pleasure from a fine piece of architecture, a specimen of pottery, a decoration on a carpet, as from a painting inside a frame, which ostensibly refers to people and objects existing independently outside the frame. And he concludes that all these works must admit of reduction to a common denomination. They all have that in common which induces us to call them works of art. Obviously, as architecture is non-representative in the ordinary sense, we must excogitate a general definition which does not necessitate representation. And so by a simple classificatory abstracting process, he arrives at the formula of significant form. Now this expressly refers only to pictorial art, and does not pretend to be a definition of music, literature, dancing, etc. These, however, all come under the heading of art, and any formula for any single branch of art must contain something of the universal essence of art in general. This cannot lurk in the conception of form, because by form, Mr. Bell means not the logical concept, but the spatial physical image. It must therefore inhere in the conception of significance. Pictorial art is something significant expressed in the medium of spatial form. But here we come up against the first preoccupation of eschewing all so-called literary content, the significance of Rembrandt's dramatic masterpiece, for instance Christ, and the woman taken in adultery, must consist in the relation of the colors and lines to each other, and not in its intensely dramatic human expression, which is an illegitimate literary association of ideas. The significance is wrapped up in the abstract spatial image and therefore so far from defining the essence of all art, including literature and music. It will not even cover dramatic representational painting in his preoccupation of including decorative art. In his definition, Mr. Bell has excluded all other kinds of art and has simply universalized the idiosyncrasy of decorative art. He has not, however, really achieved that because even decorative art has what Mr. Bell would call a literary significance. No one can seriously reflect upon Egyptian, Greek, and Gothic architecture without admitting how profoundly they are charged with historical meaning, and that it is precisely this meaning which differentiates them and gives them their individuality. They are the spirit of their respective ages caught up and embodied in what by an abstractive process of thought we refer to as abstract form. Actually, it is only abstract when thought of apart from a particular instance in any given instance. For example, the cenotaph in Whitehall, it is as concrete and individual as an ordinary picture or statue. It is a manifestation and expression of the human mind in a particular set of circumstances. The foregoing analysis brings out two facts. The new art of abstract significant form is not strictly speaking anything new. It is as old, if not older, than representational art, and it is equally pregnant with literary meaning. Until quite recently, however, it has never been condensed into the form of a picture, and, surrounded with a frame, it has almost without exception been connected with objects of utility. This does not detract from its value in the slightest. It may mean that abstract art will outlive the picture. It is simply a statement of historical fact. Nor can we draw the immediate inference that abstract art is inappropriate. In a frame, certainly, the contrary would be inappropriate. That is to say, if we built a house in the form of an Assyrian lion or made a hearthrug after Rembrandt's picture of an old woman. But it is significant that the Cubist and Futurist art has so far exercised a far greater and more beneficial influence in the direction of curtains, upholstery, and dresses than of pictures. Moreover, one of the leading English apostles of Futurist art, Mr. Wyndham Lewis, is beginning to realize the immense field which lies open to him in the sphere of architecture, and is growing impatient with the limitations and narrow confines of the picture frame. 18. The Caliph's design. The egoist limited a brilliant piece of destructive writing. However this may be, the lovers both of representational art and of abstract art must live and let live, and the wrangle as to which is the most perfect, the purest kind of art, is as sterile and futile as the dispute over prose and poetry, opera and chamber music, tragedy and comedy. Roman 3. The problem, however, of photographic reproduction and of imagination still awaits a satisfactory solution. We have seen that no objection whatsoever can be raised against the marvelous representative detail of, say, Jan van Eyck's Jan Arnolfini and his wife, nor can we explain the joy and love expressed in the picture by reference merely to the forms and colors, in abstraction from the objects and persons, for that would be transforming the living and individual unity of artistic vision into the abstract schemata of scientific thought. And art is not science, although it might very well express the delights and struggles of the scientist. But on the other hand, there are pictures which at any rate appear to represent objects with the same accuracy and detail as Jan van Eyck, and yet definitely fail to rank as works of art. They may often give us pleasure, they are often informative, but a little introspection reveals that that pleasure is due to our being reminded of something that is not itself in the picture, and that the information is not about our emotion, but about an historical or a scientific fact. Similarly, with the photograph, which has still greater precision of scientific, not artistic observation, and for that very reason is artistically still more jejune and barren. But there is yet another visual product, which is neither photographic nor artistic reproduction, namely imaginative representation, from internal as well as external evidence, we can infer that certain pictures were painted by the artist out of his head and others from the models, and we find that artists like Velázquez, who painted masterpieces from the model, often failed miserably in their attempts at imaginative work. Of course, it is doubtful how far this distinction can be carried for. We have no direct proof that many of the most realistic pictures were not pure inventions, and that much of the apparently imaginative work, such as Blake's, was not simply composite. Memory imagination is just as dangerous and ambiguous a term as reproduction. 19 cf. La couronnement de la Vierge, a voluminous mass of pompous clothing floating on some well-fed babies' heads. These then are the facts to be explained. On the one hand, we have undeniably a reality of perception and photography, which is not that of art, but often extraordinarily akin to it. On the other hand, we have a visual art, which divides itself into three groups, each of which, qua art, is of equal value: realistic, imaginative, and thirdly, formal, decorative, or abstract art. What is desired is some synthetic conception which will make intelligible the similarities and differences and contradictions dwelling in these, at any rate, superficially different kinds of vision. Behind the conception of thinkers like J.S. Symonds, there always lay the photographic reality, which was the common reality of everyone, and supplied all the materials for the artist's reality, the framework of forms and colors of objects and persons. It was regarded from the aesthetic point of view as rather a nightmare, for it was so unemotional, so much the same all through, so unpliable, and the explanation of art was that it consisted of this 309 same reality, but as seen through the temperament of the artist, and therefore somehow, by some mysterious wizardry, colored with emotion, electrified into all kinds of subjective illuminations, a fascinating mirage, or instead of the word temperament, one substituted the phrase creative imagination. This means substantially the same thing, but it leads us away a bit further from photographic reality, widening the gulf between the two. We cannot create the outer world, but we can create an inner world of imagination, and actually bring into our life something intimately new, shedding a light of its own that never was on sea or land. Drive this argument a little further, and we arrive at cubism and futurism. This is the philosophical view which dominates most art criticism of today, and probably quite rightly, so it is fairly safe, and it corresponds to the facts with tolerable accuracy. It is sufficiently eclectic not to offend either an ardent philosophical realism or an ardent idealism, and it does not fall into the error of condemning one kind of art and exalting another, although our aesthetic taste, when unprejudiced by theory, proclaims both kinds equally delightful. This, however, is no reason why we should not attempt to deepen the theory with a view to giving it a closer organic unity and explaining facts, which it does not seem at present to take into account. Needless to say, we may get entangled and strike out on a wrong track, for thinking, like everything else, is experiment. Roman 4. The very first observation to be made is that ordinary vision is not photographic. It is shot through and through with emotional elements, which are part and parcel of every concrete color and form that is seen. The photographic reality is obtained by a process of thinning down, so that only the skeleton of similarities remains. It consists of a consciousness of general facts. Thighs is a tree. It has leaves with clearly delineated edges underneath. It is a brown and white cow. Nevertheless, even if the normal man in the street were to depict precisely the semi-emotional reality which he sees, it would not necessarily be a work of art. The Royal Academy is a convincing proof of this fact. But this is not because the normal man's vision is essentially different from that of the artist. The reason is just the opposite. His seeing is borrowed from the artist. It is second-hand property, considered in connection with the coordinated arrangement of the ordinary man's life. This borrowed vision is absolutely correct, and in its place, just as is his borrowed knowledge of science, mathematics, history. But if he tries to isolate it and put it apart in a frame claiming for it an original independent value, it immediately becomes false, pretentious, sentimental. It still, however, is not photographic. It is an emotion out of place. There is, of course, also in Academy pictures a great deal of photography, that is to say, of general statement. The artistic disvalue of such statements lies not in the fact that they are reproductive and true to nature, but in the deliberate stripping of all emotional content so far from giving a completer and truer account of reality. The photograph gives a thoroughly impoverished account. It must not, however, be inferred that art should assist or take the place of, say, geological drawings, because these drawings are intentionally confined to similarities and general facts. 20. The cinematograph drama might become genuine art, because one can look through the generality of the photograph into the human imaginative synthesis. It is on a par with a photograph of a picture or of a building. The conception of the creative imagination is liable to lapse into a false kind of mysticism. Imagination is always about reality. Rembrandt possessed a marvelous imagination, yet for that very reason he has considerably increased and enhanced the human consciousness of reality. In the same way, the interior of a beautiful church evokes and deepens our consciousness of religious emotion and therefore of the profound significance of life. And it is not the life of some abstract mysticism, but of man in the travail of history. All art is imaginative, but it is equally real and objective. It adds to our consciousness of the world in which we live. We need not even object to the metaphor about holding the mirror up to nature, for we cannot see ourselves except in a mirror. It might be possible, therefore, to overcome the apparent distinction between painting from the model and out of one's head, and to show that they are both the same kind of activity. There is no doubt that imaginative work has its roots in ordinary perception. Even the creator of pure designs is using lines and colors which are visible, and he gets his suggestions from the external world. And even though in the process of creating the artist seems to move away from external reality into his inner, being the created product is definitely about external reality. The cenotaph in Whitehall is our mourning over the dead. Goya's etchings, the disasters of war, are part of our concrete consciousness of war. Blake, too, where he is not lost in impossible symbolism, is always referring back to life. On the other side, every piece of ordinary perception is shot through with imagination. As with emotion, the mind is not a tabula rasa, but a most marvelous and intricate activity. And there is another explanation possible of the difference between the art, say, of Velázquez and of Fra Angelico, than that the one was reproductive, the other. Work of fantasy at the time of Velázquez, the whole interest and value of life centered round man, and preeminently round the life of kings and nobles. On these people was focused the emotional imagination of the age. To Fra Angelico, the world was altogether different. Its quintessential value lay outside it. In our experience after death, this life was but a preparation for the next, and art was as it were the imaginative anticipation of the loveliness of heaven. Nevertheless, this anticipation spoke in terms of the most refined delights of this world, and the pan to heaven was but a pan to the beauty of life. Or if one may diverge from the artist to an appreciator of art, it is clear from 311 Mr. Clive Bell's book Art that at the back of his mind there is a mystical metaphysics, a sort of conviction that the objects and events of this muddled material world are contemptible, and that we must seek for the reality of realities in some aloof inhuman state of consciousness. This is his third, and in many ways most interesting preoccupation. Each of the three definitions of art referred to at the beginning of this essay, those of Plato, Aristotle, and Plotinus, sets up claims which must be satisfied if we do not want to be continually dogged by their importunate ghosts. One of the strongest objections to Plato's premise, that the artist imitates, is that it does not allow any element of novelty. It is true that in the physical act of painting, the artist reproduces his vision, and that this act requires considerable technical accomplishment, but throughout the principal, all-powerful radiating influence is the vision. This cannot correctly be called reproductive. It is just the unmediated consciousness of something, and of that something for the first time. For instance, the artist apparently works with a limited number of colors, just as the musician with notes, but out of these he produces entirely new colors in combination. Colors are never really out of combination, just as the musician produces literally new sounds, and this production is not a mere abstract physical fact. It is emotional, and can contain the whole significance of a given period of history. The seeing of the colors and the emotional impulse coincide. It is an act of creation, nor do the colors belong, so to speak, merely to the artist's palette and canvas. They are seen out there in nature. It is a new vision of nature. It is, however, futile for the man in the street when he sees the picture for the first time to refer back to his own past experience, because this is a new experience, a new vision at the same time. Although the picture is hung up indoors in a room or gallery, the vision pierces, as it were, right through the canvas and walls, and comes to a halt out there in the mysterious and infinite world. We have seen that this process of consciousness is undoubtedly imaginative, even if the completed product is almost historically real. It is not a mere statement of fact, but it always includes facts surrounding them with concrete living individuality. Further, it always contains an element of the ideal of aspiration, not of an abstract schematized utopia or stereotyped moralizing, but of a pulsating individual love and hate in all art, even in the most realistic. This is transparent. It is, in a sense, the goodwill bending over the present and dreaming of the future. Briefly, pictorial and plastic art is the creation of the visual feeling or emotional consciousness of the human mind. As such, it is inseparably bound up in real objects, actions, and events. Remove it speculatively in thought, and you get the bare though magnificent framework of science and the stark matter-of-fact of history. Prose and Mortality by J. Roman, 100 Squire. In recent years, several editors have put together anthologies of English prose passages, among them Mr. S. Roman 50 Edwards, an anthology of English prose, Dent Messrs. Broadus and Gordon English prose, Milford, Mr. Treble English prose, Milford, and Professor Cowell, an anthology of imaginative prose, Simpkin. Only the last of these books has much in common with the treasury now presented by Mr. Logan Pearsall Smith. There are many kinds of good prose, of which Samuel Butler's is one, Jane Austen's another, Cowley's another. But the last two of these authors do not appear, and the first is only here by favor. A few exceptions are made, presumably owing to personal predilections or a feeling that such and such a great prose name should not be omitted. Swift is an instance. His prose, the faithful reflection of his mind, has many qualities, but it is out of place here, generally speaking, to satisfy Mr. Pearsall Smith in his present capacity. It is not enough. In fact, it is not anything that prose should be adequate to its purpose, neat, easy, vivacious, well-knit. It must be prose on what by common consent is the highest level of prose. Prose impeccably written, and prose with a dignity, a richness, a sonority, or a sweetness of flow that rival the attributes of great poetry. Almost all his examples come into this category. He has no room here for the most vigorous pages of Scott or the most amusing chapters of Dickens. His extracts are to be detachable jewels, gorgeous or exquisite on his flyleaf. He quotes Keats. 21. A Treasury of English Prose, edited by Logan Pearsall Smith, Constable 6's net. I had an idea that a man might pass a very pleasant life in this manner. Let him, on a certain day, read a certain page of full poesy or distilled prose, and let him wander with it, and muse upon it, and reflect from it, and bring home to it, and prophesy upon it, and dream upon it, until it becomes stale. But when will it do so? Never. When man has arrived at a certain ripeness in intellect, any one grand and spiritual passage serves him as a starting post towards all the 32 palaces. How happy is such a voyage of conception! What delicious, diligent indolence! Distilled prose, grand and spiritual passage. The editor gives no other explanation than this second-hand one, but that is enough. We must grant Mr. Pearsall Smith his ground, but on that ground every reader is sure as an anthologist's readers always will be occasionally to quarrel with him. His earlier selections from the Bible, Donne and Jeremy Taylor, could not, I think, have been better. He was bound to fill a good deal of his space with the 17th century religious writers. He does not overlook South, and he gives a numerous and glittering selection from Milton, one of the few English writers who have contrived to keep their singing robes about them with whatever effort. When writing about every sort of mundane subject, he has found almost everything that he could have wanted in the writers of the 18th century, and he gives many perfect passages from Coleridge, Shelley, Keats, and Landor. But to some of the Victorian writers, and to some of our contemporaries, though he has quarried some exquisite things from unlikely places, he does, if he will allow me to say so, less than justice. We could have spared some of the 11 pages of Emerson for the sake of some of the best paragraphs of Ruskin, who is given only 2 pages the single extract from Cardinal Newman, whose idea of a university should have been searched, does not represent him, and no single extract could there are two. There might well have been more extracts from Mr. Doughty's wanderings. In Arabia, the passage from Samuel Butler is more sustained than Butler's want, but scarcely worthy of inclusion, though the reader would appreciate in any surroundings his last sentence. "I'm not very fond of Milton, but I admit that he does at times put me in mind of Fleet Street." Mr. Shaw appears, and Henry James. There are good extracts from Mr. Santayana and Mr. Lowes Dickinson, but Mr. Conrad's works, both his reminiscences and his novels, should have yielded many more than 2 pieces, and some admirable modern writers of colored, musical, and affecting prose. Omitted altogether, Mr. Hardy is a curious omission. Mr. Chesterton, as a rule, troubles too little to be a good subject for this anthologist. The journalist and the tumbler are always breaking in. The poet appears arm-in-arm with the politician, an exasperating contiguity. But I think that exploration would have been rewarded, even had our collector gone no farther than the splendid last pages of the Short History of England, from Mr. Hudson's books, especially from A Crystal Age. And far away and long ago passages, I think, could have been taken which would have competed respectably with many that are here. Mrs. Meynell's essays and Mr. Bertrand Russell's last book should be drawn on. And whereas Mr. Belloc, Rupert Brooke, said that Mr. Belloc had a better prose style than any man alive, I should not dispute that it is a clear, a precise, and economical style that serves admirably all the diverse uses to which its owner puts it, and it often rises always quietly where some poignant thing is clearly seen, into sentences of noble beauty. These are liable to occur almost anywhere. For instance, in a digression, during an article on strategy, possibly because he began his career with public facetiousness about purple patches, he often seems to allow a promising passage to break its back. Because he will not seem artificial or affected, he fetters his consciously exercised powers, and he can seldom let himself go, as it were, unconsciously in his books. It would therefore be far more easy to find short passages than long ones of the kind included in this anthology. For any other sort of prose anthology, his work should be thoroughly ransacked. Nevertheless, there are long ones. My memory is that there are certainly several in the Four Men, and in the books of essays. To hunt for examples, which one will have no room to quote, would be tiresome. There is a long passage in The Absence of the Past which begins, "There was a woman of charming vivacity, whose eyes were ever ready for laughter, and whose tone of address of itself provoked the noblest of replies. Many loved her, all admired. She passed, I will suppose, by this street, or by that. She sat at table in such and such a house. Gainsborough painted her, and all that time ago there were men who had the luck to meet her and to answer her laughter with their own. And the house where she moved is there, and the street in which she walked, and the very furniture she used and touched with her hands, you may touch with your hands. You shall come into the rooms she inhabited, and there you shall see her portrait, all light and movement and grace and beatitude." But it is a stupid thing to spend much time talking about the omissions from a good book, only less so than it would be to complain that it is one sort of book and not another sort. Mr. Pearsall Smith set out to collect prose passages of a certain, the most poetical and resounding kind, and he has made an admirable and a learned choice. A perusal of his specimens confirms in me an opinion previously formed as to the nature of this kind of prose in English. It is that we have a canonical style for such prose, and that such prose most frequently arises from meditation on a definable kind of subject. In great writers, and small in those whose prose marches always with majesty, and in those with whom eloquence is infrequent, in the graceful, and the ungainly in the magisterial, and the familiar, this thing is to be discerned, that their prose is least personal, when at its highest flights the observation is common, that we have in England no standard and accepted prose style, but a medley of manners which are continually increasing in number. This is true, but it has not been generally noticed that amongst those passages of English prose, drawn from authors of all our literary ages, which are received as being the most sublime and the most musical passages which have been, and must be, the first resort of all anthologists of our prose, who are in search of those attributes of power and beauty, there is a strong likeness of form and feature. There is more, the resemblance is often so close that the differences normally marked between the styles of writers, divided by a great gulf of time, are in such sentences not to be distinguished. Styles so various on the lower plane meet, as it were, on the higher. There is an established and inevitable manner into which an Englishman will rise when his ideas and images lift into grandeur. It is the style of the authorized version, a style in process of formation long before the date of that Parthenon of our prose, but reaching in that its perfection, and by means of that made an element of the air we breathe, and many generations before us have breathed in childhood, even in writers who never entirely lose the marks of their eccentricity. The most eloquent purple patches are always reminiscent. Emotion deepens suddenly or reaches an expected climax. The results of reflection are summarized by whatever route the author comes to a place at which his expression assumes a sublimity of imagery and a perfection of rhythm, and with the emotion he communicates is always mingled the throe of recognition. The note has been struck, and 100 neighboring strings respond. The writer has stepped off the common road, and into that chapel where there is one ritual and one mode of incantation. Man that is born of a woman hath but a short time to live, and is full of misery. He cometh up, and is cut down like a flower. He fleeth, as it were a shadow, and never continueth in one stay. It is the prayer book of 1549. Thou hast drawn together all the far-stretched greatness, all the pride, cruelty, and ambition of man, and covered it all over with these two narrow words, Hic jacet. It is Sir Walter Raleigh. These wait upon the shore of death, and waft unto him to draw near, wishing above all others to see his star, that they might be led to his place, wooing the remorseless sisters to wind down the watch of their life, and to break them off before the hour. It is Bacon, a memory of yesterday's pleasures, a fear of tomorrow's dangers, a straw under my knee, a noise in mine ear, a light in mine eye, and anything and nothing, a fancy, a chimera in my brain, troubles me in my prayer. It is John Donne. Methusalem, with all his hundreds of years, was but a mushroom of a night's growth to this day, and all the four monarchies with all their thousands of years, and all the powerful kings, and all the beautiful queens of this world, were but as a bed of flowers, some gathered at 6, some at 7, some at 8, all in one morning, in respect of this day that too is dawn, and his subject eternity, since the brother of death daily haunts us with dying mementos, and time that grows old itself bids us hope no long duration. Eternity is a dream and folly of expectation. That is Sir Thomas Browne. They that 3,000 years agone died unwillingly, and stopped death 2 days, or stayed it a week. What is their gain? Where is that week? That is Jeremy Taylor. When all is done, human life is at the greatest and the best, but like a froward child that must be played with and humoured a little to keep it quiet till it falls asleep, and then the care is over. That is Sir William Temple. The present is a fleeting moment, the past is no more, and our prospect of futurity is dark and doubtful. That is Gibbon. The stars that still sojourn, yet still move onward, and everywhere the blue sky belongs to them, and is their appointed rest, and their native country, and their natural homes, which they enter unannounced as lords that are certainly expected. And yet there is a silent joy at their arrival. The argument to the ancient mariner needs no specification. Laodamia died, Helen died, Leda, the beloved of Jupiter, went before. It is better to repose in the earth betimes than to sit up late, better than to cling pertinaciously to what we feel crumbling under us, and to protract an inevitable fall. That is from a dialogue of Landor's. And it would not taste of death by reason of its adoption into immortal palaces, but it was to know weakness and reliance, and the shadow of human imbecility, and it went with a lame gait. But in its goings it exceeded all mortal children in grace and swiftness. That is Charles Lamb. In her sight there was Elysium, her smile was heaven, her voice was enchantment. Air of love waved round her, breathing balm into my heart. For a little while I had sat with the gods at their golden tables. I had tasted of all earth's bliss. They have quoted that passage from Hazlitt's Liber Amoris 1,000 times. Like God, whose servants they utter their pleasure not by sounds that perish, or by words that go astray, but by signs in heaven, by changes on earth, by pulses in secret rivers, heraldries painted on darkness, and hieroglyphics written on the tablets of the brain. That is De Quincey. And again the sun blinks out, and the poor sower is casting his grain into the furrow, hopeful he that the zodiacs and far heavenly horologes have not faltered, that there will be yet another summer added for us, and another harvest. That is Carlyle. To what port are we bound? Who knows? There is no one to tell us, but such poor weather-tossed mariners as ourselves, whom we speak as we pass, or who have hoisted some signal or floated to us some letter in a bottle from far. It is from Emerson, not to discriminate every moment some passionate attitude in those about us, and in the brilliancy of their gifts, some tragic dividing of forces on their ways, is on this short day of frost and sun to sleep before evening. That if modern in conception, altogether traditional in cadence, and in the phrasing of its close, is from Pater's Renaissance, We can therefore be happy in our sorrows, happy even in the death of our beloved, who fall in the fight, for they die nobly as heroes and saints, die with hearts and hands, unstained by hatred and wrong. A peroration, the peroration from the poet laureate's spirit of man. And in the autumn before the snows come, they have all gone off, all that incalculable abundance of life, of all that hope and adventure, excitement and deliciousness. There is scarcely more to be found than a soiled twig, a dirty seed, dead leaf, black mold, or a rotting feather. Mr. H.G. Wells, never a careful artist or fully aware of what language can be, permits himself some looseness in the phraseology of the passage from which that sentence comes, but he too falls as it were unwittingly into the old music. And here from another living author is a piece of declamation which contains indeed sentiments and words which would have been foreign to the 17th century, but is a true child of its loins. We survey the past and see that its history is of blood and tears, of helpless blundering, of wild revolt, of stupid acquiescence, of empty aspirations. We sound the future and learn that after a period long, compared with the individual life, but short indeed, compared with the divisions of time open to our investigation, the energies of our system will decay, the glory of the sun will be dimmed, and the earth, tideless and inert, will no longer tolerate the race, which has for a moment disturbed its solitude. Man will go down into the pit, and all his thoughts will perish. The uneasy consciousness, which in this obscure corner has for a brief space broken the contented silence of the universe, will be at rest. Matter will know itself no longer. Imperishable monuments and immortal deeds, death itself, and love stronger than death, will be as though they had never been, nor will anything that is be better or be worse, for all that the labor, genius, devotion, and suffering of man have striven through countless generations to effect. This passage, summarizing the conclusions that natural science unaided has been able to reach, is detached from a longer one. It occurs in Mr. Balfour's The Foundations of Belief. There is one music and one speech in all these extracts. It is not the result of deliberation, but it is not an accident that they have so much else in common, that their very subjects are analogous, chosen, however genuinely, at random, and without afterthought. If they are chosen from the best, they will be variations on but a few related themes, and half of them will be inspired by the direct contemplation of death. There are innumerable subjects which engage the attention, and they may be seen in countless aspects, but that large utterance comes chiefly to English lips, when things of whatever nature they may be are regarded sub specie eternitatis. Whatever a man's philosophy, and whatever his mood, when he speaks with this music, he speaks with the voice of mankind, awed and saddened by its inscrutable destiny, time, death, eternity, mutability. Those words, the most awful that we know, insistently recur. It is they, unuttered yet present, which give their grandeur to pronouncements of many kinds, which do not relate directly to the general operations of time or of death, to Burke's passage on Marie Antoinette, to Johnson's preface to his dictionary, to Gibbon's Moonlight, Reverie on the conclusion of his history. Those names, those figures with their skirts of thunder and doom trail through all our literature with a majesty that no others possess, apostrophizing those our shadowy tyrants, celebrating them, rebelling against them. We may clothe our conceptions in many images, though even here, for the most part, we must observe a tendency natural and spontaneous to choose as tokens and ornaments a few, in the earthly sense, universal and perennial things. But those shapes tower over our whole world, anything we look at in the sunlight. A wave, a weed, a traveling insect may be like a window opening out to them. And at night under the dark sky, so actual and so symbolical, the reflective man is always aware of them. We have our activities and our distractions. We must satisfy our carnal cravings, eat, drink, and sleep between birth and death. Under that immense and unresponsive heaven we build and dig, hunt and dance, carve and paint, intrigue, copulate and kill. But whenever the moment comes that we turn round from our toys, it is one spectacle that we see: life proceeding from darkness to darkness, change, dissolution, and death. And the greatest utterance of our tongue is a chronicle, again and again resumed and repeated, of the wonder and dread, the certain regret, and the wavering hope which that spectacle arouses in hearts which have immortal longings but have loved transient things, a chronicle of grass that withers, leaves that fall, of girls like flowers who fade, like flowers of conquerors who are dust blown about, of tough oaks that decay, of stone temples and pyramids that as surely after a few more years fall into dust, of the world's past, and the past of the individual which cannot be recovered, the innocence and the illusions of childhood, the loss of which typifies all loss, and their beauty, that Eden to which, with the shadow approaching, we pitifully aspire, all framed by the most abiding things that our senses know, the sea and the wind and the hills, the seasons which come for all generations in their order, the stars constant, silent, vigilant, over all those also transitory, after their own kind, arching to their fall in epochs, beyond our computation or guessing, but in relation to us steadfast and immutable. They say, though I do not believe it, that an age, even if it be still far distant, is coming in which the present preoccupations of man, both physical and mental, will have vanished, and new passions and new hopes will have taken their place. Our contact with each other is as yet imperfect. Psychological discovery is only beginning. The gates between mind and mind will all be broken down. It will not be a question of universal candor, but of automatic communication and sympathy. The individual will be identified with the race, will live only in the life of the race, will not merely not fear, but will not even think about any death which does not involve the death of the race. The race will be one animal, its members slewed and replaced, will want no more immortality than that qualified perpetuation which the race can give. No two persons will be more to each other than any other two. Man will really be man, and will cease to be men, should that time come, which, speaking diffidently, it will not. The voice of man may change, his most eloquent words may be other than they are now, and even though in his corporate form he is still most deeply stirred by frustrations that we cannot conjecture, the range of his imagery will have altered. He will have new symbols for his regrets, and new comparisons for his ideas. Pending that change, there is no reason to suppose that the essential, or to a large extent the incidental material of our poetry, or of such of our prose as aspires to the condition of poetry, will substantially alter. We speak most sublimely of what moves us most deeply. But this is not to say that we should wish that such speech at the cost of such experience should be more than intermittent. Sun, sheep, and children may take a sober coloring from the eye that has been much busied with such watchings, but they were not put there solely for that purpose. Even if we profess ignorance of the reasons for their existence, we shall employ ourselves better if we act on the assumption that they were not. The last word after so prolonged a meditation on the incomprehensible may lie with Stevenson, who, not unaccustomed to the thought of death, and not incapable of poetry, wrote an essay on the subject which might not supply passages distilled enough for this book, but contains many so sensible that they might well be reprinted in others. The changes wrought by death, he said, are in themselves so sharp and final, and so terrible and melancholy in their consequences, that the thing stands alone in man's experience, and has no parallel upon earth. That opening might have led to a piece of great orchestral prose, but he turned on himself, and wrote instead some pages of cheerful colloquial prose, sprinkled with fine sentences in all views and situations. There is but one conclusion possible, that a man should stop his ears against paralyzing terror, and run the race that is set before him with a single mind. And as a matter of fact, although few things are spoken of with more fearful whisperings than this prospect of death, few have less influence on conduct under healthy circumstances. But notice even in this essay the old lift, the old attitude, the old accents, when momentarily he looks out over the other wall into what great waters not to be crossed by any swimmer God's pale Piartorian throws us over in the A collection of autographs by Canon N. Egerton Lee. My collection of autographs was begun by Lady Sitwell of Rimpstone, who married 1798 Sir Sitwell BT Roman 1000 p., who died in 1811. She married secondly as his second wife my grandfather in 1821, and died in 1860. Lady Sitwell knew everybody and entertained a good deal. She was a bluestocking in the days of their power, and most of the letters were written to her by the eminent men and women of the day, but her friends supplied her with other autographs. For instance, Longfellow sends her George Washington and Benjamin Franklin. The following remarks by Washington are interesting at the present time, at the beginning of the late war with Great Britain, when we thought ourselves justifiable in resisting to blood. It was known to those best acquainted with the different conditions of the combatants and the probable cost of the prize in dispute, that the expense in comparison with our circumstances as colonists must be enormous, the struggle protracted, dubious, and severe. It was known that the resources of Britain were in a manner inexhaustible, that her fleet covered the ocean, and that her troops had harvested laurels in every quarter of the globe. Not then organized as a nation or known as a people upon the earth, we had no preparation money, the nerve of war was wanting, the sword was to be forged on the anvil of necessity, the treasury to be created from nothing. If we had a secret resource unknown to our enemy, it was in the unconquerable resolution of our citizens, the conscious rectitude of our cause, and a confident trust that we should not be forsaken by heaven. The people willingly offered themselves to the battle, but the means of arming, clothing, and subsisting them, as well as of procuring the implements of hostility, were only to be found in anticipations of our future wealth. Paper bills of credit were emitted, monies borrowed for the most pressing emergencies, and our brave troops in the field unpaid for their services. In this manner peace, attended with every circumstance that could gratify our reasonable desires or even inflate us with ideas of national importance, was at length obtained, but a load of debt was left upon us. The fluctuations of and speculations in our paper currency had, but in too many instances, occasioned vague ideas of property, generated licentious appetites, and corrupted the morals of men. To these immediate consequences of a fluctuating medium of commerce may be joined a tide of circumstances that flowed together from sources mostly opened during and after the war, the ravage of farms, the conflagrations of towns, the diminution. Here the MSS abruptly stops, but we can imagine what would follow. Mr. Herrick of Beaumanor Park gave Lady Sitwell the earliest autograph in the collection, a letter of Robert Herrick from St. John's, Cambridge, which I lent to the late Professor Moorman for his Life of Robert Herrick. A curious entry in his uncle's account books discloses the fact that while the impecunious student was finding infinite difficulty in obtaining his quarterly allowance of 10, the wealthy uncle was borrowing hundreds of pounds from the nephew. I pass on to a letter of Lord Byron's, accepting an invitation to dinner with Lady Sitwell. In it, he says, "The song you have been good enough to send had escaped my observation or my memory. When in Greece, I will endeavor to comply with your request. The copy has a few errors, which I will try to expunge, though I have nearly forgotten my Romaic. I believe the words should be thus arranged." He arranges them, and then sends her, doubtless knowing her penchant for autographs, the following lines. "I wander near that fount of waters, where throng my country's virgin daughters, and yet that haunt I might forgo. Will Shemi, love, be there? Ah no, all are there save her alone. Yet once along that fountain shone her imaged eyes within the stream, that glittered with the borrowed beam. Yet that fount is calm and clear, nor less to Hellas' daughters dear, but their reflection near shall grace those waters with so fair a face. She comes not there, yet linger still my steps around that sacred rill, nor know I wherefore there I stray, but cannot tear myself away." Albany, April 15th, 1814. Another manuscript to which an especial interest attaches at this time is the following letter from George Eliot. 16 Blandford Square, London, N.W. My dear friend, I was delighted to have your letter this morning bringing me good news not only of a literary, but of a personal kind. It is pleasant to know that your labors on Adam have been so far appreciated, but I think it is pleasanter still to know that Mammon has had the comfort of seeing her son Charles this Christmas, and that your prospects concerning him are hopeful. I begin, to consider myself an experienced matron, knowing a great deal about parental joys and anxieties. Indeed, I have rather too ready a talent for entering into anxieties of all sorts. Mr. Lewes is very much obliged to you for sending him the prospectus and additional information, which he has already dispatched to Mr. Trollope. It will be a valuable widening of his opportunities for choosing a foreign school. I was not aware, till I gathered the fact from your letter, that Emile Forbes had analyzed the mill for the Revue des Deux Mondes. For Mr. Lewes, knowing that it would vex me, had carefully concealed it. It is an impudent way of getting Monith's cool appropriation of other people's property without leave asked, which seems to have become a regular practice with him. Pray consider me responsible for nothing but what you find in the Tauchnitz edition I never alter my books after they are printed, never alter anything of importance, even in the course of printing, and see nest point mon histoire Jecris or whatever else you may find in Roman 1000 Forgues edition that is not in the English, is due to the gratuitous exercise of his own talents in improving my book. I can well imagine that you find the mill more difficult to render than Adam, but would it be inadmissible to represent in French, at least in some degree, those intermédiaires entre le style commune et le style elegant to which you refer? It seems to me that I have discerned such shades very strikingly rendered in Balzac, and occasionally in George Sand. Balzac, I think, dares to be thoroughly congenial in spite of French straightlacing even in English. This daring is far from being general. Inferior writers are hardly ever capable of it, and in the great mass of English fiction from Bulwer down to the latest young lady scribbler you find scarcely anything but impossible dialogue character speaking as no man or woman ever spoke, except on the stage. The writers who dare to be thoroughly familiar are Shakespeare, Fielding Scott, when he is representing the popular life with which he is familiar, and indeed every other writer of fiction of the first class, even in his loftiest tragedies. In Hamlet, for example, Shakespeare is intensely colloquial. One hears the very accent of living men. I am not vindicating the practice. I know that is not necessary to you who have so quick a sensibility for the real and the humorous, but I want to draw your attention to what you may not have observed: timid elegance, alias unnaturalness, of inferior English writers. You may not have observed it, because naturally you don't read our poorer literature. You of course have knowledge as to what is or can be done in French literature, beyond any that my reading can have furnished me with. I am glad that you think there are any readers who will prefer the mill to Adam. To my feeling, there is more thought and a profounder veracity in the mill than in Adam, but Adam is more complete and better balanced. My love of the childhood scenes made me linger over them in epic fashion, so that I could not develop as fully as I wished the concluding book, in which the tragedy occurs, and which I had looked forward to with much intention and preparation from the beginning. My books don't seem to belong to me after I have once written them, so I find myself delivering opinions about them as if I had nothing to do with them. I am not afraid that you will be unable to distinguish that frankness from conceit. I cannot write very boastfully about our health. Both Mr. Lewes and I are very middling, easily upset, easily put out of order. But in all other respects, our happiness grows daily. Our dear boy Charles is more and more precious to us, and seems to delight in pouring all his young affection out in tenderness to me. Thornton the second is going on well and happily with his studies at Edinburgh, and seems to have profited morally and physically by the change. I don't know how to describe our locality otherwise than by saying that it lies very near Regent's Park. Westward, it is a quiet situation for Londonallers, not quiet for me, who dream of still fields. London is hateful to me, and I sometimes think we shall hardly have come to stay in it 3 years. Mr. Lewes and I constantly recall Genevant for us. Geneva means all that is associated with you and Mammon. It was a vivid pleasure to me that he felt his liking and admiration go out to you both, quite apart from the fact that you were my friends. He desires to share in all assurances of affection that I send you, but I send you few assurances. Are they necessary? Lord Houghton once said that the personal is always the interesting. This gives one of the great interests to a collection of autographs. It illustrates the personal. Take Tennyson's "There is not one word in a long letter to show that he was poet laureate." He begins with, "Trouble not yourself about the half-crown. I am very glad to pay my debts, however small, though Milnes asserts that nothing under 5 shillings should ever be refunded. It is not all ladies who would have tolerated my fumigation, so mildly forgive my seeming roughness at parting. There is something in the farewell shake of hands that often breaks me down and makes me seem other than I am." My letter from Rudyard Kipling has in it the sentence, "I was a chorister once, but somehow they managed to agree to get on without me after a while." Samuel Smiles of Self-Help, etc. writes, 1891, "I think nothing the less of you, because you are a dominie. You have a great mission for training the intellects and hearts of the coming generation. I hope you are kind to the children. My dominie He was a hard man, though he had favorites. Told me I was only fit to sweep the streets of my native borough, and threatened to dash my brains against the wall. This was his ordinary way of speaking of those who were not his favorites. But I understand that he became better as he grew older still. He left a very bad taste in my mouth. Leigh Hunt writes a kind letter to a budding poet, with the postscript, "Send your sonnets by all means to periodicals, but have no mercy in them on superfluous words." With equal kindness, Southey writes to Mr. Ragg in 1835, "I do not remember to have seen a more beautiful little piece than Why Does the Sun Go Down? It ought to find its way into all popular selections." Southey wrote out for Lady Sitwell in 1813, "The March to Moscow." From these kindly letters, let us turn to Robert Lowe. "I am a candidate for the Greek professorship of Glasgow, a most excellent appointment, and one which above all I should be anxious to obtain. My chance is not a bad one, as there is no candidate with whom they are content, and to me there is no objection except my politics, and they are, you know, not very furious, or indeed in any way practical principles. To me this is the fairest chance that has ever offered to me of making myself independent and affluent for the rest of my life. It is one of the few appointments I am able to fill." This was written in 1838. In 1851, he writes to the same person, "I am a candidate for the chair of political economy at Oxford. I have every hope of success, as my reception in Oxford has been very flattering. The contest seems to lie between me and Neat of Oriel, a very good man, I believe, but not very popular." Another politician, John Bright, wrote in 1865, "I fear it would not suit your object for any Englishman to interfere in the course that may be taken in reference to Jeff Davis. I have privately said all I can or ought to say, and from what I hear, I incline to think that he will escape the punishment which so many men have suffered for crimes of infinitely less guilt. I am opposed to capital punishment for political or social crimes. Autographs from prime ministers include the Duke of Portland. Your parishioner, named Bradley, tried to usurp one of my houses. I do not consider that an amiable weakness, and Lord Salisbury, La Donna e Mobile, given to a lady during an important conversation. When she asked for his autograph, Lord Rosebery heads his letter Waterloo Day. Mr. Gladstone shows his kindly feeling for Sir Stafford Northcote, but from Melbourne onwards, the Prime Ministers content themselves with few words. So does Thackeray. Dear Sir, or Madam, where does Mr. Ritchie live, with whom I dine in 2 hours? Please tell John Hay says our visit to Eton will be for Helen and me one of our pleasantest memories of England." Eton is again mentioned by Mr. Justice Coleridge, writing to his relation, "They are one of the masters. I should like very much to know whether there is any prospect of the college making any movement towards changes. Eton does not like changes." To parody Lord Curzon's motto, "Let Eton hold what Eton held," is as true now as in the past. I will conclude with a pathetic letter from Matthew Arnold. "I lead such a bothered and hard-driven life that I forget what I wrote in better days." I wonder if he remembered writing in an autograph book, "Of little threads our life is spun," and he spins ill who misses one. Bibliographical notes and news. Correspondence from readers on all subjects of bibliographical interest is invited. The editor will, to the best of his ability, answer all queries addressed to him. General notes. The Christy Miller sale at Messrs. Sotheby's, postponed from November 28th to December 16th, realized the enormous total of $110,356, thus more than doubling the previous record for a single day's book sale, achieved at the Yates-Thompson sale last summer, the total of which was 52,000. The great majority of the items were acquired by Mr. G. Roman 500 Smith, the American buyer who seemed to have learnt to think so imperially about book prices that very few English dealers or collectors were able to compete with him. For the most part, the bidding resolved itself into a duel between Mr. Smith and Mr. Quaritch, Mr. Smith being almost invariably the victor. The highest price for a single lot, the highest price ever given for a single book or manuscript, was $15,100, which was paid for the minute vellum-bound volume containing Venus and Adonis, the Passionate Pilgrim, and epigrams and elegies by J. Roman 500, Sir John Davies, and Roman 100 Roman 1000, Christopher Marlowe, The Venus and Adonis is the only copy known of the 4th edition of the poem. 6 copies of the first 3 editions exist, all of which are in public libraries. The Passionate Pilgrim is one of the 3 known copies of the first edition, 1599, while only 2 or 3 copies are known to exist of the epigrams and elegies published at Middleborough, 1598. Other Elizabethan books fetched very large prices. Green's Arbasto, 1584. A unique copy went for 820. Guidonius, 1584. For 770. Morando, 1584. For 680. Planetomatia, 1585. For 900. And the unique copy of Equip for an upstart courtier, 1592. For 1200. A copy of Tottle's Miscellany, 2nd edition, fetched 2400. Nash's Unfortunate Traveller, 1594. 680. And the first edition of the Paradise of Dainty devises 1700 copies of the Arcadia, 1590, and of Astrophel and Stella circa 1595, were sold for 1,000 and 2,700 respectively. The other Shakespeare lots were sold at less astonishing figures. A copy of the first folio, slightly defective, sold for 2,300. 2,400 was given for a fine copy of the third folio, Much Ado About Nothing. The quarto of 1,600 sold for 2,200. And the True Tragedy of Richard III, the anonymous play used by Shakespeare in producing his own Richard Roman III, for 2,000. The Heber collection of broadsheets and ballads was purchased by Mr. Smith for 6,400. This collection, comprising 88 pieces, is a portion of the Great Collection, a larger collection, half of which passed under the terms of Mr. Huth's will to the British Museum. It contains many pieces of remarkable beauty and interest. Other interesting items in the sale were 3 minor works of the laureate John Skelton, printed by Pinson, the 3 bound together in a single volume, which was bought for 1780, the Amoretti and Epithalamium of Spencer, 1595. 1200, the Shepherd's Calendar, 1579. 1280, Reynard the Fox, Caxton, 1480. 15900, the Cordiale, or the 4 Last Things, Caxton, 1479. 1900, Tully of Old Age, Caxton, 1480. 1800, Gray's Elegy, 1751. 750, Paradise Lost, 1667. 460. This sale marks the triumph and the reduction to the absurd of book collecting. The absurdity of picture redealing is already manifest. Prices have long ceased to have the least relation to the merit of the work purchased. It is out of mere snobisme, and not from any love of art, that people will give £50,000 for a picture by a second-rate 18th-century artist. The same spirit has invaded the book-collecting world. The amateur who collects books out of a genuine love of literature had better retire as gracefully as he may. There is no place for him in the topsy-turvy universe, where £15,000 is paid for a little volume of poems. One left the sale with a curious feeling of bewilderment and indignation, almost vowing that one would never look at an old book again. The centenary of George Eliot was celebrated at Messrs. Hodgson's by the sale of a first edition of Scenes of Clerical Life. A fine uncut copy, it went for 17. The library of the late James Nicol Dunn was disposed of at the same rooms. Mr. Dunn was a journalist whose career included the editorship of the Morning Post and that of the Johannesburg Star in earlier years, always retained some flavor of that association, was Henley's assistant on the National Observer. He was thus in a position to obtain books, manuscripts, and autograph letters, which have since become valuable. His Edinburgh set of Stevenson, accompanied by a note from Charles Baxter Louis, will have net complete about 5,200 over. This went for 65, and a set of the Scots Observer and National Observer for 47, an inscribed copy of Whistler's Gentle Art of Making Enemies sold for 10 guineas, and 3 first editions with letters of John Davidson 5, which suggests that Davidson is at last getting a little notice from collectors. Among the autographs were several corrected proofs and typescripts of Mr. Kipling's A Freely Corrected Typescript of Tomlinson, fetched 81, the MS of Fuzzy Wuzzy 53 manuscript poems of Henley's, with a letter from Mr. Yeats thrown in, brought only 6/10. Still more surprising was the sale of Mr. Yeats' MS of the Lake Isle of Innisfree, with another for 5/15 in a sale on the following day. a first edition of the Shropshire Lad turned up. It was sold for £4. The Arbery Library, a portion of which is to be sold at Sotheby's on January 22nd, has an interest apart from the high rarity of many of the books, which are to be sold, for these found their way to Arbery not at the fancy of any individual collector of rare volumes. None of the Newdigates have been great book collectors in this modern sense, but simply as current literature of the period in which they were published. The first folio, Shakespeare, for instance, which is described as probably the largest available, has been at Arbery since 1660, when it belonged to Serjeant Newdigate, who was Chief Justice under Cromwell, and was made a baronet at the Restoration. And it is likely that it came into his possession, or into that of the elder brother whom he succeeded soon after its publication in 1623, Sir Richard Newdigate's mother. Was Anne Fitton's sister to Mary Fitton, Queen Elizabeth's frolicsome and wayward maid of honor, whom a modern edition of Shakespeare's sonnets has sought to identify with the Dark Lady. Family papers at Arbery give no support to the late Mr. Tyler's theory, and Mary Fitton's portraits there show her to have been fair rather than dark. It is probable that some of the volumes which are to be sold at Sotheby's were at Arbery when Mary Fitton found a home there with her sister Lady Newdigate after her disgrace at court. No one whose interest in old books lies in their character, their history, and their associations, rather than in the price which they may fetch under the hammer, can fail to regret the fate by which these precious volumes are at length taken from the home in which they have stood side by side for some 3 centuries. Sounds unheard are the sweetest, and the books that were never written, and the books that once existed and have been lost, are by far the world's best books. Those chapters on chambermaids and buttonholes would have been the most amusing in Tristram Shandy. Milton's epic on King Arthur, great and glorious in itself, would also have nipped the Idylls of the King in the bud, thus earning our gratitude as well as our admiration. The lost books of the Satyricon were the best things Petronius ever wrote, and the vanished poems of Sapphoon dare not think of them. And now we have news of yet another little work that has joined the great army of the lost, but not, we hope, forever, for the volume can hardly fail to turn up some time sooner or later in some bookseller's shop or some collector's library. The history of this lost volume is not uninteresting, and we propose to quote at some length from an account of it furnished by the owner, Miss E. Roman 1000 Green of Modbury Ivy Bridge, South Devon. In 1913, a MS book fell into my hands, thought first to be a manuscript of Little Gidding, which proved, however, to be the work of the Rev. Richard White, chaplain to the English nuns of St. Monica in Louvain, from 1630 to 1687. This I published with Messrs. Longmans under the title of Celestial Fire. This volume contains in the preface an account of these Louvain manuscripts, which are singularly beautiful specimens of 17th-century script. Consequent on this publication, the community of St. Augustine's Priory Newton Abbot, who fled to England during the French Revolution, sent me a similar manuscript, cordial prayer, to be published also. It was a leather volume 4 inches by 234 inches 1 inch in depth, bound in Holland with quaint brass clasps, and the top of the pages was a beautiful blue, taking it from the inspection of the keeper of MSS British Museum. And from the MSS room home with me, I found on entering an omnibus in Sloane Street that I had lost it. It was tied in white paper with my address on the outside. All efforts have so far, Miss Green tells us, proved unavailing, and no word can be heard of the lost volume. Perhaps some of our readers may have seen or heard of this interesting little manuscript. The hand press and type used by the late Dr. Daniel in the production of the well-known Daniel editions have been presented by Mrs. Daniel to the Bodleian Library. The press has now been set up in the picture gallery of the library, with the chase containing the last pages set up still in place. A small collection of some of the more interesting books printed on it has been arranged on an adjoining table. We recently had the fortune to come across a copy of that very interesting edition of Louise Lab's works, published at Lyon in 1824. Printed at the expense of a local literary society, the edition was limited to 600 copies, a number of which were printed on colored paper. Our copy was one of the 4 Cockwell rows. One copy exists, in which the color of the paper varies at every sheet. Items from the bookseller's catalogues. Collectors interested in the Restoration drama will find much in Messrs. Pickering and Chatto's catalogue to engage their attention. Sir William Davenant is represented by first editions of The Siege of Rhodes, 1656, The Cruel Brother, 1630, The Unfortunate Lovers, 1643. A copy of the first collected edition of Davenant's works, 1673, is offered for sale by Mr. Francis Edwards, Aurangzeb, 1676. The King Arthur, 1691, and The Duke of Guise, 1683, are all first editions of Dryden Portage's Siege of Babylon. First edition, 1678, is priced at 4 fours. Sir Charles Sedley's Antony and Cleopatra, 1677, at 8 eighths. Shadwell is well represented by his Virtuoso first edition, 1676, a comedy that was regrettably not included in the Mermaid series reprint of the dramatists, works The Lancashire Witches, 1682, and Berry Fair, 1689. There are moments when one's literary sense gets the better of one's purely bibliophilous instinct, moments when a profound irritation seizes one that people should be so stupid as to collect books, because they are rare and not because they are worth reading. One wonders, for instance, if human labor and ingenuity might not be expended in some more profitable undertaking than the compilation of a catalogue of about 150 editions of the Picture of Dorian Gray, bibliographically described collectors of the works of that second-rate literary man who was the author of this Dorian Gray may be interested to hear that this catalogue is at present being prepared at the Bungalow 8 Abercorn Place, London, NW, where they will also find a number of Wilde's books in every kind and shape of edition for sale. A curiosity of 1890 literature in the shape of the Blue Calendar, Praises of 12 Saints, written by John Gray, may also be seen at the Bungalow. This little book, by the author of Silver Points, was privately printed at 92 Mount Street in 1896 and may be bought for 2 guineas. A Roman 50H. Correspondence. Certes. To the editor of the London Mercury. Sir, in your admirable columns on bibliography, a Roman 50H writes November issue, it is interesting to note what high prices the works of Certes can always command. They certainly do, but is it not Leech, rather than Certes, who gives them their value? Hanley Cross is doubtless immortal because of the creation of Jorrocks and James Pigg, the best portrait of the hard-riding, reckless, witty Northumbrian since Shakespeare's Hotspur, but Plain or Ringlets, Ask Mama and the rest, are surely only valuable on account of Leech's illustrations. I imagine that the original Hanley Cross in 3 volumes, 1843, London, will not fetch as much as the later and expanded Hanley Cross with Leech's illustrations, published London, 1854. I have recently inherited a set of the 5 Certescum Leech issue, usually styled first editions, and I am in doubt as to what to insure them for in view of the present high prices. Still more so in the case of other still greater treasures, early Aldines, Jensen's, first editions, Johnson's, Spencer, Milton, etc., but above and beyond, all in the case of a first folio Shakespeare, a splendid copy and intact. According to Sir Sidney Lee, out of 140 known copies, 20 only are perfect with Shakespeare's portrait printed on title page, other 20 are intact with portrait inlaid, and the remaining 100 are all deficient in one way or another. Well, suppose, by some dreadful dispensation, my library was burned down, and this gem consumed, what would it cost to procure another? My bookseller tells me to insure it for 1,500, but would this procure another? I feel certain it would not. What then is the proper insurance, yours, etc.? A pursuer of books and foxes. We certainly think that figure far too low, but the prices of first folios vary greatly. Perhaps some reader can give insurance information. Editor. American Poetry. To the editor of the London Mercury. So the writer of your letter from America in the December number commits himself to the astonishing statement that Mr. Nicholas Vachel Lindsay is the one American writer of verse whose work shows signs of genius. Such a statement should not pass unchallenged. It is as if an American writer visiting England were to remark that Mr. Rudyard Kipling is the only English writer of verse with signs of genius. The parallel is quite exact. Lindsay has the same free and easy facility, the same preference for ragtime rhythms, the same tone of vulgar optimism, the same desire to preach a gospel as the author of Mandalay. The only difference is that Lindsay is rather more limited in his range. If anything, he has never succeeded in doing but one type of poem, ragtime exhortation. To say that he and he alone in America shows genius is preposterous. What about Robert Frost, whose work and influence were paramount in the development of Edward Thomas? Fact, admitted by a recent biographer. What about Edwin Arlington Robinson, a poet who comes nearer to Hardy than anyone in America? What about Conrad Aiken, Carl Sandburg, Wallace Stevens, Alfred Kramerborg, Maxwell, Bodenheim? All of these authors have shown signs of genius, each in an entirely different and quite individual way. They have not repeated themselves into tedious stereotype, as the magazine writers of vers libre, or as Mr. Lindsay has, without any desire to belittle Mr. Lindsay's clever but superficial talent. I should respectfully suggest to R.E. Roman 100 that some of his remarks about the conventionality of American writers apply very strongly to Lindsay. They do not apply to the men I have just mentioned, yours, etc. John Good Fletcher, 37, Crystal Palace Park Road, Sydenham. Tom H. Stab. To the editor of the London Mercury. Sir, may I point out what seems to me a very curious literary coincidence? In No. 2, Mr. Roman 50 Pearsall Smith, in his delightful collection of misadventures, describes a cabalistic inscription written in letters of large menace on my bathroom floor. Tam H. Tab, like Belshazzar my knees smote, one against the other. It was Bath Mat lying there wrong side up. In the second chapter of Forster's Life of Dickens, among some notes on the hardships of Dickens' childhood, the novelist himself thus describes a coffee shop in St. Martin's Lane. In the door there was an oval glass plate with coffee room painted on it. If I ever find myself in a very different kind of coffee room now, but where there is such an inscription on glass, and read it backward on the wrong side more ifak, as I often used to do then in a dismal reverie, a shock goes through my blood, yours, etc. J. J. Biggs, 70 West Side, Clapham. These public inscriptions are responsible for much distress. There was a woman named Jones who had her child christened Nosmo King, having been taken by those names on 2 glass doors, which stood open. When she passed again, the doors were drawn together. Editor. Sensible at bottom. To the editor of the London Mercury. So may I point out a small inaccuracy in Mr. Shanks' exceedingly interesting essay on Samuel Butler. Mr. Shanks writes, it is possible to remark of him, Butler adapting the remark made of Dr. Johnson, that he may have been very sensible at bottom. The passage in Boswell referred to, I think, is a remark made by Johnson of a printer's devil, who had married a very respectable author, yours, etc. H. Scott. Kelstone Charterhouse, Godalming. December 15th, 1919. Some corrections. To the editor of the London Mercury. So the London Mercury sets so refreshing a standard of English by precept, and still more by example, that it is with some temerity that I venture 1, a correction, 2, a criticism, and 3, a query. Major and minor Elizabethan and Georgian poets receive full and correct designation. Could not the same be spared for Canon Otley of Oxford, who on p. 128,331 appears as at lie? It might be granted in recognition of his Chancellor's Prize for Latin verse, the award of which demands, I imagine, a certain measure of poetical feeling, in addition to the mathematically stressed rhythms of our school days. There may be subtle and political humor intended in the word dignitaries, p. 236, but with my last breath I would protest the better and only spelling to be dignitaries, take it derivatively or euphonically, as you will. Is the sentence considerable interest has been evinced at the large majority, p. 235, English, at all, should it not be either? Considerable interest has been evinced in the or. Considerable interest has been evinced by the. But here, like Rosa Dartle, I merely ask for information, not being a competent grammarian, and leave it to fair judgment. Could you not follow up the article on particles with one on split infinitives, We were always taught that they were the unforgivable sin, yet I have just found two unblushing examples in one of Mr. Thomas Hardy's novels. If he may use them, why may not the children in our village school yours, etc. Roman 100, A. Tate. Meopham, Kent. December 13th, 1919. In answer to the first and second charges, we plead guilty to misprints. The third error was due to a slip of the pen editor. John Thompson of Duddingston. To the editor of the London Mercury. Sir, a material error occurs in the review of my book, John Thompson of Duddingston, in your journal. For December, the price is given as 42s, whereas the published price is 31s, 6D net edition deluxe, 3/3s. Net. The correct title of the book is John Thompson of Duddingston, landscape painter, with some remarks on the practice, purpose, and philosophy of art. Some reviewers express a high opinion on the latter department of my book. The full title ought therefore to be given in justice to the volume, yours, etc. Robert W. Napier. 26 Brunsfield Place, Edinburgh. The Moon. To the editor of the London Mercury. Sir, I do not know whether the scope of your correspondence pages is intended to admit small criticisms of the original pieces of poetry and imaginative prose which you publish. If it is, I would beg leave to offer two perhaps niggling comments upon the moon. Live, but the I canna. Roman 1e, without the I do not think, but in such a phrase can rightly be construed as merely equivalent to, and not yours, etc. F.G. December 12th, 1919. Books of the month. Poetry. Poems 19,161,918 by Francis Brett Young Collins 5s net. Mr. Brett Young's Marching on Tanga was the best written of all the books produced during the war by men on active service. Its imaginative quality and the charm of its style were no surprise to those who knew his early novels, of which The Dark Tower was the most notable. It has been succeeded by two other prose works, The Crescent Moon, an African story, the melodrama of which is veiled by the beautiful descriptive writing, and The Young Physician, a more naturalistic essay, which was noticed in our first number unobtrusively. Amid these other activities, he published 2 or 3 years ago a little book of verses, 5 Degrees South, and in this new volume are gathered the contents of that book, and the poems that their author has written more recently. The volume is characteristically Georgian. There are hints here and there of musings which may develop into a general conception of the universe and of man. There are points of contact with the problems which vex the reflective spirit, but generally speaking, Mr. Brett Young is content to sing briefly and with deep feeling of a few things securely loved, and those points of contact are points of departure. He writes of England, friends, landscapes, and a woman before he leaves England. When he is in Africa, the blood and struggle, the fell tropical scenery seem but to make acuter the response to the England that is lost. And when he comes home again, he sings again of home, recovered and loved with a new intensity. The gift gives the keynote of the book. Marching on Tanga, marching the parched plain of wavering speargrass past Pangani River. England came to me, who had always teens, but never given before England, the giver, in a vision of 3 poplar trees that shiver on still evenings of summer after rain. By Slapton lay where reed beds start and quiver, when scarce a ripple moves the upland grain. Then I thanked God that now I had suffered pain, and as the parched plain thirst and lain awake, shivering all night through till cold daybreak. In that I count these sufferings my gain, and her acknowledgment, nay more would fain suffer as many more for her sweet sake. That is from Africa, where he rides through marshes swarming with cruel life, and admires the sickly beauty of the fever tree, but always as an alien. Then he returns. I saw a thrush light on a hawthorn spray, one moment only spilling creamy blossom, while the bough bent beneath her speckled bosom, bent and recovered, and she fluttered away. The branch was still, but in my heart a pain. Then the thorn spray more cruel stabbed me only, remembering days in a far land and lonely, when I had never hoped for summer again. All his deepest feelings, patriotism, love, friendship are interwoven with natural beauty. In testament, he leaves to his friend the common memory of a summer in the Cotswolds sunlight on the gables of Evesham, a boat on the cool water of Avon sunsets over Bredon evening stalks and the scent of hay, and in the most eloquent close, putting the most beautiful scenes of earth behind him to sing of spiritual beauty, he lingers on them to describe them, but his descriptions are always prompted and suffused by emotion like Brooke in The Happy Lover and Mr. Masefield in Biography. He catalogues the scenes, the fields, trees, flowers, and faces that live sweetly in his memory, and his affection is communicated. He is poles away from the careful nature poet, who makes a neat drawing of anything that at all interests him. Emotion selects his subjects. He does not manufacture. He writes clearly too and unaffectedly, except in Thamur's most ambitious poem in the book, but promising a greater success than it achieves, is never obscure for a moment, and his simplicity of expression conceals a good deal of technical effort. The longer pieces, such as the Leaning Elm, are elaborately musical, and an examination of the first poem quoted above will reveal studied, though not obtrusive, assonances and internal rhymes, which show that Mr. Brett Young, it might be deduced elsewhere from his meters, has not read his bridges in vain. There is scarcely a bad poem in the book, or one without an interest peculiar to itself. Several beyond those we have mentioned the best are the exquisite prothalamian and invocation air to be found in the recent Georgian book. The poem on prehistoric remains on the battlefield might well have been added, and Bete Humane. Riding through Ruwu swamp about sunrise, I saw the world awake, and as the ray touched the tall grasses where they dream till day, lo, the bright air alive with dragonflies, with brittle wings a-quiver and great eyes, piloting crimson bodies slender and gay. I aimed at one and struck it, and it lay broken and lifeless with fast-fading dyes. Then my soul sickened with a sudden pain and horror at my own careless cruelty, that where all things are cruel I had slain a creature whose sweet life it is to fly. Like beasts that prey with bloody claw, nay, they must slay to live, but what excuse had I? This is a book which excites great curiosity about its author's future, but at present his verse, beautiful as it is, lacks energy. Collected Poems of Thomas Hardy Macmillan, 86d net. Rudyard Kipling's Verse Inclusive Edition, 18,851,918 3, vols. Hodder Stoughton 63's net. It is always a satisfaction to have in one volume in 2 or 3 uniform volumes verses of a poet, which we have previously had to search for in self-contained books. The publication of a collected edition of Mr. Hardy's poems is welcome for another reason. In the last few years, his reputation as a poet, quite apart from the fact that he has continued right up to his 80th year to produce novel and beautiful works, greatly increased. Critics may now be found who even hold that Mr. Hardy's chief claim to greatness will rest in the eyes of posterity upon his poems, including the dynasts, rather than upon those novels, which, in themselves, made him one of the 2 or 3 most conspicuous writers of his generation. But even now we do not think that his stature as a poet is widely realized, the volume and quality of his poetical work generally known, and there will probably be many who, in perusing this collected volume, will be struck for the first time with the fact that here alone, leaving all the prose out of the question, is work sufficient and sufficiently good to place its author among the greatest English writers of the last century. There are hundreds of pages of short poems, some of them exquisitely beautiful, and all of them so direct and fresh that even the most faulty are worth having. Faults, though, we might rather call them idiosyncrasies. Mr. Hardy certainly has his language is sometimes bald, and sometimes cumbrous. His consistent pessimism sometimes leads him in the dramatic poems to extremes of deliberate gloom. But can we regret a sad philosophy which has enabled a sweet and sensitive spirit to shine with such uninterrupted brightness amid that gloom? And can we regret a habit of phraseology which has enabled Mr. Hardy to win some of his greatest technical triumphs, for he makes music out of scientific or journalistic words, which would ruin an ordinary lyrist and which will probably have direct results in the way of enlarging the poetic vocabulary, which is in constant need of oxygenation. It is inevitable that a collected edition in one volume should be printed in smaller type than is entirely comfortable, and the text of this edition is not so attractive as that of the separate volumes, but it is all here, and when the reader compares the volume to some of its companion Macmillan collections, Clough, for instance, falls into nothingness, he comprehends that in the history of English literature Mr. Hardy will rank above many of the supposedly established classics. He is a great poet. The Kipling collection is luxuriously got up, but unfortunately the covers are not all they might be, and the reader is irritated throughout by the presence on the top of every right-hand page of inclusive edition in large black capitals. Mr. Kipling would show up far better in a selection than in a complete edition. So much of his verse is at best vigorous journalism. Were a good selection made, we believe that some of those who depreciate him would admit for the first time that he has a fine poet in him. A collected edition merely shows that he does not know the poet in him. From the rhymer, the greater one's admiration for his best work, the greater the irritation one sustains when reading through the great body of his jingling journalism and pompous sermonizing. Had he written nothing but the Ballad of East and West, the songs from Puck, and a few more, he would be as well remembered as he will be now with all this mass of versification to his name. Wheels 1919, a fourth cycle Blackwell 6's net. The end papers of this volume bear a charming design of athletes throwing darts at targets, and it is to be observed that no one of them as yet has hit the bullseye. We do not know if the symbolism was deliberate, but it is apt, for the volume is full of potshots so wayward that we are usually uncertain as to which target these erratic slingers wish to hit. Music, at least, is not desired. Most of the verses consist of strings of statements. If they are not disconnected, the connections between them are not apparent to use, interesting neither severally nor jointly, and entirely without beauty of sound. Miss Edith Sitwell's verses, though incomprehensible, contain a good deal of vivid detail, pleasant because it reminds us of bright pictures. There is one poem by the late Wilfred Owen, Strange Meeting, which has a powerful somber beginning. It seemed that out of the battle I escaped, down some profound, dull tunnel long since scooped, through granites which titanic wars had groined. Yet also their encumbered sleepers groaned, too fast in thought or death to be bestirred. Then as I probed them, one sprang up and stared, with piteous recognition in fixed eyes, lifting distressful hands as if to bless. And by his smile I knew that sullen whole, with 1,000 fears, that vision's face was grained. Yet no blood reached here from the upper ground, and no guns thumped or down the flues made moan. Strange friend, I said, here is no cause to mourn. None, said the other, save the undone years. The hopelessness, whatever hope, is yours. Was my life also. There are several other poems by him which have all the earnestness and much of the force of Mr. Sassoon's illustrations of the beastly cruelty of war, but the one poet included who is always arousing interest and curiosity is Mr. Aldous Huxley. Mr. Huxley, when these poems were written, though in Leda, he seems already to be partly recovering, seems to have been in the same sort of revulsion against sentimentality as Rupert Brooke was in when his first book was being composed. He is anxious that we should not overlook the facts that there are noisome smells in the world, that many people are disgusting to see, and that even the most touching episode may be interrupted by an eructation. Though unlike Brooke, he does not usually even try to sing, there is something very familiar about the restaurant poem. What negroid holiday makes free with such priapic revelry? What songs, what gongs, what nameless rites? What gods like wooden stalagmites? What reeking steam of kidney pie? What blasts of Bantu melody? Ragtime, but when the wearied band swoons to a waltz, I take her hand, and there we sit in blissful calm, quietly sweating palm to palm. There is always strength about Mr. Huxley's epithets, he observes accurately, and his language is hard, clear, and original. He conveys his unpleasing ruminations with such force that in several places we were incommoded by a rising in our gorge, but it is not in order to obtain sensations of that kind that we read poetry, and we shall not in idle hours beguile our leisure by repeating over and over the much-loved syllables of the betrothal of Priapus. Mr. Huxley can see things with his own eyes and has a powerful intelligence, and when he has discovered something to write about, he may become a very good poet. General William Booth enters into Heaven and Other Poems by Nicholas Vachel Lindsay, with an introduction by Robert Nichols, Chatto Windus Fives Net. Mr. Vachel Lindsay is best known as the author of poems, notably poems inspired by Negro camp meetings, which are meant for recitation. They have intoxicating rhythms, and the language full of gusto. The Congo, the Daniel Jazz and others should certainly be introduced to the British public, and perhaps Messrs. Chatto propose to follow up this volume with another containing Mr. Lindsay's later work. It is a pity, however, that the present collection should have come first, for it contains little that is characteristic of Mr. Lindsay at his best, and little, therefore, that will show readers here how good he can be. The title poem, though not as good as some of its successors, is the only one now published which shows what Mr. Lindsay can do. It describes the entrance of the late General Booth into paradise at the head of the motley army whom he has saved. Booth led boldly with his big bass drum. "Are you washed in the blood of the Lamb?" The saints smiled gravely, and they said, "He's come." "Are you washed in the blood of the Lamb?" Walking lepers followed rank on rank, lurching bravos from the ditches dank, drabs from the alleyways and drug fiends pale, mind-stilled passion-ridden soulpurs frail, vermin-eaten saints with mouldy breath, unwashed legions with the ways of death. Are you washed in the blood of the Lamb? The other poems are far more ordinary in form and banal in language. Mr. Lindsay, at this stage, was writing like other people, and his verse was redeemed from commonplaceness only by its sincerity and high spirits. He is an uplifter who is as jovial as Falstaff. He is probably the only poet on record, except Shelley, to be a teetotaler, and certainly the only one to take an active part in an anti-saloon campaign. The second best poem in this book is an elegy in couplets on O. Henry, an elegy, both romantic and truthful of the others, an address to the U.S. Senate, is decidedly racy. A senator, whom Mr. Lindsay regarded as undesirable, was elected. His verses on the occasion begin. And must the senator from Illinois be this squat thing with blinking half-closed eyes, this brazen gutter idol reared to power upon a leering pyramid of lies? That is what met the eyes of the newly elected when he opened his local paper on the morning after the polls. A treasury of war poetry, British and American poems of the World War, 19,141,919, edited by George Herbert Clark Hodder, Stoughton Tens, 6D Net. If this be a treasury, it contains not merely gold and silver, but copper, nickel, Britannia, metal, brass, and lead. Even if all the good poems inspired by the war were brought together, they would not make a book of over 400 closely printed pages. Mr. Clark is professor of English in the University of Tennessee. His collection amongst those who are sufficiently undiscriminating to like it may promote Anglo-American friendship. If it does, it will have justified its existence. Otherwise, its only value consists in its reproduction of certain poems which are not, we think, to be found elsewhere. We believe that the poet laureate's Wounded, which appeared in the Times, is one of these. It is a very lusty poem, inspired by Trafalgar Square, in sunshine. Wounded lads lolling by the lions, and Nelson standing above it ends. The gentle, unjealous Shakespeare, I trow, in his country grave of peaceful fame, must feel exiled from life and glow, if he thinks of this man with his warrior claim, who looketh on London as if 'twere his own, as he standeth in stone aloft and alone, sailing the sky with one arm and one eye. This poet is not the only one. Was overlooked by those who were recently yelping at Mr. Bridges for having written nothing about the war. Novels. Children of No Man's Land by G. B. Stern, Duckworth, Sevens Net. Sir Limpidus by Marmaduke Pickthall Collins, Sevens net. Night and Day by Virginia Woolf Duckworth, Sevens net. The Power of a Lie by Jonas Boger Hodder Stoughton, Sevens net. Gold and Iron by Joseph Hergesheimer Heinemann, Sevens net. The question how far the novel can be or should be a criticism of society, not of life in Arnold's sense, but of the forms in which life manifests itself at given times and places, is one that has been discussed, but is never likely to find a general settlement. There will always be purists of the art. For art's sake order who will maintain that the discussion or even the exposition as such of practical social problems is out of place in fiction. There will always be those who maintain, as did Mr. H. G. Wells some years ago, that if the novel is to be recognized as something more than a relaxation, it has to be kept free from the restrictions imposed upon it by the fierce pedantries of those who would define a general form for it writers and critics, in fact who, like Mr. Wells himself, are prepared to use the novel as a means to any practical end, whether transient or eternal, of which at the moment it seems capable, nor is it particularly desirable that any such settlement should be arrived at, but the dispute suggests a distinction which has some usefulness. Mr. Wells has picked up with the forceps of fiction and examined by turns politics, religion, education, and the relations between the sexes. Mr. Bennett, portraying modern society of all kinds, no less closely, has no special suggestion to make to this age or this civilization. His lesson, if his books contain one, is of universal applicability. Mr. Conrad, so unlike him in all else, is with him in this. Mr. Conrad, the novelist, has no views on the treatment of subject races or the reform of the merchant marine. These two are of the older tradition, for the novel dealing with social questions is a thing of comparatively recent growth. Formerly, only one artist was allowed, and even expected to be didactic, that artist in whom today preaching is most bitterly resented, namely, the poet. He was the bard, the seer, the prophet, who thundered out of a cloud and instructed the nation. The dramatist and the novelist were by comparison mere providers of entertainment, and were required at most to give their work a flavor of good morals as a proof of decent intentions. The drama led the way, and in the hands of Ibsen and his disciples, it became an instrument for the examination of topical problems. The novel soon followed suit, so that we are now confronted with a category of works of fiction in which the divided aim by no means destroys all artistic interest. Such a book, in a high degree, is Miss Stern's Children of No Man's Land, which examines alternately the position of naturalized Germans and their families in England during the war, and the position of those members of the younger generation who have been left by parental indulgence to drift between the enforced morality which is spared them and the easy immorality from which their instincts withhold them. In both cases, the meaning of no man's land is perfectly clear. It is the barren and abhorred territory in which wander those who are rejected by both the contending nations, and it is the land of the demivirges, or as Miss Stern somewhat awkwardly calls them, the demimaids. Both problems are clearly presented and examined, but it is not obvious what purpose is served by thus combining them and giving to them a common symbolism, or by making a brother suffer in one tract while his sister strays in the other. They are not problems in the same category or on the same plane, and their alternate treatment here hardly conduces to continuity or clarity of thought. But it must be admitted that Miss Stern, having thus handicapped herself, carries the unnecessary burden with great dexterity. The whole book is written with a hard, brilliant cleverness that never flags, and is conducted through a remarkable variety of incidents, and with the help of a remarkable variety of characters. The study of the behavior of the half-English during the war has an inherent air of reality and moderation, but it is not on this that Miss Stern lavishes her fullest powers of description and reasoning. She is actually more concerned with the development of Deb Marcus, the beautiful Jewish girl who is discovered at the opening of the book being kissed by a middle-aged and unattractive German whom she does not like, but whom her fear of seeming foolish forbids her to repulse. We leave her in comfortable wedlock, declaring that her daughter will be brought up as strictly as I can write and wrong good and bad signposts. Wherever she may stop and wander, I'm going to superintend her morals. I'm going to say don't. and I'm going to ask questions and forbid her things, and be shocked whenever it's necessary. I should be shocked, you little reactionary, her friend replies. And this, in fact, is the plain moral of Miss Stern's book, that modern laxity has rendered reaction necessary, but the moral lesson, however just it may be, would not be acceptable unless it was supported by sound observation or palatable without good writing. Miss Stern provides both these necessities, and her pictures of both the half-worlds are extremely convincing and entertaining. She makes real and keeps distinct a great variety of characters, who, as one thinks over the book, reappear unmistakably in the mind. Manon, the marketable ingenue daughter of an operatic singer, Antonia. Verity, a Diana whose virginity is almost imperceptibly changing into spinsterhood. Winnie, stupid, sluggish, and greedy, in whom inconsistent but rigid conventions have quite taken the place of morals, a jumble of puritanism and prejudice and incurious sensuality, and a host of others. Her men are equally well done, but perhaps with a care less intense and less from the inside. But it is a sign of Miss Stern's thoroughness that both men and women should be there in such numbers, so delicately differentiated, so intricately taking their places in her prolonged and exhaustive argument. If, of course, she had done no more than provide a gallery of typical portraits to prove a thesis, her work would hardly be worth discussing at so much length. But she has managed to avoid the pitfall of the social critic in fiction, and without ever losing sight of her main purpose, to compose a book in which no passage is mere argument. The story proceeds levelly through all its multifarious scenes, continuing to present incident and character, as a novel must do. The skill is perhaps even too great. The reader's attention is sometimes diverted by it, and it must be said that Juggling with Cups invites praise rather of the juggling than of the china. But in one way and another, Miss Stern keeps interest vividly alive through a long book, the theme of which is by no means wholly pleasant. Her wit and vivacity are really remarkable, and the conversations of her persons are unusually animated. She is without great depth of feeling or perception. The types with which she deals are shallow, and it is noticeable that the less shallow they are, the more she tends to deal with them from the outside. But Children of No Man's Land is nevertheless an admirable performance in a difficult kind. Sir Limpidus by Mr. Marmaduke Pickthall is another essay in social criticism, for which the author has somewhat disappointingly deserted the Levant. His hero is a member of the ruling classes, the son of a wealthy baronet, who is trained from early youth to follow the code of his peers in evil-doing and well-doing alike. This leads him by way of public school and university, one entanglement and another, including a breach of promise case and a suitable marriage, to a seat in the cabinet and the reverence of his fellow countrymen on the last page. Suddenly he was recalled to London. There was war in Europe, and England might at any moment be involved in it. How would the people take it was the question of the hour. Sir Limpidus was of the opinion that war just then would be a godsend. It would rouse the ancient spirit of the people, and dispel their madness. They would once more rally to their natural leaders, who for their part would throw off the mantle of frivolity. Even defeat as a united nation would be better than ignoble peace with the anarchic mob supreme. But Mr. Pickthall's final verdict on Sir Limpidus occurs earlier than this, and is put into the statesman's own mouth, or rather mind. Sir Limpidus has delivered an address at his old school, and is told by his disappointed son that the fellows wanted you to talk about yourself, the things you've done in Parliament and foreign countries, and all that. "I've not done anything to make a speech about," said Sir Limpidus after a moment's hesitation. His triumph as a statesman was not one of doing, it was the natural consequence of being what he was. If it came to doing, he had fought a duel in his youth, and in Albania had assisted to burn down a village. Those incidents in his career were not fit subjects for a speech to schoolboys, and besides them, in the way of doing, there was nothing but pursuit of women and field sports. So it was with a smile over the double meaning of the words that he repeated, "I've done nothing to make a speech about." The headmaster, following his distinguished guest, happened to overhear this mild disclaimer, and he laughed aloud, calling his colleagues round him to enjoy the classic joke. These two extracts will serve better than any analysis to explain both the direction and the method of Mr. Pickthall's satire. It has the doubtful merit in a satire of being consistently moderate, and Sir Limpidus, who is never quite a figure of truth, also misses ever being quite a figure of fun. Social criticism on these lines may put forward quite adequately the author's point of view. but unless it has some imaginative vigor, it cannot be said to justify the form in which it is cast. Mr. Pickthall's book is a presentation by means of characters, instead of by abstract arguments of certain lines of thought regarding politics, education, and other questions, and in so far it is an S in the same genre as Miss Stern's novel. Where it differs is in the fact that the lines of thought have remained to the author incomparably more interesting than the means of their presentation. These figures are painted in the flat, they have little imaginative life, and as a work of creative fiction, the book must be regarded as a failure. With the remainder of the books on our list, we return to the older tradition of the novel, the tradition which seeks to produce a work of art, the lessons deducible from which, if any, are roughly applicable to human nature in general. In this sort, Mrs. Virginia Woolf has written a very extraordinary story. Catherine Hilbery, after much hesitation, engages herself to William Rodney, a precise civil servant, who writes plays in verse. He develops doubts of their love simultaneously with hers, and is not sure whether he is not in love with her cousin Cassandra, as after some curious experiments in emotionalism, he discovers himself to be. He therefore disengages himself from Catherine, and engages himself to Cassandra. Meanwhile, Ralph Denham, a brilliant and more vital, if less polished, young man in love with Catherine, seeing her given to William, proposes to marry Datchet, who loves him, but refuses him. When Catherine is free, he proposes to her, and is accepted. This story, Mrs. Woolf tells in nearly 550 pages of fairly close print. The taste for her writing is decidedly an acquired one, and as we have proved by experiment, it is possible to read some 200 pages without acquiring it. But when a certain saturation point is reached, a remarkable change takes place in the reader's sensibility, and what before he thought amazingly tedious and thin-spun, he then finds delightful enough for it to be worth, while turning back to the beginning and reading again the 200 pages, which wearied him at the first attempt. Mrs. Woolf has indeed proved a truth which undoubtedly exists, but which few writers are capable of establishing, namely, that no character properly ascertained and portrayed can ever be uninteresting. It is not by vivacity or humor that she maintains the readableness of her innumerable scenes and conversations. Perhaps the most vivacious passage in the book is the description of Cassandra as she appears in William's memory. Cassandra Otway had a very fine taste in music, and he had charming recollections of her in a light, fantastic attitude, playing the flute in the morning room at Stogden House. He recalled with pleasure the amusing way in which her nose, long like all the Otway noses, seemed to extend itself into the flute, as if she were some inimitably graceful species of musical mole. The little picture suggested very happily her melodious and whimsical temperament. Mrs. Woolf is not a satirist, not even so much as was Jane Austen, and she avoids humor for its own sake, not so much because she is not capable of it, as because that is not here her concern. The outstanding quality of her book is its consistent wealth of minute and accurate observation, both of behavior and of states of mind, by means of which the persons are at length fully revealed. Extracts from work of this sort are unfortunately, as a rule, not very convincing. It is like a liquid which has no color when it is seen in a teaspoon, and a great deal when it is seen in a bucket. But a specimen may be given here. Catherine and Rodney, sitting together in silence, are considering for the first time the possibility of breaking their engagement. She would have spoken, but could not bring herself to ask him for signs of affection, which she had no right to claim. The conviction that he was thus strange to her filled her with despondency, and illustrated quite beyond doubt the infinite loneliness of human beings. She had never felt the truth of this so strongly. Before she looked away into the fire, it seemed to her that even physically they were now scarcely within speaking distance, and spiritually there was certainly no human being with whom she could claim comradeship, no dream that satisfied her as she was used to be satisfied. Nothing remained in whose reality she could believe save those abstract ideas, figures, laws, stars, facts, which she could hardly hold to for lack of knowledge and a kind of shame. When Rodney owned to himself the folly of this prolonged silence and the meanness of such devices, and looked up ready to seek some excuse for a good laugh or opening for a confession, he was disconcerted by what he saw. Catherine seemed equally oblivious of what was bad or of what was good in him. Her expression suggested concentration, upon something entirely remote from her surroundings. The carelessness of her attitude seemed to him rather masculine than feminine. His impulse to break up the constraint was chilled, and once more the exasperating sense of his own impotency returned to him. He could not help contrasting Catharine with his vision of the engaging, whimsical Cassandra. Catharine, undemonstrative, inconsiderate, silent, and yet so notable that he could never do without her good opinion. She veered round upon him a moment later, as if when her train of thought was ended, she became aware of his presence. This is woven of gossamer threads, and so indeed is the whole novel, but these threads make together a consistent, flexible, and beautiful fabric. There is one further observation that is perhaps worth making. Writers who go so deeply into the minutenesses of psychology and behavior as Mrs. Woolf commonly tend to obscurity not only in their material, but also in their presentation of it. In the pages of this book, there is not one thought or one sentence that is not impeccably lucid. The Power of a Lie by Mr. Jonas Boger, a Norwegian author, whose book The Great Hunger has already attracted attention, is preceded by an introduction by Sir Hall Caine, and indeed the farmers and peasants with which it deals do a little recall Manxmen of that writer's early work, but there the suitability of this sponsorship ends, and we must enter a protest against the practice of handicapping a book with a preface by a critic who is evidently incapable of understanding it or of expressing himself intelligently upon it. The story is sufficiently simple. Norby, a wealthy, simple, good-hearted, irascible old farmer, has allowed himself in a weak moment to be cajoled into backing a bill for Wangen, who is an unbalanced, incompetent, and rather unamiable person. Wangen fails, and Norby is reduced to panic terror by the thought of what his wife will say when she hears of his folly. He therefore puts off the moment of confession by speaking so evasively as to give the impression that he denies having signed the bond. And Fru Norby, indignant against the man who has sought to defraud her husband, takes the matter into her own hands and lays a charge of forgery against Wangen, the innocent man who is guilty enough in other particulars, having brought many persons who trusted him to destitution, is elevated into a condition of excessive self-righteousness by this unjust accusation. Norby struggles for some time to put matters right, but his courage always fails him at the point of confession, and gradually he comes to regard Wangen as a wicked man, and as the tool of unscrupulous persons. Wangen, always weak and shifty, at length forges a letter to prove his case, which he cannot do otherwise, as the only witness to the signature is dead. His forgery is detected, and he is sentenced to a year's hard labor. Meanwhile, Norby has argued himself out of the truth and back into the condition of benevolent justice, which is his natural state. The book ends with a banquet given to him by his neighbors to show their sympathy with him in his trials. On this very remarkable composition, Sir Hall Caine has the following observations to make. This book says, if I do not misunderstand it, that the sense of innocence in an innocent man may be corrupting and debasing, that to prove himself guiltless, a man may make himself guilty, and that nearly every good and true impulse of the heart may be whittled away by the suspicion and abuse of the world. I confess, though I am here to introduce this book to English readers, and do so with gladness and pride, that this is teaching of which I utterly disapprove. It conflicts with all my experience of life to think that a man may commit forgery, as Wangen does, to prove himself innocent of forgery, and that a man may become unselfish, as Norby becomes unselfish, by practicing the most selfish duplicity. If I had to believe this, I should also have to believe that there is no knowledge of right and wrong in the heart of man, no sense of sin, that conscience is only a juggling fiend, and that the presiding power in the world not only is not God, but is the devil. This passage is worth quoting because it suggests what Mr. Boger has avoided. Sir Hall Caine demands to all intents and purposes a book like one of his own, in which there are definite and distinguishable categories of good men and bad men, in which virtue is ranged uncompromisingly against vice. But Sir Hall Caine's books, as this preface would suggest, even if we had never seen one of them, are since the very earliest of them negligible, both artistically and morally. Mr. Boger has attempted something different, and has succeeded in writing a most unusual and interesting novel. He makes the perennial discovery that good and bad are mixed in all men, and he adds the discovery that the sufferings of bad men are not always the results of or proportionate to their sins. He has done these things in a story which astonishes the reader by its straightforwardness and simplicity. The characters are presented by means of the barest lines, and no incident or theme is elaborated beyond a few pages. Nevertheless, the central idea is adequately worked out, and the whole novel leaves a distinct and vivid impression on the mind. In Mr. Joseph, Hergesheimer, discriminating English readers found over a year ago an American novelist, whom alone of his generation they were able to admire and to consider seriously. This may have been partly because he has learnt something, but not so much as to seem ridiculous from English models, and because he writes with a restraint, moderation, and detachment which are rare in his literary compatriots. But there was certainly also a definite and individual virtue in him to which critical opinion in this country responded. He had a lively and exact visual gift, and a power of rendering great passion without risk of bombast, and these qualities were rightly held to redeem many faults and weaknesses. In The Three Black Pennies in Java Head, published in the middle of last year, the first of these qualities was still perceptible, but as regarded the second, Mr. Hergesheimer's avoidance of rant appeared to have become a paralyzing inhibition. We do not know quite what to make of his third book, Gold and Iron. In the absence of any information to the contrary, it would be natural to suppose that it is a later work than the other two, but this seems to us almost impossible, and if indeed it be so, decidedly regrettable. It consists of 3 novellas or long short stories, of which the first, Wild Oranges, describing the rescue of a girl from a household living in isolation and terrorized by a homicidal manservant, is, except for a few passages of description, a negligible piece of the magazine order. In the second and third, we do discover traces of the Mr. Hergesheimer whose talents excited us in 1918. One deals with the resuscitation by a cold, contained, and determined man of a deserted blasphemous, and his attempt to establish himself as a magnate. The other describes the return of a gold miner, rich, but with hands reddened, in one of the incidents of '49 from California to his prim and sleepy native village on the coast of Massachusetts. In both of these, Mr. Hergesheimer's object is to discover to the reader the interior passions of intense but reserved and hardly articulate personalities. This is an ambition worthy of a novelist of the first rank, and indeed both in setting himself such a task and in his methods of approaching it, Mr. Hergesheimer reveals himself as a writer of more than common powers. But it can hardly be said to be successfully accomplished here. In glimpses, both Alexander Hewlings and Jason Burridge are grasped and shown as living men. Hewlings comes vigorously and convincingly to life in his duel with Partridge Sinox, the dangerous gentleman. New Orleans, it is possible to see Burridge smoking a cheroot feet up on the brass rail of the hearth, with the refined and yet original Honora Canderay beside him at his first visit to her. But between such glimpses as these, both figures disappear, as though in a moving mist, behind Mr. Hergesheimer's attempt to describe them. He will describe them only in the precise and rigid way which he has chosen, a way which involves omissions, reticences, and silences, subtle appeals to the reader's understanding, and in these stories at least, he has by no means mastered it. It was used with much more success in The Three Black Pennies and in Java Head, and is probably capable of much further development if we are right in our surmise that these stories are early work. There is a possibility that Mr. Hergesheimer may yet show himself to be a very remarkable novelist indeed. Bellis Letters and Criticism. The Letters of Charles Sorley, Cambridge University Press, 12/6 net. The value set on irony by the Greeks might well be studied by us moderns. A proper sense of irony teaches both humility and patience, and it will not lead to cynicism unless the basis of the soul be cynical. It teaches above all proportion, which is the lesson needed most perhaps by modern artists and sociologists, philanthropists and theologians, businessmen and politicians. These letters of Charles Sorley's, the letters of a young, eager, cultivated boy, are rendered ironical by circumstance after the ordinary life of a public schoolboy at Marlborough. He went in 1914, before going to Oxford for an educational holiday in Germany. He stayed in a German family. He was enthusiastic about German things and German people, as compared with the English, and he reached England only just in time to escape being a prisoner of war in Germany. The letters are lively, intelligent, rather than terse, good-humored, shrewd, and full of that enthusiasm which was Charles Sorley's great natural talent. It is not, however, the essays on Masefield and Houseman which give the book its interest. It is the pages on his life in Germany, and a few passages on life in the army, which make the volume one of the most remarkable records of the young England which bore the brunt of the war. How delightful is this passage on the German supper, sorely lodged in an academic household at Schwerin. The people come at 7 and talk about the rise in the price of butter, till 8, from 8 till 9 they eat and drink, and talk about the niceness of the victuals, and ask the hostess their cost. From 9 to 10, they talk about the scarcity of eggs. From 10 to 11, they drink beer and cross-examine me about the Anglo-German crisis. From 11 till 12, they make personal remarks and play practical jokes on one another. From 12 to 12, they eat oranges and chocolate and declare they must be going now. From 12 to 1, they get heavy again and sigh over the increased cost of living in Schwerin. At 1, they begin to scatter. By 2, I am in bed. That is not the only passage which takes the reader straight into the atmosphere of the caravanners. There is this anecdote too. A friend of sorts of the builders died lately, and when the Frau attempted to break the news to Karl at table, he immediately said, "Don't tell me anything sad while I am eating." Charles Sorley remarks on this that an exact parallel may be found in the Odyssey, where the gentleman expostulates, "Ogar ego g terpum ogeraminos metadorpios," I hate being forced to grieve in the middle of supper. The letters are full of casual literary criticism and provide a curious contrast to the letters of Lionel Johnson, recently published. Charles Sorley strikes one as having a far clearer idea of the position of literature in life than had Johnson, but he shows little sign of that fine critical intelligence which marked Johnson's best judgments. Sorley passes passionately from Masefield to Houseman, from Houseman to Hardy, from Hardy to Ibsen and Goethe. It seems odd that a boy of his temperament should think Faust greater than anything of Shakespeare's, and by implication greater than Peer Gynt. Elsewhere, he passes a really witty judgment on Goethe. If Goethe really died, saying more light, it was very silly of him. What he wanted was more warmth. His life in the army was not long after a hard training in England. He left for France in May 1915 and was killed by a sniper on October 13th. The books he had over there were Faust and Richard Jefferies. To some of us, Jefferies is chiefly lovable and remarkable because of the men who have loved him, and that he could charm sorely and bring to him, amid the disgust of the battlefield, something of the English countryside, gives him an additional claim on our gratitude. I read Richard Jefferies to remind me of Liddington Castle and the light green and dark green of the Aldbourne Downs in summer. The book is edited by Professor and Mrs. Sorley, and Mrs. Sorley contributes a brief biographical chapter. There are 1 or 2 references to living persons, which would perhaps be better away, though we cannot imagine any person of humor objecting to the fun of this high-spirited, generous boy. Incidentally, in its picture of Marlborough and Sorley's literary activities, the letters provide a useful counterpoise to the rather reckless attacks made on the uncultured public schools of England. Essays on Art by a Cluttenbrock Methuen, Fives Net. Shall we ever have a satisfactory aesthetic? Sometimes, in moments of hopefulness, one believes that there may be a few points of agreement in ethics, in politics, in metaphysics, even in economics. But to read a new book on aesthetic is to wonder again whether we shall ever get beyond the old tag that it's a mere waste of time arguing about taste. Certainly Mr. Cluttenbrock's book interesting, acute, and charmingly written, as it is, does not show us how to reconcile, let us say, Tolstoy's What is Art with Whistler's 10 o'clock, or either with the great and unjustly despised body of criticism to be found in Ruskin's works. His essays are provocative at times. He appears to clear up certain matters, and then the reader finds himself wondering. In the very first essay, Mr. Cluttenbrock discourses on nature and art. There is one beauty of nature and another of art. Nothing kills art so certainly as the effort to produce a beauty of the same kind as that which is perceived in nature. In the beauty of nature as we perceive it, there is a perfection of workmanship which is perfection, because there is no workmanship. Natural things are not made, but born works of art are made. there is the essential difference between them and between their beauties now. Is there any truth in those statements? Take, for instance, the simplest kind of beauty, the beauty which appeals to touch. Is there any essential difference between the sensations of beauty given by stroking a sable and stroking a piece of exquisite silk velvet again? Is the beauty conveyed by the sight of Cedar Idris really different in kind from the beauty conveyed by the sight of Amiens Cathedral? Is a singer's appeal fundamentally different from the appeal of the nightingale? Mr. Clutton-Brock goes on to say that all great works of art show an effort, a roughness, an inadequacy of craftsmanship, which is the essence of their beauty, and distinguishes it from the beauty of nature. That sentence betrays what seems to us his saddest error. He is confusing, we think, art and craft. It simply is not true that a work of art must show inadequacy of craftsmanship. What is essential is that the artist should not seem to be satisfied with his mere technical skill of craft. He should somehow convey to us that he knows there is a beauty which no craft can render perfectly. He must in short be humble for lack of that humility. Blake refused to call Rubens a great artist, yet Rubens superb craftsman, as he was not the superior of Velázquez, who yet preserves in all his work that sense of something desired, yet unachieved, not because Velázquez's craft was inadequate, but because his vision was interpretative rather than imitative. It is important that the distinction between craft and art should be recognized. Otherwise, Mr. Clutton-Brock's perfectly sound contention that the beauty of art is produced by the effort to accomplish the impossible will be made a mere excuse for slovenly workmanship. This sort of discussion, however, is unsuitable for a review even where space is, for practical purposes, infinite. For example, in a conversation, it seldom leads to agreement. We can only say what everybody knows, that Mr. Clutton-Brock is the sanest of all professional art critics, and that to differ from him is to doubt one's own opinions. Unhappy Faroff, Things by Lord Dunsany. Elkin Matthews, Fives Net. Lord Dunsany's fancy can generally be trusted to discover many odd prettinesses for our pleasure, but as in old Battersea enamel, the prettiness is liable to chip off and show the dull metal beneath. And in these 12 sketches, there is little of fancy. They were written to show, so the preface tells us something of the extent of the wrongs that the people of France had suffered, and the cultivated lack of vigor in style does serve somehow to illustrate the desolation of towns laid waste, and which more peculiarly touches Lord Dunsany's sympathy gardens. The monotony of the scene is too well typified by the same quality in description frequently as in the real thing. When he sets out to be fantastic, he is merely trivial, and throughout he draws from a wealth of ingenious but ungainly metaphor. However, the author well understands that the utmost terror of desolation can be inspired by the sound rather than the sight of man-made things gone to rust out in the dead land, where villages are to be conjectured from scattered heaps of stones. He was much impressed, for he refers to it again and again. The mournful sound of iron flapping on broken things and thighs was the sound that would haunt the waste forever. On the other hand, in Bermondsey versus Württemberg, he observed, German soldier had chalked up the name of his regiment on a wall, 156th Württembergers. Subsequently, a British soldier had prefaced this with lost by and added, after retaken by the Bermondsey butterflies. This might have served to point the less serious moments of a special correspondent to one of the lighter newspapers, but it scarcely warrants preservation in an admirably printed book with a strong binding in excellent taste. The Romantic Roussillon by Isabel Savory T. Fisher, Unwin 25's Net. The thought of the picturesque repels me, writes Miss Savory, in extenuation of her offense, in the kind of sightseeing which less sophisticated tourists, for whom she accuses nature of touting, joyfully regard as inevitable. But though from time to time she is careful lest the reader should associate her with the organizations of Cook and Lunn, this superiority to the obvious is not always implicit. Whether the ideal book of travels should satisfy us by our own firesides, or should merely stimulate us to go and see things for ourselves, is a question that Miss Savory has not helped to decide. Her vision is uneven, but on the whole she provokes and does not satisfy curiosity. The book is a record of an exhaustive, and one would say exhausting, exploration of the Eastern Pyrenees, with Perpignan, Alessa, Tet Estagel, and other places as centers for radiating expeditions. And we did many wanders at Salses. She says she climbed high mountains and admired the views. She visited forgotten villages and raked up their history. She lingered on two long under-groined roofs, and in panelled salls, but in her frank delight in good wine and food there is real vitality and emphatic if unconscious art. We picked bunch after bunch of grapes hot in the sun, buried our faces in the warmness of them, bit not one, but mouthfuls sweet and juicy, and then she goes on to tell us that at the same moment there would be a little sad sour tight bunch, not a quarter grown on a house in Gower Street, and that nobody was ever quite so dead as Queen Anne. However, Miss Savory need not fear lest we should fail to recognize her appreciation of the beautiful things she saw, more especially as many of them carvings, chateaux, plasterwork admirably reproduced as illustrations in collotype from the drawings of Miss Roman 1000 Roman 50 Mackenzie, but our recognition would have been quicker if she had been at less pains to impress us with her originality. Jacopone de Todi by Evelyn Underhill, Dent 16's net. In the preface to her Life and Letters of this remarkable man, Miss Underhill says 3 types of mind should find pleasure in Jacopone's work and personality: first, those interested in Christian mysticism; next, lovers of poetry; last, those who care for the Italy of St. Francis and his descendants. The last 2 aspects of an arresting personality will doubtless make the wider appeal admirably, as his biographer has traced and explained the spiritual development of the man she calls the first great Italian religious poet. So sympathetically has Miss Underhill treated the religious experiences of Jacopone that in the light of her exposition, extravagance, futility, seeming madness, even seem to take their rightful place in the spiritual history of a man who expresses that history in strangely beautiful poems, born probably about 1230, soon after the death of St. Francis. Jacopone de Todi followed very closely in the steps of his more famous master. Like St. Francis, he belonged to a noble Umbrian family. Like St. Francis, he turned from a gay worldly existence to the worship of Lady Poverty. His conversion, however, compared with that of the founder of the Franciscan rule, was a late one. St. Francis was only 24. Jacopone was nearly 40 when he left the world and its ways to begin the quest for perfection. A legend not perhaps entirely legendary, since it is in some respects supported by the self-revelations of his Lord, grew up about his name, and was embodied years later in the so-called Vita, a manuscript of the 15th century. Here it is related that Sir Giacomo give him his worldly title, was passionately devoted to his young wife, who was ascetic at heart, yet to please her husband wore the rich clothes he gave her, and took part in all the gaieties of the town. A tragic ending to Sir Giacomo's happiness was brought about when, on the occasion of a marriage festival, his beautiful Vanna was killed by the fall of a balcony. And when, says the Vita, they took off those garments of vanity which she had upon her, in order to make her ready for the grave, they found at last, next to her bare flesh, a harsh shirt of hair. The legend goes on to relate that the shock of his wife's death, together with the discovery of her pious fraud, led first to madness, and then to the conversion of Jacopone. Nowhere in his subsequent poems is there to be found a reference to his marriage, but this in itself is no proof of the falsity of the story, for as with most medieval penitents, the casting off of his old life meant to him the abjuration of earthly ties and memories. Jacopone the saint remains nevertheless Sir Giacomo, the passionate lover. No songs in praise of an adored wife or mistress could be more fervid, more palpitating with emotion than those addressed to his Savior. It is by means of these religious poems, as they were called, that the successive stages in the progress of the mystic may be traced, but leaving the mystic aside, we may feel grateful to Miss Underhill for having placed the poet before us. Many of his laud in the English translation of Mrs. Theodore Beck are given at length in this book, and very beautiful. They are to forget their theme, and to consider only their form and imagery is to be reminded of secular Italy of the 13th century, its troubadours, its court poets, its courts of love. For nearly 40 years, after all, Jacopone had lived in the world, enjoying its laughter, its gaiety, its sunshine, and the poems of the saint indicate that he had not forgotten all he learnt as a Sinathat, is as an ordinary man of the class to which he originally belonged. O Queen of all courtesy, he begins in an address to the Blessed Virgin, and we are immediately transported in thought to a fair garden and a lover with his lute. History and biography. The Riddle of the Ruthvens and Other Studies by William Ruffhead with 13 illustrations, William Green's Son, Limited, Edinburgh 25s net. Whether we may consider the reading of criminal annals a profitable occupation or otherwise, it is an unquestionable fact that they often possess a human interest for the imaginative person, at all events, far in excess of the records of the intrigues and policies of kings, statesmen, generals, and priests. And there is a well-nigh unique and special interest attaching to Scottish causes célèbres, which places them in importance far above the general run of the great trials of all the other nations of Europe. This is accounted for by the strangely complex psychology of the average and typical Scotsman. He is a being in whom the emotions are strictly subordinated to the government of his reason. He is deeply metaphysical, and there is a powerful forensic strain in his composition. It is seldom, indeed, that a Scotsman pleads guilty to any charge, even when he has been caught red-handed. To do so would simply spoil for him all the pleasure of the trial, and there is probably no one in court who follows the evidence and pleadings more carefully or with greater zest than the prisoner himself. Were it possible for him to be closeted with the jury, it is quite conceivable that he should be found arguing the pros and cons of the case as forcibly and with as great detachment as any good man and true among them. But there is a fatal flaw in the character of the Scot, which detracts to a large extent from the interest that one feels in his other traits, namely the theological tendency, which in persons of evil life at last degenerates into pure cant. The condemned prisoner on the scaffold, exhorting the multitude to avoid the heinous crime of disobedience to parents, inattention to holy scriptures, of being idle and disorderly, and especially of Sabbath-breaking, is by no means an edifying spectacle. The existence and prevalence of this trait is all the more curious when one considers that the Scot generally is not lacking in a keen sense of humor. The special value of this collection of historic criminal trials and other juridical studies by Mr. Ruffhead, however, lies in the fresh light he has been able to throw upon the respective characters of King James VI of Scotland, first of England, the most despicable poltroon that ever disgraced a British throne, and of Lord Braxfield, the prototype of Robert Louis Stevenson's Weir of Hermiston, an old Edinburgh University professor of constitutional law and history, used to say that Charles Roman II was the most iniquitous ruler that England ever had, but James Roman II was still worse. It was badly expressed, but there was something in it. Its special application was constitutional, however, although it might easily be extended to apply universally, if we allow the addition of the proviso that James Roman I was the worst of all. He was a liar, a coward, and a hypocrite full of pedantry, and this is conclusively demonstrated in the riddle of the Ruthvens and in other sketches that deal with the witchcraft prosecutions that were conducted with such a degree of vindictiveness and fury throughout the whole of his reign. But perhaps the greatest service of all that Mr. Ruffhead has done in the cause of truth and justice is his vindication of the respective characters of the much-maligned Lord Braxfield and Robert Fergusson, the poet, from so many of the absurd eccentricities which have been attributed to them by incompetent biographers and unscrupulous scandalmongers, and have, in course of time, by constant repetition, become traditional. It is a far cry from the Gary conspiracy to Antique Smith, the forger of the autograph letters of great literary and historical personages, who is still well remembered in Edinburgh. But these are Mr. Ruffhead's limits, and between them there is such a mass of history and criminal psychology as the student of either will delight in, while the curious or merely general reader will find it very good entertainment. George Bub Dodington, Patron and Place Hunter, by Lloyd Sanders, John Lane, 1916 net. Here is a case of bookmaking of a somewhat explicit kind, since there is little to say and nothing to print of Dodington which he has not said of himself. There is, of course, no more harm in making books than there is in making bricks. But if the one wants straw, as Moses says, it did the other wants humanity. God made Bub Dodington, and therefore let him pass for a man in his own day. He passed for a coxcomb in ours, which is more censorious. He would certainly have passed for a rascal in either aspect, if he is to be treated at all. He requires a more philosophical study than Mr. Sanders has been able to supply. Of mean origin, some ability, and unbounded impudence, Dodington inherited both money and land. With the land there accrued to him parliamentary intresto wit in some 4 seats in Dorset and Somerset, which he spent the rest of his life in hawking from faction to faction, with a flagrancy and success which even his own age found shocking from first to last, and he lived a long time. There were no illusions about him. Pope scoffed at him, until he found metal more attractive and changed bubo for bufo. Walpole remarked to Lord Hervey, upon the second time, that worthy has proposed to rise by treading on my neck. Hervey himself, who seldom had a good word for anybody, never had a worse than for him. Hanbury Williams, who was never malevolent, wrote of him that he was to no one party, no one man's, nor to his own self tight. For what he voted for at noon, he railed against at night. Horace Walpole called him a political journalist, meaning by that he was daily in the marketplace, and for the highest bidder Lord Chesterfield thought that God made Dodington the coxcomb. He is mere human means, could not have brought it about. He is a coxcomb superior to his parts, though his parts are superior to almost anybody's. These are Bub Dodington's best credentials, except those which he supplied for himself, with those with colossal impudence, and 4 boroughs he set up in trade, and did pretty well. He miscalculated the odds more than once, first on the accession of George Roman II, when he dropped Sir Robert for Spencer Compton, next, when Frederick Prince of Wales enticed him over to Carlton House for the second time, and promptly died. Slips like those kept him out in the cold until near the end of the reign. Just in the nick of time, he made friends with Lord Bute, and on the accession of George Roman III, a year before his own death, was made a peer. There is evidence that he died a contented and complacent man. Mr. Sanders proposes to explain Dodington, but fails for lack of matter. There is really nothing to explain. There would have been a good deal to expose, had not the creature done it for himself in his egregious diary, that to be sure is an unexampled document. Men before it, and since, have written themselves down rogues and peasant slaves of various kinds, some for amusement, some for edification, but few, I think, no other shave written themselves down in the act and intention of writing themselves up. Casanova occurs to the mind, but Casanova neither wrote himself up nor down, whereas Dodington's complacency in the act to be a scoundrel is his most remarkable feature. I desired Lady Aylesbury to carry you Lord Melcombe's diary. It is curious, indeed, not so much from the secrets that it blabs, which are rather characteristic than novel, but from the wonderful folly of the author, who was so fond of talking of himself that he tells all he knew of himself, though scarce an event that does not betray his profligacy, and which is still more surprising, that he should disclose. Almost everyone exposes the contempt in which he was held, and his consequential disappointments and disgraces. That is Horace Walpole writing to Conway in 1784, when the diary was out. Lord Hervey, long before it was written, gave him a pungent paragraph. Mr. Dodington, he says, while some people have the genie size qua in pleasing, possess the genie size qua in displeasing in the strongest and most universal degree, that ever any man was blessed with that gift. His vanity in company was so overbearing, so insolent, and so insupportable, that he seemed to exact that applause as his due which other people solicit, and to think that he had a right to make every auditor his admirer. And so indeed it is in this diary of his dealings between the Prince of Wales and the administration, that he solemnly records all his disgustful traffickings of himself and his boroughs, as if they were negotiations between high contracting powers, and in every page declares himself both knave and fool in a way which would afford pleasant reading if it were not so long, and so dull it is enlivened by one delicious but entirely unconscious gleam. In April 1754, he went down to Bridgewater to an election, having done his best to sell the seat to the Duke of Newcastle. He spent 2,500 on it, and he lost it the 14th, and 2 following days, he records, was spent in infamous, disagreeable compliance with the low habits of venal wretches. Those wretches naturally were burgesses whom it was necessary that he should buy in order that he might afterwards sell himself. It is the only good thing in the book, but it is good enough. The next best thing is the naive excuse of its editor of 1784 for publishing it, that by its means politicians might be advised how not to conduct their and the country's affairs. Mr. Sanders has done his part of the business with industry and candor. He says the best he can for his subject, and has left nothing of importance out either for or against him, except the account of the trouncing which he received in the House of Commons for his speech against Sir Robert in 1742. It is told by Horace Walpole with gusto, as is only natural, but with obvious accuracy. Mr. Sanders should not have let him off the chastisement of an insolence and hypocrisy paralleled only by Disraeli's attack upon another Sir Robert, on the credit side of the account, he rightly selects the defense of Admiral Byng as the most disinterested action of Dodington's long career. Add to that Lady Hervey really liked him, and that he used a steel machine with which to pick up his handkerchief. An Oxford scholar, Ingram Bywater, 18,401,914, by W. W. Jackson Roman, 500 Clarendon Press, 1917-76, D-Net. There are probably a good many people who know something about Jowett and have read several works of Gilbert Murray's, and yet could not even guess who was the Regius Professor of Greek at Oxford who bridged the gap. It was Bywater between two great popular influences. The pendulum took a swing towards scholarship in the strictest sense, and from 1893 to 1908, the chair was filled by one of the most learned Hellenists of his day, in any land a man less great indeed than Scaliger and Bentley and the present professor of Latin at Cambridge, but assuredly of their type. Those three rank even higher, not so much because they are more brilliant as because their interest in the classics is primarily the literary one. They apply their criticism and interpretation to the more purely literary authors, and their style has a quality not relevant to scientific scholarship, however welcome their it has. The creative writer's zest. Bywater's learning ranged certainly over the whole field of Greek prose and poetry. He had moreover a keen interest in literature, as such read the chief contemporary poets and novelists, and had views about them. He was master of an admirable Latin style, but his ruling passion was not literature so much as knowledge, and it was in the philosophically writers that he found his special field. For that reason, his most characteristic work may be said to be his edition of Aristotle's Ethics, published in 1890, at the same time that by which he is deservedly best known is an edition of a work on the borderland between philosophy and literature, Aristotle's Poetics, to which he supplied in 1909 an English paraphrase and a fully explanatory commentary, both the best things of their kind for any student of that work. And as these will always be many, the book's future seems assured. Bywater writes a relative was always studying, and again in words of insight, but if he were not actually a genius, he was far from being merely a learned man. His enlightenment and humanity are brought out in Dr. Jackson's admirable little biography, which is the story of a scholar who died soon after the European war began. Seems worth commending. Now, though he disliked what we know as liberalism, the word is the right one for his educational views. He supported the abolition of university religious tests and was against compulsory Greek. Further than that, it is not applicable. He was a tariff reformer. As an undergraduate, he belonged to the famous Old Mortality Club. He was a friend and disciple of Mark Pattison, and like him married a lady who was an excellent scholar, and at the same time humane and charming, of Walter Pater. He was a friend and no disciple. His style I do not like. It seems to me affected and pretentious, and often sadly wanting in lucidity. In congenial company, one of the most sociable of men, he showed much kindness to promising young scholars. Some of the mots ascribed to him are rather donnish, but not all. I often think that modern education is a conspiracy on the part of schoolmasters and dons to keep men babies until they are 24 is profounder than it looks, and he realized that those who care for manuscripts per se are usually dull dogs. All through his life, he was a great bibliophile, and even in this respect, happily mated few wives would pack their husbands off to Paris immediately after breakfast to inspect a copy of the Editio Princeps of Homer, and when they returned with it, the following evening give it to them for a birthday present. But he possessed something even more remarkable than that, for of Homer there are, after all other editions, in his copy of Melanchthon's De Anima was an autograph of Rabelais. 17th Century Life in the Country Parish, by Alina Trotter, Roman 1000 A. Cambridge University Press, 10s net. This book has one serious fault. There is not enough of it. Miss Trotter gives a feast of good things, suggests so many interesting happenings of the period that she might have expanded almost every page into 3. And still, we might ask for more. It is, however, confined strictly to showing how the ordinary business of government was carried on during this troubled century. Readers will find good exercise for the imagination in filling in the outlines. Take this, for example. The beadle's chief work was of a punitive nature. He was expected to help the constable in apprehending and punishing rogues. He wore a special dress, and carried a whip or wand in his hand, with which he drove the dogs out of church. A footnote says, in 1887 at Wensley Church the wands were still to be seen. They were 6 in number, and were attached to the front of the churchwarden's high pews. The vestry book at Piddington, page 104, shows this entry: May 3, 1646, John Lazing was appointed to be bedell for driving dogs out of the church in time of public worship, and other necessary duties. The office of Church 351 warden was then of great importance, and carried with it the dignity of a special high pew, a matter of moment, when the seating arrangements in church almost created a table of precedence. But why did the dogs of those days show such a church-going disposition? The beadle's office today would be a sinecure, for during many years of regular attendance, the writer has only twice seen a dog in church. The next page refers to rogue money, the colloquial term for a contribution not exceeding 6d or 8d a week, levied on Sunday on the parish, for the maintenance of poor prisoners in the county jail. A further levy of not less than 20s per annum from the whole North Riding was made for the relief of poor prisoners of the King's Bench and Marshalsea, even taking into account the greater value of money. Then, this would not go far among destitute prisoners, but it is somewhat surprising to find that any provision at all was made in those hard days. The temptation to go on extracting these vignettes is great, but must be resisted. Surprises of this sort, however, are numerous, and when we remember the lack of hard roads, the absence of any postal facilities, and the difficulties and cost of any sort of communication, it is astounding to find how well acquainted the local justices were with the statutes, and to what an extent they succeeded in administering them. Miss Trotter's investigations have evidently much impressed this upon her, and her preface gives an excellent summary of the conclusions at which she has arrived. The great majority of the men who took their share in the government of England in the 17th century had neither learning nor culture. Some probably were not able to write their own names. Nevertheless, through being made responsible for the well-being and good order of the little community to which they belonged, they gained a considerable amount of political education. The work of local government, carried on voluntarily from father to son through untold generations, has produced certain characteristics: a moderation of outlook, a reasonableness and sanity of mind, an intensely critical faculty, and a political insight which are typical of our race. There is a fear lest the masses, through ignorance of the work of their forefathers, may demand a centralization of governmental functions, which is alien to the character of the English Constitution. The author has earned public thanks for bringing to light these interesting records of an interesting period. It should be compulsory for every education authority to use this and similar works as part of the historical instruction given in all our schools. Such books would clothe the dry bones of history as ordinarily taught in a so much more attractive garb that lessons might become a pleasure instead of a penance. The Royal Commission on Public Records received a letter from Roman 1000 Paul Mayer of the École des Chartes, in which he says, En Angleterre tout est en disorder, referring to our widely scattered and unorganized records. This Royal Commission is doing a great service in trying to bring order out of chaos, but it is not its function to do for the general reader what a book like this may bring to life in a handy and digested form some of the buried records of our past. Politics and Economics. Balkan Problems and European Peace, by N. Buxton and Roman 100 Roman 50, Lees, Allen Unwin 4s 6d net. Among all the ignorances of the British public, there is none more calamitous than its ignorance of the Balkan peoples, and of their importance in European politics. We persist even now in lumping them together as a set of semi-savage tribes who may be manipulated by the civilized powers in this way or that, but who ultimately will have to fight it out among themselves like the Kilkenny cats. Any book that is not mere partisan propaganda that will throw light on that dark corner of Europe is to be welcomed, and this little volume, slight though it is all to the point. Its authors are experts and practical experts in their subject. Mr. Noel Buxton especially has known the Balkans as few Englishmen have known them for 20 years, and in the early days of the war he went there as the accredited agent of the British government to try to attach Bulgaria to our cause. The story of our diplomatic failure is sketched for us in rapid outline. Allied diplomacy, Messrs. Buxton and Lees say, exerted no comprehensive activity, but at intervals made isolated efforts to please one state or another, by promises, some of which proved only contradictory and embarrassing to action in another direction, demanded by circumstances. A little later, we were handicapped, they say, by the policy of Russia. We were handicapped also by ill-grounded fears of alienating Serbia and Greece. The final chapters of the book deal with the future prospects in the Balkans. They were written before the conclusion of the Bulgarian Treaty, and most of the things which they deprecate have found a place in that treaty. Many Englishmen will not regret this, but no reader of Mr. Buxton will believe that his plea for Bulgaria is based on hostility to Serbia or Greece or Romania, or indeed on anything but a single-minded desire for lasting peace in the Balkans. The Skilled Laborer, 17,601,832, by J. Roman 50 Hammond and Barbara Hammond Longmans 12s, 6d net. This book is the third of Mr. and Mrs. Hammond's important studies of that period of English history, which fell between 1760 and 1832, together with The Village Laborer and The Town Laborer. It makes a remarkable trilogy. It is marked by the same scholarly research, the same vividness of presentation, the same polished style as its predecessors. Some readers may perhaps find it of slightly less general interest. If it is so, it is simply because its scope is rather more limited in The Village Laborer. The authors gave an account of the enclosures of common lands and of the agricultural laborers rising of 1830 in The Town Laborer. They drew a very striking picture of the civilization of the time of the governing classes, as well as of the poor, of the new social and economic conditions. The present volume gives us the history of certain selected bodies of workers during the same period. It is in fact a detailed account of the Northumberland and Durham miners, the cotton and woolen and worsted operatives, the Spitalfield silkweavers, and the framework knitters, together with a very full description of the Luddite risings in the Midlands and in Lancashire and Yorkshire. Mr. and Mrs. Hammond have made very large use of the Home Office papers, and they have been able to throw a great deal of new light on their subject. Their tale is, of course, a gloomy one, a tale of desperate struggles against grinding poverty and serfdom of wages, often family wages of tens a week or less, in times of dear living of a working day of anything from 12 to 18 hours, of tiny children in the mines and the mills, of passionate strikes and brutal repressions. The chapters on the Luddite riots are of especial importance. They are the best, if not the only connected account of that little-known episode in the annals of industry. They will remove the wrong impression, which, as Mr. and Mrs. Hammond say, is widely prevalent, that these troubles originated in Nottingham over the introduction of new and improved stocking frames. In fact, the cause was not new machines at all, but the adaptation of old machines to the manufacture of a new and inferior kind of article. And the workmen had the sympathy and support of many of the employers in their campaign against the degradation of the industry. Not the least remarkable feature of the story of Luddism is the part played by spies and agents provocateurs. The military, the local magistrates, and the government all had their spies, and the wide extent of the mischief done by those vile creatures is very thoroughly exposed by Mr. and Mrs. Hammond. One of them, by name Oliver alias Richards alias Hollies, has a chapter all to himself. He was a person of genteel appearance and good, address, nearly 6 feet high, of erect figure, light hair, red and rather large whiskers, and a full face, a little pitted with the smallpox. His usual dress was a light fashionable colored brown coat, black waistcoat, dark blue mixture pantaloons, and Wellington boots. He was a special pet of Lord Sidmouth, and in 1817 he performed the inestimable services of fomenting sedition in the Midlands and the North, and of getting quite a number of poor and ignorant men hanged, transported, or imprisoned. Altogether, The Skilled Laborer is a book which puts every student of history very deeply in the debt of Mr. and Mrs. Hammond. In the side shows observations by a flyer on 5 fronts by Captain Wedgwood, Ben Roman 1000 p. Roman 500 SO Roman 500 F Roman 100 Hodder Stoughton 12s net. Captain Wedgwood Ben's experiences in the side shows may well fill with envy those whose lot was cast in the main theatre of the war. We confess that we took up his book rather doubtful, who was not long ago surfeited with stories from the front, but we found it after all full of diverting adventures in many lands as well as in the water, and the air it is written straightforwardly without that straining after effect, which marred so many of its kind. Captain Ben began his military career in 1914 in the Middlesex Yeomanry. He was bored like everyone else at Ismailia he fought, and was bored again at Gallipoli. Then he was fortunate enough to get into the Naval Air Service. He flew in the Mediterranean and the Red Sea. He bombed the Turks near Aden, passed the time of day over the telephone to the King of the Hejaz at Mecca, made a brief cook's tour to the Sudan, and was presently observing in Palestine, blowing up portions of the Baghdad Railway, and commanding an astounding mixed force of British soldiers and French sailors in Castellarizo near Adalin. After this, he comes home on leave, gets his wings, and is off to Taranto to join the Adriatic barrage, the aerial force, whose task was to keep the Austrian submarines out of the Mediterranean. Finally, after Caporetto, he is on the Pie of fronts attached to General Plumer's force. He apparently managed from there to do a good deal of sightseeing up and down Italy, and he has some amusing tales of the people and places he visited. He also took part in the melodramatic adventure of Alessandro Tangera, the Italian spy who was dropped from an aeroplane in the Austrian lines. This is the best adventure in the book, and must be read to be properly appreciated. Now and then Captain Ben interrupts his narrative to discuss an idea or a problem. The most notable of these interludes is his criticism of our military system. He can find little to say in praise of it. The much-vaunted discipline seems to him to mean only mechanical obedience. The system puts a premium on waste of time on the spit and polish spirit. It discourages ideas, imagination, initiative, and most of the higher officers are monuments of stupidity and ignorance. In all this, there is no doubt much truth, but a good many of his readers will suspect that Captain Ben was exceptionally unfortunate in the senior officers he met. Ireland, a Nation, by Robert Lynd Grant Richards, 7/6 net. Many Englishmen are now sick of the Irish question. Many are ashamed of it. Some have argued an inconsistency between our attitude to Poland or Czechoslovakia or Yugoslavia and our attitude to Ireland. Others have come to feel that damage is done to our reputation abroad, both among friends and enemies, by our Irish policy. Mr. Lynd knows how to gauge public opinion here as well as in Ireland, and he seizes the opportunity to press home the point that the Irish problem is an international problem. His argument, which is as closely reasoned as it is eloquent, is that England can save herself and save the world only by saving Ireland. What does saving Ireland mean? It means, says Mr. Lynd, the immediate surrender of Ireland into the hands of the Irish people, to rule it either as a republic or a dominion according as the people themselves decide. Many, of course, made up their minds on the matter long ago, but Mr. Lynd is by no means satisfied with all who profess themselves friends of Ireland. He has some pungent remarks on what he calls the hesitating sort of liberal who wants to give Ireland a carefully conditioned measure of self-government which will prevent her from abusing her liberty or inconveniencing England. But there are others who are still baffled by Ulster. It is not that they think of the Irish as a mob of Celts, instead of as a nation. The trouble is that we are apparently confronted by two nations, two irreconcilable nations. What has Mr. Lynd to say to that? He says, firstly, bluntly, that Ulstermen are Irishmen, and that the Ulster question is an invention of British statesmen. Cabinet ministers have no moral objection whatever to coercing Ireland. If they have any objection to coercing Ulster, it is not on moral grounds, but because Ulster provides them with a plausible palliation for their guilt. In denying freedom to a race of white men, he cannot, of course, disregard the Ulstermen's fear of home rule. He can only argue that it is an utterly unreasonable fear, for Ulster is much more likely to dominate an Irish parliament than to be dominated by it. Mr. Lynd does not confine himself to the mere politician. He has much that is of profound interest to say on the Irish soldier, on Ireland's record, in the war, on Irish literature and Irish poetry. His book is one which ought to be read by everyone who cares for Ireland, and still more by those who do not. Agriculture and Rural Life. Cottage Building in Cobb Pies Chalk and Clay, a Renaissance, by Clough Williams Ellis, with an introduction by Mr. St. Lo Strachey, published by Country Life, London 6s net. This little volume of unassuming proportions marks a period in the evolution of housing the people of this country, Perhaps the word revolution is more apt in this connection, for it indicates either a reversal of the wheel of time, taking us back to ancient methods, or a completion of the circle bringing us round again to the use of building materials, which nature has provided to the hand of the builder. The author addresses himself particularly to those who have in the past built only with stone, brick, concrete, timber, and plaster, etc. But there are many people today thinking of building who never thought of it before, for the scarcity of houses, not merely of the 5-roomed cottage, but of the 10 or 12-roomed middle-class house, with the consequent inevitable increase in rent, to say nothing of the contumely of house agents and their kind, are giving rise to a wonder if there is no alternative to tenancy. To all such, this book will be of value, for not only will it widen the field of possibility, but it is packed with definite facts, which have involved much labor in their compilation. To build with either of the materials named in its title will appear to the uninitiated Roman 1e, to all those who only think of brick and stone houses as being worthy of the man who built his house upon the sand. But plenty of instances are given to show that if proper though simple methods of construction are followed, such houses will last for many generations. We well remember our surprise when some 20 years ago we first saw in Leicestershire and Warwickshire a number of what were locally termed mud cottages, and found on inquiry that many of them were from 200 to 300 years old. Building bylaws effectually put a stop to the use of any such materials as those under consideration. Wherever bylaws were in operation, they were looked upon by the officials of many local authorities, and by other well-meaning but short-sighted people, as a gleam of sunshine on a dark world. They were to check jerry-building and prevent bad housing, though this ray of light first shed its beams upon a startled world so long ago as 1858. Through the Local Government Act of that year, we are now discovering that jerry-building is as rampant as ever. Housing conditions are in very many places execrable, and that bylaws sometimes only act as a deterrent to men who want to build. Parliament, in its wisdom, has passed quite a number of acts since the year named, dealing with the subject, which might have been admirable if they could have been administered by supermen, as however this duty fell to the lot of ordinary mortals. Bylaws have actually prevented the use of improved methods and materials, which happened to be unknown at the time the old ones were drawn up. These have been somewhat relaxed in recent years, but even today it is to be feared that a serious proposal to build with pies or cob might cause the sudden death of many respected representatives of bumbledom. The Ministry of Health have expressed the view that further relaxation in the direction of allowing such materials might be permitted, but many local authorities would, we suppose, require more than that to induce them to adopt the suggestion. For the moment, cost is of even more importance than longevity, and if the usual materials are to be insisted upon, the building of cottages and small houses on economic lines is impossible. Transport is one of the large items in the cost of construction, but if the heaviest and bulkiest materials are on the spot, this item can be almost entirely eliminated. It is therefore not unreasonable to hope that local authorities will give every facility, nay encouragement, to use any suitable material, rather than insist upon the letter of their bylaws. The author's view is as follows, but it must be borne in mind that the builder is not always a free agent. Formerly he who carried bricks into Merioneth, or the Cotswolds, or slates into Kent, or ragstone rubble into Middlesex, was guilty of no more than foolishness and an aesthetic solecism. Under present conditions, such action should render him liable to prosecution and conviction on some such count as wasting the shrunken resources of his country in a time of great scarcity. Mr. St. Lo Strachey contributes an instructive and amusing preface, the humor of it giving point to his own experiences. No one has done more than he in trying to find the cheapest suitable material for cottages in pies. He has rediscovered the very thing he wanted. As one who served under his chairmanship on the committee of the first cheap cottage exhibition at Letchworth Garden City in 1905, the present reviewer is glad to offer a tribute to his persistence and success. The illustrations in this book are both interesting and instructive. Anthropology. The Mystery of Easter Island, The Story of an Expedition, by Mrs. Scoresby Routledge Sifton Preed, Co. 31's 6D Net. Any map of the Pacific will show a minute dot, standing by itself far to the eastward of any other island south of the line, yet some 2,000 miles away from the American coast. This is Easter Island, long famous as a land of archaeological wonders. Apart from these, it is an unattractive place, consisting of a triangular patch of volcanic rock, grass-covered, bare of trees, waterless, but for the rain that collects in the craters of its extinct volcanoes, and of course windswept and harborless. At present it serves as a cattle ranch, managed in the interests of a Chilean company, the natives no more than 250, in all being huddled into a single village on the west coast, in order to keep them out of mischief. Formerly, however, there were enough of them to form 10 clans who kept things merry with their local feuds. The navigators of the 18th century Roggeveen, who discovered the island, Gonzalez Cook and La Perouse, estimate their number at anything from 700 up to 2,000 souls. How then, in such a solitary spot inhabited by a handful of savages, does it happen that hundreds of giant statues of stone are to be found, not to speak of smaller statues of wood, curious rock carvings? And finally, a script. A few passers-by had pleasantly trifled with the problem, but a serious attempt to solve it had not been made, until Mr. and Mrs. Scoresby Routledge gallantly resolved to take the matter in hand. The task before them was no light one, for in order to study Easter Island, one must first get there. So a yacht, the Mana, was built for the purpose. The Polynesian word means luck, and luck certainly attended the little vessel on its long run of 100,000 miles, quite apart from the account given of Easter Island itself. The log of the voyage provides the matter for a fascinating book, proving, as it does, that there are many odd corners of the much-betraveled earth which still await exploration. This becomes apparent as soon as Magellan's Strait is traversed, and the ship hazardously works her way north through the intricate uncharted channels that run up the western coast of Patagonia. It was hereabouts, by the way, that the Dresden, after the Falkland fight, played hide-and-seek with our gunboats for several months. Helped by many striking illustrations, we are enabled to picture to ourselves the deep gorges overlooked by snowy peaks, and the gaunt half-naked Indians that these waters precariously support. Afterwards, Selkirk's Island, Juan Fernandez, was visited, and when the Easter Island investigations were complete, the expedition went on to Pitcairn, the home of the descendants of the Bounty mutineers, an incidental consequence being that King George in due course received at Buckingham Palace 2 loyal representatives of this, the smallest of British colonies. But space would fail if we dwelt further on the nautical side of the adventure, complicated as it was by the fact that during the greater part of the 3 years and 4 months during which it lasted, there were German foes above and below water to be circumvented. Even Easter Island, it must be added, proved no haven of refuge for First von Spee's squadron, and subsequently the armed cruiser Prince Eitel Friedrich paid a call there, though luckily Mana was away on both occasions. Passing to the archaeology, we must begin by gratefully recording the fact that at length an adequate description is available of the monuments as they exist today. Thanks to the maps, plans, and pictures, every detail is brought home to the reader, while he cannot complain that Mrs. Routledge's commentary precise. Though it be as ever dull, she is indeed to be congratulated on having composed a popular account that is likewise, as far as it goes, scientifically sound, though it is to be hoped that the whole collection of evidence, of which but a digest is presented here, will hereafter be published. The expedition was evidently at great pains to survey, catalogue, measure, photograph, and so far as was necessary actually disinter the entire mass of remains, despite their great number and the considerable extent of country over which they are distributed. And fortunately, the stonework is still there to be studied, since it cannot be easily removed or destroyed, as has mostly been the fate of the woodwork, namely the carved human figures, 20 to 30 inches high, with their characteristic goatee beards and prominent ribs, and the tablets on which the script was carved. Yet if not altogether demolished, the statues are in large part dethroned, those at least that decorated the burial platforms of Cyclopean architecture that border the coast are all overthrown. How and why we can but guess. On the other hand, there is a certain volcanic hill with many huge figures still standing both within the crater and along its outer skirts, it was here that all the images were quarried, and many exist in a half-finished condition, while some, including the largest of all 66 feet in length, were perhaps never meant to be completely detached from the parent rock. Excavation at these quarries revealed the whole process of manufacture and proved that with stone tools it was possible to hew the soft rock into shape, though the precise manner of the transportation and erection of the unwieldy monsters, while plainly creditable to human muscle, remains by no means easy to discern. Who were the makers? What did they mean to represent? At this point, we pass from description to explanation, from the ascertained to the purely conjectural. Certain it is that the present natives have no use for the statues and are not only ignorant but likewise incurious about their origin. Even by Cook's time, namely in 1774, though still standing, they were apparently ceasing to be respected, whereas Roggeveen in 1722 rightly or wrongly saw in them objects of an existing worship. Thus, we seem to get at least a downward limit for the epoch during which they were part of the living culture, and this view is borne out by the relatively unweathered condition of some statues. It would look then as if the direct and not very remote ancestors of the present islanders were the image makers, and not some mysterious extinct race, such as has often been postulated. Further, the pendant earlobes of the statues recall a practice hardly yet obsolete among the population of today. The best argument of all, however, amongst those making for a connection with the indigenous culture, is derived from the study of a remarkable bird cult, which it is a chief triumph of the expedition to have rescued from oblivion. Not only can it be thus shown to the point of demonstration that the rock carvings occurring in a deserted village of stone houses on the southwestern headland of the island represent the annual birdman who got the first egg of a sacred bird, and so became himself highly sacred, but it can also be made a probable corollary that the statues of the image mountain are memorials of birdmen, since it was close by that the birdman must abide in strict seclusion for the 5 months in which his sacredness was at its height. Indeed, many are the clues which are afforded by a close examination of this curious custom. Thus it seems certain that the present cult, which centers round the sooty tern, is derived from the worship of the frigate bird as practiced in far-off Melanesia. The frigate bird, too, seems to have suggested various symbols belonging to the script. The inference is that there is a Melanesian stratum in the population, though as a Polynesian immigration must also be assumed in order to account for the language. Responsibility for the culture as a whole must somehow be divided between the two parties. All these difficult questions, we fear, cannot be thrashed out within the limits of a brief review. Yet perhaps enough has been said to induce every student of the wider history of man not to miss a golden opportunity of learning that anthropology and romance are sisters. Science. Some Wonders of Matter by the Right Reverend J. E. Mercer Society for Promoting Christian Knowledge, 5's Net. Chemistry and Its Mysteries by Charles R. Gibson Seeley Service, Co. 5's Net. The Realities of Modern Science by John Mills, The Macmillan Company, 10's, 6d Net. England has a high tradition in books on popular science. Men like Faraday and Tyndall did not consider it beneath them to write for children and laymen, and their books on the elementary facts of science are models of their kind. Strangely enough, or naturally not best expositors of the elements of a science are in general those who have themselves contributed to the advances of that science, while those who are professedly popularizers present the subject not only less correctly and logically, but also less simply and pleasantly. The books before us confirm this opinion. Mr. Gibson is a practiced hand at writing books for children. The volume before us being the 6th of a series, he has the merit that he attempts to bring before the reader the experimental basis of the science of chemistry and some of its historical aspects, and does not make a series of dogmatic statements without reference to the researches on which they rest, as does Bishop Mercer. He describes many experiments and gives diagrams to illustrate them. The book covers a wide field of interesting, and for the most part elementary chemical phenomena. The chief fault which we have to find is with the style in which it is written. We find the imaginary questions put to the writer by boys and girls distinguished as big little facially peculiar, and so on irritating, and we very much doubt if his patronizing manner will find favor with most boys who we believe prefer to be treated as friends who happen not to know. We do not pretend to Mr. Gibson's knowledge of children, but base our criticism on the fact that Faraday and most of his successors at the Royal Institution have managed to interest and instruct their juvenile audiences without this painfully evident condescension. Bishop Mercer's method of striving to excite the wonder of his young readers is based upon a liberal use of notes of exclamation, seldom less than 3 on a page, and sometimes 3 together for extra effect, and of the words wonder and wonderful together, with the constant citation of very large numbers which fill him with awe. A million is bad enough with its 6 ciphers, but 18 of them that is awfully is a million. The machinery of nature as revealed by modern science does not impress him as do these rows of ciphers. If there were any serious attempt to show how they have been arrived at, we should think more highly of the educational value of the book. As it is, the information is often incorrect on quite simple matters. Water does not occupy exactly or approximately the same space as before after sugar has been added to it. Hydrogen is not often regarded in these days when it has been solidified as a metal. Often the book is most misleading, as in the description of how the author saw a man's ribs by X-rays. When the machine was put the other side of the man in question, no mention is made of any phosphorescent screen, and the inexperienced reader is led to infer by the analogy given that he actually saw through the man. The style is vague and slipshod in the extreme, a typical sentence being the elasticity of the atoms is so perfect that they always bang about just the same. We will not criticize the bishop's theology or his philosophy, which insists that what you really see is not the matter of the tree, but the ether quiverings which that matter throws off. We will, however, take it upon ourselves to suggest that if he should decide to write another book on elementary science, he should model himself rather upon Faraday's lectures upon the physical forces than upon an American temperance lecture. Mr. Mill's book on the realities of modern science is in a different class from the 2 already noticed, and is intended for adult readers. It gives a sketch of modern conceptions of the composition of matter, the electron theory, and the recent experimental work on the magnitude of molecules and electrons. The early chapters of the book are devoted to a very brief but excellent treatment of certain aspects of the history of physical science. A great merit of the book is that it devotes particular attention to the recent important advances in molecular physics, which are neither yet included in the textbooks nor easily available in popular form. We may mention especially the work of Millikan on the electronic charge, that of the Braggs, and mostly on X-ray spectra, and the photographs taken by Roman 100 T.R. Wilson, whose name is not, however, mentioned, of the paths of A and B particles, and of X-rays. The style is simple and sober, and the author, who hails from the research laboratories of the Western Electric Company, wisely leaves the results which he describes to produce their own impression. The book is of course written for more advanced readers than the others here noticed, but all the same an intelligent schoolboy with a smattering of scientific knowledge would in all probability prefer it to the books written expressly for his benefit. The adult reader is not likely to find a better presentation of the more striking aspects of modern physics. Book production notes by J. H. Mason. Last month, in laying down the chief matters to be considered in producing a satisfactory book, I began with type, and as if the subject were in the air, as it were in solution, I find it precipitated in the form of an important article in the pages of the Saturday Review, an illustrated article too, with specimens of the chief types referred to. This is all to the good. If this example is followed by other literary journals, we shall soon form a right opinion in the lay public on what is a good type. The appearance of our books will be improved. The offensive advertisement I am speaking typographically will lose its vulgarity, and public lettering in posters, shop names, and street signs will reflect the improvement. It is interesting to note that my view on the importance of the work of the private presses is also confirmed by the article referred to, and that their work is beginning to influence the typefounders, however tardily. It is quite frequently said that it costs no more to print from good type than from bad. We might go further in the case of certain bad types, and say that their use sends up the cost of printing for when modern type of the extreme form is used, as Devine pointed out. Their hairlines are soon battered by any inequality in the paper and print imperfectly, or involve a loss of time in changing the damaged letters. The attempt to emulate the hairline of the engraver of plate lettering is altogether misplaced in relief or letterpress printing. The Victorian grayness of page led some printers and publishers to resort to the use of heavier type to give their pages a richer black, but almost all the heavier types at their disposal had been designed for display lines in advertisements, and went too far in the thickening of the line. Even Morris Golden type, excellent as it is in his use of it, is too heavy to be adopted as the staple typeface of our printing. Not till quite recently have typefaces of the right weight for bookwork been designed and placed on the general market, the work of the American Gaudi, the type cut by Mr. Prince, who cut the punches for the Kelmscott, the Doves, and other celebrated founts for Messrs. Shanks and christened Dolphin, and some of the modern versions of Venetian founts are pretty satisfactory and generally available. With the exception of the Monotype Company, who designed an excellent modified old-style type for the imprint, the composing machines that produce our newspapers, journals, and a large proportion of our books, have repeated the stock designs originally made for movable or handset type. It is very desirable that they should not limit themselves to these, and the instance mentioned above is a most encouraging one to follow up. The studio has just issued a special number dealing with modern woodcuts and lithographs, British and French. This is the first attempt to collect representative work of modern artists who practice woodcutting. The revival of the woodcut in book illustration demands special discussion. This will form the subject of next month's notes, apropos of the studio woodcut number. A letter from France. The French poetry of today. Paris, December 1919. French poetry has not been renewed since the Symbolist movement by any new and powerfully original poet. Besides, the Symbolist movement is not finished, and it is in its spirit, in its influence, in its metric, that our poetry still lives today. The majority of the best French poets have passed the age of 40 and come from Symbolist circles. The influence of the four Symbolist masters of after 1870, Rimbaud, Laforgue, Mallarmé, and Verlaine, is still visible. A sleeper like Wells' character, who fell asleep in 1898 and woke up 20 years afterwards, would find poetry much as he left it, and with the same essential names. He would see only that a reign has ended and that another head wears the crown on the coinage, but this by itself is not in the ordinary way a capital event in his time. The name of the prince of the poets was Mallarmé. Today his name is Paul Fort, and it is very obvious that there is hardly any resemblance between the two. But our sleeper would very well remember having known Paul Fort at the Thursdays in the Rue de Rome and in the Mercury, and having once read 5 or 6 volumes of ballads, among them what was perhaps the poet's masterpiece, the astonishing Roman de Louis Roman 11. The prince has nothing absolutely novel to show except his crown. The sleeper would then ask news of the prince who reigned in his time, and would learn that, in the year when he closed his eyes for 20 years, Mallarmé closed them forever. One of the numerous surprises of the war was the sudden return of the purest and most authentic of the disciples of Mallarmé, Roman 1000 Paul Valéry, to the poetry which he had abandoned for 20 years. Roman 1000 Valéry then produced that admirable pendant to Mallarmé's hero deed, which is called La June Park, and he published in reviews a few poems that connoisseurs cut out and keep jealously, as once they did the sonnets of Heredia. The volume, which will doubtless appear in a short time, will be published by the Nouvelle Revue Francaise, and will be a jewel of the same kind as the poems of Mallarmé, and will make the second peak of a double snow-covered Parnassus. Another disciple of Mallarmé, Roman 1000 Jean Royer, has published a collection of poems, Par la Lumière Paints, that the master of Valvins would have loved. One finds in them a curious contrast between a somewhat cold and Parnassian form and a beautiful mobility of images which change, without ceasing one into the other. The sleeper, happy to see that the spirit of Mallarmé is still alive, would ask news of the two poets who were in 1898 the leaders of the Symbolist school, Roman 1000 Henry de Rignier and Roman 1000 Ville Griffin. They still make an honorable figure we should answer. But the 20 years during which you have been asleep have not added much to what is essential to their work. In 1898, they had already written all their most beautiful verses, those that your generation knew by heart, which made indeed 2 original visions of the world. I remember also the sleeper would continue 2 other poets who were frequently named together, and who, if they did not resemble one another in their inspirations, resembled one another in their life apart, and their solitary work. One of them lived in a little town of the Pyrenees, and painted there, with a naive fervor like that of Francis of Assisi, and also with the irony of a shrewd observer, the things and the faces of his quiet life, the animals, and the people of his small countryside. This was Francis Jammes. The other had made at the age of 18 or 22 tragic masks, shining with genius, Tite d'Or and La Ville. Then he went as consul to China and elsewhere. We received sometimes from him strange things printed at Fu Tichiu by a widow named Rosario. This was Paul Claudel. Are they still of this world, of this poetical world, and of another world still? These are today our 2 great Catholic poets. These in the last 20 years have all the same produced new works that you could not have looked for in 1898. But they also belong to the generation that you knew, and all of Claudel was already potentially in Tite d'Or, as all of Jammes was potentially in the trilogy of the poets. Am I myself, the sleeper, will ask, an image of this poetry? Has it like me been asleep for 20 years, or repeating itself indefinitely? Not altogether, but it has added nothing essential except this little in Claudel and Jammes to what was germinating or flourishing in the garden of 1898. I understand you must have been for 20 years one of these happy people who have no history. France has lived peaceful days, and this united and undisturbed life has proved favorable to the continuity of the poetic routine. Not at all, O Epimenides. You went to sleep precisely when France was beginning the Dreyfus affair, which was a famous earthquake, and you wake at the moment when we are emerging from a worldwide war which has killed 12 million men on our planet, and which has given to Europe the appearance you can see here on the wall on this map. And all this has not yet produced any new poets. And in 1919, when my eyes open again to the light, you send me back where I was in 1898. You give me again all my old poets, and none but them, and the great news is that Mallarme's workshop is open again, that the attention of the poetical world is hung on the new Herodiad, which Roman 1000 Valery is exhibiting there. That is a stupefying thing, which is enough to wake up a sleeper, which might even wake up a dead man. Well, my dear sir, poetry has its own logic. The war has, we know, been favorable for those who trade in iron. Learn also that it has been an age of gold for those who trade in diamonds. It has pleased us to hold in our hands the diamonds of former times. But be reassured, the war has sometimes brought into the poetic light a kind of iron which is not without beauty. We have had true war poets. The hymns of Joachim Gasquet make a superb book. He is certainly not attached to the symbolist movement. Gasquet is a southerner, a classic, a man with sonorous lungs, with an unquenchable abundance of oratory. The book of this poet from Aix seems as though it were written by a Murabeau of the trenches. But in 1898, I knew Gasquet pretty well. I read his verses. They resembled most closely those of Emmanuel Signoret, and they were very beautiful. Can you only quote to me these ghosts of my own time? Are there then no young men? Here are the poems of Henry Guion, delicate in their harmony, pure in their emotion. Foy en la France. I remember Guion very well. The devil, I forgot that he also was of the group of 1898. All the same, here are some that will be new to you. Here is Europe, by Jules Ramens, in which we find again the powerful and vigorous poet of the Vie Unanime. Here is a charming little book, which Louis de Gonzague Frick wrote in pencil on his military postcards. It is called Sous le Bellier de Mars. In that book, we find again the succulence and verve of Laurent Tailhade, and you will find them again in a different form in Fernand Fleuret's Falardin. It is a pity that Georges Duhamel has written nothing during the war except some admirable books of prose, but that will not prevent me reminding you of his earlier beautiful poems in Compagnons. You would also like Charles Vildrac's Livre d'Amour. You should certainly also read the poems, sometimes rather awkward, but very original and robust, that Jules Supervielle wrote in South America. And as dessert I will keep for you that exquisite confection, l'appartement des Dunes, fills by Roger Allard, together these make a charming bouquet, but I grant you it is a small one. Here I end this dialogue, designed to show French poetry stationary in the positions of 20 years ago. We may end by saying that in thus remaining alive and healthy in thriving for a longer period than the Parnassian movement, French symbolism has made a place for itself, which will deserve the respect of posterity. The poetic form which will take its place is not yet in sight, but that form will surely appear when the generation of our sleeper has gone down to the last man into slumber irrevocable. Albert Thibaudet. Learned Societies, etc. The Society of Antiquaries. The Near East has been opened up by the war, and reports are coming in the Augustinian Priory of the Holy Sepulchre, a complex of buildings, including the Calvary St. Helen's Chapel and the Prison of Christ, has been described by Mr. A.W. Clapham, who, being on military duty in Jerusalem, recently surveyed the ruins and succeeded in making an almost complete plan of the Latin monastery founded in 1114. Architectural features, both Western and Byzantine, were noticed, and the hope expressed that cleaning and repair would soon be undertaken now that the holy places are under British protection in Babylonia. Mr. H.R. Hall has been excavating for the British Museum at Eridu, and Ur of the Chaldees work on the former site was begun by Mr. Campbell Thompson last year, and buildings of the First Dynasty at Ur have been discovered dating about 2400 B. Roman 100. Still earlier finds of Sumerian origin dating from pre-Semitic times have come to light at Tel el-Obid near Ur, including heads of lions and panthers in copper on a bitumen foundation, with inlaid tongues, eyes, and teeth of colored stone and shell, and a lion-headed eagle in copper relief, flanked by stags, the group being 8 feet long and 4 feet high. Nearer home, Mr. Reginald Smith has brought forward evidence to prove that flint daggers belong to the early Bronze Age in Britain, but to the last phase of the Stone Age in Scandinavia. The earlier daggers point to connection between the two areas. About 2000 B. Roman 100, the Society of Genealogists of London. Since Her Majesty the Queen graciously consented to become a patron, membership has considerably increased and now stands at 377. During the winter, papers have been read as follows by Mr. Watson Taylor on Joan of Arc, her relatives and descendants, by Mr. Austin Lee on editing a school register, Eton, to wit, by Dr. G. Roman 100 Peachy on bookplates, and by Mr. George Sherwood on pedigrees and next of kin cases, all of which were well attended, and the papers recommended for publication. A paper is promised by the Rev. T. Roman 100 Dale on Durham records. The last report of the Royal Commission on Public Records has been much discussed, and measures suggested for getting its recommendations put into practice. Recognition has been accorded by the British Museum authorities, with the result that the genealogical papers of the late R.W. Twigg, FSA, have been added, with the consent of Mrs. Twigg, to the Society's collection. The Society's aim is simply to facilitate research by making records more accessible, by forming a collection of printed books, documents, and MSS, and by making a great index on the cardindex system. To the less-known records of biographical fact application should be made for the latest annual report to the Secretary at the Society's rooms, 5 Bloomsbury Square, W. Roman 100. The Vasari Society. The Committee of the Vasari Society have decided to resume the publication of their annual portfolio in 1920. If enough subscribers are forthcoming, the Society's aim is to reproduce, in facsimile, fine drawings by the old masters from both public and private collections, while attempting in the first place to publish less-known drawings from private collections. It will not forget that the essential aim is to reproduce masterly drawings rather than secondary pieces of historical interest, and on that account will draw, as in the past, to a considerable degree on the better-known works in public collections. In the first 10 years of the Society's work, an annual portfolio was published with an average of 30 reproductions covering the 14th to the 18th centuries. The new series may be somewhat broader in scope, in admitting the 19th century, and allowing old masters to include any deceased master of acknowledged excellence in draftsmanship. Moreover, it is desired to give ampler representation to draftsmen of the British school, than has been done in the past. To continue the annual publication at the same subscription of 1 guinea, it has been decided to reduce the size of the portfolio from 18 by 15 to 16 by 11-12 inches, and it is thought that this will be welcomed by members who have little space for the larger folios. It will not imply reduction in size of the reproductions, which will continue to be as far as possible facsimile in size and color, and every effort will be made to keep up the standard of quality. Intending subscribers should communicate with the Hun's Secretary Mr. A Roman 1000 Hind at the British Museum, London. W Roman 100 subscriptions for 1920 will not be due until May 1st, and those who have intimated their willingness to become members will be informed before that date if the number of subscribers promised does not justify the committee in issuing the publication. The Bibliographical Society. The annual report of the Bibliographical Society announces that the Society's transactions will henceforth be published in quarterly parts, and that with a view to lessening the cost, it is proposed to allow copies to be purchased by non-members and to accept advertisements. It is hoped also that the library, founded by Sir John MacAllister in 1888 and edited during recent years by Mr. A. W. Pollard, the keeper of printed books at the British Museum and the honorary secretary of the Bibliographical Society, may be brought into the scheme, and that the quarterly numbers may be gradually worked up into a full bibliographical magazine. At the December meeting of the Society, a point of great bibliographical interest was raised by a paper read by Mr. F. W. Berdelin on some French romances. He showed how many of the woodcuts used in illustration were reproduced by one printer after another with a marked fall in quality by a method of transfer onto woodblocks called by the technical name of poacher, which he submitted may be an ancestor of the modern English verb to poach. Mr. Berdelin urged the importance of the comparative study of such woodcuts and suggested that a society should be formed for reproducing early book illustrations in facsimile. Discovery. A conference was called last January by the joint invitation of the President of the Royal Society, the President of the British Academy, and a large number of others interested both in the production and distribution of knowledge to frame, if possible, a scheme for a journal which should present in popular form the most recent results of research in all the chief subjects of knowledge. This conference appointed a committee to frame a scheme, and their report was presented and adopted. The adjourned meeting of the conference, held recently in the rooms of the Royal Society, Burlington House, Professor R. S. Conway of Manchester, has acted throughout as secretary of the movement. The meeting approved the name Discovery for the new journal and established a trust for its maintenance, the first trustees being Sir Joseph J. Thomson O. Roman 1000 PRS, Sir Frederick G. Kenyon, Roman 500 Lit. K. Roman 100 B. PBA, Professor A. Roman 100 Seward SC Roman 500, FRS Professor R. S. Conway, Lit. Roman 500 PBA. The meeting further approved of the agreement made provisionally by the Executive Committee with Mr. John Murray as publisher, and of his, and the committee's joint recommendation of Captain A. S. Russell Roman 1000 Roman 100 Roman 500 SC recently of the RGA now of the University Sheffield and Reader-elect in Chemistry at Christ Church, Oxford, as editor. The first number will be issued on January 15, 1920, at the price of 6d. The conference further considered in detail and adopted the committee's scheme for the management of the journal, of which the chief principles may be mentioned. The control of the trustees is final, but they undertake to exercise it through a managing committee, which they will appoint on the nomination of a large number of bodies, the chief of whom are the Conjoint Board of Scientific Societies, who will nominate 5 members, the Classical, Historical, English, and Geographical, each of whom will nominate 1 member, and the Modern Language Association, if as is hoped, that also adheres to the scheme. Further, the British Psychological Society and the Royal Society of Economics will appoint 1 member. This, however, is only one side of the committee's constitution. It will comprise also representatives of the great associations, which represent different bodies of students and teachers, and the public libraries. Those that have already pledged themselves to take part are the National Union of Teachers, which is to nominate 2 representatives, the Cooperative Union, the associations of headmasters and headmistresses who will appoint one member. Similar cooperation is hoped for from the Royal Society of Literature, the Library Association, the Young Men's Christian Association, the Workers' Educational Association, the Associations of Assistant Masters and Assistant Mistresses, and the Association of Education, committees, all of which have expressed sympathy with the movement. Bibliographies of modern authors. Arthur Cluttenbrock. Eaton Bell, 1900 Handbooks of Great Public Schools. Shelley the Man and the Poet, Methuen, 1909. Description in Poetry English Association, 1911. William Morris, Williams Norgate, 1914, Home University Library. Thoughts on the War, Methuen, 1914. More Thoughts on the War, Methuen, 1915. Several times reprinted, collected from the Times Literary Supplement. Simpson's Choice, an Essay in Verse on a Future Life, Omega Workshops, 1916. A Modern Creed of Work Design and Industry Association, Miscellaneous Publications, 1915. The Ultimate Belief, Constable, 1916. Studies in Christianity, Constable, 1918. What is the Kingdom of Heaven, Methuen, 1919. Essays on Art, Methuen, 1919. Reprinted from the Times Literary Supplement. He has also written introductions to Shelley's works, 1911, to Kenneth Richmond's Permanent Values in Education, 1917, to Letters of a Soldier, 1917, and an essay on immortality in the Rev. B. H. Streeter's collection of theological essays, 1917. Hilaire Belloc. Prose. Danton A. Study, Nisbet, 1899, reprinted 1911 in Nelson's Schilling Library. Paris E. Arnold, 1900, 2nd edition, Methuen, 1907. Robespierre, Nisbet, 1901. The Path to Rome, George Allen, 1902, now published by Allen Unwin and by Nelson. Illustrated by the author. Aftermaths and Gleanings of a Busy Life, called Caliban's Guide to Letters, Duckworth, 1903, Greenback Library. Tristan and Iseult, George Allen, 1903, French Romances. The Great Inquiry, Duckworth, 1903. A Tariff Reform Satire with illustrations by G.K. Chesterton. Emmanuel Burden, A Novel, Methuen, 1904. Illustrated by G.K. Chesterton. The Old Road Constable, 1904, reprinted 1910. Avril being an essay on the poetry of the French Renaissance, Duckworth, 1904. Esto Perpetua, Algerian Studies, Duckworth, 1906. Both the above have been reprinted in the Reader's Library. Hills and the Sea, Methuen, 1906. The Historic Thames, Dent, 1907. Mr. Clutterbuck's Election, Nash, 1907. Now published by Nelson. The Eyewitness, Nash, 1908. On Nothing and Kindred Subjects, Methuen, 1908. On Everything, Methuen, 1909. Marie Antoinette, Methuen, 1909. The Pyrenees, Methuen, 1909. A Change in the Cabinet, Methuen, 1909. On Anything, Constable, 1910. On Something, Methuen, 1910. Pongo and the Bull, A Novel, Constable, 1910. The Giant in Nelson, 1911. First and Last, Methuen, 1911. The French Revolution, Williams Norgate, 1911, Home University Library. Warfare in England, Williams Norgate, 1911, Home University Library. The Party System, Stephen Swift, 1911, written in collaboration with Cecil Chesterton. Socialism and the Servile State, Debate with Mr. Ramsay, MacDonald, Independent Labour Party, 1911. British Battles, Stephen Swift, 1911, now published by Hugh Rees. 6 monographs on Waterloo, Blenheim, Tourcoing, Malplaquet, Cressy, and Poictiers. The Green Overcoat Arrowsmith, 1912. The Four Men, Nelson, 1912. Illustrated by the author. This, That, and the Other, Methuen, 1912. The River of London Foolies, 1912. The Serval State Foolies, 1912. The Hilaire-Belloc Calendar, Frank Palmer, 1913. The Book of the Bayeux Tapestry, Chatto Windus, 1913. The Stane Street, a Monograph, Constable, 1913. A Picked Company, Methuen, 1915. Selected Writings. The Two Maps of Europe, and Some Aspects of the Great War, Pearson, 1915. A History of England, from the First Invasion of the Romans to the Accession of George Roman V, by J. Lingard and Hilaire Belloc, 1915. Mr. Belloc wrote a concluding volume to Lingard covering the period from 1688. A General Sketch of the European War, Vol. Roman I. Nelson, 1915, Vol. Roman II, 1916. The Last Days of the French Monarchy, Chapman Hall, 1916. The Free Press, Allen Unwin, 1918. Verses and Sonnets, Ward Downey, 1895. Withdrawn from circulation. The Modern Traveller, Arnold, 1898. A Moral Alphabet, Arnold, 1899. Lambkin's Remains, Alden, Oxford, 1898. The Bad Child's Book of Beasts, Alden, Oxford, 1897. More Beasts for Worse Children, Arnold, 1898. The above 5 books are now published by Duckworth. Cautionary Tales for Children, Nash, 1907. Now published by Nelson. Verses, Duckworth, 1910. A collection including certain poems from previous books. More Piers versus Stephen Swift, 1911. He has also written numerous introductions, a chapter in Oxford Essays in Liberalism, a number of penny religious tracts published by the Catholic Truth Society, and contributions to various anthologies. Drama. The Duchess of Malfi. The production by the Ph. Society of Webster's The Duchess of Malfi at the Lyric Theatre, Hammersmith, gave many people an opportunity to make an exhibition of themselves. In the first place, it was somewhat astonishing to find that, on the Sunday night, the audience, which one might have supposed to have been made up of people of some education, contained many persons who were evidently unaware that Webster wrote at the very beginning of the 17th century, and who had gone to the Lyric Theatre expecting to find a classical and not a Renaissance tragedy. Perhaps this is being too kind to them, perhaps. They thought The Duchess of Malfi was a revue or a Viennese musical comedy by Leo Foll or Franz Leha, which, owing to Roman 500 aura, could not yet be produced on the ordinary stage. But perhaps they did not even think at all, and their tittering and nudging was merely the manifestation of the vacancy of their minds. Whatever the explanation, it is certainly odd that such people should be us. They presumably were members of the Ph. Society. It has been said to me that this section of the audience was composed largely of the profession, to whom Sunday night is their one opportunity of the week to enjoy the role of spectator. I hesitate to believe it. I refuse to believe it, although the notorious and shameful ignorance of many actors and actresses of the dramatic literature of their own country is difficult to forget. But if this is the explanation, and it is an unpalatable one, it also accounts for the reception given again by a section only of the audiencito. Mr. Farquharson's extraordinarily fine effort to grapple with the part of Ferdinand. The rank and file of actors, like the rank and file of musicians, are notoriously poor judges of their own art. They are sound enough when it is a question of merely conventional skill. They know in an ordinary way the difference between the professional and the amateur. Mere clumsiness, roughness, or smoothness of technique they can discern and to some extent understand. But even in these matters, it is the conventional, the accustomed way of doing a thing rather than the essentially good way of doing it that they judge by. The moment an actor goes outside routine methods, he runs the risk of being ridiculed. His slightest faults and exaggerations and mistakes are fastened upon while what there may be of insight, imagination, and power in his characterization is completely passed over. This is what happened to Mr. Robert Farquharson at the Duchess of Malfi. He gave an interpretation of the character of Ferdinand, which was a real creative effort of the actor's imagination, even if he had been less successful than he was in producing the effect he aimed at. He should have met with a respectful attention from his fellow artists in the audience, but such an attention would have proceeded from an interest in and some glimmer of an understanding of the serious efforts of an artist, whereas these people who disgraced themselves by loudly giggling at Mr. Farquharson were not obviously blind to serious art. Of Mr. Farquharson's interpretation, I will say this: it was essentially sound and convincing in portraying Ferdinand as a man abnormal, fanatical, and almost insane on the subject of sex. We are made to understand all his subsequent conduct. Ferdinand, as drawn by Webster, is a man of diseased imagination. He is described in the very first scene by Antonio as a most perverse and turbulent nature. His very language right from the start is more violent, more imaginative than that of any other character in the play. Sex is an obsession with him. His first words to his sister are, "You are a widow. You know already what man is." And his second, "Marry, they are most luxurious. Will wed twice, their lovers are more spotted than Laban's sheep." He cannot let the subject alone. He is always returning to it. Earlier, in the scene when he tells Basola that he does not wish his sister to marry again, he says, "Do not you ask the reason, but be satisfied. I say I would not." Mr. Farquharson said these words with just the right emphasis, an emphasis that sent a shudder through one's flesh. It was so simple, so vague, and yet so peculiar. Now for this Mr. Farquharson ought to have been highly praised. It meant first of all that Mr. Farquharson had an original conception of his part, and secondly, that he had the technique to carry his conception across the footlights. But imagination must meet imagination. If it meets nothing but dullness, it might just as well be dull itself. Its effect is necessarily nil, and apparently that is what Mr. Farquharson's noble effort did meet. It was really astonishing to find written in the daily press the pain little grumblings of men who had been unable to discover an adequate motive for Ferdinand's conduct, and who expressed their dissatisfaction with Webster's capacity as a dramatist after having been accustomed for many years to the dramatic genius of Mr. Walter Ellis, the author of A Little Bit of Fluff, Mr. George R. Sims, the author of The Great Day, Mr. Oscar Ashe, author of Chu Chin Chow, Mr. Robert Hitchens, author of The Voice from the Minaret, and many others of equal greatness, but too numerous to mention. It was perhaps an overfamiliarity with the works of this galaxy of genius that led one London newspaper to describe the Duchess of Malfi in headlines as funnier than farce. The atmosphere of a genuine tragedy might easily appear funny to anyone accustomed to that of the average London play. One great difficulty that confronted some critics was the impossibility after a war in which millions were slaughtered off, imagining the murder of 4 men, because Webster's tragedy ends in the death of 4 of the principal characters. It is apparently farcical or funny. It never even seems to have occurred to these detractors of a great work that in Italy of the Renaissance place and period with which Webster is dealing, such incidents were as common as divorce suits nowadays. But it would assuredly be asking too much to expect people to exercise a little historical imagination who have no imagination of any sort, and who are therefore to be pitied for their inability to understand any play that does not contain a telephone. On the bulk of the audience, however, Mr. Farquharson's Ferdinand made a deep impression, and the wonderful 5th scene in the 2nd act, where Ferdinand enters with the words, "I have this night digged up a mandrake," was very nearly one of the finest and most blood-curdling things I have ever witnessed. It was just marred by a few exaggerations of gesture and crudities which could have easily been put right, but in conception and power, it was magnificent. I have used the word blood-curdling, although I know that nobody's blood curdles nowadays, least of all the blood of dramatic critics. But that is just what is wrong with them. It is no distinction to have blood that does not curdle the blood of an ox, does not curdle not at the tragedy of King Lear nor Macbeth, nor the third act of Die Walkure, nor the Prometheus of Scriabin. There must be an imagination in the spectator to take fire, and without imagination the work of a poet like Webster must of necessity appear incomprehensible. Methinks I see her laughing. Excellent hyena, talk to me somewhat quickly, or my imagination will carry me to see her in the shameful act of sin. To the unimaginative these lines of Ferdinand's will seem nothing, but they are wonderful in their dramatic vividness and appropriateness. I have quoted them because it is the sort of writing Webster gives us on every page. It is not one of his purple patches. Webster's command of language is little short of marvelous to anyone with a sense of words. It is a wonderful experience to read The Duchess of Malfi for the first time, and after seeing it played one returns to the book and finds it all 10 times more wonderful still. Could anything be more utter cant than the suggestion that the plays of many modern dramatists are superior to Webster's, even as literature? How many of them can be read at all even once? It is so nearly impossible that more than half of them cannot be published, and of those that are published the perusal of a few pages leads to their prompt consignment to the dustbin, as forever attaining that combination of great poetry with perfect dramatic appropriateness, culminating in moments when vox in faucibus sit. It is utterly beyond them such passages as Basola strangling here are your executioners. Dutch, I forgive them. The apoplexy catarrh or cough o' the lungs would do as much as they do. Bose, doth not death fright you? Dutch, who would be afraid on't, knowing to meet such excellent company in the other world? Bose, yet methinks the manner of your death should much afflict you. This cord should terrify you. Dutch, not a whit. What would it pleasure me to have my throat cut with diamonds, or to be smothered with cassia, or to be shot to death with pearls? I know death hath 10,000 several doors for men to take their exits, and teas found. They go on such strange geometrical hinges. You may open them both ways. Such passages are as abundant in Webster as dots in the novels of Mr. H.G. Wells, the only readable modern English dramatist with the exception of Mr. Granville Barker, and possibly of Sir James Barrie's Mr. Shaw. But one reads Mr. Shaw for his wit, and his wit, like Waterus's, is though tasty very poor sustenance. Yet the same people who treat the Duchess of Malfi as farce take Mr. Shaw's amusing buffoonery quite seriously, and there is one explanation for both phenomena, and it is the one with which I began: lack of imagination. An imaginative man does not need Mr. Shaw to show him in a play that soldiers value their lives, and there being nothing astoundingly novel in the idea, he is free to appreciate Mr. Shaw's extravagant humor. But the unimaginative man thinks firstly that it is some perilous and subversive doctrine, or some new and wonderful truth according to his political prejudice, and then secondly, when some personal experience fits Mr. Shaw's formula, looks upon Mr. Shaw as a dealer in real property, and has for him that serious consideration he has for his landlord. This explains the fate of such a brilliant piece of extravaganza as Arms and the Man, which Mr. Loring has produced at the Duke of York's Theatre, originally the darling of unimaginative intellectualsto, whom it had brought Lightan, the bugbear of equally unimaginative Philistinesto, whom its light was the flame of revolution. It is now accepted by the ordinary man in the pit as an ordinary matter-of-fact account of what war is, because the man in the pit is just back from one and recognizes the likeness. The deafening applause from ex-soldiers at the Duke of York's Theatre is something to go and hear to them. Mr. Shaw is no intellectual forerunner, opening up obscure paths of thought, but a man who has described exactly what used to go on in the only army they have ever known, and they have for him the serious respect they have for all retailers of materials. He is a dealer not in fancies, but in real goods, but this reality is just as imaginary as the former. Light neither Bluntschli nor Cyrano de Bergerac represents the soldier. There is in fact no such thing as a soldier. There are only soldiers. The intellectual has never had his light, nor the plain man his reality, for being without imagination, they cannot have these things. There is no way of truth reaching an unimaginative man. He is doomed to live under a series of illusions, only shedding one to receive another. But by a sublime paradox, the only illusion he can never shed is the illusion that poetry is an illusion of the senses. It is the fate of poetry, of such magnificent poetic drama, as Webster's, to remain always undraped in the world of imagination, and never by any protective mimicry to take the color of its surroundings and put on a fashionable dress. This its unique greatness is in the eyes of the unimaginative man its weakness, because he fails to recognize in it any of the outward appearances of his daily life. In short, he fails to see his washerwoman, because to him she is a washerwoman and not a woman. It is pleasant to think that there are actors and actresses who practically for sheer love of their art will give their time and ability for two isolated performances of a long and difficult work, like The Duchess of Malfi. The performance as a whole was remarkably good, and it seems to me worth while recording the cast here. Ferdinand, Duke of Calabria, Robert Farquharson. Cardinal, his brother Ian Swinley. Antonio Bologna, steward of the household, to the Duchess Nicholas Hannon. De Leo, his friend, Murray Kinnell. Daniel de Bassola, gentleman of the horse, to the Duchess William J. Rhea. Castruccio, Frederick Harker. Marquis of Pescara, Robert Atkins. Count Malatest, Basil Gordon. Rodrigo, Ivan Sampson. Silvio, Claude Alistair. Grisseland J. Adrian Byron. Dr. Joseph Adard. The Duchess of Malfi, Kathleen Nesbit. Cariola, her woman, Florence Buckton. Julia Castruccio's wife, and the Cardinal's mistress, Edith Evans. Old Lady Blanche Stanley. The play produced by Alan Wade, in a setting designed by Norman Wilkinson of Four Oaks. Of Mr. Farquharson I have already spoken. Equally fine, but smoother and more accomplished, was the work of Miss Kathleen Nesbit, as the Duchess. Mr. William J. Rhea gave a fine and convincing study of Bassola, whose garb of melancholy he wore with an exquisite naturalness. Mr. Rhea has a beautiful voice, and I hope it gave him as much pleasure to speak Webster's wonderful verse as it gave me to hear it so beautifully spoken. Antonio is difficult to make attractive, but Mr. Nicholas Hannon might have been more successful. I thought Miss Edith Evance Julia excellent, but the Cardinal might well have been more sinister. He has some splendid lines to speak, including the famous, "When I look into the fish ponds in my garden, methinks I see a thing armed with a rake. That seems to strike at me." And they were not always as effective as they might have been. It is to be hoped that the PHNIC Society will get a large number of new members through this fine production. The French classical matinees at 2 every Tuesday and Wednesday afternoon at the Duke of York's Theatre will be as follows: Les Playdeurs, January 6th, 7th, 13th, 14th, 20th, and 21st. W. J. Turner. The Fine Arts. British Comic Drawing. I have before me the Christmas number of Punch. After a conscientious perusal of its illustrated pages, I was led to think seriously about comic drawings. Punch has probably the largest circulation of comic papers. Its position is undeniably established. It is in fact an institution in much the same way as the British Museum we are accustomed to it. It exacts its quota of mirth from hundreds of thousands of people each week. It always contains some amusing things, but it is a pity that its drawings are not funnier. As comic drawings, most of them are quite valueless. They are not comic drawings, but drawings of persons correctly portrayed in more or less amusing situations, the whole greatly helped by the wording beneath, even the faces joined to the carefully rendered bodies with their carefully drawn clothes. Texture is felt here, and surroundings are presented with the correct lines and expressions which a professor of physiognomy would connect with the various human emotions. The artist's personality behind these productions is rarely felt, except as a stumbling block to any progress of the absurd or whimsical. Mr. Max Beerbohm sums the matter up in his preface to a recent book of nonsense. That a comic drawing should itself be comic seems to be a reasonable demand. Yet it is a demand which few comic draftsmen meet. Comic drawings, for the most part, are but comic ideas seriously illustrated. We are shown an angry man who has just raised his stroke at golf near him, a caddy. Grinning behind his hand, and a view of the golf links admirable the man's stockings, and knickerbockers, his cap, his collar, and tie are so rendered that a hosier would not blush to sign them. The drawing of the caddy's fingers would satisfy any drawing master in any municipal art school. The treatment of the golf links is faithful, sensitive, reverent, but where does the fun come in through the text beneath? Maybe, but only for a moment out it goes arrested in the grip of the artist's firm and laborious. Quite recently, a friend of mine whose drawings were more remarkable for their absurdity than for their strict draftsmanship attempted to obtain some work at the offices of one of our latest and most frivolous papers. The following conversation matured between him and the art editor. Art editor, these drawings are too queer for us. They won't go down over here. Artist, how do you mean, won't go down? Art editor, people don't understand them. They might do for France, but mind you, they'd be queer even there. Artist, Art editor, now frankly, I hope you don't mind my being frank. Artist, not at all. You wouldn't say you could draw, would you? Artist, I should not dare to be so presumptuous. Art editor, well, these are the sort of drawings that children do in the suburbs of an evening. Artist, indeed. Art editor, now see here in this drawing you've only put 3 fingers on one hand. People notice that you know now if you could do us something like this, producing a third-rate imitation of Bateman, figuring some gentleman of a pronounced Semitic type, we might be able to find you a job. Artist, well, I think I want swell the ranks of people who are doing drawings of this kind. Art editor, surprised and suspicious, I am sorry, I fear the drawings are no use to us, but I hope you don't mind my giving my opinion. Artist, no, not at all, I shall value it. And now please, how do I get out of this building? Among the hosts of illustrators working for the comic papers, there are very few comic artists, and more artists than comedians. Punch would do well to relieve the monotony of its pages more often with the drawings of Mr. Bateman. There is a strength and subtlety in Mr. Bateman's line, which places him far above other illustrators of this nature, while his knowledge and portrayal of types with the utmost economy of means is very stimulating. But then, he can afford to be realistic also, because he is above all a humorist. He possesses the faculty for letting himself go. Mr. George Morrow pleases us frequently by his gentle humor, and Mr. Haselden, a remarkable man, sustains our daily interest in the Daily Mirror. Mr. Heath Robinson is a master of whimsical invention, but I am not certain if he is not a very skillful engineer and mechanician, in disguise, but certainly ingeniously disguised. Of the 2 regular contributors to Punch, very little need be said, and of the illustrators of the cheaper comic publications, still less. The best one can say of some of them is that they reproduce drawings from continental papers between the extremes of academic respectability on the one hand and feeble vulgarity on the other. There would seem to be no middle course. Our humorous papers are far below the level of such papers as the German Jugend or Simplicissimus or the French Le Rire. One feels that their draftsmanship is more simple and effective, and their humor more spontaneous. This is not a plea for mere savagery of caricature, which appears foreign to our national temperament, but what a relief it would be if one fine week Punch went quite mad and appeared with its print upside down, or better, still no print at all, and if all the artists gave free rein to whatever absurdity possessed them that week. Roman 1000, Henry Matisse. I suppose it is natural that the landscapes of Roman 1000 Matisse should have a stronger appeal to me than his other works in the Leicester galleries, yet apart from any purely egotistical considerations, I think many people will agree that his landscapes play a very important, if not the most important part in the success of his exhibition. In many of them, there seems to be no striving for the accomplishment of a unique or startling design, but there is a depth of feeling in their form and a mystery in their color that alone accounts sufficiently for Matisse's reputation in modern art. I am extremely covetous of any one or all of these pictures. Matisse in his landscapes is a poet as well as a painter. His intense feeling for the quiet and rather awe-inspiring moments in nature, his rendering of the vague profusion of growth, the cool gray, horizontal clouds and subtle effects of light, make him a master in this branch of his art. I do not find this intensity of feeling in his other works. They are apt to cool one's ardor after the landscapes, and we are brought to think of design per se, and confronted with a flatness of handling that is not nearly so intriguing. His largest painting, Portrait de Femmes Trois Sœurs, is very noble, and the drawings should not fail to satisfy the diminishing, I hope, body of people who will sniff at such an exhibition and utter those well-worn and unpardonable remarks on lack of draftsmanship. Messrs. Brown and Phillips are to be congratulated on procuring for us such an interesting exhibition, and for giving us in the catalogue a photograph of Roman 1000 Mattis. A glance at this likeness might still the outcries of Philistia more effectually than much argument. Goupil Gallery, Ceylon. Mr. William Marchant's salons, discontinued during the war, have come to life again, and the 9th of the series has been opened during November and December. The Goupil Gallery has a large capacity, and Mr. Marchant seems to have gone out into all parts of the United Kingdom and gathered in a large crowd of artists, nor has he been able entirely to exclude some of the halt and the blind. A detailed criticism from picture to picture, or even from one man's group of work to another's, would be very tedious, for there are some 300 exhibits displayed in the series of rooms. The choice of work is very comprehensive, ranging from James Pride to Pamela Bianco, from Mr. Lewis' portrait of Mr. Pound to the post-Millet backwash of Mr. Rankin. In the large gallery are Mr. Augustus John and Mr. Sickert. The former exhibits 2 soldier portraits and No. 51 Birdie, all of which serve to remind us of his unequaled position in that branch of art. Mr. Sickert, the contemporary in age with most of the artists in this room, shines forth in his work with all the vigor and freshness of youth. His No. 49 Bridge at Bath challenges the declining interest in the work of the more established artists in the room, while he runs level with, even sets the pace for the younger generation. In the first gallery, Mr. Lewis' portrait of Mr. Ezra Pound is apt to blunt our sensibilities to the other works therein. It is indeed a remarkable painting, standing like a ferroconcrete factory amidst a peaceful and rather decaying village of its faithfulness. I am unable to judge, being acquainted with Mr. Pound solely in the pages of Little Review, but its hard, compelling color and the solidity of its built-up design make it a thing difficult to forget. Mr. Robert Bevan's landscape, No. 100, has a reposeful design that is very telling. Mr. Ginner's sturdy realism is refreshing, and his painting in this room is, I think, more successful in design and color than his other exhibit. The third gallery, here again, Mr. Sickert's 2 charming paintings attract our attention, and Mr. Mark Gertler's fine portrait is essentially a picture that leaves an impression in this maze of paintings. There are besides 2 fine wall paintings by Mr. William Rothenstein. The Grey Room deserves its name indeed. It is difficult to say why the standard of watercolors is so low compared to the oils, with a very few exceptions, noticeably the drawings of Mr. Albert Rutherston. We seem to have touched bottom in this room, and a very muddy bottom too, so that coming at last to Mr. Shackleton's piece, Day 1, felt there remained nothing but to burst through the skylight into the air again. The absence of line in the watercolor drawings is very depressing. Artistic periodicals. Illustration. Foremost among the periodicals issued recently is Mr. Gerard Meynell's Illustration. This is a trade circular, and as such would naturally demonstrate within its covers the printer's aspirations in the reproduction of blocks and lettering. Circular is not an attractive word, but Mr. Meynell is no ordinary printer, and his circular is still less an ordinary affair to those who are unacquainted with it. I would hasten to say that illustration is more like a beautifully colored fairy-tale book than the accepted idea of a circular. This time, Mr. Meynell has surpassed himself in his efforts, not merely in the turnout of his book, which to the professional and the amateur glance must be entirely admirable, but in giving us the added interest of a supplement containing 8 reproductions of modern art. John Nash. Music. Covent Garden. One success at least Covent Garden has achieved: Parsifal. It fills the house, and it deserves to do so, for it is by far the best performance that has been seen this season. The scenery and costumes, as far as could be seen from the topmost proscenium box in which the London Mercury was accommodated, were those of the original Covent Garden production. The Temple of the Grail was dignified and beautiful, the Magic Flower Garden ridiculous, the flower maidens who sang extremely well and were in themselves quite competent to look their parts wore dresses that might have been discarded by a traveling Gilbert and Sullivan company, half from Ireland and half from the Mikado. The Swan was as ridiculous as ever, that worst trap of all for producers of Parsifal, the undressing and washing of the hero in the first scene of the third act was painfully successful. It was a toss-up whether Kundry would not remove Parsifal's wig along with his helmet, and the struggles of the holy knight to pull his white draperies down from under his armor were comic in the extreme. There are many little hitches and absurdities in all operas which pass unnoticed, because something of greater importance happens at the same moment and distracts the attention. But these particular episodes are in themselves the most important things happening at their particular moments. It is on them that all attention must be concentrated by the audience, and if they are made ludicrous by careless handling, the solemnity of the drama is very gravely impaired. It is not as if they depended upon elaborate machinery. What is required is forethought and common sense. Miss Gladys Ancram's Kundry was a very notable achievement. Her gestures would be the better for a little more restraint, and a good deal more sense of definite design. Her singing was full of color, and she showed great dramatic power in the use of different qualities of tone. It is a part which covers a very wide range of character drawing. There are at least 4 distinct personalities in Kundry, and Miss Ancram went a very considerable way towards distinguishing them and endowing them with life. Parsifal is one of the most ungrateful parts ever given to a hero. Pure fools may be quite attractive people in ordinary life, but on the operatic stage, especially when tenors, there is little to be done with them. Van Dyck, who was reputed the greatest of Parsifals, was corpulent and sang out of tune. Mr. Walter Hyde did not look very boyish, but he at least sang well. Mr. Langley's melodramatic manner was well suited to the part of Klingsor. As Gurnemanz, Mr. Norman Allen showed a fine voice and a dignified presence, but of all Wagnerian bores Gurnemanz is the most boring, surpassing even Wolfram in tediousness, and it is only a very ripe actor with that quality of vocal style, which may be called either unction or unctuousness, according to taste, who can make the part really effective on the stage. The most sympathetic character in Parsifal is Amfortas, and Mr. Percy Hemming, being one of the most sympathetic actors and singers in the company, it was very poignantly realized. When we read of a new opera by Mr. Delius Fenimore and Gerda having been produced recently at Frankfurt with great success, it was indeed a bitter disappointment that Covent Garden could not even resuscitate a village Romeo and Juliet. The Beecham Company performed it in a previous season, so it cannot have presented all the difficulties of a new creation. It may well have been better to withdraw it altogether than to give it badly. But if more time was wanted for rehearsal, it might well have taken the place of Nail, which reflects more credit on Sir Thomas Beecham's good nature than on his artistic judgment. Mussorgsky's Covent China had an indifferent performance and an indifferent house. It is less popular than Boris Godunov and less obviously dramatic, but it has more unity of purpose and contains much better music. Both operas, however, are invariably so much cut about that the difficulty of following the story is very much increased. Mr. Norman Allen had a magnificent opportunity in the part of Dositheus, but it is not sufficient to treat it as if Dositheus were one of the conventional operatic ministers of religion. It was one of Chaliapin's most overwhelming creations, but Mr. Allen, though undoubtedly a fine singer, has far to go before he can achieve the ease and perfection of Chaliapin's vocalization. Our singers do not concentrate nearly enough attention on the pure art of singing. They may be divided roughly into 2 categories: the clever ones who think that the psychological understanding of a character and the vigorous declamation of words are enough to carry them through any part, and the stupid ones who think that fine singing consists in imitating the external mannerisms of Caruso or any other Milanese or Neapolitan star. The clever ones are quite right in realizing that English singing can never be achieved by trying to make a bad copy of Italian. Tricks, many of these tricks do not indeed belong to the fine art of singing at all. They are merely appeals to false emotion, which excite a vulgar Italian audience, just as the well-worn ballad concert mannerisms excite a vulgar audience in England. A training in the real Italian style is without doubt of the greatest possible value to an English singer, provided that it means a thorough training in Italian literature and conversation, for that involves a study of speak rhythms and a purity of articulation, which are invaluable to anyone who makes use of his voice. Either as a singer or as a speaker, pure singing and pure speaking are essential requirements to any operatic artist, and the singer must grasp the principle that his vocal technique is to be the servant of his artistic idea and not a hindrance to its sincere expression. For Bizet's Jamile, Sir Thomas Beecham would no doubt have deserved sincere gratitude had it not been postponed until too late for inclusion in this notice. There was much that was laughable in The Fair Maid of Perth, but Bizet, even at his lowest, has always charm, and what is more important, unexpected turns of originality. There are historical reasons for thinking that the lighter forms of opera are those most suited to the English temperament. In general, attempts are constantly being made to re-establish light opera of a really artistic kind in this country, and although no one has yet succeeded in rivaling Sullivan in this field, Sir Thomas is certainly doing an excellent work in perpetually holding up Mozart and Bizet as working models for both the English composer and the English public to study and to enjoy. Concerts. When Busoni next visits this country, it is to be hoped that he will have better opportunities of being heard under appropriate conditions. The crowded and enthusiastic audiences which filled the Wigmore Hall for his 2 recitals showed that he might well have given half a dozen similar programs instead of appearing as star turn at the Albert Hall on Sunday afternoons, and there is not the slightest doubt that the Wigmore Hall audiences were of the kind that he could play to with real pleasure. He appeared at one of the Queen's Hall Symphony concerts as composer and conductor, and also played Mozart's concerto in C minor. Here, too, it was impossible to separate Busoni the pianist from Busoni. The composer for the concerto was embellished by cadenzas of singular originality and loveliness. Those inserted in the slow movement were startlingly modern, but with a modernity that Mozart himself might well have achieved if he had lived to the age of his interpreter, for they were certainly designed on thoroughly Mozartian principles of composition. 2 fragments from a Faust opera, on which Busoni is now engaged, gave the highest hopes of the complete work, for they were most noble and impressive musical pictures. At his farewell recital on December 6th, he played Liszt's sonata in B minor with a breadth and dignity that placed Liszt almost on a level with Beethoven. As a player of Chopin, Busoni has always been somewhat hard to accept, but the mellowing of style which the last 5 years have brought him was very apparent in his treatment of the 5 ballads, and still more in the nocturne in C minor, which of all the nocturnes is the most suited to Busoni's very monumental interpretation. Of singers, by far the most interesting has been Mme Jane Bathory, who appeared at one of the Classical Concert Society's concerts. She has long been known as the finest exponent of modern French songs. She is also an excellent pianist, and often plays her own accompaniments, thus securing a perfect homogeneity of performance, which the best pair of partners can hardly ever realize. The Royal Philharmonic Society, after passing through some trying moments during the war, has made energetic efforts to regain its ancient honorable traditions, with Mr. Coates, Mr. Geoffrey Toy, Mr. Adrian Bolt, and Mr. Landon Ronald as conductors. It is quite clear that London has no scarcity of orchestral directors. A new departure has been made by the establishment of the Philharmonic Choir under the management of Mr. Charles Kennedy Scott, the conductor of the Oriana Madrigal Society. The programs of the concerts exhibit a judicious selection of classic and modern works, among which English music is prominent. The general verdict on the first 2 concerts was that some of the pieces chosen, both old and new, were not of first-rate importance. The compilers of the programs were probably quite well aware of that fact. There are in fact plenty of works such as Holbrook's Ulalume and Meyerbeer's Struensee Overture, to name 2 examples only, which certainly are not immortal masterpieces, but are none the less quite interesting and well worth an occasional hearing. Even acknowledged masterpieces have been known to suffer from too frequent performance. A new Italian composer, Francesco Malapiro, has been very prominent in recent programs. Roman 1000 Yves Tigner sang his Chanson Morave. Mr. Mark Hamburg played his Barlumi for pianoforte of his orchestral music Impressioni. Dal Vero was heard at the Promenades, a Rambo Tragico at the Queen's Hall Symphony Concerts. And lastly, at the Second Philharmonic La Paz del Silenzio, no explanation has been offered of this curious title, but it may possibly bear some connection with an interesting passage in D. Annunzio's novel Il Fuoco, in which Stelio Efrena maintains that the essence of music lies not in the sounds, but in the silences that separate them. It is something of a compliment to Malipiro that his last work succeeded in rousing a philharmonic audience to hostility. Such demonstrations are rare in this country, though their rarity is due less to broad-minded receptivity than to courteous indifference. Malipiro will survive his hisses. His language is harsh and obscure, although a study of his scores shows that he has plenty of technical skill, for he is evidently dealing with emotions which he has not yet been able to express clearly, and which we have probably not been accustomed to hear expressed. Judging from the scores, it seemed that the performances both under Mr. Toy at the Philharmonic and under Sir Henry Wood were lacking in the singing sense. There is a temptation in these days to lay too much stress upon the strangeness of strange harmonies. They would become clearer if more attention was given to the elucidation and intensification of the strange melodies, which are at the foundation of all modern music that is likely to last. There can be no doubt about the sincerity and depth of feeling in Malipiro's music, though it has not the more attractive qualities of Casella's facile ingenuity. Edward J. Dent. Select list of publications. Art. Essays on Art by a Cluttenbrock Methuen Fives. Gardens, Their Form and Design by Viscountess Walsely Arnold 21s. Personalities 24 Drawings by Edmund Roman 10, Capsecker 21s. Biopaths in Curio Collecting by Arthur Hayden Fisher, Unwin 21s. Winchester Cathedral, Its Monuments and Memorials by John Vaughan Cannon Residentiary of Winchester Cathedral, Selwyn Blunt 10s, 6d. Saxon and Norman Churches in England by the Rev. E. Hermitage de Roman 500 FSA, Mowbray 3s, 6d. British Marine Painting with Articles by a Roman 50 Baldry, edited by Geoffrey Home, The Studio 10s, 6d. Harold Gilman, An Appreciation by Wyndham Lewis and Louis F. Ferguson, Chatto Windus 21s. Hexham Its Abbey by Charles Clement Hodges and John Gibson, London Batsford, 10s, 6d. Athletics. 50 Years of Golf by Horace G. Hutchinson, Country Life, 10s, 6d. Bellis Letters. Shakespeare and the Makers of Virginia by Sir A. W. Ward, The Annual Shakespeare Lecture, 1919, for the British Academy, Milford 4s. Not That It Matters by A. Milne Methuen 6s. Rather Like Some Endeavors to Assume the Mantles of the Great by Jules Castia Herbert Jenkins, 7s, 6d. Addresses in America, 1919, by John Galsworthy Heinemann 6s. Small Things by Margaret Deland, Appleton 5s. Plowshare and Pruning Hook by Lawrence Houseman, Swarthmore Press 6s. The Art of Writing Verse by Editor Jenkinson Erskine, MacDonald 2s, 6d. A Treasury of English Prose, edited by Logan Pearsall Smith, Constable 6s. The Officium et Miracula of Richard Rolle of Hampel, edited by Reginald Maxwell Woolley Roman 500 Rector, and Vicar of Minting and Canon of Lincoln S.B. Roman 100 K5s. The Phantom Journal by E. Roman 5 Lucas Methuen 6s. Enjoying Life and Other Literary Remains of W.N.P. Barbellion, Chatto Windus 6s. Nothing and Other Things, Longmans 3s, 6d. Little Hours in Great Days by Agnes Edgerton Castle, Constable 6s net. Ventures in Common Sense by E. W. Howe, New York, Napf 1. An Interpretation of Keats' Endymion by H. Clement Notcutt, University of Stellenbosch, South Africa. The Recreations of an Historian by George Macaulay Trevelyan Nelson, 2s, 6d. Domus Doloris by W. Compton Leith John Lane, 7s, 6d. The Evolution of an Intellectual by John Middleton Murray Cobden Sanderson, 7s, 6d. Biography and Memoirs. The Letters of Charles Sorley, Cambridge University Press, 12/6d. A medley of memories, 50 years recollections of a Benedictine monk by the Right Rev. Sir David Hunter Blair Bart Arnold 16s. Swinburne as I Knew Him by Coulson Kernahan John Lane 5s. The Life of John Payne by Thomas Wright Fisher Unwin 28s. S. Catherine of Siena by Alfred W. Pollard Messages of the Saints series Sidgwick Jackson 3s. All and Sundry by E. T. Raymond Fisher Unwin 10s 6d. John Porter of Kingsclere Grant Richards 31s 6d. The Life of Ronald Poulton by his father Edward Bagnall Poulton Sidgwick Jackson 16s. Memories of an Old Etonian 18,601,912 by George Greville Hutchinson 16s. Memories of George Meredith O'Roman 1000 by Lady Butcher Constable 5s. Noel Ross and his work edited by his parents Arnold 10s 6d. A Younger Son by George A. B. Dewar Grant Richards 12s 6d. John Murray Roman 3 18,080,1892. A Brief Memoir by John Murray Roman 4 Murray 3s 6d. Sir Robert Anderson K. Roman 100b Roman 100 Roman 500 A Tribute and Memoir by his son, a P. Moranderson Morgan Scott 3s. W. J. Corthorpe 18,421,917 for the British Academy, Milford 1s 6d. Education. The Training of Mind and Will by W. Tudor Jones, Williams Norgate 2s 6d. Fiction. Cousin Philip by Mrs. Humphrey Ward Collins 7s. St. John of Hunelea by G. Roman 1 Witham John Lane 7s. Blindman by Ethel Colburn Maine, Chapman Hall 7s. Maureen by Patrick MacGill Herbert, Jenkins 7s. Marcia Rebels by Sarah Comstock Evely Nash 7s. The Messenger by Elizabeth Robbins Hodder Stoughton 7s. Felicity by Catherine Harrington Allen, Unwin 6s 6d. Simon by J. Storer, Clouston Blackwood 6s. Fetters by Roman 100 S. Goldingham Allen Unwin 7s. The Rising of the Tide by Ida Roman 1000 Tarbell Macmillan 6s. In Secret by Robert W. Chambers Hodder Stoughton 7s. Valmouth by Ronald Furbank Grant Richards 6s. Evander by Eden Philpotts Grant Richards 6s. The Husband by E. H. Anstruther John Lane 7s. Coggin by Ernest Oldmeadow Grant Richards 7s 6d. The End of a Dream by a Roman 1000 N. Jenkin John Lane 7s. Sanity Jane by the Countess Barsinska Hurst Blackett 6s 9d. Interim by Dorothy Roman 1000 Richardson Duckworth 7s. Susie by the Hun Mrs. Dowdall Duckworth 7s. Old Wine in New Bottles by Elinor Mordaunt Hutchinson 6s 9d. The House of Dreamskemetru by Margaret Pedler Hodder Stoughton 6s. A Thin Ghost by Montague Rhodes James Arnold 4s 6d. Ramsay Milholland by Booth Tarkington Hodder Stoughton 7s. Sir Limpidus by Marmaduke Pickthall Collins 7s. Invisible Tides by Beatrice Keane Seymour Chapman Hall 7s. John Brown Confessions of a New Army Cadet by R. W. Campbell Chambers 6s. The Luckpenny by Oswald Wildridge Chambers 3s 6d. The Blower of Bubbles by Arthur Beverly Baxter Chambers 6s. The Margaret Book by Alfred Clark John Lane 5s. Mount Music by E. Somerville and Martin Ross Longmans 7s 6d. Gold and Iron by Joseph Hergesheimer Heinemann 7s. Somewhere in Christendom by Evelyn Sharp Allen Unwin 6s 6d. Happy House by Baroness von Hutton Hutchinson 6s 9d. Bunker Bean by Harry Leon Wilson John Lane 6s. The Broken Laugh by Meg Villers Grant Richards 7s. History. Westminster A Historical Sketch by H. F. Westlake The Story of English Towns Series SB Roman 100 K3s 6d. The Reformation in Ireland by Henry Holloway, SB Roman 100K 7s 6D. The Emperor Julian by Edward J. Martin, SB Roman 100K 3s 6D. Law. Local Development Law by Harold Challoner Dowdall Fisher, Unwin 10s 6D. Naval and Military. In the Side Shows by Captain Wedgwood Ben Roman 500 SO Roman 500F, Roman 100 Roman 1000P, Harder Stoughton 12s. The Story of the Tyneside Scottish by Brigadier General Trevor Turnan Roman 100B Newcastle Tyne, Northumberland Press 3s. A Popular History of the Great War by John G. Rowe Epworth Press 10s 6D. The Dardanelles by Major General Sir Roman 100E Colwell K. Roman 100B Constable 18s. Precepts and Judgments by Marshal Foch by Major Agrasset, translated by Hilaire Belloc Chapman Hall 9s. Tanks 19,140,1918 by Lieutenant Colonel Sir Albert G. Stern, KBE Harder Stoughton 12s. Marching on Tanga with General Smuts in East Africa by Francis Brett Young New and Revised Edition Collins 10s 6D. Green Balls The Adventures of a Night Bomber by Paul Boucher Blackwood 6s. Mesopotamia by Captain H. Birch Reynardson Melrose 9s. The Story of Our Submarines by Claxon Blackwood 6s. The Turks in Europe by W. E. Roman 500, Alan Murray 10s 6D. The Road to Endor by E. H. Jones John Lane 8/6D. Comrades in Captivity by F. W. Harvey Sidgwick Jackson 10s 6D. Records by Admiral of the Fleet Lord Fisher Harder Stoughton 21s. Poetry. Letters to Roman 10 by H. J. Massingham Constable 6s. The Wheel by Lawrence Houseman Sidgwick Jackson 5s. Mesopotamia by Captain Griffith Fairfax Murray 3s 6D. Mystica et Lyrica by Claudius Lee Brereton Elkin Matthews 6s. Rosalie's and Other Poems by Gerald Cumberland Grant Richards 3s 6D. Argonaut and Juggernaut by Osbert Sitwell Chatto Windus 5s. Walls and Hedges by John Redwood Anderson Sidgwick Jackson 3s. The Land of Memory by Lauchlin MacLean Watt Harder Stoughton 5s. Schoolboys and Exiles by Godfrey Elton Allen Unwin 3s 6D. A Tankard of Ale, an anthology of drinking songs, compiled and edited by Theodore Maynard Erskine MacDonald 5s. Poems 19,161,918 by Francis Brett Young Collins 5s. Poems in Time of Peace, in Time of War by Roman 100 Kennett Burrow Collins 5s. Wheels 4th Cycle, edited by Edith Sitwell Oxford Blackwell 6s. Back to the Land by Bernard Gilbert Oxford Blackwell 3s 6D. Worms and Epitaphs by H. W. Gerard Oxford Blackwell 3s 6D. Domestic Ditties by Guy Boas embellished with numerous elegant designs by Gabriel Pippet Oxford Blackwell 3s. Rudyard Kipling's Verse Inclusive Edition 18,851,918 3 volumes Harder Stoughton 63s. The Song of Roland done into English in the original measure by Charles Scott Moncrief Chapman Hall 7s 6D. The Yellow Rock by Harold Child Nisbet 2s 6D. Images of War by Richard Aldington Allen Unwin 3s 6D. Snowbirds by Sri Ananda Acharya Macmillan S6D. Settlers and Sunbirds by Francis Carey Salter Blackwood 4s. Sonnets from a Prison Camp by Archibald Allen Bowman John Lane 5s. The Supreme Sacrifice by John S. Arkwright Skeffington S6D. Poems Second Book by Edith Ann Stewart Swarthmore Press 1s 3D. The Paths of Glory, a collection of poems written during the war 19,141,919, edited by Bertram Lloyd Allen Unwin 3s. The Tramp of Eternity by Olaf Baker Allen Unwin 2s 6D. Ducks and Other Verses by F. W. Harvey Sidgwick Jackson 3s. A Little Lute by E. Roman 5 Knox Allen Unwin 3's 6d. Politics, Economics, etc. A Handbook to the League of Nations by Sir Geoffrey Butler KBE Longmans 5's. The Responsibilities of the League by Lord Eustace Percy Hodder Stoughton 6's. Indian Finance and Banking by G. Findlay Sheeners Macmillan 18's. The Political Scene by Walter Lippmann Allen Unwin 5's. Balkan Problems and European Peace by Noel Buxton and Roman 100 Leonard Leese Allen Unwin 4's 6d. Unconquerable Ulster by Herbert Moore Pym Belfast R. Caswell Son 1's 3d. The Housing of the Unskilled Wagianer by Edith Elmer Wood the Macmillan Co. 10's. Ireland an Enemy of the Allies by R. Roman 100 Escuflair Murray 6's. The Skilled Labourer 17,601,832 by J. Roman 50 Barbara Hammond Longmans 12's 6d. The ABC of the Federal Reserve System by Edwin Walter Kemmerer 2nd edition, revised Princeton University Press, London Milford 6's 6d. A New Chapter in the Science of Government by B. Branford Chatto Windus 5's. Panislam by G. Wyman Berry Macmillan 6's. Free Trade by the R.T. Hun J. Roman 1000 Robertson Dent 3's 6d. Africa Slave or Free by John H. Harris Student Christian Movement 6's. Prisons as Crime Factories by Fenner Brockway Roman 1 Roman 50 p2d. The Working Life of Women in the 17th Century by Alice Clark Routledge 10's 6d. Ireland a Nation by Robert Lynd Grant Richards 7's 6d. The British Coal Industry by Gilbert Stone Dent 3's 6d. Religion and Philosophy. The Idea of Atonement in Christian Theology by Hastings Rashdall Macmillan 15's. With the argument led being an alternative briefer and much more probable account of the controversial parts of the dialogue purported to be recorded in the Republic of Plato, with some further conversation between Socrates and others related by Glocken brother of Plato John Kirby, 11 Westmoreland Street Pimlico, SW2's 6d. The Manuscripts of God by a Roman 1 Tilliard Cambridge Heifer 10's 6d. The Town Parson by the Rev. Peter Green Longman 6's. Catholics and Church Reform by F. J. Edmund Vicar of Netherfield Nottingham Cope Fenwick 4's. The Christian Year in Human Story by Jane T. Stoddart Hodder Stoughton 6's. Philo's Contribution to Religion by H. A. Kennedy Hodder Stoughton 6's. The New Days by Edward Shalito Longmans 2's 6d. The Doctrine of the Subtle Body in Western Tradition by G. R. S. Mead J. Roman 1000 Watkins 6's. First Christian Ideas by Edward K. S. Selwyn Murray 9's. A Grammar of the Greek New Testament by A. T. Robertson Hodder Stoughton 42's. The Desire of All Nations, translated by William John Rose, Student Christian Movement 10's 6d. The Ministry of Reconciliation by J. R. Gillies Black 5's. Inspiration by J. Herbert William Sands 5's. Science. Meteorology for All Being Some Weather Problems Explained by Donald W. Horner Witherby 6's. Modern Roads by H. Percy Balnois Arnold 16's. British Airships Past Present Future by George Whale John Lane 7's 6d. Altitude and Health by F. F. Roget Constable 12's. The Psychology of the Future by Emile Boirac Keegan Paul 10's 6d. The Theory of Relativity by Henry Roman 50 Brose Oxford Blackwell S6d. Travel. South, The Story of Shackleton's Last Expedition, 19,140,1917, by Sir Ernest Shackleton Roman 100 Roman 5, O. Heinemann 25's. The Mystery of Easter Island, by Mrs. Scoresby Routledge Sifton Preed 31 6d. Assisi Impressions of Half a Century, by Sir William B. Richmond K. Roman 100b, Macmillan 42's. Streams in the Desert, by J. H. Morrison Hodder Stoughton 4's. Among Italian Peasants written and illustrated by Tony Syriacs Collins, 7s 6D. The London Mercury. Editor J. Roman, 100 Squire, Assistant Editor Edward Shanks. Val I know 4 February 1920. Editorial notes. An interesting exchange of opinions about modern art took place in the Times last month. The art critic stated that modern English artists were afraid of ugliness. Sir Sidney Colvin replied that so far was this from being the truth that the prevalent malady of the time, at least among those artists and critics who arrogate to themselves the title of modern, was a much less becoming form of cowardice, namely the fear of beauty, because the beauty-blind may be taken in by prettiness, and because a new fashion in critic theory has come over from France to perish, as I have seen dozens of such theories perish in their day. Nothing in the circles to which I refer is attempted or applauded, which either bears any resemblance to nature or records any predilection of the mind, except for what is shrieking and dissonant in color, and jumbled and jarring like a kind of insane geometry. In form of all things, such modernity is doubtless doomed soonest to be ancient or not, to give it so honorable a name, at least obsolete, discarded, and unregretted. Decorative break. That there are many English artists who are in a sense afraid of ugliness, in other words, who will only make pretty imitations of things recognized as beautiful, is not to be denied. It might almost be said that artists may be divided into those who have an unreasonable fear of ugliness, and those who have a reprehensible love of it. Many difficult questions are involved in such a discussion. Often two disputing parties will be found to be fundamentally in agreement. The Times critic was emphasizing the truth that unoriginality is bad, Sir Sidney Colvin the equal truth that bogus originality is bad. But his remarks reminded us of a great many observations we have all recently heard with respect to certain tendencies to be observed in contemporary art or pseudo-art. The elderly and many of the sober young are alarmed at much that they see painted or published. What does it all mean, they ask? Are the world's artists rushing over a steep place into the sea? Is there some new revelation in what looks at first sight like obscure rubbish? Are these noisy rioters really the young? Do they really hate everything that has ever been considered true? Will the whole of the coming generation be captured by them, mingled with the dislike? There is a great deal of bewilderment. Men doubt themselves. After all, new artistic developments have often been incomprehensible. These things are undeniably incomprehensible, so perhaps they are new artistic developments. Those who are tired of strife shiver, wrap their coats around them, prepare to retire into corners where the cold blast cannot reach them. But we really do not think that they should be so depressed, or that more vigorous men like Sir Sidney Colvin should be so alarmed. A rational diagnosis of the situation dissipates these apparent dangers. Decorative break. Now we had better begin by premising that in the sphere of the fine arts, we are not, these things are never taken for granted, denying the value of modern developments and the possibility of later ones. Not all the technical experiments of modern intellectual artists, akin to experiments in new media, may be fruitful, but at the center of most movements, however extravagant, may be found an original artist who has either a peculiar way of looking at the world, El Greco is an example, or desires to experiment with some method in order to find out what results may accrue from it. But it is not a good thing to base a theory on the mannerisms of an original artist. It is still worse to build a convention on his unsuccessful experiments, and worst of all perhaps for an artist to paint not what he sees as he sees it through the medium of his temperament, but what some philosophical critic, with a distaste for both nature and humanity, tells him to paint. A painter with intelligence, however, will soon tire of something which produces results which do not interest him, and the painting of foolish pictures by people who desire merely to attract attention is to some extent limited, because anything that would deceive anybody involves a good deal of time and trouble. The fine arts will look after themselves. Few members of the public will pay large sums for pictures that convey nothing to them. The printed word is in a rather different category. The world is always full of ineffective people who have a desire to write a thing which can be done at any moment by anyone who has pen, ink, and paper. They also desire to attract attention by their writing. In our time, stunts for their assistance have been discovered which have never been hit upon before. Decorative break. The various stunts with which we are now familiar have spread over the whole world with a rapidity that no genuine spiritual movement or technical discovery has ever equaled. Just before the war, that vivacious Southerner Signor Marinti introduced us to the typage, which consisted of capital letters and notes of exclamation tumbled about in apparent confusion, the first large English enterprise of the futurist vorticist cubist kind, was though it contained normal patches, the magenta magazine blast. It succumbed shortly after a hostile critic, consulting his Webster, had discovered the definition blast, a flatulent disease of sheep. But it died to give place to countless smaller magazines and books containing bewildering designs and extraordinary poems, the drawings, and to the eye which can take in only their typography, the poems are indistinguishable from others which are being published all over the world. The bloggers attach themselves to anything which will give them publicity. There is something pathetic about the way in which wherever the political Bolsheviks get into office they print the verses and cartoons of the artistic anarchists. They don't understand them. All they know is that the bourgeois disliked them so in Munich last Easter, and we dare say in Moscow now. There is an excellent opening for those who, for all anyone would be able to say to the contrary, have only to scratch out the old titles of their interlocked triangles and write underneath uprising of proletariat or some such thing. The vorticists and verslibrists exist from Spain to Sweden. We saw this month a most beautifully produced volume from Tiflis. The words scattered about in the Paris and London style were in Georgian and Russian, but no translation was necessary when one was supplied the words, and the lack of sense were precisely what we expected. They might have been Italian or English, and in the illustrations mingled with the parallelograms could be seen fragments of wasp-waisted nuts in opera hats and shirt fronts, such as never were seen in Tiflis, where their heads are clad with fur. In a recent number of the monthly chapbook, Mr. Flint, giving specimens of good and bad contemporary verse, quoted one gentleman who begins a poem with "Eoi ui, edi ivo eyes, ui iso eyes, eoi jas," and another poet who writes "Vr rananananan, vr ras, hehehe." It isn't really serious, but is any of this kind of thing serious? And is this mere noise at bottom sillier than much of the free verse to which some superficial meaning can be attached? We quote from an American review, which as a whole is sensible and good, these lines from a poem called Autumn Night. "The moon is as complacent as a frog. She sits in the sky like a blind white stone, and does not even see love, as she caresses his face with her contemptuous light. She reaches her long, white, shivering fingers into the bowels of men. She is death enjoying life, innocently, lasciviously." Of that kind of thing, usually done with a little less force in the images, but always meandering, stupid, and utterly unrhythmical, good American journals have lately been full. It has ceased to be amusing. But we don't think that anybody need be alarmed. Nobody can like it. And in the end, those who from restlessness or fear have pretended to will revolt against a diet of wind and sawdust and return to something more palatable. Decorative break. For the simple truth is that the trick of incomprehensibility is the best trick that has ever been invented for the benefit of writers who, if they can feel or think, do not know how to translate their thoughts and feelings into the language of art. 20 years ago, the swarm of useless young writers discoursed on common themes in common meters, imitatively after the manner of Tennyson, or of Swinburne, or of Verlaine. If they favored dignity and nobility, they wrote sonnets beginning "Under the high, invulnerable stars," or plays like Savonarola Brown's "If nature was their theme, we heard of the blackbird's descant from the bough." The virtuous wrote of love in the manner of "Your brows are calm and virginal, warming too. Your mouth is red as red roses are." The sham rakehels festooned their hectic amours with references to purple breasts, absinthe, Messalina, and Semiramis. The banality was plain to see, but Signor Marinti and his congenersui had been gently acclimatized to great obscurity by artists like Mallarmé provided these poets. With a priceless gift, let rhythm go, let sense go, put down in barbarous sequence any incongruous images that come into your head, even if you like put down sheer gibberish. If possible, deceive yourself, and you will deceive others. Produce a work so opaque that it cannot be seen through. The innocents will either wildly protest against these dangerous revolutionaries, a much more pleasing role to find oneself in than that of harmless mediocrity, or else they will knit their brows with the reflection, if this young man expresses himself in thoughts too deep for me, why? What a very, very, very deep young man this deep young man must be. But we have noticed that most of these dealers in chaos soon tire those who have something in them, and any young man is liable to be infected by a current fashion, get through none the worse those who have not flag and stop. Decorative break. In our second number, we called attention, as many before us have called attention, to the scandalous state of the American copyright laws, whereunder British authors have been put to immense inconvenience and loss, and which have resulted in the early books of almost every important British author being in America beyond his control. Since we wrote, the American Senate has come to a decision which greatly ameliorates the conditions as they affect books published here. Since the war, it has been clear that during the war, owing to the delays of mails, it has often been impossible for English publishers and authors to secure American copyright, even where American publication could easily be arranged for. Copies for deposit could not be got across sufficiently quickly, and the time limit of 30 days from English publication expired under the new decision, which is largely due to the efforts of Major G.H. Putnam. Protection is secured for all British books of which the American copyright has been lost during the war. The Act has been amended. Friendly alien authors have been given American copyright on works of which copyright lapsed during the war. The concession extends to works issued within 15 months after the war. Whatever the end of the war may be defined to be, during that 15 months authors may take steps to establish their copyright after that period. As we understand it, British authors and publishers will have a longer period, Roman 1e4 months, than before, in which to secure their rights, provided a complete copy of the English edition has been deposited in the Copyright Office not more than 60 days after publication. We suppose, though we await further information, that the fact that a book presumed non-copyright has been published in America during the war will not prevent its being copyrighted. But if this be so, what will happen to a pirated edition, assuming such to exist, which was legally permissible before the new amendment? Decorative break. An important step has been made in the development of the literary relations of the two countries, but these are still far from perfect. It may not be possible to make the domestic copyright laws of the two countries the same, but it should not be impossible for each country to extend to the books of the other a simultaneous and automatic copyright on publication. American books should be automatically copyright here when they appear in America. English books should be automatically copyrighted in America when they appear here. There is room for discussion as to the length of term of copyright to be granted to foreigners, but a basis for mutual agreement would not be difficult to find. We trust that Major Putnam will not flag in the good work, and that English authors will cooperate to the best of their ability. Decorative break. We printed in our last number a letter from Mr. J.G. Fletcher disputing a statement made by our American correspondent that Mr. Nicholas Vachel Lindsay was the only live poet now writing in America, and questioning the justice of the praise given to Mr. Lindsay. On the assumption that our readers will be interested, we are publishing in this issue a work by Mr. Lindsay, which illustrates his recent manner. It is a poem which presents some difficulties to English readers. It evokes memories of a presidential campaign long gone past, and some of Mr. Lindsay's political references, not to speak of his presumably mythical animals, will puzzle people. Even those English people who vaguely remember who Mark Hanna was will probably not have the ghost of a vision of Altgeld. Decorative break. A binding case for the London Mercury is being prepared, and will, we hope, be ready when the first volume of 6 numbers is complete. It would be a convenience if readers who are preserving their sets and will desire the official binding, which we can promise will not be an offensive one, would let us know in advance by postcard, so that we may have some basis for our first order of cases. Decorative break. For some time after publication, we were obliged to refuse orders for our first number. We have recovered a very few copies, and as we prefer that they should go to persons who are really anxious to obtain them in order to complete sets, we offer them at 76D. A copy applications will be dealt with in the order in which they are received. No. 2 will shortly follow suit. Literary intelligence. We congratulate Mr. Austin Dobson, whose birthday was the 18th of last month. On arriving at the full age of 80, he has lived for the past 20 years, since his retirement from the public service, so noiselessly that an idle world, always attentive to sensation, has half forgotten to regard. Presence he has always preferred to stand a little out of the limelight, being by nature unobtrusive and more conversant with books than with men. Such serene natures miss some of the rewards of their own age. But when they possess the quality of Mr. Austin Dobson, posterity gives them their revenge. No one in our time has pursued the profession of literature with a more disinterested fervor than he. Mr. Dobson has taken no part in controversy. He has been mixed up with no sensational movements. His whole thought has been fixed on the study of past times and on the perfecting of his own delicate and lapidary art. He was not precocious in his development. When his earliest volume of poems, Vignettes in Rhyme, appeared, he had reached his 31st year. He did not venture upon prose until 11 years later, when he published his memoir of Thomas Bewick. His latest volume, A Bookman's Budget of 1917, combined both arts in one. Decorative break. The quality of Mr. Austin Dobson, both in verse and prose, is curiously out of sympathy with the general tendency of literature today. In prose, though, we admit that his essays have had numerous and distinguished admirers. Mr. Balfour, if we remember right, having once praised them above his poems in the House of Commons. In prose, he seems to us to sacrifice freedom of movement to an intensely meticulous accuracy and to a desire to leave no fact unrecorded. But in verse, Mr. Austin Dobson is in his own restricted field unsurpassed. He carries on through the second half of the 19th century the tradition of Prior and Anstey, and Predit. May be said that his poems are metrical pastimes, but he lifts them to the dignity of poetry. His happiest pieces are so polished, so delicate, and so felicitous that not a word in them could be altered. They are of their own kind perfect, and perfection is not relative, but positive. So long as the English language survives, there will be readers of the Ballad of Beau Brocade. We wish Mr. Austin Dobson many more years, and we hope that he will yet be encouraged to give us specimens of his graceful penmanship. The writers of the obituary notices of Sir William Osler were strangely silent as to the love of books, which was one of his most marked characteristics, and this although in Who's Who he had put down bibliography as his only recreation, and at the time of his death had been president of the Bibliographical Society for 7 years, nearly 3 times as long as any of his predecessors. In the true spirit of humanism, his interest in bibliography was first aroused by the books relating to his own profession, and widened out from this to a fine Catholicity within a year of his coming to England. He delivered an address on Sir Thomas Browne's Religio Medici before the Physical Society of Guy's Hospital, printed in the library for January 1906, and he was never tired of singing the praise of Burton's Anatomy of Melancholy as a great medical treatise, the greatest ever written by a layman. Orderly arrangement, intensely serious in purpose and weighty beyond belief in authorities. The quotation comes from a paper he read before the Bibliographical Society on the library of Robert Burton in November 1909, in which he gave a summarized account of the 580 books of Burton's preserved at the Bodleian and the 429 in the library at Christ Church. Unless we are mistaken, the picking out of these books and the grouping those at Christ Church round a portrait of Burton copied from the original in Brasenose College was due mainly to his initiative. He certainly took a keen interest in both libraries, was an enthusiastic curator of the Bodleian, and a generous supporter of the admirable Bodleian Quarterly started by Mr. Falconer Madden. A paper he contributed to this, on the bookworm, illustrated by an admirable colored plate exhibiting it in all its stages, is by far the best study of that elusive worm ever printed. Decorative break. After he became president of the Bibliographical Society, he gave another stimulating address on the medical books, printed before the close of the year 1480, its object being to get an idea of the mental attitude of the profession of medicine. From the character of the books printed, he had then been working on this subject for some time, and even amid the countless activities into which he threw himself during the war, did not wholly neglect it. The description of the books was practically finished some time ago. Whether the introduction, in which he aimed at clothing the bibliographical skeleton with flesh and blood, had been written, is not yet known. He had over 40 medical books of the 15th century in his own collection, and was forming a specialist library to illustrate the history of science and of medicine in particular on a strikingly original plan. Its completion should have been the occupation of a leisurely old age, but he loved his fellows too well to give himself any leisure, and left this for others to complete. Decorative break. We welcome from America the first number of the new Dial. The Dial was founded at Chicago in 1880 by Francis F. Brown. Until a few years ago, it remained in the Brown family, who produced fortnightly a paper sober, academic, and informative, somewhat resembling our Athenaeum of Victorian days. A few years ago, the paper changed hands. Its offices were shifted to New York, and it has been at one time primarily an organ of rebellious literary youth, and at another a radical political journal. The latest remodeling promises stability. The Dial appears as a purely literary and artistic monthly in shape, like one of our own monthly reviews, and typographically superior to most of them. We await its development with interest. Poetry. Fortunatus nimium. I have lain in the sun. I have toiled as I might. I have thought as I would. And now it is night. My bed full of sleep. My heart of content. For mirth that I met. The way that I went. I welcome fatigue. While frenzy and care, like thin summer clouds, go melting in air. To dream as I may, and awake when I will, with the song of the birds, and the sun on the hill. Or death were it death, to what should I wake? Who loved in my home, all life for its sake. What good have I wrought? I laugh to have learned that joy cannot come unless it be earned. For a happier lot than God giveth me, it never hath been, nor ever shall be. Robert Bridges. To I.G. Were I to pause and hesitate for something picked alembicate, I might by chance no further get than mere parade of epithet. So ill just wish to you and yours strength to achieve while strength endures, and when the power to do is done, remembered radiance of the sun. Austin Dobson. New Year's Eve, 1919. The shadow. Death would I feared not thee, but ever can I see thy mutable shadow thrown upon the walls of life's warm, cheerful room. Companioned or alone, I feel the presence of that following gloom, like one who vaguely knows behind his back the shade his body throws. Tease not thy shadow, only tease my own. I face towards the light that rises fair and bright over wide fields asleep. But still I know that stealthy darkness there, close at my heels, doth creep. Ghostly companion, my still haunting care. And if the light be strong before my eyes through pleasant hours and long, then the shadow is most black and deep. Edward Shanks. By the weir, a scent of Esparta grass, and again I recall the hour we spent by the weir of the paper mill, watching together the curving thunderous fall of frothing amber, bemused by the roar, until my mind was as blank as the speckless sheets that wound on the hot steel ironing rollers, perpetually turning in the humming dark rooms of the mill, all sense and discerning by the stunning and dazzling oblivion of hill waters drowned. and my heart was empty of memory and hope and desire. Till rousing, I looked afresh on your face as you gazed. Behind you, an old gnarled fruit tree in one still fire of innumerable flame in the sun of October blazed, scarlet and gold that the first white frost would spill, with eddying flicker and patter of dead leaves falling. I looked on your face as an outcast from Eden recalling a vision of Eve as she dallied bewildered and still by the serpent-encircled tree of knowledge that flamed with gold and scarlet of good and evil her eyes, wrapped on the river of life, then bright and untamed by the labor and sorrow and fear of a world that dies. Your ignorant eyes looked up into mine, and I knew that never our hearts should be one till your young lips had tasted the core of the bittersweet fruit, and wise and toil-wasted, you should stand at my shoulder, an outcast from Eden too. Wilfred Wilson Gibson. Brian. A rhyme in the American language. The campaign of 1896, as viewed by a 16-year-old. In a nation of 100 fine mob-hearted lynching, relenting, repenting millions. There are plenty of sweeping, swinging, stinging, gorgeous things to shout about and knock your old blue devils out. I brag and chant of Brian, candidate for president who sketched a silver Zion, the one American poet who could sing outdoors. He brought in tides of wonder, of unprecedented splendor, wild roses from the plains that made hearts tender, all the funny circus silks of politics unfurled, Bartlett pears of romance that were honey at the cores, and torchlights down the street to the end of the world. There were truths eternal in the gab and tittle-tattle. There were real heads broken in the fustian and the rattle. There were real lines drawn, not the silver and the gold. But Nebraska's cry went eastward against the dour and old, the mean and cold. It was 1896, and I was just 16. And Altgeld ruled in Springfield, Illinois, when there came from the sunset Nebraska's shout of joy. In a coat like a deacon, in a black Stetson hat, he scourged the elephant plutocrats with barbed wire from the Platte. The scales dropped from their mighty eyes. They saw that summer's noon, a tribe of wonders coming to a marching tune. Oh, the longhorns from Texas, the jayhawks from Kansas, the plopied bungaroo and giant jassicus, the varmint chipmunk bugaboo, the horned toad, prairie dog, and ballyhoo, from all the newborn states arrow, bidding the eagles of the west fly on, the fawn productile and thingamajig, the hellingon, the wandoodle batfowl and pig, the coyote wildcat and grizzly in a glow. In a miracle of health and speed, the whole breed abreast, they leapt the Mississippi blue border of the West, from the Gulf to Canada 2,000 miles long, against the towns of Tubal-Cain. Sharp was their song, against the ways of Tubal-Cain too, cunning for the young. The longhorn calf, the buffalo and wampus gave tongue. These creatures were defending things Mark Hanna never dreamed, the moods of airy childhood that in desert dews gleamed, the gossamers and whimsies, the monkey shines and didos, rank and strain, of the cannons and the range, the ultimate fantastics, of the far western slope, and of prairie schooner children, born beneath the stars, beneath falling snows, of the babies born at midnight, in the sod huts of lost hope, with no physician there, except a Kansas prayer, with the Indian raid howling through the air, and all these in their helpless days, by the dour East oppressed, mean paternalism, making their mistakes for them, crucifying half the West, till the whole Atlantic coast seemed a giant spider's nest. And these children and their sons at last rode through the cactus, a cliff of mighty cowboys, on the lope, with gun and rope. And all the way to frightened Maine, the old East heard them call, and saw our Brian by a mile lead the wall of men and whirling flowers and beasts, the bard and the prophet of them all, prairie avenger, mountain lion, Brian, 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 gigantic troubadour speaking like a siege gun, smashing Plymouth Rock with his boulders from the west, and just 100 miles behind tornadoes piled across the sky, blotting out sun and moon, a sign on high, headlong dazed and blinking in the weird green light. The scalawags made moan, afraid to fight. Roman 2. When Brian came to Springfield, an Altgeld gave him greeting. Rochester was deserted, Divernon was deserted. Mechanicsburg, Riverton, Chicken Bristle, Cotton Hill, empty, for all Sangamon drove to the meeting in silver-decked racing cart, buggy, buckboard, carryall, carriage, phaeton, whatever would haul, and silver-decked farm wagons gritted, banged, and rolled, with the new tale of Brian by the iron tires told. The State House loomed afar, a speck, a hive of football, a captive balloon, and the town was all one spreading wing of bunting plumes and sunshine. Every flag in town and Brian's picture sold. When the rigs, in many a line, reached the town at noon, and joined the wild parade against the power of gold, we roamed, we boys, from high school, with mankind, while Springfield gleamed, silk-lined. O Tom Dines and Art Fitzgerald, and the gangs that they could get. I can hear them yelling yet, helping the incantation, defying aristocracy, with every bridle gun, bidding the eagles of the West fly on, ridding the world of the low-down means. We were bully, wild, and woolly, never yet carried below the knees. We saw flowers in the air, fair as the Pleiades, bright as Orion, hopes of all mankind, made rare, resistless, thrice refined. Oh, we bucks from every Springfield ward, colts of democracy, yet time wins out of chaos from the starfields of the Lord. The long parade rolled on. I stood by my best girl. She was a cool young citizen with wise and laughing eyes. With my necktie by my ear, I was stepping on my dear. But she kept like a pattern without a shaken curl. She wore in her hair a brave prairie rose. Her gold chums cut her, for that was not the pose. No Gibson girl would wear it in that fresh way. But we were fairy Democrats, and this was our day. The earth rocked like the ocean, the sidewalk was a deck. The houses for the moment were lost in the wide wreck. And the bands played strange and stranger music as they trailed along against the ways of Tubal Cain. Ah, sharp was their song. The demons in the bricks, the demons in the grass. The demons in the bank vaults peered out to see us pass. And the angels in the trees, the angels in the grass. The angels in the flags peered out to see us pass. And the sidewalk was our chariot, and the flowers bloomed higher. And the street turned to silver, and the grass turned to fire. And then it was but grass, and the town was there again. A place for women and men. Roman 3. Then we stood where we could see every band and the speakers stand. And Brian took the platform, and he was introduced. And he lifted his hand and cast a new spell. Progressive silence fell. In Springfield, in Illinois, around the world, Then we heard these glacial boulders across the prairie rolled. The people have a right to make their own mistakes. You shall not crucify mankind upon a cross of gold. And everybody heard him in the streets and State House yard. And everybody heard him in Springfield, in Illinois, around and around and around the world, that danced upon its axis, and like a daring bronco whirled. Roman forward, July-August suspense, Wall Street lost to sense, August, September, October, more suspense, and the whole East down like a wind-smashed fence. Then Hannah to the rescue, Hannah of Ohio, rallying the roller tops, swivel chairs, bulls and bears, rallying the bucket shops, threatening truth and deaths, promising manna, rallying the trusts against the bawling flannelmouth, invading misers' cellars, tin cans' socks, melting down the rocks, pouring out the long green to a million workers, spondulics by the mountain load to stop each new tornado, and beat the cheapskate blatherskite, populistic, anarchistic, deacon desperado. They, election night at midnight, Boy Bryan's defeat, defeat of Western silver, defeat of the wheat, victory of letter files, and plutocrats in miles, with dollar signs upon their coats, diamond watch-chains on their vests, and spats on their feet, victory of custodians, Plymouth Rock, and all that inbred landlord stock, victory of the neat, defeat of the aspen groves of Colorado valleys, the bluebells of the Rockies, and blue bonnets of old Texas, by the Pittsburgh alleys, defeat of alfalfa and the Mariposa lily, defeat of the Pacific and the long Mississippi, defeat of the young by the old and silly, defeat of tornadoes by the poison vat supreme, defeat of my boyhood, defeat of my dream. Romans 6. Where is McKinley, that respectable McKinley, the man without an angle or a tangle, who soothed down the city man and soothed down the farmer, the German, the Irish, the Southerner, the Northerner, who climbed every greasy pole and slipped through every crack, who soothed down the gambling hall, the barroom, the church, the devil vote, the angel vote, the neutral vote, the desperately wicked and their victims on the rack, the gold vote, the silver vote, the brass vote, the lead vote, every vote. Where is McKinley, Mark, Hannah's McKinley, his slave, his echo, his suit of clothes, gone to join the shadows with the pomps of that time, and the flame of that summer's prairie rose? Where is Cleveland, whom the Democratic platform read from the party in a wonderful hour, gone to join the shadows with pitchfork Tillman and sledgehammer Altgeld, who wrecked his power? Where is Hannah, bulldog Hannah, low-browed Hannah, who said stand pat, gone to his own place with Pierpont Morgan, gone somewhere with lean Rat Platt? Where is Roosevelt, the young dude cub, who hated Bryan, then aped his way, gone to join the shadows with pious Cromwell and tall King Saul till the judgment day? Where is Altgeld, brave as the truth, whose name the few still say with tears, gone to join the ironies with old John Brown, whose fame rings loud for 1,000 years? Where is that boy, that heaven-born Bryan, that Homer Bryan who sang from the West, gone to join the shadows with Altgeld the eagle, where the kings and the slaves and the troubadours rest? Vachel Lindsay, blind Thamyris, by T. Sturge Moore. Since my father was a hero, and my mother a goddess of the woods, I was sent, when 12 years old, to the cave of Chiron, that he might instruct me in wisdom and valor. This life, divorced from all female tenderness, appealed to my pride. And only at night were my eyes ever moistened with regret. I was now free to follow a stream, until too weary to advance further, some cradle of scented herbs would lure me to rest and doze at length. Twilight brought me an energy winged with dread of the dusking forests that carried me right home to the cavern. The sources were always my goal, the more easy descent seawards never tempted my morning moods. And as he taught me the lyre, or the control of my voice, Chiron remarked that a similar bent was evinced by an instinctive preference for those words and cadences that lead the spirit away from the highroads of thought and feeling surely. Emotions well up in the fastnesses of tranquility close under the blue and white of heaven, more virginal than can be experienced in lowland retreats. As time wore on, Chiron, the daily lesson being ended, began to speak to me of a rhapsodist former pupil and great favorite of his Aegina. He began, like thyself, Thamyris, was ever striving to reach the summits before joint and sinew was sufficiently tough, alas, though he has often brought back. With him, the rarest strophes and melodies men have refused to listen to them. They prefer a music that better harmonizes with their garish seaboard towns. And he wanders shrouded in an ever deeper gloom. With a sigh he paused, and I waited, expecting to be warned not thus to estrange myself from humanity by persistently climbing among the hills. But he seemed unable so to conclude, and presently bid me run away and practice throwing the spear. One forenoon, when wind so strong as to seem foreign to the settled brilliance of the weather was bowing the fir trees, and now here, now there, their backs arched silverly flashing like waves on the dark green ridges, while the sound was that of a chorus of Titans rejoicing in violence, so much so that we had to retreat well back within the cave before we could hear ourselves play or sing. Chiron broke off the lessons, still disturbed it may be by the hurly-burly without, though it strained but faintly through the stillness held under that roof of rock. He sat gazing forth into the sunny turbulence, so grandly though jaggedly framed, and I, leaning back against his flank, watched his moved visage worn with much living. Then, for the first time, he began to recite me actual words of Thamyris, recalling how their public delivery had proved that those who thronged round the other rhapsodists would never collect about him. Untouched white cloud, like a task acclaimed, when the heart is young, thou fleest higher than the eagle deed that is praised by men. Unheeded silence, in the night or at noon, thou singest to the hilltops a song that is richer than the tales of war, which men crowd to hear. Magnificent joys lie about like garments, amazingly broidered. A god has discarded them before launching upward in naked loneliness. But no human hand lifts a single tunic. No man's heart prefigures the deep satisfaction of moving vested in the pictured raiment that a god walked the earth in. Chiron was silent, and I dreamed of finding and putting on the slough of Apollo. I saw myself in a sultry glare climbing boulders, with grey lich-encrusted cheeks and dark moss-bearded cavities, down which I peered in hopes of finding a cupful of collected dew. At last I arrived on the crest, and there, at the bottom of a crater of wild, tumbled blocks, lay gleaming somewhat silver and violet and blue. I scrambled down a pattern of scaled serpents, was looped inextricably over white samite. I lifted it, and from the inside there slipped with a swish a bodivest of pale vermilion, rippled with gold, in a device of arrows, each drawn to the head, in a sturdy bow, an armory of the proper size for an host of mice. Had it been real instead of pictured? I gasped, and Chiron's eyes met mine, so that I blushed all down my neck. Months later, on my return at dusk from a day's ramble, I learned from our new pupil, the little Achilles, that Chiron had been fetched away by 2 other centaurs, and expected to be absent all night, perhaps longer. We prepared and ate our supper of chestnuts boiled, and then mashed in milk, and were shortly rolled in separate bears' skins to sleep. Achilles, who was but just turned 6, was soon off, but I lay hour after hour forecasting coming events, with eyes wide open. I cannot now revive those dreamy adventures, and only recollect that Thamyris figured in no few, and how fevered I was by the thought that, being mysteriously like him, much sadness and disappointment lay in wait for me. At last moonlight began to edge into the cave, traveling along the wall, it soon lit up a trophy, the skull and huge, whooped horns of an ibex, and next the rug made of 4 chamois hides that Chiron hangs over his flanks and crupper in winter, when round his bust he wraps thick folds of brown knitted wool not long after it was bathing the ebony lyre inlaid with polished iridescent seashell, that has both its fluted pillars and their screwheads enameled with lines of scarlet. This wonder Jason had brought back from Colchis, and sent up by an embassy to Chiron. I rose, and stealing softly to it, looked up not at the well-oved colors of the lyre, but towards the tranquil effulgence that had woken them out of the darkness, and was surprised to see that there were many swift-traveling clouds in the sky, for while I lay in the shelter, the night had seemed quite still. At that moment, the moon was covered, and the cave became so dark that I stepped outside, and saw the moonlight fast growing again on the lawn lower down where we throw the spear and wrestling matches take place. I hurried to meet it, and once there the terror and attraction of the hills at night shook me, for was I not brought forth by the regent of a bosky grove, though its sacred safety rustled leagues from where I stood? Might I not brave these mountain forests, being able so to account for my hardihood? I was carried away neither walking nor running, but at a sort of shaken trot that seemed dictated by the thudding of my heart. The almost level path wound along our valley high above the torrent, which it would meet and cross some 2 miles deeper. In this fold, under Pelion, my limbs moved, as it were unbidden. Once or twice I stopped, and said, "This is a dream," till the indescribable reality of everything drove me on. My teeth were frequently jolted, yet the cold did not seem intense enough to chatter them. And surely I was not abjectly frightened. This notion roused my self-control and calmed me till I slipped along like peaceful thought, unchallenged, yet alert. The stream was crossed by the fallen fir trunk, and the path returned eastward on the opposite side of the valley till the distant mouth of the cave was passed, and the forefront of this new ridge. One here the view was immense, embracing islands in the sea and snowy Olympus, and the unnumbered chains of the mountainous coast. Here I squatted on the short fine turf, and folded both arms across my knees as a cushion for my chin. Perhaps I dozed, for my head was heavy when I lifted it to make sure of a sound. The trampling of centaurs a great way off. "They are returning," I said to myself, and laid an ear against the earth, and then peered into the darkness, for the moon lit nothing now except one band of sea far out behind the islands, all but certain by which track they were coming. I plunged headlong downward through the brushwood, as though it had been broad day, intending to cut their road on the moor above the cliffs. How many times I floundered into bushes, or barked a shin against bough or boulder. Those who have done such things may imagine. I at last stumbled out on the heather hundreds of feet beneath, limping, but consoled to fancy my troubles ended before I had cleared 1,000 yards. I fell, ricking my ankle, and rose with difficulty, for an agony like death whenever my foot pressed the ground rooted the very notion of an inexhaustible endurance latent within me. I fell again on to the thick springy couch of scented ling, and soon felt deliciously relieved. Violent activity had chased the last vestige of night era, and the wind moaning round me made even that barren place homelike, as with the movements of a familiar presence. The slightest jerk to my right foot, and immediately my brow was beaded with sweat, for pain, like a savage dog, held my ankle in its jaws, and would grind them anew if I stirred. Hooves thundered nearer and nearer. The noise so invaded my consciousness that to cry for help seemed as useless as to halloo against tempestuous breakers on a rocky shore. Yet simultaneously there returned on me all that Chiron had taught of the diverse tribes of sound, how some are irreconcilable, while others easily agree, how the loudest of one family may fail to drown small ones of distinct origin, and in a continuous and familiar uproar their different caliber may startle. Even as in silence, fed by these memories, hope grew strong, and I cried out, "Father Chiron! Father Chiron, I am here and must die if you do not come." Then I listened. All was still. At first I feared they had reached the hills and entered the valley, so that the sound of their trampling was walled off. Just then it began again, more slowly and unexpectedly near. So I shouted, "Father Chiron, do not leave me to the wolves." Then his voice answered, and tears streamed over my face, and sobs so shook me that I could not make out his words. Yet between the spasms I gasped, this way," and he came, and knelt beside me first on his forked knees, then settling down on his haunches, gradually, so as not to scare me by the blundering of his fetlocks. His large, gentle hand felt my moist, burning brow, while I pointed at my helpless ankle. Then he lifted it between thumb and finger, and with the index of the other hand began to stroke the swelling thoughtfully. Then lifting his head, he shouted, "Rotus, find me some sorrel or lettuce. And if you see any straight wands, cut me one or two. Catch, here is my knife." And he slipped the thong by which it hung over his head. Now, I must tell you, it was a delicately smithied blade, with both edges sharp and lived point foremost in a snug trough cut along the yellow boxwood handle, over which a lid of box was spliced, the open end being secured by a wedge of ebony attached by a thong for use. The blade was first shaken out on the palm, then its heft end replaced, and secured by tapping the wedge with a stone. It was our great pleasure to borrow this knife, and scratch lions or eagles upon a horn or out of soft pine carved straight-roped Athena, with casque and spear. I know every cut that defines her attitude, but can never give her features either terrible or beautiful. But Chiron was repeating to me, "Did not Achilles tell you that I could not be back before morning?" For my mind had suddenly wandered to my foster mother's farm kitchen in the lowlands. 40 miles away, yes, he told me, but I could not sleep. And at last I wanted to explore the woods by moonlight. After I heard you coming in running, I caught my foot in the twisted trunks of this heather. With a low, husky chuckle, he said, "Though I am supposed to be really wise, the simplicity of your explanation has surprised me, harboring sinister forebodings. I had no inkling then how he dreaded lest the violence of center herds and the knavery of townsmen, like clashing flints, should cause a conflagration for ever more pressingly. He forebodes the violation of his cavern's peace, the only spot left where men and centaurs foregather kindly at that time." I attributed his words to the ocean of his wisdom, which, like a shorebred child, I was accustomed to hear murmur content, if now and again, the beauty of a thought meant for me stranded like a dainty shell at my feet. Hitherto, I had lain like one bedrid, haunted by the seriousness of that pain, but now sitting up and taking advantage of the license accorded to sufferers, I dared to show a curiosity which every endeavor would have suppressed had my right ankle been as sound as the left, and asked, "Where have you been, Father Chiron?" His husky laugh allowed the indulgence I had claimed, and his voice grew strained as he answered, "I was called to the deathbed of my best-beloved son Thamyris." "Is he very sick?" I asked. "Not now, for he moaned me his last epode," and ended like the swan. At that I lay back once more and looked across the heather at the moon, unwilling to embarrass his sorrow by staring at it. And after a pause, Chiron, in a very low voice, began to croon, "Falcon daughters of Apollo, ye spur on a man to sing, rend with pangs sharp as a sword. Then for his best award, faint praise and a broken wing. Is it for larks to follow the snow-feathered cloud? They are dusky and hot and fragile, and scarcely contain a proud, insanely throbbing heart. Ye are amberied, sleek and agile, taloned and savagely smart. When the fierce blood bursts our pulses, darkened like Hades at noon, there falls from the towering ether a mangled mass of feather, an end to the pain that convulses. Life with ambition is boon enough for a soul uplifted, and by each of you severally gifted." When silence had nursed the memory of this for a space, I glanced at Chiron. His wet eyes stared steadily at the moon. He roused himself and began to shout to hasten Rhotus, and the young centaur soon approached, bounding wildly, a mat of tresses flapping like a black flag about his head. Chiron took the knife, the leaves, and the 2 sallows, and measuring these last against my leg, cut 2 wands from their stouter ends, split them, and placed their flat sides against the leaves, in which he packed my tender joint. He next cut strands from under his white beard. As long as his arm, with one, he bound the splints lightly round my calf, and with the other secured them beneath my foot. Rising, he helped me up, and warned me not to put any weight on the cage which lengthened and imprisoned my leg. He then signed to Rhotus to lift me onto his back, and side by side, the two began walking across the heath. The sky was once more almost clear, and the moon was setting. The sea, though it could be heard, was hidden by the heathery hillocks, which thatched its cliffs as Olympus, and the great ranges were behind hills tawny and russet with beech and alder. But hooded in evergreen firs that towered dead black in the moonlight, a whistle sounded, and there was Caudon waiting 300 paces off. Rhotus advanced, crying to him, "It is my turn to carry the body now." But his piebald fellow immediately heaved something on to his shoulder, and set off at a gallop. "What is it?" I said to Chiron, round whose vast waist my arms clung. "They shame." "Breed," he replied, "ghosts of the dead never haunt centaurs, so for them the lifeless body is no more than an empty smock. Men are born with older fears, and cradled in whispering awe. Reverence is thus taught them, first by terror, and then by esteem, if they consort with fine-light-purred minds. But these rough colts, deprived of the first, scarce heed the second lesson. Yet poor Thamyris, fair course of thy days, was driven about, till willy-nilly it clashed with the coarser grain crowd. And must thy body be tossed, fought for, and whirled away? In the fury of this boisterous rivalry, they were fetching wide curves across the heath. Sometimes even Caudon's piebald flanks were lost in the darkness, and they became a mere chivy of distancing sounds. Then again both twirled on. The skyline above the cliffs like shadows on a wall, their shouts had at first betokened no more than horseplay, but took now an angrier accent. Chiron smartened his pace, and I felt that his spirit was chafing, and when they next drew within earshot, he shouted commands to arrest them of such sternness as they were not sufficiently enslaved by passion to disregard, and they came. Severally muttering, heated and resentful towards us, the old centaur reproached them for thus jolting the body of his friend. "But he feels nothing," argued Caudon. Well, had he been a skin of choice wine, you should have carried him with more care. Wine can be spoilt with shacking, but a corpse," grumbled Rhotus. "Still, for all he once was, why, he was so mad as to put out his own eyes," grunted Caudon. "And Rhotus," continued, "they say he died because he refused to eat in a rage that outlasted his life. Yet I, who am old enough to be your sire's grandsire, have often wished the hour stayed when his fingers wandered the strings. Years ago they interjected. Last evening he kissed my hands and taught me words that fly straight to the heart." Neither colt retorted, and the silence seemed so consecrated to the gravity of the wise Chiron's sorrow that I feared to break it. Though devoured with curiosity about this unaccountable madness, blindness, and death, we had entered the valley and were climbing at a foot-pace among the trees. Though the moon had set, the sky had not darkened, but grayed with the dawn. As the light increased, the body absorbed my attention. It hung, wrapped in a coarse and torn cloak, over Rhoda's shoulder, for Caudon had ceded it to him soon after they left arguing with Chiron. The arms dangled along his muscular back, and the dead hands flopped and turned upon the glossy black hide, to which his brown skin gave place below the loins. They went a little in advance of us, and at times I could divine just how the head hung by. Some yellow hair that appeared and disappeared behind a rent in the cloak, which swaying opened and closed like the ill-hinged door of a granary loft that, swinging in the wind, shows the gleam of golden grain to a midwinter day. My head had dropped in a doze before we reached the place where a path branches down to the bathing pool, and Chiron bade Rhotus and Caudon carry the body up to the cave, build a fire, and seethe meat, for all would be more than common hungry. But me he carried down to the large pool that spreads out from the foot of a fall in the torrent, and at the outer brim of this basin, where the clear water becomes shallow and escapes in many minor cascades downwards, he chose a bank of sward and laid me gently down where the water would flow over my damaged foot. While I lounged at ease, he himself gravely walked down under the pool. The water rose above the horse, and only the man remained still. He trod carefully deeper, the white stones being often slippery with green weed, and now his beard and hair were floating like foam about his shoulders, as though a smaller column of invisible water were drilling the quivering surface. Right out in front of the torrent that thundered into boiling suds at the foot of the dripping rocks, still, his hooves felt their way down till the billowy outward curves were sweeping right over his head. The white limestone lit up the depths and rendered his figure clearly visible, though it seemed strangely stunted. His chestnut crupper, silvered as it was with age, became violet. By contrast with the icy blue water, all around thinned boughs hung out long yellow leaves, and the reflections of some of them flickered like fish about him. Time seemed to have ceased, and all hostile conditions to have been suspended in favor of this magnificently weathered creature, that he might become divinely amphibious and death stand, disarmed before him, far above a level. Shaft of sunlight from over the mountain's shoulder suddenly caught the treetops, a naked scaffold of dark trunk, bough, and intricately forking branch, sustained each thin tower-like tent of brilliant leaves, thus their grand swelling shapes hollow instead of dense, with foliage tanned or yellow instead of green. These chestnuts, whose flaunting camps reach far up the valleys, made a last stand against the disenchanting season of storms. The banks beneath were thick with fallen leaves, interspersed with clusters of nuts like hedgehogs. The whole vividly colored scene swam in the limpid, transparent slumber, which tuned my breathing. Though it had not closed my eyes, I thought, he will stay under too long, and I shall never hear how poor Thamyris went mad. Yet it seemed acceptable, or at least necessary, that I should never hear, and that he should remain immersed forever. No, he lifted his head and parted his hair and rubbed his eyes, and came up as slowly and solemnly out of the pool as he had descended into it, streaming and refreshed. He cantered round its shallow brim, splashing with his hooves. He shook and wrung from hair and beard streamers of diamond drops, quivering the while the glossy coat of his nether body to free its shaggy skirts, and whisking his tail against his hocks. Pausing beside me, he smiled into my sleepy eyes and said, "How goes the ankle?" I murmured that it was so cold as to have stopped aching, and I could not now feel whether it were there or not. He drew me a little higher up, till my bandaged foot was out of the numbing flow. Roused by this, I could no longer refrain from asking what had driven poor Thamyris mad, and the answer came, soothing the terror that it stirred in my soul by the grave compassion with which it was pronounced. He could not endure to watch those whose attention he had in vain tried to capture, grouped about some common rhapsodist, who with shouts recounted how one man killed another in some freebooting foray. He must have wandered unwanted and uninspired for months, before at last he stood near the ships where fishermen had been chipping holes in large flints in order to thread them along the bottom of their great sweep-net. These had often split before they were pierced, and fragments with knife-like edges lay all about. Suddenly dashing down his lyre, he stooped and seized two sharp pieces, and sobbing out that his eyes should never again watch a crowd like that gaping upon the wharf at this baller, he jabbed at his eyes. Others told me how they heard him, and turned to see blood streaming from his face and beard, and from the two red hands that he waved as he staggered, unaccustomed to darkness. They thought some goddess in the shape of a sea-hawk must have struck him with her beak, and vanished as swiftly as she had come through the twilight afterward when his broken lyre was found. They concluded that the muses had sent her, because he, though a mere mortal, sang such songs as might in the halls of Olympus be preferred to their own, for only among the gods, as those fishermen fancied, could he have found suitable audience. They led him to the temple of Apollo. There the priest killed a snake, and bound its body across his bleeding orbits, and the wounds healed, but sight did not return. Later on, when he felt how he never knew where he was, or who was near one, no one could lead him far towards the stony peaks he loved, for dread always overtook them at the danger of steep places. For a blind man whose daimon left him totally unwarned, refused food, and sat all day on the temple steps, and never begged an alms or stooped to gather what was thrown him at night, the hierodules had sometimes heard him mutter, as though he prayed for vengeance. They even believed that he had challenged the 9 muses to a trial of skill, offering to yield body and mind to their displeasure if he failed. But should he outsing them, then each of them was to submit her body to bear him a child. For servile minds Agener ascribed the motives familiar to themselves to those whose outstanding actions they must perforce canvass. Thus he endured not only perpetual darkness, but companionless solitude, where streams of men were constantly passing, hearing voices. Not one conversable. Then, when death first warned him, he sent a message to me. This was delivered to Rhotus, and Codon, who bore it on up the shoulders of Pelion, and gazing round, he continued, "In this spot shall he rest, screened by these chestnuts from the cruel moons of summer. Here shall a grave be dug. The distance from the cave is convenient, and bathers may often consent to remain, while I rechant one of his lays, till departing they breathe a pious wish for the peace of him whose life was full of strife and storms, though he never joined in battle or trod the planks of a ship. When I stood by his side, he said, O godlike beast, no other ears ever listened to me with pleasure as thine. Roman 999. Thou hast been rewarded with extended life for thy actions. And customs are swayed neither by fear nor by greed, but in the eyes of the young, and in quiet haunts thou hast sought the wisdom most easily wed to divine melodies, thou wilt understand, and perhaps pity these strophes born of my anguish. His fevered reveries would seem so to have exalted me that he used an address such as gods expect, and with the same trance-like utterance feebly and slowly delivered the hymn I repeated to you on the heath. But then the end came now. You had better lie here for today, lest you should jar that ankle, and I will send Achilles to you with some meat. I wondered over all I had heard, not without dread of a similar fate, till Achilles came and wanted to know what I had seen in the night, whether nymphs or daimones or Artemis herself. As I ate the warm meat or broke the brown crusts between sips of wine, I told him then, with all the roguish effrontery of his beauty shaking his long yellow curls. He laughed. I should have done as you did for all the rest, Aegina, but I should not have sprained my ankle. And he danced off singing no, indeed, indeed no, while I, dropping the drained horn into the empty maple bowl, rolled over and slept. When I woke, the sun had passed the meridian, and the sound of a spade and the thud of falling clods could be heard, and looking across I saw Caudon working in a grave on a crest of the opposite bank. Soon the blade rang on the rock, and his action became that of shoveling out the loam. Next Chiron and Rhotus arrived, carrying the body between them wound in a long and splendid pall. This had been sent by Thetis as a present with Achilles when he joined us in July. It measured 6 yards by 4, and might have served for a temple curtain or to drape a royal bed. The goddess herself had worked it far out under the sea, aided by the silver-shoed daughters of Doris. Flying over a ground of deep blue were seen harpies with black wings spread, and every feather tipped with white, their brown bodies shaped like large eggs. They wore coral necklaces, and had the heads of women with singing mouths and long, streaming raven curls, yet they were armless, and had the legs and talons of a bird. Each of the score was exactly like every other, and side by side, and one after another, they flew across the deep noon sky. So they sweep by close above some ship, with sweet voices, advising mariners of a greater glory amid ocean than where sails are often met around the coast, though well they know that from the vacant, unislanded main the venturer has rarely returned. Chiron had no use in his cavern for a cloth so splendid, and he had determined to devote this to the honor of Thamyris. They laid his body wholly enveloped in it along the turf beside the grave, while they spread in it the autumn-tinted bracken that Achilles had been cutting with a sickle, and armful after armful had made a mountainous heap of. Next, they lowered him in the great blue cloth onto that sun-saturated couch. Then Chiron took his lyre and sang. A gentle spring was that long past, which brought thee to my cave, for thought yet more than action brave. O daring spirit, now thou hast gleaned all that feeble mortals give to those in whom intenser joy has sought to live. Here woodland peace broods ever here. Shall water always carol in thine ears? Caudon and Rhotus now chanted the usual chorus of last farewell. Achilles and myself, piping in, as well as their loud voices, would let us. The rest of the bracken was then thrown down, and on that the dark loam, the turfs were replaced, wine spilled in libation, and grain strewn. The rites were ended. The 2 centaurs shouldered spade and mattock, and clattered off. Achilles asked if he might go into the woods with his bow and arrow to shoot something. Chiron nodded consent, and came to examine my ankle while he uncased it, and did it up again with fresh leaves. I asked why, if Thamyris so loved the lonely hills and scorned men, he was so angry at seeing them crowd about other rhapsodists. When he had finished with my foot, he replied, one of our friend's hymns is now trotting in my head. Then touching his lyre he chanted, from the west upward I twirled heavy-hearted, from the east joyous, poising his weight on an arching instep, came man to meet me, and high in the azure, where the rocks ended, we sat down friends. He heard there how often was said, shown, or felt the thing that rebuked me, then laughed and pretended that what the hand fashioned, house sword or dead body, alone remained. Thoughts and intentions lost their existence. His glad voice inveigled belief from my candor, and lo, he was gone, poising my weight on an arching instep. Down I came gaily, facing the sunset, as though in the seaport that glittered beneath it, I had not yet smitten the sonorous lyre, as though the folk there had come from the eastward that very morning, and found empty houses and ships abandoned, needing only to be cleaned and repainted, and meant to make them gay as spring flowers, and were sure in the twilight to gather about me. Now that is his own answer to your question. I do not think he craved just any praise, nor did he much overprize his own gift. And you see, he was not thinking of this coast, but of one facing the other way, so that the poet could arrive from the quarter opposite to the sun, and meet him at noon on the peak, as much as to say, not myself, nor this town's people, but any place, any people, any poet. He worshipped man, and it angered him to see homespun preferred to the sky fabric the god had helped him weave. He regretted his violence, and could not live without those eyes. It had cost him, having drawn these sentences one by one from his sad heart. Chiron lapsed into silence, till I asked, but why did he address the muses as enemies in his last hymn, if what the folk said was quite false? It is strange, can they have appeared to him smartly fledged in white plumage, with dapper tail and wings, and vulture hearts? Stately women, clothed in daffodil chitons, delighted my gaze. The only time I ever had a glimpse of them, when was that I was scarcely older than yourself, and woke in a cave to see them sitting and resting at its mouth, delicately grouped against the dawn. I remember Euterpe's lap full of flowers, and Melpomene, for her hair was stormy black and unbound, and a deep brown cloak had slipped from her shoulders, but still hung over her elbows. It was only afterwards that I regretted not having noted the features of Urania, but assuredly no single one of them had the eye of a hawk. They rose as I woke, and strolled on. I crept after them, but when I turned the buttress of rock, no glad-robed figure was in sight, though it seemed that choral voices floated in the air. Yet soon I found myself listening to silence, so could not be sure. It must be sad to sing unpraised, however beautiful the words. Yes, boy, and the ecstasy that sings is counterfaced with a destroying rage. That is perhaps why his darkened soul figured the muses as birds of prey. Do you know any more of his rhapsodies? Perhaps I can recall another. And he struck some strange bell-like notes, and then sang. Leap, ibex, leap the drop. From that mountain turret top is sheer 200 feet. Crash head foremost to the rock. Those massive hoops, thy curved horns take the shock, and throw thee up, albeit tossed by their supple springs, without the help of wings. Scarcely may I believe thou hast righted in the air. Rashness thou dost retrieve, whence thou wast bounced even there. Arrivest without let, 4 sturdy hooves of jet plant thee on the slab, then I had chosen from on high. So melodist that haunts the spirit-firing peaks, and deep in azure chants, must take like dizzy leap back to some seaboard town, to find the praise he seeks. And would he still his fervor keep, as fine resilience will he need, so featly to light down, who formed goat as thine, by chamois herds acclaimed divine. A god's grace truly will he need, if he be not to suffer, not to bleed. A shattered heart and brain of fire, a trodden mantle and snapped lyre. And how by headlong rapture whirled and blinded, should he know where 'tis won or how to find it? That unpredictable address, whose magic cleaves the rough quartz stone, and makes its secret crystals known, when the most boorish bless the most divine, and flash back to their eyes the grace by which they shine. This history has been written with Chiron's help, who says we have often found more appropriate words than were actually used, yet have not departed from truth, as Clio bestows it on those who do her unfeigned reverence. I covered this sheepskin years ago in the cave, and have kept it ever since. Now I must soon bequeath it to the care of others. Achilles and Chiron are both long since dead. And who wants to hear the lays of Thamyris now? I never picked up the slough of any god, though a bit later, when my foot was sufficiently healed for me to limp about, I found behind some bushes where Codon or Rhodus had chucked it, the filthy, ragged, homespun mantle of Thamyris. For when I spread it out, one could see where the blood had run down from his eyes by the dark stains. I folded it and laid it at the foot of his grave, and raised a pyramid of stones over it, bringing them toilsomely from the pool each day as my ankle grew stronger, even as in 2 or 3 years' time I was adding crooked letter to crooked letter on the inside of this skin, that Thamyris might be remembered. And as I wrote, I was persuaded, in spite of Chiron's presentiment, and that vivid dream of a white chlamys broidered over with blue, violet, and silver serpents, that such magnificent joys would never be mine, which secret conviction, as I grew a beard, and it grew grey, has been proved correct. Meonides, best loved of all rhapsodists, may have found it, though, when I heard him chant the war for Troy, he also was dressed in homespun, and already blind, but old Agenor has kept his 2 eyes as safely as this sheepskin. The Romance of Rhyme, by G.K. Chesterton. The poet in the comic opera, it will be remembered, I hope, claimed for his aesthetic authority that Hey Diddle Diddle will rank as an idol if I pronounce it chaste in face of a satire, which still survives the fashion it satirized. It may require some moral courage seriously to pronounce it chaste, or to suggest that the nursery rhyme in question has really some of the qualities of an idol of its chastity. In the vulgar sense, there need be little dispute, despite the scandal of the elopement of the dish with the spoon, which would seem as free from grossness as the loves of the triangles, and though the incident of the cow may have something of the moonstruck ecstasy of Endymion, that also has a silvery coldness about it worthy of the wilder aspects of Diana, the truth more seriously tenable is that this nursery rhyme is a complete and compact model of the nursery short story, The Cow Jumping Over the Moon. Fulfills to perfection the 2 essentials of such a story for children. It makes an effect that is fantastic out of objects that are familiar, and it makes a picture that is at once incredible and unmistakable. But it is yet more tenable, and here more to the point, that this nursery rhyme is emphatically a rhyme. Both the lilt and the jingle are just right for their purpose, and are worth whole libraries of elaborate literary verse for children. And the best proof of its vitality is that the satirist himself has unconsciously echoed the jingle, even in making the joke. The meter of that 19th century satire is the meter of the nursery rhyme. Hey Diddle Diddle the cat and the fiddle and Hey Diddle Diddle will rank as an idol are obviously both dancing to the same ancient tune, and that by no means the tune the old cow died of, but the more exhilarating air to which she jumped over the moon. The whole history of the thing called rhyme can be found between those 2 things, the simple pleasure of rhyming diddle to fiddle, and the more sophisticated pleasure of rhyming diddle to idle. Now, the fatal mistake about poetry, and more than half of the fatal mistake about humanity, consists in forgetting that we should have the first kind of pleasure as well as the second. It might be said that we should have the first pleasure as the basis of the second, or yet more truly, the first pleasure inside the second. The fatal metaphor of progress, which means leaving things behind us, has utterly obscured the real idea of growth, which means leaving things inside us. The heart of the tree remains the same however many rings are added to it, and a man cannot leave his heart behind by running hard with his legs. In the core of all culture are the things that may be said in every sense to be learned by heart. In the innermost part of all poetry is the nursery rhyme, the nonsense that is too happy even to care about being nonsensical. It may lead on to the more elaborate nonsense of the Gilbertian line, or even the far less poetic nonsense of some of the Browningesque rhymes, but the true enjoyment of poetry is always in having the simple pleasure as well as the subtle pleasure. Indeed, it is on this primary point that so many of our artistic and other reforms seem to go wrong. What is the matter with the modern world is that it is trying to get simplicity in everything except the soul, where the soul really has simplicity. It can be grateful for anything given complexity. Many peasants have to be vegetarians, and their ordinary life is really a simple life. But the peasants do not despise a good dinner. When they can get it, they wolf it down with enthusiasm, because they have not only the simple life, but the simple spirit. And it is so with the modern modes of art, which revert very rightly to what is primitive, but their moral mistake is that they try to combine the ruggedness that should belong to simplicity, with a superciliousness that should only belong to satiety. The last futurist draftsmanship, for instance, evidently has the aim of drawing a tree as it might be drawn by a child of 10. I think the new artists would admit it, nor do I merely sneer at it. I am willing to admit, especially for the sake of argument, that there is a truth of philosophy and psychology in this attempt to attain the clarity, even through the crudity of childhood. In this sense, I can see what a man is driving at when he draws a tree merely as a stick with smaller sticks standing out of it. He may be trying to trace in black and white or gray a primeval and almost prenatal illumination. That it is very remarkable that a stick should exist, and still more remarkable that a stick should stick up or stick out. He may be similarly enchanted with his own stick of charcoal or gray chalk. He may be enraptured, as a child is, with the mere fact that it makes a mark on the paper, a highly poetic fact in itself. But the child does not despise the real tree for being different from his drawing of the tree. He does not despise Uncle Humphrey because that talented amateur can really draw a tree. He does not think less of the real sticks because they are live sticks and can grow and branch and curve in a way uncommon in walking sticks. Because he has a single eye, he can enjoy a double pleasure. This distinction, which seems strangely neglected, may be traced again in the drama and most other domains of art. Reformers insist that the audiences of simpler ages were content with bare boards or rudimentary scenery. If they could hear Sophocles or Shakespeare talking a language of the gods, they were very properly contented with plain boards, but they were not discontented with pageants. The people who appreciated Antony's oration as such would have appreciated Aladdin's palace. As such, they did not think gilding and spangles substitutes for poetry and philosophy, because they are not, but they did think gilding and spangles great and admirable gifts of God, because they are. But the application of this distinction here is to the case of rhyme in poetry, and the application of it is that we should never be ashamed of enjoying a thing as a rhyme as well as enjoying it as a poem. And I think the modern poets who try to escape from the rhyming pleasure in pursuit of a freer poetical pleasure are making the same fundamentally fallacious attempt to combine simplicity with superiority. Such a poet is like a child who could take no pleasure in a tree because it looked like a tree, or a playgoer who could take no pleasure in the forest of Arden because it looked like a forest. It is not impossible to find a sort of prig who professes that he could listen to literature in any scenery, but strongly objects to good scenery and in poetical criticism and creation. There has also appeared the prig who insists that any new poem must avoid the sort of melody that makes the beauty of any old song. Poets must put away childish things, including the child's pleasure in the mere sing-song of irrational rhyme. It may be hinted that when poets put away childish things, they will put away poetry. But it may be well to say a word in further justification of rhyme as well as poetry in the child, as well as the poet. Now, the neglect of this nursery instinct would be a blunder, even if it were merely an animal instinct or an automatic instinct. If a rhyme were to man merely what a bark is to a dog or a crow to a cock, it would be clear that such natural things cannot be merely neglected. It is clear that a canine epic about Argus instead of Ulysses would have a beat ultimately consisting of barks. It is clear that a long poem like Chanticleer written by a real cock would be to the tune of cock-a-doodle-doo. But in truth, the nursery rhyme has a nobler origin. If it be ancestral, it is not animal. Its principle is a primary one, not only in the body, but in the soul. Milton prefaced Paradise Lost with a ponderous condemnation of rhyme, and perhaps the finest and even the most familiar line in the whole of Paradise Lost is really a glorification of rhyme. Season's return, but not to me. Return is not only an echo that has all the ring of a rhyme in its form, but it happens to contain nearly all the philosophy of rhyme in its spirit. The wonderful word return has not only in its sound, but in its sense a hint of the whole secret of song. It is not merely that its very form is a fine example of a certain quality in English somewhat similar to that which Mrs. Meynell admirably analyzed in a former issue of this magazine. In the case of words like unforgiven, it is that it describes poetry itself, not only in a mechanical, but a moral sense. Song is not only a recurrence, it is a return. It does not merely, like the child in the nursery, take pleasure in seeing the wheels go round. It also wishes to go back as well as round, to go back to the nursery, where such pleasures are found. Or, to vary the metaphor slightly, it does not merely rejoice in the rotation of a wheel on the road, as if it were a fixed wheel in the air. It is not only the wheel, but the wagon that is returning. That laboring caravan is always traveling towards some camping ground that it has lost and cannot. Find again, no lover of poetry needs to be told that all poems are full of that noise of returning wheels, and none more than the poems of Milton himself. The whole truth is obvious not merely in the poem, but even in the two words of the title. All poems might be bound in one book, under the title of Paradise Lost, and the only object of writing Paradise Lost is to turn it, if only by a magic and momentary illusion, into paradise regained. It is in this deeper significance of return that we must seek for the peculiar power in the recurrence we call rhyme. It would be easy enough to reply to Milton's strictures on rhyme, in the spirit of a sensible, if superficial liberality, by saying that it takes all sorts to make a world, and especially the world of the poets. It is evident enough that Milton might have been right to dispense with rhyme without being right to despise it. It is obvious that the peculiar dignity of his religious epic would have been weakened if it had been a rhymed epic beginning. Of man's first disobedience and the fruit of that forbidden tree whose mortal root. But it is equally obvious that Milton himself would not have tripped on the light fantastic toe with quite so much charm and cheerfulness in the lines. But come, thou goddess fair and free, in heaven yclept Euphrosyne. If the goddess had been yclept something else, as for the sake of argument Syrinx, Milton in his more reasonable moods would have allowed rhyme in theory a place in all poetry, as he allowed it in practice in his own poetry, but he would certainly have said at this time, and possibly at all times, that he allowed it an inferior place, or at least a secondary place. But is its place secondary, and is it in any sense inferior? The romance of rhyme does not consist merely in the pleasure of a jingle, though this is a pleasure of which no man should be ashamed. Certainly most men take pleasure in it, whether or not they are ashamed of it. We see it in the older fashion of prolonging the chorus of a song with syllables like rumty-tumty or toral laurel. We see it in the similar but later fashion of discussing whether a truth is objective or subjective, or whether a reform is constructive or destructive, or whether an argument is deductive or inductive, all bearing witness to a very natural love for those nursery rhyme recurrences which make a sort of song without words, or at least without any kind of intellectual significance. But something much deeper is involved in the love of rhyme as distinct from other poetic forms, something which is perhaps too deep and subtle to be described. The nearest approximation to the truth I can think of is something like this: that, while all forms of genuine verse recur, there is in rhyme a sense of return to exactly the same place. All modes of song go forward and backward like the tides of a sea, but in the great sea of Homeric or Virgilian hexameters, the sea that carried the laboring ships of Ulysses and Aeneas, the thunder of the breakers is rhythmic, but the margin of the foam is necessarily irregular and vague. In rhyme, there is rather a sense of water poured safely into one familiar well, or to use a nobler metaphor, of ale poured safely into one familiar flagon. The armies of Homer and Virgil advance and retreat over a vast country, and suggest vast and very profound sentiments about it, about whether it is their own country or only a strange country. But when the old nameless ballad boldly rhymes the bonny ivy tree to my ain country, the vision at once dwindles and sharpens to a very vivid image of a single soldier passing under the ivy that darkens his own door. Rhythm deals with similarity, but rhyme with identity. Now in the one word identity are involved perhaps the deepest and certainly the dearest human things. He who is homesick does not desire houses or even homes. He who is lovesick does not want to see all the women with whom he might have fallen in love. Only he who is seasick perhaps may be said to have a cosmopolitan craving for all lands or any kind of land. And this is probably why seasickness, like cosmopolitanism, has never yet been a high inspiration to songs, especially the most poignant of them generally refer to some absolute, to some positive place or person for whom no similarity is a substitute. In such a case, all approximation is merely asymptotic. The prodigal returns to his father's house, and not the house next door unless he is still an imperfectly sober prodigal. The lover desires his lady, and not her twin sister, except in old complications of romance, and even the spiritualist is generally looking for a ghost, and not merely for ghosts. I think the intolerable torture of spiritualism must be a doubt about identity anyhow. it will generally be found that where this call for the identical has been uttered most ringingly and unmistakably in literature, it has been uttered in rhyme. Another purpose, for which this pointed and definite form is very much fitted, is the expression of dogma as distinct from doubt or even opinion. This is why, with all allowance for a decline in the most classical effects of the classical tongue, the rhymed Latin of the medieval hymns does express what it had to express in a very poignant poetical manner, as compared with the reverent agnosticism so nobly uttered in the rolling unrhymed meters of the ancients. For even if we regard the matter of the medieval verses as a dream, it was at least a vivid dream, a dream full of faces, a dream of love and of lost things, and something of the same spirit runs in a vaguer way through proverbs and phrases that are not exactly religious, but rather in a rude sense philosophical, but which all move with the burden of returning things to be felt only in familiar fragments on revient tauges. It's the old story, it's love that makes the world go round, and all roads lead to Rome. We might almost say that all roads lead to rhyme. Milton's revolt against rhyme must be read in the light of history. Milton is the Renaissance frozen into a Puritan form, the beginning of a period which was in a sense classic, but was in a still more definite sense aristocratic. There the classicist was the artistic aristocrat, because the Calvinist was the spiritual aristocrat. The 17th century was intensely individualistic. It had both in the noble and the ignoble sense a respect for persons. It had no respect whatever for popular traditions, and it was in the midst of its purely logical and legal excitement that most of the popular traditions died, the Parliament appeared, and the people disappeared. The arts were put under patrons where they had once been under patron saints. The schools and colleges at once strengthened and narrowed the new learning, making it something rather peculiar to one country and one class. Few men talked a great deal of good Latin, where all men had once talked a little bad Latin, but they talked even the good Latin so that no Latinist in the world could understand them. They confined all study of the classics to that of the most classical period, and grossly exaggerated the barbarity and barrenness of patriotic Greek or medieval Latin. It is as if a man said that because the English translation of the Bible is perhaps the best English in the world, therefore Addison and Pater and Newman are not worth reading. We can imagine what men in such a mood would have said of the rude rhymed hexameters of the monks, and it is not unnatural that they should have felt a reaction against rhyme itself, for the history of rhyme is the history of something else very vast, and sometimes invisible, certainly somewhat indefinable, against which they were in aristocratic rebellion. That thing is difficult to define. In impartial modern terms, it might well be called romance, and that even in a more technical sense, since it corresponds to the rise of the Romance languages as distinct from the Roman language, it might more truly be called religion, for historically it was the gradual reemergence of Europe through the Dark Ages, because it still had one religion, though no longer one rule. It was in short the creation of Christendom. It may be called legend, for it is true that the most overpowering presence in it is that of omnipresent and powerful popular legend, so that things that may never have happened, or as some say could never have happened, are nevertheless rooted in our racial memory, like things that have happened to ourselves. The whole Arthurian cycle, for instance, seems something more real than reality. If the faces in that darkness of the Dark Ages, Lancelot and Arthur and Merlin and Modred, are indeed faces in a dream, they are like faces in a real dream, a dream in a bed, and not a dream in a book. Subconsciously, at least, I should be much less surprised if Arthur were to come again than I should be if the Superman were to come at all again. The thing might be called gossip, a noble name having in it the name of God, and one of the most generous and genial of the relations of men, for I suppose there has seldom been a time when such a mass of culture and good traditions of craft and song have been handed down orally by one universal buzz of conversation, through centuries of ignorance, down to centuries of greater knowledge. Education must have been an eternal viva voce examination, but the men passed their examination. At least they went out in such rude sense masters of art as to create the Song of Roland, and the round Roman arches that carry the weight of so many Gothic towers. Finally, of course, it can be called ignorance, barbarism, black. Superstition, a reaction towards obscurantism and old night. And such a view is eminently complete and satisfactory, only that it leaves behind it a sort of weak wonder as to why the very youngest poets do still go on writing poems about the sword of Arthur and the horn of Roland. All this was but the beginning of a process which has two great points of interest. The first is the way in which the medieval movement did rebuild the old Roman civilization. The other was the way in which it did not. A strange interest attaches to the things which had never existed in the pagan culture and did appear in the Christian culture. I think it is true of most of them that they had a quality that can very approximately be described as popular or perhaps as vulgar, as indeed we still talk of the languages which at that time liberated themselves from Latin as the vulgar tongues, and to many classicists these things would appear to be vulgar in a more vulgar sense. They were vulgar in the sense of being vivid almost to excess, of making a very direct and unsophisticated appeal to the emotions. The first law of heraldry was to wear the heart upon the sleeve. Such medievalism was the reverse of mere mysticism. In the sense of mere mystery, it might more truly be described as sensationalism. One of these things, for instance, was a hot and even an impatient love of color. It learned to paint before it could draw, and could afford the tuppence colored long before it could manage the penny plain. It culminated at last, of course, in the energy and gaiety of the Gothic, but even the richness of Gothic rested on a certain psychological simplicity. We can contrast it with the classic by noting its popular passion for telling a story in stone. We may admit that a Doric portico is a poem, but no one would describe it as an anecdote. The time was to come when much of the imagery of the cathedrals was to be lost, but it would have mattered the less that it was defaced by its enemies. If it had not been already neglected by its friends, it would have mattered less if the whole tide of taste among the rich had not turned against the old popular masterpieces. The Puritans defaced them, but the Cavaliers did not truly defend them. The Cavaliers also were aristocrats of the new classical culture, and used the word Gothic in the sense of barbaric. For the benefit of the Teutonists, we may note in parenthesis that if this phrase meant that Gothic was despised, it also meant that Goths were despised. But when the Cavaliers came back after the Puritan interregnum, they restored not in the style of Pugin, but in the style of Wren, the very thing we call the Restoration, which was the restoration of King Charles, was also the restoration of St. Paul's, and it was a very modern restoration. So far we might say that simple people do not like simple things. This is certainly true if we compare the classic with these highly colored things of medievalism, or all the vivid visions which first began to glow in the night of the Dark Ages. Now one of these things was the romantic expedient called rhyme, and even in this, if we compare the two, we shall see something of the same paradox, by which the simple liked complexities, and the complex liked simplicities, the ignorant liked rich carvings, and melodious, and often ingenious rhymes, the learned liked bare walls and blank verse. But in the case of rhyme, it is peculiarly difficult to define the double, and yet very definite truth. It is difficult to define the sense in which rhyme is artificial, and the sense in which it is simple. In truth, it is simple, because it is artificial. It is an artifice of the kind enjoyed by children and other poetic people. It is a toy. As a technical accomplishment, it stands at the same distance from the popular experience as the old popular sports like swimming, like dancing, like drawing the bow. Anybody can do it, but nobody can do it without taking the trouble to do it, and only a few can do it very well in 100 ways. It was akin to that simple and even humble energy that made all the lost glory of the guilds. Thus their rhyme was useful as well as ornamental. It was not merely a melody, but also a mnemonic, just as their towers were not merely trophies, but beacons and belfries. In another aspect, rhyme is akin to rhetoric, but of a very positive and emphatic sort, the coincidence of sound giving the effect of saying it is certainly so. Shakespeare realized this when he rounded off a fierce or romantic scene with a rhymed couplet. I know that some critics do not like this, but I think there is a moment when a drama ought to become a melodrama. Then there is a much older effect of rhyme that can only be called mystical, which may seem the very opposite of the utilitarian, and almost equally remote from the rhetorical, yet it shares with the former the tough texture of something not easily forgotten, and with the latter the touch of authority, which is the aim of all oratory. The thing I mean may be found in the fact that so many of the old proverbial prophecies from Merlin to Mother Shipton were handed down in rhyme. It can be found in the very name of Thomas the Rhymer. But the simplest way of putting this popular quality is in a single word. It is a song. Rhyme corresponds to a melody so simple that it goes straight like an arrow to the heart. It corresponds to a chorus so familiar and obvious that all men can join in it. I am not disturbed by the suggestion that such an arrow of song, when it hits the heart, may entirely miss the head. I am not concerned to deny that the chorus may sometimes be a drunken chorus, in which men have lost their heads to find their tongues. I am not defending, but defining. I am trying to find words for a large but elusive distinction between certain things that are certainly poetry and certain other things, which are also song. Of course, it is only an accident that Horace opens his greatest series of odes by saying that he detests the profane populace and wishes to drive them from his temple of poetry, but it is the sort of accident that is almost an allegory. There is even a sense in which it has a practical side. When all is said, could a whole crowd of men sing the Descend Clo, that noble ode, as a crowd can certainly sing the Dies Irae, or for that matter Down Among the Dead Men, did Horace himself sing the Horatian odes in the sense in which Shakespeare could sing, or could hardly help singing the Shakespearean songs? I do not know, having no kind of scholarship on these points, but I do not feel that it could have been at all the same thing, and my only purpose is to attempt a rude description of that thing. Rhyme is consonant to the particular kind of song that can be a popular song, whether pathetic or passionate or comic, and Milton is entitled to his true distinction. Nobody is likely to sing Paradise Lost as if it were a song of that kind. I have tried to suggest my sympathy with rhyme in terms true enough to be accepted by the other side, as expressing their antipathy for it. I have admitted that rhyme is a toy and even a trick of the sort that delights children. I have admitted that every rhyme is a nursery rhyme. What I will never admit is that anyone who is too big for the nursery is big enough for the kingdom of God, though the God were only Apollo. A good critic should be like God. In the great saying of a Scottish mystic, George MacDonald said that God was easy to please and hard to satisfy, that paradox is the poise of all good artistic appreciation. Without the first part of the paradox, appreciation perishes, because it loses the power to appreciate. Good criticism, I repeat, combines the subtle pleasure in a thing being done well with the simple pleasure in it being done at all. It combines the pleasure of the scientific engineer in seeing how the wheels work together to a logical end with the pleasure of the baby in seeing the wheels go round. It combines the pleasure of the artistic draftsman in the fact that his lines of charcoal, light and apparently loose, fall exactly right, and in a perfect relation with the pleasure of the child in the fact that the charcoal makes marks of any kind on the paper. And in the same fashion, it combines the critic's pleasure in a poem with the child's pleasure in a rhyme. The historical point about this kind of poetry, the rhymed romantic kind, is that it rose out of the Dark Ages with the whole of this huge popular power behind it. The human love of a song, a riddle, a proverb, a pun, or a nursery rhyme, the sing-song of innumerable children's games, the chorus of 1,000 campfires and 1,000 taverns. When poetry loses its link with all these people who are easily pleased, it loses all its power of giving pleasure. When a poet looks down on a rhyme, it is, I will not say as if he looked down on a daisy, which might seem possible to the more literal-minded, but rather as if he looked down on a lark, because he had been up in a balloon. It is cutting away the very roots of poetry. It is revolting against nature, because it is natural, against sunshine, because it is bright, or mountains, because they are high, or moonrise, because it is mysterious. The freezing process began after the Reformation with a fastidious search for finer yet freer forms. Today, it has ended in formlessness. But the joke of it is that even when it is formless, it is still fastidious. The new anarchic artists are not ready to accept everything. They are not ready to accept anything except anarchy. Unless it observes the very latest conventions of unconventionality, they would rule out anything classic as coldly as any classic ever ruled out anything romantic. But the classic was a form, and there was even a time when it was a new form, the men who invented suffix did invent. A new meter, the introduction of Elizabethan blank verse, was a real revolution in literary form, but vers libre or 9/10 of it is not a new meter any more than sleeping in a ditch is a new school of architecture. It is no more a revolution in literary form than eating meat raw is an innovation in cookery. It is not even original, because it is not creative. The artist does not invent anything, but only abolishes something, but the only point about it that is to my present purpose is expressed in the word pride. It is not merely proud in the sense of being exultant, but proud in the sense of being disdainful. Such outlaws are more exclusive than aristocrats, and their anarchical arrogance goes far beyond the pride of Milton and the aristocrats of the New Learning, and this final refinement has completed the work, which the saner aristocrats began. The work, now most evident in the world, the separation of art from the people. I need not insist on the sensational and self-evident character of that separation. I need not recommend the modern poet to attempt to sing his vers libres in a public house. I need not even urge the young imagist to read out a number of his disconnected images to a public meeting. The thing is not only admitted, but admired. The old artist remained proud in spite of his unpopularity. The new artist is proud because of his unpopularity. Perhaps it is his chief ground for pride. Dwelling as I do in the Dark Ages, or at latest among the medieval fairy tales, I am yet moved to remember something I once read in a modern fairy tale. As it happens, I have already used the name of George MacDonald, and in the best of his books, there is a description of how a young miner in the mountains could always drive away the subterranean goblins if he could remember and repeat any kind of rhyme. The impromptu rhymes were often doggerel, as was the dog Latin of many monkish hexameters or the burden of many rude border ballads. But I have a notion that they drove away the devils, blue devils of pessimism and black devils of pride. Anyhow, Madame Montessori, who has apparently been deploring the educational effects of fairy tales, would probably see in me a pitiable example of such early perversion, for that image, which was one of my first impressions, seems likely enough to be one of my last. And when the noise of many new and original musical instruments with strange shapes and still stranger noises has passed away like a procession, I shall hear in the succeeding silence only a rustle and scramble among the rocks and a boy singing on the mountain. Psychoanalysis and the Novel by J. Roman, 500 Beresford. If the opinion of the reviewer represents in any degree the opinion of the public, psychoanalysis is becoming at once the craze and the curse of the modern novelist. The chief persons of the story, we gather, are no longer units, recognizable illustrations of acceptable and well-defined types of character, but tend to split horribly into their component parts, revealing the workings of their unconscious minds with a spiritual immodesty worthy of the immortal Sally Beauchamp. Our heroes suffer from Oedipus complexes with a unanimity that must appear altogether perverse to a generation reared on the works of Charles Dickens, who consistently regarded all mothers as criminal, negligible, or insane. Our heroines are become either displayed specimens of morbid pathology or increasingly middle-aged. Finally, and as a culminating horror, we occasionally come across a novel written with such a single regard for the subjective emotions that the objective personality appears only now and then as an uncompleted cast, momentarily lifted for examination from the matrix. Moreover, these symptoms and their like still adapt and condense the current opinions of the outraged. Reviewer exhibit an inclination to multiply. We picture the admirer of the world's most successful novelist, Harold Bell Wright, as arching his back and spitting furiously at the first indication of a Freudian thesis. And to conclude, indictment, it is plain that unless the novel-writing disciples of the Vienna and Zurich schools of psychology can promptly be bled to death, they have, thank God, quite miserable circulations. Their influence may permeate and vitiate that sane and admirable method, which has given us an Ethel Roman 1000 Dell, a Temple Thurston, or a Zane Grey. This indictment represents no doubt an extremist attitude, the opinion of that multitude which must have its heroines pure and its morality undiluted, but it cannot be neglected solely on that account. And when we recognize, as we must, that authentic critics have also shown a bias in the same direction, we have established a case that demands both a literary and a scientific consideration. Our analysis, however, must begin with certain exclusions. If we are to test the influence of psychoanalysis on the novel, as an art form we must take into account not only the effect, but also the manner of the incidents, for it is manifest that of all theories of the nature of man ever put forward by a reputable scientist, that of Sigmund Freud is the most attractive and adaptable for the purposes of fiction. It was a theory of sex, the all but universal theme of the novel. It emphasized various peculiarities of thought, feeling, and action that no observant, and a fortiori no introspective novelist, could thereafter overlook. It gave a new mystery to the human mind, adumbrated the suggestion of a freer morality by dwelling upon the physical and spiritual necessity for the liberation of impulse and last temptation of the enervated seeker for new themes, provided material for comparatively unworked complications of motive. Now these appeals have inevitably influenced the writing of just those experimenters and opportunists whose novels I wish to exclude from our analysis. Their productions can only be indicative of a passing fashion, their value at best, such as the future historian may find in the record of the epidemic symptoms they have documented. But since novels of this type have a particular significance, both in relation to our present purpose and to all literary criticism of this form of expression, we must in the first place arrive at a clear understanding of the quality that differentiates them from those other works, which, whatever their failings, have another representative value. Taking then an extreme and therefore ideal example, I submit that the essential difference is that between pure observation and pure feeling, or variously between an intellectual as opposed to an emotional response to experience. In the case of the experimenters, we are considering such a subject as psychoanalysis is studied from the surface. The facts and general teachings are memorized and then applied more or less arbitrarily to the invented or observed characters who figure in the story. Such a method, when brilliantly used, may produce an impression of truth, may even in rare cases lead to discovery. But in its essence, it is mechanical, a mere collection and presentation of material that has not been assimilated and hence very slightly transmuted by the writer. The opposed example is that in which the study of, say, psychoanalysis comes to the understanding of the writer as a formula that interprets for him a mode of experience he has, let us assume, been aware of and puzzled by a habit of thought or feeling which is suddenly and beautifully illuminated for him by the application of this new formula. Nor in the truly representative instance does the process halt at the first discovery, but continues to open resolutions of old difficulties hardly recognized as such, until they fall within the scope of the new criterion. The danger that besets the young disciple in the first ecstasies of such an adventure is that he will inevitably be tempted to apply his touchstone to, generally, to imagine that his formula will explain all life. In such a case as this, the manner of incidents to which I referred differs markedly from the first example. Here we get a sense of interpenetration and subsequent assimilation in the former case, rather of obliquity and reflection, the true difference being that one writer finds in psychoanalysis an aid to the understanding of human thought and action, the other merely a useful piece to add to his repertoire. And finally, in this connection, one has true value as evidence of the validity of the theory, the other has not. Having thus cleared the ground by eliminating more particularly those literary experiments in applied psychology that have had such an irritant action on the nerves of the reviewer, I propose to test the applicability of psychoanalysis to fiction by a brief examination of certain aspects of the work of a writer who had not heard of Freud and never attempted to anticipate his method. Dostoevsky, in fact, from our point of view, may be regarded primarily as a patient rather than as a doctor. Of his life up to the age of 7 years, we lack that information which would provide us with the last triumphant detail of proof. It is exceedingly improbable that that detail will ever be forthcoming, but it is a fairly safe inference from the later evidence that at some time in the course of those earlier years, he suffered either some shock of terror or stress of misery that initiated the trauma which was later confirmed and emphasized by his experience on the scaffold. This inference is inherently probable, and since it might conceivably be confirmed by research and could not conceivably be disproved, we may assume it as a premise, although it is not absolutely essential pathologically. For the remainder of his life, we see him beyond all shadow of doubt, suffering from a neurosis that, even if it were not the cause, was the accompaniment, and not the result of his epilepsy. The form taken by this neurosis has been provisionally termed an inferiority complex. In its milder and practically harmless forms, it is perhaps the commonest instance of a morbid inhibition, despite the fact that paced Dr. Freud depends more on the power principle of Adler than on the pleasure-repping principle so tediously insisted upon by the Vienna school. The symptoms in aggravated cases exhibit on the one side an exaggerated humility, and on the other an intolerant use of any adventitious opportunity for the use of power. Two instances of everyday experience taken from a textbook of psychoanalysis are the driver of a heavy van, brutally threatening the temporarily inferior pedestrian by the threat of running him down, and the ordinarily meek woman who takes a delight in exerting temporary superiority of position. It may be in such a trivial act as keeping anyone waiting by a pretense of inattention. Dostoevsky, however, has himself analyzed the condition so perfectly that his study might well find a place in a medical library as the ideal type of this particular neurosis. The supposed autobiographer, his name does not appear in notes from underground, is perhaps too intelligently aware of his own condition, but it is evident that Dostoevsky's purpose could only be fully served by the form of a personal confession. It is indeed a confession that holds no reserves. In the earlier part of the story, we see the assumed writer of the notes suffering agonies from the consciousness of his humiliation. This is followed by two attempts to assert himself, both futile. We then see him in a contest with his servant Apollon, whose condition is a reflex of his own, and finally, we get the representative instance of a brutal use of temporary superiority of position in his dealings with the unfortunate little prostitute Lisa. Moreover, the title is conclusive. The underground is clearly indicated as that of the mind, and if the story had been written within the last 10 years, the author would have been accused by the reviewers of having steeped himself in the writings of the psychoanalysts. The opening sentences, indeed, would probably have been a little too much for the sensitive, since the sketch begins, "I am a sick man, I am a spiteful man, I am an unattractive man, I believe my liver is diseased. However, I know nothing at all about my disease, and do not know for certain what ails me." 22. The novels of Fyodor Dostoevsky, Vol. Roman, 10 White Nights, and Other Stories, Constance Garnett's translations, Heinemann. This one story would be almost sufficient testimony as to Dostoevsky's own condition, the essential part of it coming, as it does not from observation, but from the underground of the writer's own mind. But if we need further evidence, it can be found in almost any of Dostoevsky's novels. The valet in The Brothers Karamazov is a fine example. Prince Mishkin in The Idiot develops the theme in its less self-conscious aspect. There is more than one example in The Possessed, but the truth is that once started on this scent, the student of Dostoevsky cannot fail to conclude that the type dominates both the characterization and the atmosphere of all his works. Yet if our diagnosis rested solely on this evidence, the inference would be open to attack by the layman on the grounds that Dostoevsky wrote of the Russian as he knew him, and has not Russia as a country exhibited precisely the symptoms of the neurosis we have been describing. Centuries of suppression and humiliation have been at work to foster and confirm the complex, which we now see in its typical expression, although passing, as did that of the French in the last years of the 18th century, towards its natural sublimation. But our evidence goes beyond the examination of Dostoevsky's imaginative writing sin, which, by the way, he was continually able, within certain limitations, to sublimate his own complex. Indeed, it was not by his novels, but by a study of his letters that I personally was led in the first instance to attempt the diagnosis. In the letters, we must look chiefly for autobiographical indications, rather than for the emergence of the unconscious wisdom that enriches the novels, but would be checked by the realization of addressing a particular individual. The first of them that attracted my attention was the adulatory tone of the letters begging for patronage written just before the release from Siberia. One regrets in reading them that genius could so bemean itself. The common excuse for the tone of them is that Dostoevsky was ill and overtried by his recent experiences. But it is just in such circumstances as these that one looks for the expression of the dominant individuality. In any case, I prefer the pathological explanation. Then we come to the consideration of his jealousy of Turgenev and of the unfortunate meeting of the two men in Switzerland. All Dostoevsky's resentment and his behavior at the meeting in question are readily explicable by the theory of his neurosis, but the need for impartiality demands that we should ask if a perfectly normal explanation is forthcoming. Personally, I have failed to find one that is consistent with an unprejudiced interpretation of Dostoevsky's general character. Apart from his prepossession, he exhibits traits of gentleness, affection, and tolerance that do not appear to me consonant with his treatment of Turgenev. He did not seek to belittle his other contemporaries, but in this instance, like the hero of Notes from Underground, he could not resist the unconscious desire to try and jostle his superior from the pavement. 23 cf. Op. Cit. pp. 87 et seq.